Jiang Chen, let's break up. In an Apple store in the commercial district of Rongqing, Jiang Chen was carefully selecting a mobile phone planning to give his newly acquired girlfriend Chen Yin a birthday surprise. However, the sudden breakup message on WeChat left him frozen in place. After a long period of calming down, Jiang Chen typed with trembling fingers on the cracked screen and replied, "Wife, I pursued you for all 3 years of high school, yet we've been together for less than 3 days." Jiang Chen's heart was filled with mixed emotions. 3 days ago, the goddess he had been desperately pursuing for years, Chen Yin, finally agreed to date him. But before the sweet time could even last 3 days, he received a breakup message. "Because I already have a new boyfriend. What he can give me is something you can never give." This short sentence threw Jiang Chen's heart into an ice cave. He had been a pathetic simp for 3 years. Was this all he got in return? At the same time, Chen Yin updated her moments with 2 freshly taken photos captioned, "Thank you, dear." The first photo was a brand new top-of-the-line iPhone 16 Pro Max, obviously a birthday gift from her new boyfriend. Ironically, Jiang Chen had worked a summer job for 2 full months, but could only afford the cheapest iPhone 16 for Chen Yin. The second photo was a selfie of Chen Yin and a guy wearing bathrobes in a hotel room, their expressions intimate and faces flushed clearly after a passionate encounter. Jiang Chen felt his heart bleed as he looked at the photos. The moonlight of his heart that he had pursued for 3 whole years had been stolen by a wild boar, and he hadn't even held her hand. He recognized the man in the photo, Lizha, also a high school alumnus. His father was the owner of a moderately powerful company in Rongqing, so Lizha was a well-known rich second generation at school. Though Lizha was portly and unattractive, he spared no expense in pursuing girls and had ruined several campus beauties. Jiang Chen's parents were merely ordinary working-class people. Even though he was handsome and charming, it was nothing compared to money. "Handsome guy, do you still want to buy this phone?" the sales clerk asked, looking at the distraught Jiang Chen. "Sorry, I don't need it anymore." Coming to his senses, Jiang Chen put down the low-end iPhone 16 and fled the store as if escaping. The weather in late September in Rongqing was still scorching hot. Cicadas chirped noisily on both sides of the street. Jiang Chen wandered aimlessly like a lost clown on the streets. "If I had money, could I be with the person I love? If I had money, wouldn't I be spared this pain?" Jiang Chen questioned himself over and over, trying to find the answer he wanted. Ding. Detected that the host has a strong desire in his heart. The unlimited life system has been bound to the host. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Jiang Chen's mind, startling him. But looking around, there was no sound except the noisy cicadas. It must be an illusion caused by his chaotic thoughts. But when Jiang Chen continued walking, the same notification echoed in his ears again. Detected that the host has a strong desire in his heart. The unlimited life system has been bound to the host. This time Jiang Chen was certain. He heard it clearly. It was definitely not an illusion. Jiang Chen usually enjoyed browsing system novels on the Zhangxi Novels platform, where ordinary male protagonists turned their lives around by binding with systems, which made him envious. And the fictional plots in those novels were actually happening to him today. "Excuse me, what functions does this unlimited life system have?" Jiang Chen held his breath, trying to communicate with the system. "When the host makes a purchase, the system will provide random multiplier rebates. System will assign tasks to the host from time to time, and the host can obtain different rewards by completing tasks. The system also has functions such as talent awakening, the Wheel of Fortune, and peach blossoms galore, ensuring the host enjoys a carefree life." The system's self-introduction left Jiang Chen dumbfounded. He needed time to digest it, but for now he just wanted to verify whether the consumption rebate was real. Apart from the 5,000 yuan he had saved from his summer job, his bank account held 1,000 yuan, which was the tuition fee he was about to pay for university. Jiang Chen was a recent senior high school graduate from Rongqing No. 1 High School. Though his grades were mediocre, he performed exceptionally well in the college entrance exam and got into Rongqing University, the best university in the city. "If I pay the 1,000 yuan tuition, won't that verify the system's authenticity? And I have to pay the tuition eventually anyway. Even if the system isn't real, I lose absolutely nothing." With that thought, a cheerful smile spread across Jiang Chen's lips. He dashed home, turned on his computer, entered Rongqing University's tuition payment system, filled in the details, and prepared to pay. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, old man of the highest, show your power." Jiang Chen's heart was in his throat. The room was unbearably stuffy, but he was so nervous that his hands and feet were ice cold. Because Jiang Chen knew if this system was real, his life would be completely rewritten. Jiang Chen stared at the computer screen, then resolutely clicked the confirm payment button. "Dear Rongqing Bank customer, your bank card has been debited 1,000 yuan. Your current balance is 5,000 yuan. Seeing the debit notification on his phone, Jiang Chen was so tense he nearly fainted. Whether he could change his fate depended entirely on whether money came into his bank account. Dear Rongqing Bank customer, your bank card has received 10,000 yuan. Your current balance is 10,500 yuan. With the phone vibrating, Jiang Chen saw the incoming funds notification, exactly 100,000 yuan. Detected that the host spent 10,000 yuan. The system randomly selected a multiplier of 10x. The rebate of 10,000 yuan has been credited. Please check. The system notification sounded again, but Jiang Chen remained sitting there dumbfounded. This system, it's actually real. From now on his life would be truly invincible. Coming back to his senses, Jiang Chen let out a sharp cheer, then went to the fridge, grabbed an iced cola, and gulped it down in one go. The cool refreshment brought a moment of peace to Jiang Chen's excited heart. In just 2 minutes, he had earned 100,000 yuan, and this was only a tiny beginning. The future life would be unimaginably enjoyable, though anyone would go crazy. Just then Jiang Chen's phone rang. The lit screen showed the name Zhuang Wei. Jiang Chen answered, but before he could speak, Zhuang Wei's eager voice came through. Chenzi, heard you got dumped. That gold digger, forget her. Usual place for barbecue, let me buy you a few drinks. Before Jiang Chen could reply, the phone hung up with beeps. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. His buddy Zhuang Wei was indeed a straightforward and impatient guy. The place Zhuang Wei referred to as the old haunt was actually a barbecue joint called Laobing Barbecue. Known for its delicious food and affordable prices, Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei frequented it often. Zhuang Wei had been Jiang Chen's best friend throughout their 3 years of high school. Although Jiang Chen was handsome, his grades were average, and his family background was modest, making him a wallflower in class. Only Zhuang Wei became his true friend. As expected, Zhuang Wei, with his bottom-off-the-class grades, was admitted to a third-rate vocational college in Rongqing. Fortunately, his school was close to Rongqing University, where Jiang Chen studied, so they could still hang out together. At the barbecue joint, Zhuang Wei had already ordered the skewers and was waiting for Jiang Chen. Spotting him, he immediately waved. Zhuang Wei was tall and sturdy with a bold and straightforward personality. He hauled over a case of beer, popped open the bottles one by one with a series of pops, and said to Jiang Chen, Chenzi, I know you're heartbroken. This meal is on me. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Zhuang Wei's gesture deeply moved Jiang Chen. As the saying goes, women come and go, but brothers are forever. In times of sorrow, only a true brother stays by your side. Jiang Chen wanted to tell Zhuang Wei that he had turned misfortune into fortune and activated the Life Unlimited system, but in the end he held back. After all, who would believe such a thing? Soon the sizzling skewers, glistening with hot oil, were brought to the table. Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei took a hearty bite of the meat, then downed a large glass of ice-cold draft beer in one go. On this sweltering summer day, the feeling was simply awesome. Before long, Zhuang Wei had downed several bottles of beer. Slightly tipsy, he said to Jiang Chen, Chenzi, lighten up. Why hang yourself on one tree? There are plenty of pretty girls at my college. He'll introduce you to one. With that, Zhuang Wei opened his freshman group chat, where many new female students were posting photos. Indeed, a few of them looked pure and lovely, wearing skimpy camisoles that stirred the imagination. But Jiang Chen just smiled and said nothing, knowing he would never lack women in the future. First of all, Jiang Chen was handsome and charismatic. Secondly, after activating the system, he would become immensely wealthy. Even becoming the world's richest man was only a matter of time. With such a handsome and wealthy man, what woman could resist? Next to Laobing Barbecue was a commercial KTV called Jiang. It was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, and the hostesses working there were constantly coming and going. The quality at Jiang was undeniably high. Every hostess had fair skin and beautiful features, dressed in revealing outfits. Just watching their long legs from the roadside was a delight for Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei. A slightly drunk Zhuang Wei stared at the passing long legs and said dreamily, if only I could have fun in a place like this once, I'd die happy. But then he glanced at the 300 yuan balance on his phone, and a look of dejection crept onto his face. Really want to go? Jiang Chen looked at Zhuang Wei with a teasing smile. Of course I do. Look at those girls. Any one of them would be a school beauty back at our high school. Zhuang Wei's words were not an exaggeration. This KTV targeted high-end clientele, and the hostesses were all first-class beauties, extremely tempting to two recent high school graduates like Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei. Since you want to go, we'll treat you tonight, Jiang Chen said. Hearing this, Zhuang Wei widened his eyes in disbelief. Come on, do you know how expensive it is inside? The money you earned from your summer job isn't nearly enough. Jiang Chen laughed, pulled out his bank card, and showed the balance to Zhuang Wei. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person. Now I'm done pretending. I'm actually a rich second generation. Zhuang Wei counted the digits on the phone: 110, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Holy cow, 10,000 yuan. He couldn't help but curse. For an adult, 1,000 was a significant amount. For a recent high school graduate, it was earth-shattering. Shinzi, are you really a rich second generation? Zhuang Wei's worldview was completely overturned. But before he could ponder further, Jiang Chen grabbed him and dragged him toward the KTV. For Jiang Chen, Zhuang Wei was his best friend, and treating his best friend to a good time was nothing. Besides, now that he had the system, any amount he spent would be refunded. As they entered Yidai Jiaran, a magnificent lobby greeted them, its opulence leaving both Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei stunned. Hey, what are you doing? Do you think you can afford to be here? A man who looked like the lobby manager approached them. Seeing the two country bumpkins, he assumed they weren't there to spend money and intended to kick them out. We're here to spend money. Is that not allowed? Jiang Chen, though a bit uneasy, forced himself to stay calm. Little brother, spending money here requires capital. I think the internet cafe across the street suits you better, the manager sneered. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, pulled out his phone, and showed the balance right in front of the manager. The moment the manager saw the number, his attitude did a 180-degree turn, fawning, "Two young masters, please come in." Jiang Chen glanced sideways at him and said, "I still prefer your arrogant look from earlier." Following the manager, they arrived at VIP room 888. The entire room was lavishly decorated, its floor space even larger than Jiang Chen's school classroom. As soon as Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei sat down, a dozen or so beautiful women entered the room and lined up in a row. Yidai Jiaran welcomes the two young masters. Pick me, pick me, pick me. They bowed in unison and then chanted their welcome speech. The women varied in style. Some were seductive matrons, some cute and petite, some fashion-forward trendsetters, and some cool, icy beauties. Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei were just two high school graduates who had never seen such a scene. Both blushed instantly, prompting the women to giggle. But Zhuang Wei, being thicker-skinned, composed himself and beckoned to the most voluptuous matron. She immediately sat beside him, snuggling into his arms. Given Zhuang Wei's tall and sturdy build, his preference for a full-figured matron was understandable. Jiang Chen's gaze swept the room again and landed on a girl in a JK uniform, pure and sweet, standing in the corner. The dim light of the room made it hard to see her clearly, but Jiang Chen had a gut feeling she was a stunning beauty. Moreover, she exuded a unique purity that stood out in this nightclub environment. He pointed at her and said, "You." When the girl in the JK uniform approached Jiang Chen, he finally got a clear look at her face, which could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin was fair, her eyes large, her cherry-like lips small and alluring, and her straight black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Beneath her JK skirt, her legs were long and slender. "Hello, my name is Yin. The JK girl said, her cherry lips parting gently as she spoke to Jiang Chen. Her voice was soft and melodious, intoxicating him completely. Just then Jiang Chen noticed a panel of information appearing before his eyes. Name: Lu Yinyan, age 20, height 168 centimeters, weight 46 kilograms, appearance score 92, affection 20, charge 0. Clearly this was the system generating the character's information. He hadn't expected the system to possess such an impressive function. Yanyan's height and weight were perfectly standard, but the term charge puzzled Jiang Chen at first. After a moment of thought, he couldn't help but blush. Though he had never been in a relationship, he often browsed forums online where seasoned drivers shared their experiences. He now grasped the meaning of charge. It indicated that Yin Yan was still a virgin. He hadn't expected to find such an innocent girl in a nightlife environment. The affection score of 20 also surprised him. How could Yin Yan already have 20 points of affection for him when they had just met? In a place like Yidai Jiaran, the customers were usually rough older men. For the hostesses, encountering a young and handsome customer like Jiang Chen was a rare stroke of luck. So upon seeing the youthful and charming Jiang Chen choose her, Yin Yan immediately developed 20 points of affection for him. Yin Yan took Jiang Chen's glass, poured some wine, and handed it back to him. Her delicate face drew close as she said softly, "Let's have a drink together." Jiang Chen had never been this close to a girl before. Yan Yan's intoxicating scent of hair fragrance filled his nostrils, leaving him utterly enchanted. After finishing the drink, Jiang Chen turned his head and saw that Zhuang Wei, that shameless fellow, was already embracing a voluptuous young woman in an ambiguous manner. Jiang Chen longed to have some physical contact with Yin Yan, but his heart raced with nervousness, and he could only curse himself inwardly for being useless. But to his surprise, the next moment, Yin Yan actively nestled into Jiang Chen's arms. A wave of softness washed over him, an exquisite sensation. After all, Jiang Chen had been Chun Yin's simp for 3 years without even holding her hand. This was the first time he had been in such an intimate posture with a member of the opposite sex, especially with Yin Yan, a campus belle who outshone Chun Yin by 300 streets. Perhaps sensing the violent pounding of Jiang Chen's chest, Yin Yan chuckled and said, "Don't be nervous. What's the matter? Are you that afraid of me?" Jiang Chen blushed slightly and forced himself to stay calm, stammering, "No, not at all." To prove his composure, he mustered his courage and took Yan Yan's fair jade-like little hand. Yan Yan cooperatively intertwined her fingers with his, and Jiang Chen immediately felt a smooth, silky sensation. System notification: Yan Yan's affection 5, current affection 25. He hadn't expected that simply holding Yan Yan's hand would increase her affection by 5 points. Truly, the system's ability to monitor the other party's affection in real time was incredibly powerful. At this moment, Yan Yan was nestled in Jiang Chen's arms in a highly intimate pose. Chen Yan would never have imagined that just a few hours after breaking up with Jiang Chen, he would already have a beauty in his embrace. Ding. System mission issued. Mission objective: obtain Lu Yanyan's first kiss. Reward: a Topophthalene Mercedes-Benz G63. The system's prompt sounded again, startling Jiang Chen. The system had chosen this moment to issue a mission, and its objective was to obtain Yan Yan's first kiss. Wait, Yan Yan still has her first kiss. This was something Jiang Chen had never expected. In his view, girls working in nightlife had chaotic private lives, making the probability of retaining their first kiss extremely low. But how was he supposed to get Yan Yan's first kiss? After all, the reward was a Mercedes-Benz G63. Perhaps no man could resist the allure of a G63, and Jiang Chen was no exception. After all, a man can't simultaneously possess a G63 and inferiority complex. Maybe he should start by talking to Yan Yan to bridge the distance, Jiang Chen thought to himself. So, why do you work here? No sooner had Jiang Chen spoken than he regretted it. What a stupid question to ask. It instantly turned the already slightly awkward atmosphere into one of excruciating embarrassment. Because my father passed away early, my mother is seriously ill in bed, and I have a younger brother still in school. Yan Yan said, a hint of inexplicable sorrow flickering across her face. Jiang Chen sneered, inwardly convinced that Yan Yan was clearly not telling the truth. A deceased father, an ailing mother, and a school-age younger brother. Wasn't this the standard backstory for girls in nightlife? Sensing the awkwardness of Jiang Chen's question, Yan Yan changed the subject. How about we play a game? We'll use dice to compare who rolls higher. The loser has to accept a small punishment from the winner. Jiang Chen finally saw an opportunity to change the mood and agreed to Yan Yan's suggestion. The game was simple. Each would roll a single die, and the one with the lower number lost. Yan Yan and Jiang Chen each shook their dice cups before slamming them down onto the table with a thud. Yan Yan opened her dice cup, just a crack, and a sly smile spread across her delicate face. If nothing unexpected happens, it looks like I've won. With that, she lifted her cup to reveal a die showing 6 dots. Jiang Chen's face immediately fell into a grimace. He was sure he had lost. He opened his own cup to find a single red dot. 6 versus 1. Jiang Chen was utterly defeated. Tell me, what punishment do you want? Yan Yan smiled sweetly, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, They'll punish you by making you carry me on your back and do 10 squats. A playful grin appeared on Yan Yan's face. Jiang Chen pretended to be reluctant, but inwardly he was ecstatic. How was this a punishment? It was clearly a reward. He bent over and made a gesture for Yan Yan to climb on. With a light hop, she jumped onto his back. Jiang Chen hooked his arms around Yan Yan's legs, feeling a tender, smooth sensation in his palms. That wasn't all. His back could distinctly feel the softness of Yan Yan's chest pressing against him. The sensation was simply too exquisite. With Yan Yan weighing only 46 kilograms, carrying her for 10 squats was an easy task. However, Jiang Chen deliberately slowed down his squats to prolong this wonderful experience. After finally completing the 10 squats, he reluctantly set Yan Yan down. Within the spacious private room, Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei sat in opposite corners, each keeping to themselves in tacit understanding. Meanwhile, the second round of dice game between Yan Yan and Jiang Chen had already commenced. Jiang Chen rolled a 4, while Yan Yan managed only a 3. Finally, I won. Now it's my turn to punish you, Jiang Chen exclaimed, overjoyed at the chance for revenge. What punishment do you have in mind? I'm not afraid. Yan Yan retorted, a defiant expression gracing her delicate face, as if she feared nothing under heaven. I punish you to kiss me, Jiang Chen blurted out, instantly regretting it. The alcohol had emboldened him to utter those words, but as soon as they left his lips, he cowered. Would she think him perverted? Would she be angry? Before Jiang Chen's chaotic thoughts could settle, a delicate face drew near. He felt only a sweet, soft touch upon his lips, an indescribably exquisite sensation. After what seemed like 4 or 5 seconds, their lips parted. Yan Yan shyly lowered her head, her fair hands fidgeting with the hem of her skirt. Jiang Chen licked his lips, savoring the lingering sweetness and smoothness that intoxicated him. If I told you that was my first kiss, would you believe me? Yan Yan looked up at him, her eyes inexplicably reddening. If any other nightclub girl said such words, few would believe her. But Jiang Chen had the system, and the mission it assigned was to obtain Yan Yan's first kiss. Thus he knew she wasn't lying. Yet how could she bestow such a precious first kiss upon a stranger she'd just met? Yes, I believe you, Jiang Chen stated firmly despite his inner doubts. Ding. System detects Lu Yanyan's affection increased by 20. Current affection level 45. The system's chime echoed. Unexpectedly, that wonderful kiss coupled with Jiang Chen's trust had boosted her affection so significantly. According to the system's affection classification, a level around 40 roughly equated to a couple in the ambiguous phase of romance. System prompt detected host has completed the mission. Mission reward, a top-tier G63, has been delivered to the Mercedes 4S store on Jiangcheng Road. Please collect it promptly. With the mission successfully accomplished, Jiang Chen could naturally claim the top-tier G63. Hearing the system's chime again, he was filled with exhilaration. Was there anything cooler than driving a G63 to university? However, the 4S store had already closed for the day, so Jiang Chen decided to pick up the car the next morning. He had wanted to stay a while longer, but Zhuang Wei was already 8 parts drunk, pulling the seductive young woman beside him into a raucous song and dance. Fearing his friend might make a fool of himself in his drunken stupor, Jiang Chen had to drag him away early. Sir, your room bill totals 10,000 yuan. Here is your receipt, said the pretty front desk girl, handing Jiang Chen his bill. Without a glance, he pulled out his phone to pay, and the girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Detected host expenditure of 10,000 yuan. The system randomly selected a rebate multiplier of 6 times 60,000 yuan has been credited to your account. Please check. Although this rebate wasn't as generous as the last, Jiang Chen wasn't worried. Becoming the world's richest man was merely a matter of time. In just a few hours, Jiang Chen's bank balance had swelled to over 15,000 yuan. Stepping out of First Beauty, the cool evening breeze refreshed his slightly tipsy mind. Just as he was about to hail a taxi, a voice called out from behind, "Wait a moment." Jiang Chen turned to see Yanyan clad in a JK uniform chasing after him. It was undeniable. Yanyan was stunning, easily the school beauty of any high school, outshining Jiang Chen's former goddess Chen Yan by over 300 times. But romance born in such private rooms always ended at the elevator door, and Jiang Chen knew this well. So he was curious why Yanyan had pursued him now. Can I add you on WeChat? Yanyan asked, her expression tense, as if she had mustered great courage. Sure, Jiang Chen replied, pulling out his phone to add her. Watching Yanyan's cheeks flush slightly, he wondered silently, could she actually be falling for him? After bidding her farewell, Jiang Chen and Zhuang Wei hailed a taxi home. I tell you, Chinzi, this Lu Yanyan is truly beautiful. She'd be the school beauty in any school in Rongqing. It's such a pity she's doing this kind of work, Zhuang Wei remarked. Listening, Jiang Chen recalled Yanyan mentioning her father's death and mother's illness. Out of habit, he opened Yanyan's moments, but found only a 3-day visibility setting with no other content. Whatever. How could it possibly be true? Jiang Chen thought wryly. Yet remembering the first kiss she had willingly given his heart was a tangle of mixed emotions. Back home, Jiang Chen soon drifted into slumber. Too much had happened in a single day. In his dreams, he saw himself cruising through Rongqing University's campus in a G63, drawing envious glances from male students and adoring looks from female ones. Waking at 9 in the morning, Jiang Chen immediately checked his phone balance. Thankfully, it was all real. After washing up, he changed into clean clothes and set off for the 4S store. During this summer break, aside from working a part-time job, Jiang Chen had also obtained his driver's license. He had once thought he wouldn't own a car until after graduating and working, yet here, he was now the proud owner of a top-tier G63. At the Mercedes 4S store entrance, he spotted a familiar figure. It was none other than Chen Yan, the goddess he had desperately pursued for 3 years, and her boyfriend Li Jia. Though Chen Yan wasn't school beauty material, she was above average, which had once captivated Jiang Chen. Li Jia, however, was rather portly, standing 170 centimeters tall and weighing the same in kilograms. In terms of appearance, the handsome Jiang Chen could easily outshine Li Jia by hundreds of leagues, but he knew Chen Yan chose Li Jia for his family's wealth. Jiang Chen had intended to ignore them, but Chen Yan spotted him and frowned. Jiang Chen, I've made it clear, we're over. Please stop stalking me, okay? Damn it, Jiang Chen was utterly speechless. He was simply here to pick up his car and happened to run into her. How was that stalking? Once Chen Yan could have driven him mad with infatuation, but now she seemed utterly ordinary to him, especially after last night's kiss with a school beauty like Lu Yanyan. Sorry, I just happened to be here, Jiang Chen replied, coldly unwilling to waste words on this repulsive woman. After all, his life was about to undergo a earth-shattering transformation, one that a gold digger like Chen Yan could never hope to reach. A coincidence. Chen Yan's face twisted into a sneer as she continued, Jiang Chen, this is a Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. Li Jia and I are here to pick up our car. Don't tell me you're here to pick up one too. In her eyes, their simultaneous arrival at the dealership was no mere accident. Because Jiang Chen couldn't possibly be there to buy a car. Someone from an ordinary family, like him, might never even dream of owning a Mercedes-Benz. At that moment, Lija, standing beside Chen Yin, stepped forward and sneered. So you're Chen Yin's lapdog, huh? I'm warning you to stop bothering her. The life she wants is something you could never provide. My dad just bought me a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. That's a height you'll never reach in your lifetime. I hope you understand the gap between us. Having just graduated high school, Lija's father gifted him a C-Class, a feat that surpassed 99 of his peers, granting him ample reason to flaunt his status. But this time Lija had stepped onto an iron board. The car Jiang Chen was picking up was a top-tier Mercedes-Benz G63, worth more than 10 C-Classes. He'll say it again, I wasn't following or bothering her. I'm here to pick up my car too. Jiang Chen spoke with utter seriousness, though a hint of impatience crept into his tone. His words left Chen Yin and Lija frozen in place before they burst into sharp, mocking laughter. Chen Yin, as if hearing the world's funniest joke, laughed so hard she doubled over. Jiang Chen, do you even know what you're saying? This is a Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. The cheapest C-Class costs over 300,000, something a loser like you could never afford. Chen Yin's face was full of contempt. She believed his words were nothing but empty boasting. After all, Jiang Chen had once toiled for 2 months just to buy her a phone. How could he possibly afford a Mercedes? Faced with her skepticism, Jiang Chen didn't argue. He saw no need to explain himself to irrelevant people and simply walked straight into the dealership. Watching him stride in with unwavering confidence, Chen Yin and Lija followed closely, eager to see how he would pull off his act. As they entered, the store manager spotted Lija in his designer clothes and approached with a fawning smile. Young Master Li, you're here to pick up your C-Class, right? Your father has already paid. You just need to fill in some details. Seeing the manager's sycophantic demeanor, Lija and Chen Yin's vanity swelled. Lija spoke arrogantly. Manager, isn't your Mercedes-Benz dealership supposed to cater to high-end clientele? How can just any riffraff wander in and out? As he spoke, Lija's gaze drifted meaningfully toward Jiang Chen, signaling the manager to throw him out. Only then did the manager notice Jiang Chen's plain attire and asked with curiosity, Sir, are you here to buy a car or for a test drive? The dealership saw many people daily who pretended to test drive only to snap a few photos to pose as rich heirs on social media and lure naive girls. Clearly the manager had pegged Jiang Chen as one of them. But as a professional manager, he maintained a courteous demeanor. Jiang Chen calmly pulled out his ID, handed it to the manager, and uttered 2 simple words, pick up. Chen Yin and Lija exchanged mocking glances. Chen Yin jeered, Jiang Chen, you're still putting on this act, even here. Final, just watch how you dig yourself out of this. The manager took the ID and began entering Jiang Chen's information into the computer. He thought that if Jiang Chen hadn't bought a car here, he'd have the security guards toss this troublemaker out. But as the computer screen displayed the final result, the manager froze. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then let out a sharp exclamation, heavens! So you're the young Master Jiang who ordered the top-tier G63. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me. He then shouted to the other staff, Xiao Chen, clear out the VIP room for me. I need to entertain a super VIP. Xiao Zhang, bring out the pure tea I've been saving in my cabinet. Xiao Su, hurry up and prepare the delivery paperwork. Make it quick. The dealership erupted into a flurry of activity, everyone bustling about to serve their premium client. Young Master Jiang, please move to the VIP room. The delivery procedures will be done in half an hour. The manager's attitude had done a complete 180 of bowing and scraping as he addressed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded calmly and followed the manager toward the VIP room, passing Chen Yin and Lija without so much as a glance. Chen Yin and Lija stood there, their minds blank. Top-tier G63. Super VIP. Wasn't Jiang Chen just a kid from an ordinary family? When had he become associated with such terms? This was a top-tier G63. Even across the entire Rongqing, how many tycoons could afford such a car? Let alone a high school graduate. Manager, are you sure you're not mistaken? Did he really buy a G63? Chen Yin clung to a sliver of hope. But the manager's reply not only shattered her hope, but also doomed her to a lifetime of regret. Young Master Jiang paid the full 4.8 million yuan last night for our top-tier G63. Could our system possibly be wrong? Shall you handle them? Yes, that base model C-Class. With that, a clearly intern-level employee approached Li Zhe to process his paperwork. The stark shift in the manager's attitude left Li Zhe and Chen Yin's faces ashen, yet they were powerless. Li Zhe's father was merely a mid-tier local businessman, and the base C-Class was something Li Zhe had begged and pleaded for. Perhaps Li Zhe would never become a proud G63 owner in his lifetime. Within just half an hour, Jiang Chen completed the delivery. Laying eyes on the top-tier G63 in the showroom, he fell deeply in love with the car. Breaking from tradition, the G63 sported a bold, youthful peach-pink hue that was not only trendy, but also guaranteed to turn heads. Most importantly, if Jiang Chen drove this stunning beast to take a beauty for a spin, which girl could refuse? With all formalities done, Jiang Chen started the engine. The roar of the motor echoed through the dealership. What man could resist the allure of that sound? He floored the accelerator, and the G63 sped off with a thunderous growl, leaving Chen Yan and Lija standing dumbfounded in its exhaust. Didn't you say he was just a pathetic loser? Lija's eyes burned with resentment. It was because of this woman that he had become a clown before a tycoon. Chen Yan was speechless, utterly dazed, her gaze filled with nothing but regret and remorse. Jiang Chen sped along the broad road in his G63, drawing crowds of onlookers who snapped photos. Many beautiful women cast admiring glances while the men looked on with envy and resentment. It was as the online saying went, one cannot simultaneously possess a G-class and a sense of inferiority. Jiang Chen deliberately rolled down the window, revealing his strikingly handsome face, which made the beauties on the street swoon and scream with delight. He's so handsome, I want to have his babies. Please give me your contact info, I want to date you. It has nothing to do with the G63, I just want a sweet romance with him. After cruising through several bustling commercial districts, to his satisfaction, Jiang Chen parked the car in his community's parking spot and returned home. Lying on his bed, he stared at the 150 yuan balance on his phone, pondering how to spend it in a way that would double his funds. Just then his phone buzzed incessantly. It was the freshman group chat of Rongqing University starting to buzz. With about a week left before the semester began, the new students were getting interactive. Dear seniors, is 500 yuan a month enough for living expenses at school, eh? Does the school have a parking lot? Can I park the BMW my dad just bought for me? Can I skip the dormitory? I have quite a few villas at home. Jiang Chen glanced at the chat. It was full of show-offs flaunting their wealth, some truths mixed with lies. He couldn't be bothered to sort them out. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, a message caught his attention. Young Master Chen, my grandpa bought me a top-spec G63 as a college gift. Below the text was a photo of an average-looking boy posing in front of a peach-pink G63 with what he thought was a cool stance. Jiang Chen's expression turned strange. That Mercedes G63 in the photo was unmistakably the one he had just picked up. As young Master Chen posted the picture, the group exploded. Look at the plate, Rong AJC 666. I saw this car today, it's not a stock photo. Everyone else is bluffing, but you are the real rich dude. Handsome, accept my WeChat request, can we have dinner tonight? The group was in a frenzy. Owning such a car made him a legend at Rongqing University, and even some attractive girls were adding him. JC buddy, what's the deal? Why post my car in the group? Jiang Chen's fingers flew across the screen. Why let someone else show off with his brand new car? His message caused another uproar in the group. What's going on? Isn't it his car? JC buddy, how can you prove it's yours? Voices of doubt filled the chat, leaving everyone uncertain whom to believe. On the other side of the screen, young Master Chen was fuming. He was about to reel in a cute freshman when this meddler ruined his plan. Young Master Chen buddy, do you think I need to lie? I could buy 2 more G63s if I wanted. Jiang Chen found it amusing. This guy was really getting carried away with his act. JC, since you're so rich, how about gifting 50 yuan in the group to show us your prowess? Seeing Jiang Chen's message, others joined in the taunt. Who could resist easy money from red packets? Young Master Chen, dare you go against me? Let me see your worth too. Jiang Chen almost laughed out loud. This fool had taken the bait. With my system's cashback, any amount I spend is profit. How can you compete? Young Master Chen sent a 200 yuan red packet, snatched up instantly. Jiang Chen's fingers danced across the screen as he unleashed a torrent of red packets. Dozens of 100 yuan ones in a row, causing the group to erupt in exclamations. Wow, all 100 yuan packets. I've made more in minutes than my whole summer job salary. Rich guy at me, let's have dinner tonight. He'll wear black stockings. System notifications chimed continuously. Detected host spending 100 yuan. System randomly selects a 6x rebate. 600 yuan credited. Detected host spending 1000 yuan. System randomly selects an 8x rebate. 800 yuan credited. Detected host spending 1000 yuan. System randomly selects a 10x rebate. 100 yuan credited. After a brief rain of red packets, Jiang Chen's balance had grown to 500 yuan through the system's rebates. He stretched his sore fingers only to find that young Master Chen had gone silent after sending 4 or 5 200 yuan packets. A closer look revealed he had left the group. Jiang Chen dismissed it as a trivial farce and quietly exited the chat as the group buzzed on. After all, school hadn't even started yet. It was better to keep a low profile. Still, many girls in the group added him on WeChat. Big brother, accept me, let's go swimming. I bought a very sexy swimsuit. Big brother, do you have a girlfriend? I want a sweet romance with you. Big brother, do you like black stockings? I want to wear them for you. Jiang Chen was speechless. When you're rich, you can't imagine how proactive women become. Before, Jiang Chen was handsome, but broke, so even someone like Chen Yin was out of reach after 3 years of desperate chasing. But now everything had changed. He peeked at the moments of a few girls who had sent friend requests. Cute enough, but far from the level of Lu Yanyan he had seen earlier. He rejected them all. Now that he was a tycoon, he couldn't accept just anyone. He aimed for at least a campus belle like Lu Yanyan. In a nearby apartment, a greasy, obese man with thick glasses kicked the wall in fury. He had been enjoying his act in the freshman group, about to score a dinner date with a sexy black-stocking freshman, when someone knocked him off his pedestal. Not only had he lost over 1,000 yuan on red packets, but the freshman he had just added was now ignoring him. Fuming, he cautiously sent another message to the black-stocking freshman, "Freshman, how about dinner tonight?" But as soon as it was sent, a red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. Black-stocking freshman has enabled friend verification. You are not on their friend list. Please send a friend request first. A cheerful chime echoed in his mind. Ding. The unlimited life system presents a special treat. The super wheel of fortune has arrived. Jiang Chen had just risen with the morning sun when the system's notification rang in his ears. Super wheel of fortune. What's that supposed to be? He muttered, utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a massive spinning wheel materialized before his eyes, its surface adorned with various reward categories. The pointer whirled relentlessly until it came to a halt on the prize labeled Dazzling Appearance Overhaul. A dazzling appearance overhaul, he repeated, puzzled. What on earth was happening? Jiang Chen racked his brains. Could the system really be capable of giving him a makeover? Still half asleep, he shuffled to the bathroom to wash up, but froze the moment he caught sight of his reflection. The face staring back was unmistakably his, yet it had become strikingly handsome. His once refined features were now more chiseled and sculpted, while the formerly rough and sallow skin had transformed into a fair and flawless complexion. His previously scrawny frame had given way to a well-defined muscular physique. If the old Jiang Chen was merely a handsome young man, he now stood as a charismatic hunk, like the perfect male lead stepping out of a film or drama. So this was the meaning of the system's reward for a dazzling appearance overhaul. Jiang Chen felt thoroughly pleased with his new looks and physique. After admiring himself a while longer, Jiang Chen hastened his morning routine. With only a week left until the start of the new semester at Rongqing University, freshmen were required to submit medical reports upon enrollment. Thus, he needed to head to Rongqing First People's Hospital for a checkup. Upon arriving at Rongqing First People's Hospital, Jiang Chen maneuvered his Mercedes G63 into a parking spot and made his way toward the medical examination hall. "Excuse me. Could you possibly lend me a hand?" A melodious voice suddenly caught his attention as he walked. Jiang Chen turned to find an extraordinarily beautiful girl gazing at him. She possessed a delicate fair face with cherry lips and a dainty nose, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering like autumn waters. With a slender waist and long legs, her curvaceous figure brought the phrase graceful and elegant to vivid life. Jiang Chen stared entranced and replied mechanically, "Well, what can I do for you?" When he turned to meet her gaze, the girl's eyes widened with the same stunned expression. This guy. He's incredibly handsome, like a charming male lead from a movie, she thought. But she quickly regained her composure, her delicate cheeks flushing as she said shyly, "I'm sorry, but my reverse camera suddenly broke, and I'm terrible at parking. Could you help me pull into the space?" It was then that Jiang Chen noticed a cute BMW Mini parked beside her, sitting askew at the entrance of the spot, clearly the result of several failed attempts at reversing. Jiang Chen rarely turned down a request from a beauty, especially one as stunning as this girl. Without a second thought, he slipped into the driver's seat, where a refreshing, delicate fragrance enveloped him, leaving him utterly enchanted. The interior was adorned with all sorts of adorable decorations. One glance at the car, and you'd guess the owner was a beautiful woman. Jiang Chen started the engine and guided the vehicle perfectly into the space. Though he had only just gotten his driver's license, such a task was a breeze for him. "Thank you," the girl stammered, her cheeks crimson. Perhaps overwhelmed by Jiang Chen's handsomeness, she kept her head lowered, avoiding his gaze. After uttering those words, she fled in a fluster, leaving behind only a lingering, intoxicating fragrance. As he watched her retreating figure, Jiang Chen felt a pang of absent-mindedness. Soon the system displayed her information before his eyes. Name Su Qinxue, age 22, height 170 centimeters, weight 49 kilograms, appearance score 92, affection 30, charge 0. Perusing the system's data panel, Jiang Chen began to form an initial impression of the girl. Su Qinxue. He hadn't expected her name to be so melodious. What surprised him even more was that she matched Lu Yanyan's appearance score of 92, and her charge stat was 0. What astonished him most was her affection level of 30 toward him. According to the system's standards, that was nearing the threshold of a secret crush. Could she have taken a liking to him after just a single encounter? Jiang Chen shook his head, dismissing the thought, and strode toward the examination hall. After grabbing his medical form and waiting in line for about 10 minutes, it was finally his turn. A vaguely familiar voice came from in front of him. Hand me your form and extend your arm. Hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Chen looked up, just as the speaker also glanced at him. Their eyes met, and both of them widened their eyes in surprise. It's you, they exclaimed in unison. Standing across from Jiang Chen was none other than Su Qinxue from the parking lot. By now, Su Qinxue had changed out of her casual clothes into a pristine, white nurse's uniform, looking pure and divine, like a holy snowflake amidst winter's frost, radiant and beautiful. Yes, it's me. What a coincidence, Jiang Chen said, equally taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Qinxue to be a nurse here, and the sight of her in that uniform was breathtakingly stunning. Jiang Chen extended his arm to her. His firm, well-defined muscles and powerful contours caused her cheeks to flush, her breath quickening, and her hand, holding the syringe, trembled slightly. Finally, Su Qinxue steadied herself and aimed carefully before inserting the needle. But Jiang Chen winced in pain, and she realized she had missed the mark. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, she said, her face full of guilt as she quickly grabbed a cotton ball to stop the bleeding. Yet on her second attempt she missed again. Jiang Chen was speechless. If Su Qinxue didn't pull herself together soon, his arm would end up looking like a sieve. It's okay, don't be nervous. Take your time, he said in a gentle voice which washed over her like a calming balm, easing her anxiety. Su Qinxue focused her mind and finally managed to insert the needle correctly. I'm sorry about earlier. I wasn't in the right state, she said sheepishly to Jiang Chen. She didn't dare admit that his good looks had made her so flustered that she had messed up the injection. How about we exchange WeChat? They'll treat you to a meal sometime to make it up to you, if that's okay. As she spoke, her face turned as red as a ripe apple, clearly having mustered up all her courage. Faced with a beautiful girl taking the initiative to add him on WeChat, Jiang Chen was more than happy to oblige. He pulled out his phone and added Su Qinxue. By noon, Jiang Chen had smoothly completed his medical checkup. As he was about to head home, a commotion at the end of the corridor caught his attention. He saw a girl clutching a doctor's arm, pleading desperately, "Dr. Wang, I beg you, please save my mother. I will find a way to gather the surgery fees." The girl wept profusely, but the doctor shook his head helplessly and said, "The hospital has already advanced a great deal of expenses for you. If you cannot raise the 3,000 yuan for the surgery by this weekend, your mother's condition will enter a deteriorating phase." With that, the doctor sighed and walked away, leaving the girl sobbing alone on the ground. Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward and helped the girl who had collapsed to her feet. To be honest, such scenes played out daily in the hospital. The reason Jiang Chen assisted her was that he recognized her. She was the nightclub girl from a few days ago at Jiaran, whose first kiss Jiang Chen had taken, Lu Yanyan. "What's going on?" In a cafe across the street from the hospital, Jiang Chen stirred his coffee and asked. Lu Yanyan, her eyes swollen and red, looked weary, yet possessed a disheveled beauty. Jiang Chen could sense the heavy burden on her heart. "My mother has a heart condition and needs 3,000 yuan for surgery. Otherwise, she has at most 3 months to live," she said, choking up again. "To raise the medical fees, I chose to work at Jiaran. Actually, you were my first customer that day. Then a greasy man came and tried to touch me. When I refused, he angrily complained, and the manager flew into a rage and fired me." Hearing this, Jiang Chen's doubts vanished completely. No wonder he had felt that she seemed so out of place among the other nightclub girls. And that night, when Lu Yanyan mentioned her reason for working at Jiaran, he had dismissed it as typical nightclub girl patter. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen was filled with guilt. He handed her a tissue, then took her fair, smooth hand and led her toward the hospital. "Where are we going?" Lu Yanyan was full of doubt. "To pay the surgery fee," Jiang Chen replied simply, without further explanation. His words surprised her. Was someone really willing to spend 3,000 yuan for a mere acquaintance? Lu Yanyan wanted to refuse, but pulled along by his strong hand, she found herself unable to resist. Thanks to the consumption rebate from the freshman group the day before, Jiang Chen now had 5,000 yuan in his account. Partly out of sympathy for her situation and partly to leverage this 3,000 yuan expenditure for a big gain, he proceeded. After paying the surgery fee at the counter, the system's rebate notification sounded, detected a 300 yuan consumption by the host. The system has randomly selected a rebate multiplier of 10x. 300 yuan rebate has been credited. Please check. Jiang Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected the rebate multiplier to be a full 10 times. In just a few minutes, he had earned 300 yuan. The feeling was utterly delightful. I'll repay you slowly, but it might take some time, Lu Yanyan said, lowering her head, her face full of gratitude. In truth, Lu Yanyan was not one to owe favors, but her mother's condition worsened daily, and she urgently needed the surgery fee for treatment. It's fine, take your time. I'm in no hurry, Jiang Chen said, still reveling in the joy of becoming a millionaire. Honestly, he even hoped she wouldn't repay him. Although he had solved her urgent problem, he had also earned 300 yuan through her. That 300 yuan could be considered her commission. Ding. System detects Lu Yanyan's affection increased by 20 points. Current affection 65. Jiang Chen was amazed. Helping her with the medical fees had boosted her affection by a full 20 points. An affection level of 60 was equivalent to that of a passionate lover. Jiang Chen took a sip of mineral water to calm himself, but Lu Yanyan's next words made him spray the water out entirely. As a token of gratitude, how about I be your girlfriend? After saying this, Lu Yanyan's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Watching the rise and fall of her chest, Jiang Chen could feel her nervousness. She had clearly mustered great courage to say those words. Lu Yanyan was exquisitely beautiful, with a well-proportioned slender figure and a pure, charming aura. In any school, she would be considered a campus belle. To be honest, no normal man could refuse her confession, and that included Jiang Chen. But this time his reason overcame his impulse. He felt she was only repaying him, not genuinely in love. Such a love he would rather forego. So he said solemnly, if you're just doing this to repay me, there's no need. You should choose someone you truly like. Hearing this, a flicker of desolation passed over Lu Yanyan's face. She silently said to herself, actually, I'm not doing it to repay you. It's because I've truly fallen for you. But out of feminine reserve, she couldn't bring herself to speak the words aloud. Jiang Chen was handsome, sunny, wealthy at a young age, and possessed a rare kindness. It was no wonder Lu Yanyan had fallen for him. But she was usually the one being pursued, and this was her first time confessing to a boy. Remembering how she had voluntarily given her first kiss to a man she had only just met that night at Edai Jiaran, her cheeks flushed again. I need to go home and get something for my mom. They'll be off, Lu Yanyan said, perhaps wanting to escape the slightly awkward atmosphere. How about I give you a ride? Jiang Chen felt his refusal had been too blunt, especially toward a stunning beauty like her, so he wanted to make it up to her. In the parking lot, Lu Yanyan got into Jiang Chen's peach pink G-class. She had guessed he was a rich second generation, but she hadn't expected him to be this wealthy. When they arrived near her home, Jiang Chen realized she lived in an area of self-built houses not yet demolished. Though the living conditions were modest, the neighborhood was full of vibrant, lively atmosphere. Thank you for paying my mother's medical fees. I will definitely repay you. Just as Jiang Chen was about to say it was nothing, Lu Yanyan's delicate face suddenly leaned in, and he felt his lips enveloped by a soft warmth. Though Jiang Chen had rejected her confession, he couldn't resist her sweet kiss. Their kiss lasted over a minute until Lu Yanyan's breathing grew heavy, and she felt slightly suffocated, pulling back her head. Watching the thin, slowly elongating strand of silver in the air, Lu Yanyan's cheeks burned crimson. She yanked open the car door and fled in a panic. The entire car was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Jiang Chen licked his honey-sweet lips, leaned back in his seat, and sank into blissful reverie. In the past few days, Jiang Chen had been busy at home with school preparations, and Lu Yanyan's mother had successfully undergone surgery. Aside from sending him a message to report her safety, Lu Yanyan had not contacted Jiang Chen again. Recalling that lingering, passionate kiss in the car the other day, Jiang Chen's heart was also in turmoil, uncertain how to handle his relationship with Lu Yanyan. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Su Qingxue featuring an incredibly cute cat emoji. Jiang Chen, what's up, beautiful? Is there something you need from me? On the other end, Su Qingxue felt a surge of delight at Jiang Chen calling her a beauty. Even though as the most beautiful nurse at Rongqing First People's Hospital, she was inundated with admirers and compliments, hearing Jiang Chen praise her looks brought her an inexplicable joy. To make up for my mistake with the injection that day, I'd like to invite you to my place for a meal, okay? After sending this message, Su Qingshu's heart pounded nervously. In all her life, this was the first time she had invited a member of the opposite sex to her home, especially someone she had met only once. Su Qingshu herself didn't understand why she treated Jiang Chen so specially. She only knew that since parting ways with him at the hospital that day, her mind had been filled with Jiang Chen's handsome image. She had initially feared he might reject her invitation, but to her surprise Jiang Chen directly sent an OK emoji. Su Qinxue, I live in Meiyuan Villa Row 3, Building 4. Looking at the address Su Qinxue had sent, Jiang Chen fell into thought. He hadn't expected Su Qinxue to live in Rongcheng's prestigious wealthy district. It seemed she was quite the little heiress after all. Driving to the address Su Qinxue had given, Jiang Chen saw her graceful figure already waiting eagerly at the entrance. When she spotted Jiang Chen's flashy Mercedes-Benz G-Class, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes before she quickly regained her composure. Having grown up in a wealthy family, material abundance was nothing new to her. Jiang Chen, carrying a bag of fresh fruit, followed Su Qinxue into the villa only to find that she was alone in the spacious house. Aren't your parents home? Jiang Chen asked curiously, placing the fruit on the coffee table in the living room. They've gone to another city for an academic lecture and won't be back until next week. Just have a seat on the sofa. There are 2 more dishes and we can eat soon. With that, Su Qinxue turned and headed into the kitchen to busy herself. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly, thinking she was rather naive, even endearingly simple. How could she dare bring someone she had met only once into her home? Wasn't she afraid he might be a bad person? Moreover, from Su Qingshu's words, it was clear she not only came from a wealthy family, but also had highly educated parents. His thoughts were interrupted as his gaze fell upon a family photo on the coffee table. It was a warm portrait of 3 people. The girl in the center was unmistakably Su Qinxue, flanked by a middle-aged man and woman who were clearly her parents. Su Qingshu's parents exuded an extraordinary aura, and something about them seemed familiar to Jiang Chen. What do your parents do? He couldn't help asking. My father is the director of the First People's Hospital, and my mother is a renowned medical expert in Rongqing. Su Qingshu's words struck a chord. No wonder her parents looked familiar. He often saw them on television. Jiang Chen was also taken aback by Su Qingshu's identity. As the daughter of the hospital director, she was practically top-tier elite in all of Rongqing. Just then Su Qinxue brought the finished dishes to the table. Jiang Chen noticed they were all simple home-style fare: braised pork, cola chicken wings, shredded pork with garlic sauce, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Each dish exuded an enticing aroma and vibrant color, making his mouth water. Su Qinxue fetched a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for Jiang Chen and herself. We're having wine? Jiang Chen asked, surprised. It was the first time he had seen a girl take the initiative to drink. Of course. What's a meal without wine? Su Qinxue said nonchalantly, tilting her head back and downing most of her glass. Jiang Chen followed suit and took a large gulp of the red wine, immediately feeling a mix of bitterness and fragrance spread across his palate. Having just graduated from high school, he wasn't much of a drinker, but he didn't want to appear weak in front of Su Qinxue. Jiang Chen picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. The meat was tender and flavorful, perfectly seasoned. His eyes widened in disbelief. How can your cooking be this good? Hearing his praise, Su Qingshu's face lit up with a proud smile. Don't be fooled by my pampered upbringing. I inherited my mother's culinary skills. You're in luck. I rarely cook for others. Jiang Chen had never imagined Su Qingshu's cooking could be this delicious, rivaling even professional chefs in restaurants. Soon they had finished their first glass, and Su Qinxue refilled both their glasses to the brim. I was a bit nervous with the injection that day. I'm really sorry. Is your arm still sore? She said apologetically to Jiang Chen. Forget it. I guess it was a blessing in disguise since it led me to such a wonderful meal, Jiang Chen said with a wave of his hand, joking. Su Qinxue was amused by Jiang Chen's humor. As they spent more time together, she found him not only handsome, but also quite witty. They chatted back and forth, and before they knew it, the bottle of red wine was empty. This red wine doesn't seem to have any effect, Su Qinxue remarked, staring at the empty bottle, yet feeling perfectly clear-headed. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. After half a bottle, he too felt no hint of intoxication. Let me take you to my room to sit for a while. They'll show you some photos from my childhood, Su Qinxue suggested, looking at the empty plates Jiang Chen had cleaned. Jiang Chen nodded and followed Su Qinxue to the second-floor bedroom. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by a faint, pleasant fragrance, a scent unique to a girl's room. You might not believe this, but you're the first man to ever enter my boudoir. Su Qinxue lowered her head shyly, her voice barely a whisper. Jiang Chen was taken aback by her words. He looked around and noticed her room was warm and adorable, filled with plush toys. In the corner, a laundry basket held various worn socks, as well as sexy and cute lingerie. Jiang Chen swore to heaven he hadn't meant to look, but he felt a rush of heat, and his nose threatened to bleed. I need to use the bathroom, he muttered, seizing the excuse to dash into the restroom. He splashed cold water on his face repeatedly until he finally calmed down. The moment Jiang Chen opened the bathroom door, he saw Su Qinxue already sitting by the bedside, beckoning him over. Come here, let me show you some photos of me when I was little. Jiang Chen sat down beside Su Qinxue, who flipped through the photo album in her hands. Look, this is when I was in kindergarten. This is my elementary school graduation ceremony. This is my 10th birthday. Yet Jiang Chen's attention was entirely fixed on Su Qingshu's face as she sat right beside him. Her stunning profile captivated him, leaving him utterly enchanted. She was so beautiful, rivaling even Lu Yanyan. He wondered which lucky bastard would end up with such a gorgeous woman. Jiang Chen shook his head, dispelling his wandering thoughts, and began to seriously browse through Su Qingshu's album. Su Qingshu's growth from childhood to adulthood was meticulously documented. Undeniably, she had been pampered like a little princess from a young age, unlike Jiang Chen, who had been a scruffy little beggar in his youth. After flipping through several albums, Jiang Chen felt the half bottle of red wine he had just drunk beginning to take effect. His head was now dizzy, his gaze hazy, and his body temperature was soaring. An inexplicable fire in his chest was ready to erupt at any moment. Jiang Chen looked up at Su Qinxue only to find her face equally flushed, her eyes glazed as she gazed back at him. They sat close together, and Jiang Chen could clearly sense her ragged breaths and the pounding of her heart. Damn, this wine has a delayed kick. If I don't leave now, something serious might happen. With that thought, Jiang Chen stood up ready to bid Su Qinxue farewell. But the moment he rose, a pair of fair, delicate hands firmly grasped him. With a gentle pull, he was guided back onto the bed. Jiang Chen looked at Su Qinxue in disbelief, wondering how such a slender girl could possess so much strength. Jiang Chen, I like you. Even though this is only our second meeting, I want to say it boldly. I really like you. Can we be together? Su Qinxue stared at Jiang Chen with determined eyes, her pretty cheeks blushing like a ripe tomato. She didn't know where she found the courage to confess to a guy she had just met. Perhaps it was the alcohol, or perhaps she truly liked Jiang Chen. Regardless, every word she spoke came straight from her heart. Now faced with Su Qingshu's resolute expression, Jiang Chen was at a loss. His blood surged within him, the alcohol made his veins throb. And here was Su Qinxue, stunningly beautiful, confessing to him. How could he control himself? Jiang Chen began, but before he could finish, Su Qinxue wrapped her slender soft arms around his neck and pressed her delicate sexy lips against his. At that moment, Su Qinxue abandoned all pretense of feminine reserve. Like an octopus, she clung to Jiang Chen, kissing him fervently. A guy really needs to protect himself out there, flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. With that, his last line of defense crumbled. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, savoring the sweetness of her lips. Ding! System talent awakened. Congratulations, host, for awakening the 7 times a night talent. The system's chime echoed in Jiang Chen's ears, leaving him speechless at such a ridiculous ability. But soon he noticed a change in his body. It felt as if he were filled with primordial power, yearning for a wild release. The night deepened, and all fell silent save for the lingering passionate breaths echoing from Su Qingshu's boudoir. The next morning, as the bright sunlight fell upon Jiang Chen's face, he slowly awoke from his slumber. Su Qinxue lay beside him, clinging like an octopus. Her beautiful eyes were shut, her long lashes trembling slightly. She was sound asleep. After 7 rounds of intimacy last night, she must have been utterly exhausted. Gazing at the crimson stain on the sheets, Jiang Chen gently stroked her head with a pang of tenderness. Stirred by his touch, Su Qinxue slowly awoke. Remembering her own boldness and Jiang Chen's frenzy from the night before, a flush crept across her face again. Didn't expect you to be quite something, she whispered into his ear before shyly burying her head into his firm chest. In truth, Jiang Chen was also a virgin, but the talent awakened by the system was simply too formidable. I need to go to work. You should get up too, Su Qinxue said, then began dressing in front of him. Watching her youthful, graceful figure, Jiang Chen nearly had another nosebleed. Half an hour later, dressed and ready, Jiang Chen and Su Qinxue stood outside the villa. Even if you're busy with classes, remember to find time to see me. I might come to school to find you too, Su Qinxue said, reluctant to part. She stood on tiptoe, gave Jiang Chen a peck on the lips, then drove away. During their conversation the night before, Su Qinxue had learned that Jiang Chen was still a freshman in college. But she didn't mind it. Despite his youth, he already possessed the temperament and charm of a mature man. Ding! System detected Su Qingshu's affection at 40. Current affection 70. After a night of passion, Su Qingshu's affection had soared by 40 points. At 70, it meant she was deeply infatuated with Jiang Chen. Sigh. His relationship with Lu Yanyan was still unresolved, and now there was Su Qinxue. Once he arrived at Rongqing University, he'd probably be surrounded by even more women. It seemed fate wanted him to be a playboy, and he had no choice but to comply. Jiang Chen wore a helpless expression. If others knew what he was thinking, they'd probably beat him to death. The joyful summer vacation finally ended, and Jiang Chen welcomed the start of the school year at Rongqing University. He never imagined that this summer would bring such earth-shattering changes to his life. His 4 years of college were bound to be filled with excitement. Xiao Chen heirs an extra 100 yuan from mom. It's your first time living away from home. Make sure to take care of yourself. As his mother slipped the money into his pocket, Jiang Chen's heart was a mix of emotions. Though his family wasn't well off, his parents always gave him their best. Even though he could make endless money through the system, Jiang Chen couldn't yet let his parents enjoy those benefits. If their newly graduated high schooler suddenly came into a fortune, any normal parent would be too anxious to sleep. Mom, don't worry, you'll study hard in college and earn a lot of money to support you. Hearing his words, Jiang Chen's mother couldn't hold back her tears. At the entrance of the residential community, Jiang Chen's parents insisted on escorting him to the university, but he spoke with a solemn expression. Mom, Dad, I'm already a 20-year-old adult. If I need your protection for everything, how can I talk about growing up? Seeing Jiang Chen's righteous demeanor, his parents felt deeply gratified. After giving a few more words of advice, they turned back home. Husband, just thinking about Xiao Chen carrying so much luggage and having to squeeze onto the bus breaks my heart, Jiang Chen's mother said, her face full of concern. Don't I feel the same? But our child has grown up and needs independence to develop better, his father comforted her. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, watching his parents' receding figures until they vanished, hummed a tune as he slid into a peach-pink G63 parked by the roadside, then sped off with a press of the accelerator. Rongqing University, located in the western suburbs of Rongqing, was the city's finest institution. Jiang Chen's high school grades had always been average. Had it not been for his exceptional performance in the college entrance exam, he would never have gained admission to such a prestigious school. The area around the university was usually tranquil, but today it was bustling with activity, traffic jamming up a kilometer away from the campus, as it was the first day for all freshmen to report. Jiang Chen chose not to drive his car onto campus, instead parking it in the lot of Shijiao Park, adjacent to the university. If he drove such a flashy G-Class into the school, wouldn't he immediately become the top headline on the campus confession wall? It was the first day of school, so he decided to keep a low profile. As soon as he stepped onto the campus, he saw enthusiastic senior students helping junior girls with their luggage. Junior, which college are you from? Let me take you there, one said. Junior, how can you carry such heavy bags? Let me help you carry them, said another. Their targets were invariably attractive female students, while male students like Jiang Chen were automatically overlooked by the seniors. After all, this was one of the rare opportunities for these single seniors to find a partner. Look at that freshman, he's so handsome with a sturdy and upright build, someone remarked. I wonder if that freshman has a girlfriend. I might make a move, another said. Just as senior students helped pretty junior girls, there were also senior girls eager to assist strikingly handsome junior students. At that moment, the senior girls who had been lying in wait for their prey all brightened at the sight of Jiang Chen, whispering among themselves. Ever since he had drawn the dramatic appearance overhaul from the system's lucky wheel, Jiang Chen's looks had not only improved, but his physique had become tall and sturdy, and his physical strength had greatly increased. Even now, pulling 2 large suitcases, he walked briskly, without any sign of fatigue. This handsome, youthful junior, brimming with vitality and strength, left these long-starved female college students dazzled and starry-eyed. Jiang Chen's appearance, however, drew hostile glares from the senior male students, who cast looks of hatred at him. Junior, which college are you from? Let me show you the way. A senior girl summoned her courage and stepped forward, patting Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Jiang Chen turned around to see a senior girl smiling brightly at him. Beside her stood 4 or 5 other vibrant and pretty girls, all casting admiring glances at him. Though these girls were not as breathtakingly beautiful as Lu Yanyan or Su Qinxue, they were still comely and likely had many suitors. Jiang Chen was tempted to agree, but noticing the murderous looks from the surrounding senior boys, he smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, but I can find my way. No need to trouble you, senior." With that, he turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, a hint of melancholy crept into the eyes of the senior girls. This junior was indeed aloof. "Junior," someone called out, patting Jiang Chen on the shoulder again, just as he had taken 2 steps. "I said there's no need." Jiang Chen felt a flicker of irritation, but when he turned to see who it was, he swallowed the rest of his words. Jiang Chen stared at the newcomer, disbelief written all over his face. There stood Lu Yanyan, tilting her head with a playful grin fixed on him. Today she wore her long black hair loose, a cute cartoon-printed short-sleeve top, paired with slim-fit jeans and a pair of sneakers. Her outfit accentuated her perfect figure, giving her an especially graceful and elegant aura. Perhaps because her mother's illness had been resolved, Lu Yanyan had shed the gloom of previous days, looking radiant and sunny. She was now gazing at Jiang Chen with a beaming smile, her stunning beauty not only stunning him, but also leaving the surrounding boys dumbfounded. So beautiful! So beautiful! How could there be such a lovely girl? That was the thought in everyone's mind. You? How are you here? Jiang Chen finally managed to snap out of his daze, baffled as to why he had encountered Lu Yanyan on the campus of Rongqing University. But Lu Yanyan gave a mischievous smile, tiptoed, and playfully tapped his nose, saying, "Call me senior." Well, what? Senior? Jiang Chen's mind felt like it was hit by an earthquake of magnitude 8. What was happening? Was Lu Yanyan also a student at Rongqing University? And his senior? The intimate gesture from Lu Yanyan drew fiery glares from the nearby boys, but Jiang Chen couldn't care less at the moment. He grabbed her slender fair wrist and pulled her aside, asking, "What's going on here?" Lu Yanyan gave a charming smile and replied, "What else could it be? As you can see, I'm also a student at Rongqing University." Hearing her answer, Jiang Chen still found it hard to believe. Lu Yanyan continued, "Actually, I was just as surprised to see you just now. Maybe this is fate between us." As she said the word fate, she couldn't help recalling that night in the car, their prolonged kiss, lasting a full minute, and her face flushed crimson. To ease the awkwardness, Lu Yanyan asked about Jiang Chen's college and major. "I'm from the School of Art, majoring in film directing," Jiang Chen said, handing his admission letter to Lu Yanyan. "The art school dorms are at Qinhu dormitory ahead. Follow me," she said, leading the way, leaving behind a faint trail of jasmine fragrance. Following Lu Yanyan, Jiang Chen saw the Qinhu dormitory, where he would be living for the next 4 years. In front of the building lay a large artificial lake, its shores lush with greenery, and at the center of the lake stood a pavilion connected to the bank by a floating bridge. Overall, the surroundings of the dormitory building left Jiang Chen quite satisfied. Just imagine taking Lu Yanyan, or other beauties from Rongqing University, for a stroll by the lake, stealing a kiss now and then. Wouldn't that be delightful? At this thought, a lecherous grin spread across Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen's dormitory was room 310, and Lu Yanyan swaggered into the male dormitory building with him in tow. On the first day of the semester, it was common for senior students to help freshmen find their rooms, but Lu Yanyan was so strikingly beautiful that her presence inevitably stirred a commotion among the male residents. Pushing open the door to room 310, Jiang Chen found 2 people already inside making their beds. He walked over and said generously, "Hello, I'm Jiang Chen. We'll be roommates from now on. Pleased to meet you." A boy who looked honest and simple flashed Jiang Chen a naive grin. "Hi, I'm Wu Daqiang from a rural village in Mountain City. My family calls me Daqiang, so you can too." Jiang Chen, sensing his sincerity, felt an immediate fondness and nodded with a smile. The other boy wore a pair of glasses. Behind the thick lenses gleamed shrewd eyes. His overall demeanor seemed somewhat sleazy, yet exuded an inexplicable sharpness. "Hello, I'm Qianjin from Haiqing." The bespectacled, sleazy-looking boy extended his hand while introducing himself. Though his aura was off-putting, he didn't seem hard to get along with, so Jiang Chen reached out to shake his hand. But when Qianjin caught sight of Lu Yanyan behind Jiang Chen, his outstretched hand froze midair, his mouth agape in stunned silence. Jiang Chen didn't understand Qianjin's reaction, but he realized it was inconvenient to have Lu Yanyan in the male dormitory. He said to her, "Senior, thank you for your help today. I can handle the rest myself." Lu Yanyan knew exactly what was on Jiang Chen's mind. She rolled her eyes at him and headed for the door. Just as she stepped out, she poked her head back and waving her phone playfully. "Catch you later." Her playful, adorable demeanor even made the honest Wu Daqiang blush. Qianjin, however, remained frozen in shock. Jiang Chen waved a hand in front of his face. Hey, you alright?" Qianjin snapped back to reality and exclaimed in surprise, "Dude, that senior who just walked you in. That's Lu Yanyan." Jiang Chen looked bewildered. "Yeah, how do you know her? Is she famous?" Qianjin rolled his eyes. "Dude, did you just get internet? Don't you ever check the school forum?" That was Lu Yanyan, one of the 4 campus beauties of Rongqing University. Jiang Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected Lu Yanyan to be one of the 4 campus beauties, but given her looks, she was indeed a beauty queen. Still, who were the other 3? Sensing Jiang Chen's confusion, Qianjin explained, "The other 3 are Guan Maitsen, a sophomore in the art academy, Shen Kursen, a junior in the law school, and Shangwan Ryue, a junior in the business school." Jiang Chen nodded in understanding, but couldn't help asking, "So what year is Lu Yanyan, and what's her major?" His question nearly floored Qianjin. "Didn't she just walk you in? You two don't know each other." Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly, realizing had only just learned she was a senior. He made up a story. "Actually, she's the daughter of my mom's colleague's second aunt's cousin. My mom asked her to look out for me." Qianjin nodded knowingly. "I knew it. There's no way a campus beauty would personally escort you to the dorm. Our senior Yanyan is a clinical medicine major, a future angel in white." Jiang Chen muttered to himself. "She didn't just escort me to the dorm. She gave me her first kiss." Still, he was surprised she was a medical student. Imagining her in a white coat was a beautiful picture. How do you know so much about the school? Jiang Chen asked, curiously feeling Qianjin was like an all-knowing intelligence network. Qianjin adjusted his glasses proudly. I'm not bragging, but in high school I was known as the king of intel. I know every little thing that happens here. Qianjin, despite his sleazy demeanor, was witty and easygoing. As they continued chatting, the dorm door opened again, revealing a boy in designer clothes with a perfectly styled haircut. Hey, you're all here. My dad drove me in his big Benz, so I'm a bit late. Sorry. I'm Su Chuang. My family runs a company in Huqing. I'm a bit of a rich second generation. We're roommates now, take care of me. Su Chuang spoke with a thick Huqing accent, his introduction more of a boast. Qianjin and Jiang Chen were unimpressed by this rich kid, but Wu Daqiang naively went to shake his hand. So did your dads drive you here too? What cars do they drive? Su Chuang tossed his luggage on the bed, sat down, and crossed his legs. My family's from the countryside. My dad only has a three-wheeled bike. Wu Daqiang smiled innocently. No comment. Qianjin closed his eyes, clearly disliking Su Chuang's show-off attitude. My dad drives a Junfeng. Cost 2300. Jiang Chen leaned back, picking his teeth. Su Chuang's eyes widened. What? 2300. He couldn't believe there was a super-rich second generation hidden in this dorm. A car costing 2300 must be a limited edition supercar. His own father only drove a Mercedes E-Class worth over 5000. He realized he couldn't show off here. Wait, Junfeng. What brand is that? I've never heard of it. Qianjin burst out laughing. Junfeng, a bike, 2300 yuan, total idiot. Su Chuang's face darkened. That joke wasn't funny. Still, he was relieved Jiang Chen wasn't truly rich, so he could continue his show-off plans. Jiang Chen didn't care about Su Chuang's irritation. People like him born to show off would inevitably be humiliated later. Jiang Chen surveyed the entire dormitory. The space was reasonably spacious. There were 4 beds in total, with the sleeping area above and a desk below, and a table for 4 stood in the center of the room. The dormitory was clean and bright, with a private bathroom, and opening the window revealed the clear artificial lake below. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with the dormitory environment, but he still planned to purchase a villa near the school. If he later got close to any beautiful girls, it would be convenient to take them to the villa for some unspeakable activities. Just then Jiang Chen's phone vibrated. It was a message from the class advisor in the group chat. Students, please gather in classroom 102 of Duxing building for the class meeting. No need to reply. Receive to avoid bearing my message. Receive. 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 Seeing the string of received replies below, Jiang Chen found it both amusing and exasperating. He hadn't expected his classmates to be such jokers. Walking along the paths of Rongqing University, Jiang Chen realized there were indeed many beautiful girls on campus. Although none were as stunning as Lu Yanyan, they were still a feast for the eyes. Damn, look at those legs, so fair. Damn, that skin is so smooth. Wow, those black stockings are so sexy. Qianjin made no effort to hide his lecherous gaze, wildly scanning the passing beauties, earning him the utmost contempt from Jiang Chen and the others. Upon arriving at the classroom, the seats were almost full, and Jiang Chen's group found empty spots in the last row to sit down. The entire class had only about 40 students. Since Jiang Chen had chosen an art major, there were more girls in the class, with only a dozen or so boys. With few wolves and plenty of meat, such a divine class was the dream of many losers. Moreover, the girls in Jiang Chen's class were mostly fair-skinned and pretty. Those with average looks generally wouldn't choose an art major. When Jiang Chen first walked into the classroom, it stirred quite a commotion among the girls. With his tall, lean build and handsome features, he rivaled even popular young stars in the entertainment industry. But girls, after all, had some restraint, merely casting a few more glances at Jiang Chen before regaining their composure. However, when the boys saw beautiful girls, they often couldn't maintain such restraint. At that moment, Jiang Chen was looking at his phone when he noticed all the boys in the class stirring, and the shameless Qianjin even whistled suggestively. Curious, Jiang Chen looked up, and his gaze froze, unable to look away. A tall girl walked into the classroom, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her skin as smooth as congealed fat, wearing a floral long dress. Every smile and frown perfectly embodied the word gentle and lovely to the extreme. Jiang Chen had never seen such a gentle woman, who just one glance made his heart flutter. The girl looked around for a seat, her eyes meeting Jiang Chen's. A flicker of confusion stirred in Jiang Chen's heart, and he quickly averted his gaze. A hint of strangeness also flashed in her eyes, but she soon regained her calm. By now, almost all the seats in the class were taken, leaving only an empty spot in front of Jiang Chen. The girl walked gracefully to the seat in front of Jiang Chen and sat down, instantly filling the surrounding air with a fresh scent of hair. Qianjin wore a lecherous expression as he sniffed the air vigorously. Su Chuang pulled out a small mirror from somewhere to comb his gleaming hair, and even the honest Wu Daqiang seemed uneasy, occasionally stealing glances at the girl in front of Jiang Chen. At that moment, a system information panel appeared in the air before Jiang Chen named Shangwan Yinyu, age 19, height 167 centimeters, weight 43 kilograms, appearance score 94, affection 5, charge 0. Looking at the panel provided by the system, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel surprised. This Shangwan Yanyu's appearance score was an astonishing 94, a full 2 points higher than Lu Yangyan's. Moreover, she had an affection level of 5 toward him. He had never met her before. Could it be just because of that fleeting glance? But to be honest, Shangwan Yanyu's gentle and lovely temperament was indeed Jiang Chen's type. Although she seemed refined and elegant on the surface, she actually kept a great distance from everyone, and even Jiang Chen didn't know how to approach her. Just then the vibration of his phone interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. The group chat 310 unruly room popped up. It was the dormitory group Qianjin had just set up. Qianjin brothers, that beauty who just came in is amazing. Ooh, I feel even the school beauty of Rongqing University is no match. Su Chuang, what, you have ideas? A beauty like this can only be matched by me, young Master Su. Jiang Chun vomit emoji. Qianjin, if you have the guts, go ask for her WeChat. If you can get it, well, call you big brother from now on. Jiang Chun 1 Wu Daqiang 1 Su Chuang, it's a deal guaranteed. With that, Su Chuang put away his phone, combed his gleaming hair again, and then actually stood up and walked straight over to Shangwan Yinyu. To be honest, Su Chuang's appearance was only average and his style was greasy and exaggerated, giving off a nouveau riche vibe. But he was extremely confident in his charm. Perhaps this was the legendary, overconfident man. Beautiful, can I add you on WeChat? I can take you out to dinner tonight. I have a car. Su Chuang struck a pose he thought was handsome, deliberately lowering his voice to a deep tone, even adding an affected vocal fry. As he spoke, he pulled out an Audi Q2 key. To be honest, for a freshman just entering university, owning an Audi Q2 was enough to outshine most of his peers. But Shangwan Yinyu didn't seem impressed by Su Chuang, not even glancing at the car key he displayed. Her willow leaf eyebrows slightly furrowed, and she said with displeasure, "Sorry, I don't add strange boys on WeChat. And am not interested in you, or your car." The previously gentle and lovely Shangwan Yinyu seemed to have changed into a different person, her face full of cold indifference like an ice queen, yet even in anger, she was stunningly beautiful. At this point, most boys would have backed off after such a rejection, but the overconfident Su Chuang looked as if he had heard something unbelievable, widening his eyes and asking, "Are you sure? I rarely take the initiative to add girls on WeChat. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." By now, Jiang Chun and Qianjin were so embarrassed in the back row that they could dig a hole with their toes. This Su Chuang really wasn't afraid of losing face. Hearing Su Chuang's words, Shangwan Yinyu simply chose to ignore him, putting on her earphones and completely tuning him out. Finally, Su Chuang felt the embarrassment and returned to his seat dejectedly. The 310 unruly room group chat erupted again. Qianjin weak emoji. Jiang Chen, you're really not afraid of embarrassment, buddy. Su Chuang, if I can't get it, can you? If you can get her WeChat, I'll call you dad on the spot. Jiang Chen, it's a deal. Actually, Jiang Chen had long been annoyed by this greasy show-off, and this was the perfect chance to teach him a lesson. But for now, he still hadn't figured out a way to get Shangwan Yanyu's WeChat. By this time, nearly all the students in the class had arrived. Then a bespectacled man with an elegant demeanor walked through the doorway. He appeared to be no more than a few years older than the students, roughly under 30. Stepping onto the podium, he addressed the class. "Hello, everyone. My name is Chun Zheng, and I will be the counselor for Class 1 of Film and Television Directing. I will manage and serve you throughout your 4 years of university life." As Chun Zheng finished speaking, the female students below the podium began to whisper among themselves. "Wow, our counselor is so handsome. I'm suddenly looking forward to my college life. He's like the male lead from a novel. I want to date him." Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the male students was entirely different. Su Chuang said, "Is he really that handsome? I feel like I'm far better looking than him." Qianjin added, "A sleazy guy with glasses, definitely not a good person." This time the boys were unusually united in their opinion. In his insults, Qianjin ended up harming himself as much as others, seemingly forgetting that he too wore glasses and had a rather unsavory demeanor. Even Jiang Chen noticed that when Chun Zheng looked at Shangwan Yinyu, his eyes were filled with admiration and fervor. Instantly, Jiang Chen regarded this counselor as a potential rival. "Classmates, since this is the first day of school, let's start by introducing ourselves one by one." After Chun Zheng finished speaking, the students in the classroom began their self-introductions. This was an essential part of the new student orientation and the first step for everyone to get to know each other. "Hello everyone, my name is Huang Lily, and I enjoy drawing and photography." "Hello everyone, my name is Chun Jiru, and I come from the beautiful city of Haiqing." "Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Na. I usually like makeup, fashion, skateboarding, and going to bars." As soon as the girl named Zhou Na stepped onto the stage, the male students below became restless. Jiang Chen, who was scrolling through his phone, looked up at the sound and couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. All his attention had been on Shangwan Yinyu before causing him to overlook that there was another stunningly beautiful girl in the class. This girl named Zhou Na was tall and slender, dressed in a fiery and sexy manner. She wore a short crop top that perfectly outlined her figure, revealing her flat abdomen and alluring navel. Below, she sported a pair of striking flared pants. Although her legs were tightly covered, it wasn't hard to imagine she had a pair of long, fair, and slender legs. Her hairstyle was a meticulously styled bob with 2 strands dyed a peach pink, adding a touch of sweetness to her sexy aura. If Shangwan Yinyu was a calm pool of autumn water, then Zhou Na was a blazing flame. With 2 such beauties in the class, Jiang Chen began to look forward to his college life. After Zhou Na's self-introduction, it was Shangwan Yanyu's turn to take the stage. She walked lightly, gracefully, and with poise. Upon reaching the podium, she first offered a warm smile, then spoke softly. "Hello everyone, my name is Shangwan Yinyu, and I am a local from Rongqing. I don't have many hobbies, so I enjoy playing the piano and listening to music. I hope to become good friends with all of you over these 4 years." Shangwan Yanyu's self-introduction was simple and clear, giving others a preliminary understanding of her. Her voice was melodious and sweet, yet it stirred discontent among many of the female students. In this day and age, someone is still pretending to be a lady. What a fake. She's average looking, I think, and better looking than her. But Shangwan Yinyu turned a deaf ear to these harsh words, returning to her seat calmly, forever elegant and composed. After the girls' introductions, it was the boys' turn. Su Chuang confidently walked onto the stage, striking what he believed was an incredibly cool pose, and said, "My name is Su Chuang from Huqing. My family has some money, and I hope to take the beautiful girls in our class for a ride in my Audi." After speaking, Su Chuang pulled out his Audi car key from his pocket. Jiang Chen's toes were already curling from second-hand embarrassment, as if he could dig out a mansion. The male students below were also full of awkwardness. Among the girls, some looked disdainful, some remained calm, while others' eyes sparkled with admiration as their gazes towards Su Chuang shifted. Qianjin Wu Daqiang and the others also took turns introducing themselves. Finally, it was Jiang Chen's turn. "Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Chen, and I am also a local from Rongqing. I hope we can all get along peacefully over the next 4 years. Thank you." Jiang Chen's self-introduction was remarkably plain and unadorned, yet the female students below still stirred. With his handsome face and upright posture, Jiang Chen was highly sought after in this class, which had a relatively small number of boys. Even Shangwan Yinyu, who had been staring out the window, and Zhou Na, who had been glued to her phone, both looked up at Jiang Chen. But it was only a brief glance. The 2 beauties quickly averted their gaze. At that moment, Chen Zheng returned to the podium and addressed everyone. "Today's class meeting isn't just for a simple introduction. We also need to elect the class monitor and vice monitor." As soon as Chen Zheng finished speaking, the students below began to stir, some with surprise, some with indifference. The position of class monitor came with certain power and status within the class, a role many aspired to win. Zhou Na, however, put on her earphones and started playing a mobile game, clearly uninterested in the election for class cadres. Then Chen Zheng added, "As the counselor, I have the right to nominate a candidate for class monitor. I nominate Shangwan Yinyu. She is steady and reliable, making her very suitable for the role." Upon hearing Chen Zheng's words, Shangwan Yinyu frowned and immediately stood up, saying, "Counselor, I don't think I'm fit to be the class monitor. Please consider someone else." But Chen Zheng seemed to ignore her refusal, telling her, "Life is about trying new things. I believe you can certainly handle this job." Seeing his insistence, Shangwan Yinyu had no choice but to sit down, saying nothing more. "Bah, everyone knows what's on your mind. I didn't expect the counselor to be such an old pervert," Qianjin whispered to Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, as the class monitor would have the most contact with the counselor. The counselor wanted Shangwan Yinyu to be the monitor, clearly to create opportunities to be near her. But since the counselor had spoken, everyone had to cast their votes for Shangwan Yinyu. After all, no one wanted to offend the counselor right at the start of the semester. Thus Shangwan Yinyu became the class monitor, and a satisfied smile appeared on Chen Zheng's face. "Now that the class monitor has been chosen, we will select a vice monitor from among the boys." After Chen Zheng's words, only Su Chuang looked excited. The other boys were indifferent. Although the vice monitor role would allow proximity to Shangwan Yinyu, it was a thankless job that no boy wanted except for Su Chuang to show off. It seemed the vice monitor position was destined for Su Chuang. Jiang Chen took out his phone, ready to play a game, as such cadre elections held no interest for him. But just then the long-awaited system voice suddenly rang out. "Ding. System mission issued. Mission run for vice monitor and become Shangwan Yanyu's partner. Reward 5 million yuan." Upon hearing the system's chime, Jiang Chen felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. The prospect of running for vice-class monitor was something he would never willingly embrace, yet the thought of the 5 million yuan mission reward. Well, who would choose to quarrel with money? Now, which male students wish to run for vice-class monitor? Chen Zheng stood at the podium ready to preside over the election. No sooner had Chen Zheng finished speaking than Su Chuang eagerly rose to his feet. In his eyes, winning such a trivial position was a sure thing. Besides this classmate, does anyone else wish to compete? Chen Zheng inquired of the other male students. Teacher, now that I've stepped forward, do you think anyone would dare to humiliate themselves by challenging me? Su Chuang declared with unabashed confidence, as if he were the most formidable man in the world. Just as Su Chuang believed the vice monitor's seat was firmly within his grasp, a hand shot up beside him. Instructor, I want to be vice class monitor. The hand was raised straight and tall, the voice confident and resonant. Su Chuang looked on in disbelief, only to find that the one opposing him was none other than his own roommate, Jiang Chen. In Su Chuang's view, Jiang Chen was merely passably handsome, but at his core, just another nobody. How dare he compete with him? Su Chuang felt an unprecedented insult. Jiang Chen, do you even know what you're doing? He'll make sure you lose disgracefully. Hearing Su Chuang's harsh words, Jiang Chen remained silent, merely shrugging his shoulders with a mocking air. All right, please step up to the podium, both of you, and deliver your campaign speeches. Then the classmates will vote for their preferred candidate. At Chen Zheng's signal, Jiang Chen and Su Chuang both walked to the podium. I believe being class monitor is a significant challenge in my life, and I want to overcome it. If you elect me, I will lead our class to glory. Su Chuang's speech was stale and cliched, lacking any originality, so much so that even he felt a twinge of embarrassment. In contrast, Jiang Chen stepped up with a light smile, his gaze fixed on Shangguan Yinyu in the audience, and said, I'm running for vice-class monitor for one reason, only to be your partner, Shangguan Yinyu. As Jiang Chen's words fell, the classroom erupted in cheers and catcalls. Compared to Su Chuang's tired speech, Jiang Chen's declaration was far more explosive. Shangguan Yinyu's expression remained as serene as ever, but the observant Jiang Chen caught a flicker of fluster in her beautiful eyes. A trace of displeasure flashed across instructor Chen Zheng's eyes. After both campaign speeches concluded, the students below took out their pens and wrote the name of their chosen candidate on cards. Anyone who votes for me, I'll treat you all to heitaleo hot pot. Seeing his speech utterly overshadowed by Jiang Chen's, Su Chuang immediately addressed the class. It had to be said that Su Chuang's tactics were shameless. To win the vice monitor election, he resorted to bribing others with a meal. Upon hearing Su Chuang's offer, Tianjin discreetly erased the name Jiang Chen he had written on his card and replaced it with Su Chuang. At that moment, Tianjin silently apologized in his heart. Sorry, buddy, but I really want that heitaleo meal. After collecting all the cards, Chen Zheng began tallying the votes on the blackboard, marking strokes for each candidate. As the count progressed, Su Chuang's expression grew increasingly grim, for he garnered almost no votes, while Jiang Chen's tally was overwhelmingly high. Classmates, the results of the vice monitor election are in. Let us congratulate Jiang Chen, who with an overwhelming 35 votes to Su Chuang's 5, has been elected as our vice class monitor. As soon as Chen Zheng announced the result, thunderous applause filled the room. Compared to the ostentatious and greasy Su Chuang, everyone preferred the genuine and unreserved Jiang Chen, so they cast their votes for him. As for Su Chuang's promised heitaleo meal, few were truly tempted except for the 5 who voted for him. They genuinely craved that hot pot. Ding! The system has detected that the host's current mission is complete. The mission reward has been deposited into the host's bank account. Please check. The system's chimes sounded again, and Jiang Chen eagerly checked his balance. Indeed, 5 million yuan had just been credited, bringing his total balance to over 8 million. Jiang Chen's heart surged with ecstasy. Completing a mere task had earned him a 5 million yuan reward. This pace of wealth accumulation was both thrilling and exhilarating. There are 2 days until the freshman military training begins. Use this time to familiarize yourselves with the campus or go out to buy daily necessities. With both class monitor positions filled, Chen Zheng announced the schedule for the next 2 days and then adjourned the class meeting. Shangguan Yinyu, seated in front of Jiang Chen, rose and walked toward the door. It was then that Jiang Chen remembered he needed to add her on WeChat to make Su Chuang call him dad. He quickly got up and caught up to her. Shangguan Yinyu, please wait a moment. Hearing him call her name, Shangguan Yinyu paused and turned back, asking softly, is there something you need? Even that single backward glance struck Jiang Chen as utterly enchanting and beautiful. I must have this, Shangguan Yinyu, Jiang Chen vowed silently, though his face still wore a warm smile. Since we're partners now, wouldn't it be more convenient to add each other on WeChat? With that, Jiang Chen pulled out his phone and displayed his WeChat QR code. Shangguan Yinyu hesitated briefly, but eventually took out her phone and added him. After that she gave Jiang Chen a polite nod and left the classroom as if nothing had happened. Shangguan Yinyu always maintained a clear distance from everyone, and even Jiang Chen now felt that winning her over would be a daunting task. But that could wait. For now he walked over to Su Chuang, phone in hand, and waved the WeChat profile of Shangguan Yinyu on the screen, saying mockingly, "Young Master Su, time to keep your promise, isn't it?" Su Chuang's face was exceptionally grim. In all his years as a student, he had never encountered such setbacks or displeasure. Yet within just a few hours of knowing Jiang Chen, he had been humiliated multiple times. His gaze toward Jiang Chen turned venomous as he silently vowed to make Jiang Chen pay. But remembering the flag he had set, Su Chuang gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and shouted bitterly at Jiang Chen, "Dad." Returning to the dormitory in the evening, Jiang Chen chatted with Tianjin and Wu Daqiang for a while, drawing them closer. Such is the bond between men. Once a common topic is found, friendship blossoms swiftly. In contrast, Su Chuang lay buried in his bedding, clearly deeply shaken by the day's events. At 11 o'clock, the dormitory lights were switched off promptly. The glow of phone screens flickered from each bed. After watching some gaming streams on the Love Live platform for a while, Jiang Chen grew bored and began browsing other live rooms. The streams at the time were rather dull, either deliberately odd or relying on heavy filters to push boundaries. If the filters were removed and the makeup stripped away, even the top donors would likely flee in terror. Jiang scrolled through over a dozen rooms, finding none that piqued his interest. Just as he was about to turn off his phone and sleep, a female streamer named Kursin caught his attention. Compared to rooms with thousands or even tens of thousands of viewers, her stream was notably quiet with only a few dozen people. Yet this streamer Kursin did not seem disheartened. She earnestly replied to every comment. She wore her hair in twin long braids, appearing playful and adorable. Though clad in a pink cartoon pajama set, her well-proportioned figure was still evident. Moreover, unlike other heavily made-up streamers, she used no filters and appeared barefaced. Her face constantly bore a healing smile, marking her as a high-scoring sweetheart. Jiang Chen was inwardly astonished. If Kursin looked this beautiful, without makeup with some adornment, she would surely rival beauties like Shangguan Yinyu. At that moment the system pulled up Kursin's information panel. Name: Shun Kursin, aged 22, height 170 centimeters, weight 45 kilograms, appeal 94, affinity 0, charge 0. Seeing this, Jiang Chen suddenly found the name Shun Kursin very familiar. After careful recollection, he remembered that Tianjin had mentioned one of the 4 campus beauties of Rongqing University during their afternoon chat. Shun Kursin from the law school. Was this a coincidence or the same person? Jiang Chen opened the streamer's profile and found her university listed as Rongqing University and her location within 3 kilometers of him. This confirmed that the sweet streamer was indeed one of Rongqing University's 4 beauties, Shun Kursin from the business school. Yet her image defied expectations. Who would imagine such a sweet healing beauty would become a lawyer or even a judge? Learning that she was a senior schoolmate from his own university sparked Jiang Chen's interest. He typed a comment, "JC, could the beautiful streamer showcase her talent?" and sent it to the public chat. Seeing Jiang Chen's comment, Shun Kursin flashed a lovely smile and replied, "This JC seems to be a new viewer in the room. Let me dedicate a San Gandon's number to this new friend." As she finished speaking, cheerful, adorable music began to play. Jiang Chen recognized the intro as "Love You" by Sweetheart Queen Wang Xinling. "If you suddenly sneeze, it must be me thinking of you. If your phone wakes you at midnight, it's because I care." As the song began, Shun Kursin started dancing cutely to the rhythm. She hopped and spun, her light movements unhindered by her pajamas and slippers. Her actions were vibrant, like a fawn frolicking through the woods, reveling in joy and freedom. Her healing smile held a magical power, dispelling all gloom and discontent from the viewers' hearts. Jiang Chen stared intently at the screen, captivated by her infectious energy, wholly immersed in the beautiful atmosphere. Soon the song ended and Shun Kursin finished her dance. Seated before the camera, her chest heaved from the exertion and her delicate face flushed like a rosy apple. A rendition of Wang Xinling's "Love You" for JC, the new arrival in the stream. "May your days be filled with happiness." Hearing her words, Jiang Chen felt a touch of emotion. She treated him, a mere passerby, with such sincerity. This was something no streamer who only begged for gifts could match. With that thought, Jiang Chen directly topped up 2,000 yuan on the Love Live platform, feeling no regret thanks to the system's rebate. Shun Kursin checked the time and said to the camera, "Dear family, it's almost midnight. Since I have classes tomorrow, I need to log off and rest." As she was about to end the stream, a golden shimmering special effect erupted in her room, followed by a starry night sky. The stars fell like meteors, converging into a magnificent castle. Shen Kursen's cherry lips parted in disbelief as she murmured radiant castle. It's actually a radiant castle. This was the most expensive gift on Love Live, costing a full 3,000 yuan each. In her 3 years of streaming, she had never received such a valuable gift. When she looked at who sent it, she found it was JC, who had just entered her room. The other viewers erupted in chaos. Wow, a radiant castle. I've watched streams for years and never seen one. Awesome. Looks like the streamer met a real tycoon. Better hold on to him. Thank you, JC, for the radiant castle. Seeing the comments, Shen Kursen snapped back to reality. But before she could finish her thanks, she noticed JC had quietly left her room. What a strange and mysterious person. Normally someone spending such a large gift would ask for a WeChat contact or a meeting. Shen Kursen had never encountered someone who gave a gift and then vanished. Yet a slight pang of loneliness stirred within her. Ding. System detects Shen Kursen's affinity increased by 20, currently at 20. Jiang Chen heard the system's prompt and found it amusing. Truly, money makes the world go round. Even through a screen, it could boost affinity. He had only been at Rongqing University for a day and already knew 2 of the 4 campus beauties. His 4 years of college life would surely not be dull. Although it was Jiang Chen's first time away from home, spending the night in a school dormitory, he still slept soundly, perhaps due to the exhaustion from the previous day's many events. When Jiang Chen naturally awoke and opened his eyes, a girl of pure and beautiful appearance met his gaze. But this was a male dormitory. How could there be a girl here? He must have gotten up too quickly and was hallucinating, Jiang Chen thought as he rubbed his eyes. When he looked again, the pure beauty was still smiling at him. Holy crap, Lu Yanyan. What are you doing here? Don't you know this is the male dorm? Only then did Jiang Chen realize that the person sitting at the head of his bed staring at him was Lu Yanyan. How had she entered the male dormitory? And she was sitting by his bedside watching him sleep. It was then that Jiang Chen noticed Lu Yanyan's gaze constantly scanning his upper body. Ever since he drew the dramatic appearance improvement from the system lottery, his features and physique had become perfectly sculpted. At this moment, Jiang Chen's upper body was bare, his perfect line and well-defined abdominal muscles completely exposed to Lu Yanyan's view. No wonder she couldn't help but scan him. Are you a pervert? How did you even get in? Jiang Chen immediately grabbed the t-shirt beside him and put it on. Although he was a guy, he couldn't stand such blatant ogling. Lu Yanyan patted the red armband on her sleeve and said matter-of-factly, I'm a team leader in the student council. I have the duty and right to inspect the male dorms. Do you have a problem with that? Lu Yanyan's reasoning left Jiang Chen speechless, and he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Where are they? Jiang Chen looked around only to find his 3 roommates had vanished without a trace. Do you want to check what time it is? Your roommates have probably already had lunch outside the school. Jiang Chen grabbed his phone. It was already noon. He couldn't believe he had slept for a full 12 hours. Today and tomorrow were free time for the freshmen. Many first-year students who had come to Rongqing for the first time chose to go to the city center or tourist spots, including Jiang Chen's 3 roommates. So what exactly did you come to my dorm for? Just to watch me sleep? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Yanyan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Then she took out an envelope and said, this is my salary from part-time jobs. It's 3,000 yuan in total. I can only repay this much for now. Anyway, thank you very much for covering my mother's medical expenses. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire Lu Yanyan. She was willing to work part-time just to keep her promise. In truth, Jiang Chen hadn't wanted to accept her money, but he was afraid it would hurt her pride. After all, a strong-willed girl like her had a lot of self-respect. Did you come to see me just to pay me back? Jiang Chen asked as he took the envelope from her hand. Of course not. Today you're going shopping with me. Shopping? It was then that Jiang Chen noticed Lu Yanyan had dressed up carefully today. She wore a light purple long-sleeved polo shirt, simple and refreshing. Her lower half was clad in denim hot pants, perfectly showcasing her straight legs. On her feet were a pair of black chunky sneakers, making the already tall Lu Yanyan appear even more stylish and lithe. Having such a vibrant and beautiful girl accompany him shopping was something Jiang Chen eagerly welcomed. After a quick wash, he left with Lu Yanyan. The lazy afternoon sunlight spilled onto the campus asphalt road as Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan walked side by side, chatting and laughing. Jiang Chen was handsome and dashing, while Lu Yanyan was pure and lovely. The two looked like a perfectly matched couple, drawing many glances along the way. Rongqing University's campus was vast. It took Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan over 10 minutes on foot to reach the school gate. Why didn't you drive the car into the school, eh? Lu Yanyan asked curiously. To keep a low profile, of course. Do you take me for one of those obnoxious show-offs? Hearing Jiang Chen's reply, Lu Yanyan pouted. She didn't think he was the low-key type. Finding his peach-pink G-class in the Shijiao Park next to the school, Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan drove off toward the city center. because Jiang Chen needed to check the rearview mirror while driving. His gaze would inevitably sweep over Lu Yanyan's thighs in the passenger seat. At that moment, Lu Yanyan was wearing denim hot pants, completely revealing her fair, smooth thighs. Jiang Chen swore to heaven he wasn't looking on purpose, but he couldn't help stealing a few glances. Such fair, tender, and straight long legs. Want to touch them? Seeing Jiang Chen's lecherous gaze constantly sweeping over her thighs, Lu Yanyan teased. To her surprise, Jiang Chen replied seriously, really? Can I? Then thanks. With that, he placed his hand on Lu Yanyan's thigh and began to caress it back and forth, a smooth, tender sensation transmitting through his palm. This feeling was simply indescribable. How annoying! Lu Yanyan exclaimed, coquettishly swatting his hand away. She hadn't expected him to take her up on the offer and start groping her. When had he become so shameless? Didn't you tell me to touch them? I just don't get you women. You change your minds faster than you turn a page. Jiang Chen looked utterly wronged, as if he were the one being taken advantage of. He parked the car in the commercial district of the city center. Here they could shop and eat, making it a popular dating spot for couples. Having slept for 12 hours, Jiang Chen's stomach was now growling loudly. As they passed a fusion restaurant blending Chinese and Western cuisines, both Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. They exchanged a glance, shared an unspoken knowing smile, and then walked into the restaurant. Between food lovers, a single knowing look was often enough. The restaurant's decor was exquisite and the atmosphere was warm. Jiang Chen wanted to let Lu Yanyan order, but he found her already taking selfies in various poses around the place. Still just a little girl after all. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly and began to order himself. He ordered a plate of spaghetti, 2 servings of pan-seared steak, and a vegetable salad. Before long, the artfully plated dishes were brought to the table, and both Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan couldn't resist digging in. The spaghetti coated in rich meat sauce was savory and appetizing. The pan-seared steak was tender and juicy, and the vegetable salad was fresh and crisp. The two voracious eaters were too busy feasting to even speak. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen slumped in his chair and let out a burp. Even Lu Yanyan touched her slightly rounded belly, a look of utter satisfaction on her face. The two food lovers locked eyes and smiled at each other once more, like a long-time couple perfectly in sync. After dinner, Jiang Chen took Lu Yanyan for a stroll through the commercial district. She bought a few cute trinkets at an accessory shop and also picked out an exquisite razor for Jiang Chen. As they reached the central area of the block, they noticed a crowd gathered around something. The two squeezed to the front of the onlookers and discovered an event underway. The signboard boldly proclaimed in large characters, "The Passionate Kissing Contest." As young people, both Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan were captivated by this trendy competition. The contest required male-female pairs to participate, locking lips on the stage. The couple that held the kiss the longest without breaking apart would be declared the ultimate winner. The prize money for this event was an astonishing 10,000 yuan. This competition tested not only courage but also lung capacity. By then, 7 or 8 couples had already signed up, with only 3 minutes left until registration closed. Jiang Chen was eager to join, not for the prize money, but simply for the chance to kiss Lu Yanyan. Yet Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan weren't officially a couple. Their previous 2 kisses had occurred in private, intimate settings, vastly different from such a public spectacle. He feared that a hasty proposal might make her uncomfortable. Just as Jiang Chen was tangled in indecision, Lu Yanyan's voice came from beside him. "Jiang Chen, let's enter this contest together." Huh? His eyes widened in disbelief. A blush crept across Lu Yanyan's cheeks as she quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I just want to win that 10,000 yuan to repay you." She wasn't lying. It would take her many shifts of part-time work to save that amount, making the prize alluring. Moreover, recalling their long, deep kiss in his car that day, she felt confident she could win the money. Jiang Chen's mind was still reeling, puzzled by her sudden assertiveness. Before he could ponder further, Lu Yanyan grabbed his hand and led him toward the stage. Seeing such a beautiful girl take the initiative to join a contest with a man and imagining her soon kissing him shattered the hearts of the single onlookers. All right, we now have 8 couples ready to compete. Registration is closed, so let's begin the 1-minute countdown. As the host's voice fell, the countdown started on the big screen. Lu Yanyan seemed nervous, her chest heaving. Kissing in such a public setting demanded courage. "Relax," Jiang Chen said, pulling 2 mint candies from his pocket. He unwrapped one and placed it gently into her mouth. The refreshing mint spread through her mouth, easing her tension. The contest begins. With the countdown hitting 0, the host announced the start. Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around Lu Yanyan's slender waist, lowering his head to meet her soft lips. His movements were tender, like a feather brushing against the wind, soothing her inner anxiety. Amidst the bustling crowd, their world fell into a profound silence where only the rhythm of their hearts and breaths could be heard. Within a minute, 3 couples had already stopped. some due to laughter, others from height differences making the pose unsustainable. Lu Yin'er was tall, so the height gap with Jiang Chen was minimal. He only needed to tilt his head slightly to kiss her, and their posture remained comfortable. After a few more minutes, the remaining couples dropped out one by one, gasping for air. Only Jiang Chen and Lu Yin'er remained lost in their kiss. The contest is over. The host's announcement finally made Jiang Chen reluctantly pull away. Lu Yin'er realized the contest had ended. She had been so engrossed in the kiss that she forgot about the competition, feeling as though they were alone in a vast wilderness. Now she found herself the center of attention, especially from the regretful male onlookers. Her face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she buried it in Jiang Chen's firm chest, too shy to lift her head. She won the 10,000 yuan prize and handed it to Jiang Chen to repay him. Jiang Chen couldn't care less about the money. He was still savoring the kiss, which had been utterly exquisite. Overcome with shyness, Lu Yin'er led him to a nearby mall to escape the crowd. Ding! System detects a 10-point increase in Lu Yin'er's affection. Current affection level 75. The system notification rang out, and Jiang Chen realized her affection had risen by 10 points, clearly due to the kissing contest. He also noticed that Lu Yin'er's gaze toward him was always filled with deep affection, while she remained icy toward others. Perhaps she truly had fallen for him. At the mall, he accompanied her shopping for clothes, playing arcade games, winning plush toys, and taking a dozen silly photo booth pictures. They were like a couple in love, though neither had yet broken the unspoken barrier. After dinner at the mall, they watched a romance film. Lu Yin'er was deeply moved by the touching plot, while Jiang Chen found it dull. He kept reaching out to touch her delicate hand, and then her long, slender legs. At first, Lu Yin'er would slap his wandering hands away, but he persisted shamelessly in his advances. Eventually, she gave up resisting, letting his hands roam freely over her thigh. The film ended at past 10 o'clock, just in time to return to school before curfew. However, when they reached the mall's entrance, both were utterly stunned. Outside, fierce winds howled, and rain poured down in torrents. Only a few people remained in the mall and on the streets. Clearly others had sensed the coming storm and gone home early, leaving Jiang Chen and Lu Yin'er unaware in the sealed cinema. Such was the weather in Rongqing. Clear one moment, stormy the next. Driving back to school was impossible now. Besides the danger of driving in such conditions, the heavy rain would slow them down, and they'd miss curfew anyway. What do we do now? Lu Yin'er's eyes were full of confusion. Jiang Chen glanced at the raging storm outside, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. No choice. We'll have to stay at a hotel. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's proposal to stay at a hotel, a troubled expression crept onto Lu Yanyan's delicate face. Although her relationship with Jiang Chen had become quite ambiguous, the thought of staying together in a hotel still made her feel uneasy. What are you thinking? Of course we'll get 2 separate rooms. Seeing Lu Yanyan's hesitation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but tease her. Well, stop it. I wasn't thinking that much. A blush of shame appeared on Lu Yanyan's face as she raised her little pink fist and playfully punched Jiang Chen's chest. There was a portable hotel in the mall, so Jiang Chen led Lu Yanyan to the front desk and said to the clerk, "Excuse me, would like 2 king-size rooms." The clerk nodded and began operating the computer. Suddenly the clerk felt something tapping his leg. Looking down, he saw a hand clutching 700 or 800 yuan bills knocking against him. At that moment, Jiang Chen pretended to step into the reception area to borrow a phone charger, but in reality, he was slipping money to the clerk from an angle Lu Yanyan couldn't see. The clerk caught on instantly, taking the money from Jiang Chen with lightning speed and pocketing it. Then, as if possessed by a dramatic spirit, he put on a troubled expression and said, "I'm sorry, sir. Due to the heavy rainstorm tonight, all our rooms are booked except for the last one, a single king-size bed." "Oh, what bad luck." Jiang Chen pretended to be annoyed, but inwardly he was overjoyed. This clerk certainly knew how to play along. The money was well spent. "If that's the case, we'll have to share a room. We'll sleep separately, okay?" Jiang Chen looked at Lu Yanyan for her opinion. Hesitation flickered across Lu Yanyan's face, but with the torrential rain outside, she had no choice but to nod in agreement. The hotel room was spacious and tidy, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window upon entering. Outside, the violent storm was fiercely pounding against the window, but inside it was warm and bright. "Do you want to shower first, or should I?" Jiang Chen asked Lu Yanyan. You go first." Whether from nervousness or fear, Lu Yanyan's voice was as faint as a mosquito's, making her appear utterly endearing. Jiang Chen didn't stand on ceremony and stepped into the bathroom. Soon the sound of rushing water filled the room. It was then that Lu Yanyan noticed the bathroom door was semi-transparent, allowing her to clearly see Jiang Chen's sturdy silhouette. Thinking that she would have to take a shower in there too, Lu Yanyan's pretty face turned as red as a ripe apple. Over 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe, drying his wet hair. A masculine scent of pheromones spread through the room. Blushing shyly, Lu Yanyan scurried into the bathroom. Jiang Chen gazed at her curvaceous figure through the glass door and nearly sprayed a nosebleed onto the bedsheet. He grabbed a bottle of ice water from the fridge and downed it in one gulp to quench the fire within. Over 10 minutes later, the sound of water ceased, and Lu Yanyan stepped out tightly wrapped in her bathrobe. Jiang Chen was lying on his side on the bed facing the direction where Lu Yanyan would lie. Extremely embarrassed, Lu Yanyan turned her back to him and carefully laid down on the very edge of the bed. "Why are you so far away? Aren't you afraid of falling off? I like it this way. None of your business." Lu Yanyan's heart was racing. This was the first time she had lain in a bed with a man. Her feelings were a mix of fear and nervousness, yet tinged with a hint of anticipation. The entire room fell into silence, broken only by the storm raging outside, its rain and wind violently lashing against the massive window. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Jiang Chen wanted to say something to break the tension, but didn't know how to begin. Suddenly, a gigantic lightning bolt flashed outside the window, as if splitting the pitch-black sky in two. A deafening clap of thunder exploded through the room. Terrified by the thunder, Lu Yanyan let out a scream and instinctively clung tightly to Jiang Chen beside her. The nightgown that had been wrapped around her slipped off, and Lu Yanyan clung to Jiang Chen like a naked octopus. Only after the thunder had completely subsided did she realize she was holding him in a death grip. Overwhelmed with shame, she tried to let go, but Jiang Chen held her firmly in return. Gazing into Lu Yanyan's beautiful eyes, he didn't hesitate to press his lips to hers. Outside, the wind and rain raged. Inside, it was a tempest of passion. The next morning, the fierce storm that had raged all night had completely dissipated, and sunlight drove away the clouds shining upon the earth. Jiang Chen awoke looking at Lu Yanyan nestled in his arms and the crimson stain on the pristine white sheets. He kissed her fair forehead with tenderness. Lu Yanyan also woke up recalling the wild night before. Embarrassed, she buried her little head in Jiang Chen's chest. Ding. System detects Lu Yanyan's affection increased by 20 points. Current affection, level 95. The system's voice chimed again. Unexpectedly, Lu Yanyan's affection had jumped by 20 points. This near-perfect affection level of 100 was somewhat astonishing. No wonder Lu Yanyan's gaze toward him was practically dripping with adoration. System prompt: when affection with the opposite sex reaches 98 or above, the system will reward you with 10 million yuan. Hearing the system's words, Jiang Chen was astonished. 10 million yuan was undoubtedly a huge fortune. System, may I ask if reaching an affection level of 98 with any member of the opposite sex will grant me 10 million? Jiang Chen focused his mind and asked the system. Yes. Receiving the system's confirmation, Jiang Chen began to ponder. Currently, only Lu Yanyan was closest to an affection level of 98. But since he had already done everything with her, how could he raise it by those final 3 points? It seemed those last 3 points of affection would be quite challenging. Jiang Chen needed to think of a strategy. Since Lu Yanyan had professional classes in the afternoon, the two of them washed up, had a quick breakfast at the hotel, and then hurried back to school. Jiang Chen parked the car at the west suburb park near the school, as usual, walked Lu Yanyan to her dormitory building, gave her a gentle hug, and left a soft kiss on her forehead before turning to head to his own dorm. It was lunchtime, so the intimate behavior between Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan went unnoticed by others. But they didn't see a young man dressed in designer clothes in the corner who threw the roses he had prepared onto the ground and said to his 2 lackeys behind him, "Go find out who that guy is and what his background is." With that, the young man stomped hard on the roses on the ground and walked away without looking back. After returning to the dormitory, Jiang Chen saw Qianjin grinning at him slyly and saying, "Dude, where were you last night? Gone all night. Did you get up to no good with some pretty girl? Get lost. It poured last night, and I couldn't make it back to school, so I pulled an all-nighter at an internet cafe." Jiang Chen bluffed, unwilling to brag about Lu Yanyan. Hearing this, Su Chuang, who was playing on his phone nearby, wore a look of smug satisfaction. A loser like him. No way he could score a date with a pretty girl. Su Chuang bore a strong grudge against Jiang Chen, clearly still stewing over the events of a few days prior. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with him and pulled out his phone to kill some time. As soon as he opened WeChat, a flood of messages popped up. First, Lu Yanyan had safely returned to her dorm and sent him a message to confirm she was okay. Jiang Chen replied with an okay emoji. Then Su Qinxue, whom he hadn't contacted in ages, sent him a message tinged with reproach. "You heartbreaker, why haven't you been in touch lately? Is it because you found a new flame now that you're in college?" Remembering that he hadn't contacted Su Qinxue much since that night of intimacy, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of guilt and quickly replied, "Not at all. Just been busy with the start of the semester. How's work at the hospital going?" "It's all right. Come find me when you're on break. I bought a very sexy dress. Just a few exchanges with Su Qinxue made Jiang Chen's blood surge. Recalling her perfect figure from that night, he felt like his nose might bleed uncontrollably. What a tempting little vixen. And so the afternoon flew by in a blur of chatting and exchanging stickers with Su Qinxue. Only then did Jiang Chen remember that he had added Shangwan Yinyu on WeChat a few days ago. Opening her moments, he found a collection of photos and snippets from her daily life. Looking at Shangwan Yanyu's photos, Jiang Chen was even more struck by her stunning beauty, which seemed to surpass even Lu Yanyin and Su Qinxue. He wondered which lucky bastard would end up with such a beauty, and whether he might ever have a chance to win her favor. As he mused, Jiang Chen's stomach began to growl. He hadn't eaten since rushing back to school at noon. "I'm heading to the cafeteria. Anyone want to come?" he asked the others in the dorm. "Hold on, babe, just let me clear this camp of monsters, and I'll come help you," Gang Qianjin said, deeply engrossed in playing League of Legends with a girl, completely ignoring Jiang Chen. "I'm not hungry, so I'll pass," Wu Daqiang said, absorbed in a mindless soap opera. Su Chuang, already harboring resentment toward Jiang Chen, rolled his eyes and ignored him entirely. Feeling snubbed, Jiang Chen headed to the cafeteria alone. Rongqing University had 6 cafeterias, each capable of seating over 1,000 students. Besides standard meals, they offered a variety of snacks and desserts. For those who tired of the cafeteria, there was a food street near campus featuring cuisines from all over the country. Jiang Chen's dorm Qinhu was closest to the 4th cafeteria. As he entered, the aroma of various dishes wafted over, intensifying his hunger. He ordered a serving of tomato and egg stir-fry and minced pork with eggplant, then dug in with gusto. Though it was cafeteria food, it was still colorful and fragrant. Jiang Chen ate like a starving refugee, wolfing down everything on his plate. Patting his full stomach with satisfaction, he spotted a vaguely familiar figure. She was tall and slender, with wavy seaweed-like hair cascading down her back, a few strands dyed pink. She wore a crop top that revealed her slender fair waist and a pair of hot shorts that showed off her long straight legs. It was his classmate Zhou Na. He had to admit she was no less beautiful than Shangwan Yinyu. But where Shangwan Yinyu was gentle and sweet, Zhou Na was fiery and bold. Jiang Chen couldn't resist pulling up her info panel to take a look. Name: Zhou Na, age 20, height 172 centimeters, weight 45 kilograms, beauty score 94, affection 10, charge 1. Studying her info panel, Jiang Chen began to analyze and muse. Wow, she's 172 centimeters tall. No wonder those long legs look so tempting. A beauty score of 94. She's on par with Shangwan Yinyu and school beauty Shin Kursen. And she's been charged once. Some bastard's lucky. Then Jiang Chen noticed a crucial detail on the panel, and his face froze in disbelief. Affection 10. What the hell? He had never even spoken to Zhou Na, so why was her affection in the negatives? Hey system, are you broken? I've never exchanged a word with her, so how can her affection be negative? Jiang Chen silently questioned the system, convinced it was malfunctioning. Host: the system is not malfunctioning. Zhou Na's default affection for all unfamiliar males is 10. The system's reply stunned him. Default 10 for all strangers. That's indiscriminate hostility. Honestly, Jiang Chen found Zhou Na intriguing. Her mystery and uniqueness piqued his interest. Just then he saw a handsome, stylishly dressed guy walking toward her. He carried a box of boneless chicken feet and a box of fresh cherries. Looking a bit nervous, he set them down in front of Zhou Na and said, "Junior, I made these boneless chicken feet myself. I've had a crush on you since the first day of school. Can I have your WeChat?" Zhou Na's face, initially cold and expressionless, broke into a radiant smile, and she opened her WeChat QR code. "Sure. Thanks, senior. I love boneless chicken feet and cherries." The guy beamed, added her on WeChat, and walked away happily. Watching from a distance, Jiang Chen cursed the system under his breath. What a useless system. You said she hates all men indiscriminately, but she clearly enjoyed talking to him. No sooner had he cursed the system than he noticed something odd. As soon as the handsome guy was out of sight, Zhou Na deleted the WeChat contact shed just added. Not only that, but she stood up, walked to the slop bucket, and dumped the chicken feet and cherries she'd received straight into the trash. If you didn't want someone else's things, wouldn't it have been simpler to just refuse outright? Jiang Chen couldn't help but walk over and speak, for he found Zhou Na's behavior utterly perplexing and felt an urge to understand her. Zhou Na turned around, and upon seeing it was Jiang Chen from her class, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Do I need to explain myself to you? I enjoy toying with men. What's it to you?" Zhou Na finished speaking and walked away without a second glance at Jiang Chen, deliberately bumping her shoulder hard against his as she passed by. "Psycho," Jiang Chen muttered under his breath. Even if such a deranged woman were stunningly beautiful, he would keep his distance. Ding. The system has issued a special challenge level mission. Mission objective: raise Zhou Na's affection level to above 98 points to receive a grand prize of 100 million yuan. A sharp intake of breath escaped Jiang Chen as he heard the system's reward. Reaching an affection level of 98 with other members of the opposite sex yielded a reward of 10 million, yet achieving the same with Zhou Na would grant him an astonishing 100 million. But recalling Zhou Na's negative affection level and her attitude toward him completing this task seemed more daunting than scaling the heavens. The next day, all freshmen at Rongqing University began their military training. Though it was already mid-September, the weather in Rongqing remained scorching hot. Jiang Chen's training ground was located on the playground of the Art Institute. All students wore the uniform camouflage issued by the school. Though the clothes were identical, they produced vastly different effects on each wearer. For instance, the sleazy-looking Qianjin resembled a puppet soldier in his camouflage, while the upright Jiang Chen appeared as an unstoppable warrior. In the formation, Jiang Chen spotted Shangguan Yinyu and Zhou Na. Shangguan Yinyu possessed a gentle temperament, but the military uniform added a touch of spirited elegance. Zhou Na, on the other hand, seemed perfectly suited for the camouflage, though one might easily mistake her for an active-duty female soldier. To facilitate training, both Shangguan Yinyu and Zhou Na had tied up their long hair, revealing their fair, smooth necks, which appeared even more radiant under the sunlight. The morning's agenda consisted mainly of the opening ceremony for the military training and an initial introduction between the instructors and the students. The instructor in charge of training was named Wu Gang, a man, as his name suggested, dark-skinned and firm in stature. His eyes were filled with resolve, perfectly matching Jiang Chen's image of a soldier. The actual military training officially began in the afternoon. Under the blazing afternoon sun, Jiang Chen's class formed a neat square formation to undergo drills. The training itself was simple, nothing more than commands like eyes left, eyes right, saluting, and goose-stepping. Yet the intense sunlight and outdoor temperatures soaring to 36 degrees Celsius left the students suffering, though they dared not complain much under instructor Wu Gang's grim expression. Around the formation, many senior students watched the spectacle, holding large watermelons in the shade as they observed the freshmen's ordeal, which ignited a silent fury among the newcomers. Throughout the entire formation, only Jiang Chen maintained an unwavering posture, for the system had silently enhanced his physical constitution, making this training a trivial matter for him. Jiang Chen's steadfastness earned silent approval from instructor Wu Gang, who hadn't expected such resilience among these pampered university students. After a grueling hour and a half under the sun, Wu Gang finally announced a 30-minute rest break. Wu Gang's words were like an imperial decree of amnesty, lifting a heavy burden from everyone as they rushed to the shade to cool off. On this playground, besides Jiang Chen's directing class 1, there were also classes in broadcasting, performance, music, animation, and other majors. At that moment, Qianjin approached with a lecherous grin and whispered to Jiang Chen, "Bro, I'm in love." Huh, so fast. Jiang Chen found it hard to believe. Qianjin had found a partner in just a few days. Shoo. Keep it down. It's just a crush and it happened just now. A rare blush appeared on Qianjin's sleazy face. Following his gaze, Jiang Chen spotted a girl from the neighboring class. She wasn't exceptionally beautiful, but she appeared fair and refined, likely a gentle and obedient young woman. Not bad, not bad. Since you like her, seize the opportunity. I wish you success. Jiang Chen offered his sincere blessing. Though Qianjin had a somewhat shady demeanor, he harbored no ill intentions and was worth befriending. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Qianjin beamed with joy. Bro, I hope you find someone soon too. College life is just 4 short years. You've got to make the most of it. When it comes to picking up girls, if you ever need advice, just ask me. Before Qianjin could finish, he suddenly stared blankly ahead. A beautiful girl was approaching from the front, her long hair flowing, her steps light and full of vitality. She wore a French-style academic blouse paired with a plaid miniskirt, while pristine white stockings and sneakers accentuated her youthful exuberance. Most strikingly, the girl had a sweet face and delicate features resembling a youthful heroine straight out of a movie. These freshmen, just out of high school, were utterly mesmerized by such a stunning beauty, their eyes sparkling with little hearts. Qianjin recognized the newcomer and murmured to himself, "It's Lu Yinyan, one of the 4 campus beauties, and she's walking toward us." Indeed, it was Lu Yinyan, holding a plate of chilled watermelon, smiling brightly as she headed toward the resting area of directing class 1. At that moment, the overconfident Su Chuang exclaimed with ecstasy, "There are only a few guys here. She must be bringing the watermelon for me." With that, Su Chuang stood up and strode toward Lu Yinyan. "Hello, beautiful, thank you for the WAT." As Su Chuang approached Lu Yinyan, he spoke while reaching out to take the watermelon from her hands. Yet before he could utter the word melon, he realized she hadn't even glanced at him, walking straight past him. Su Chuang's hands froze midair, the scene unbearably awkward. Lu Yinyin bypassed Su Chuang, took a few quick steps to Jiang Chen's side, and said with concern, "You must be so hot. This is really tough on you." With that, she used her delicate hand to fan Jiang Chen's head, then picked up a large piece of chilled watermelon with a fork and personally fed it into his mouth. Jiang Chen chewed the watermelon with relish, then affectionately pinched her soft cheek and said, "Don't come over in such scorching sun. I'd be heartbroken if you got tanned." Lu Yinyin took a fragrant tissue from her pocket, wiped the fine beads of sweat from Jiang Chen's forehead, and pouted, "None of your business. I do what I want." The intimate gestures between Jiang Chen and Lu Yinyin made them appear as nothing less than a young couple deeply immersed in the throes of love. The onlookers witnessing their flirtatious exchanges displayed a myriad of expressions. Foremost among them was Su Chuang, whose hands still hung in midair. His countenance shifted from sheer disbelief to a visage twisted with envy and malice. Seated beside Jiang Chen and having witnessed the entire spectacle, Tianjin's face radiated conviction and admiration. Shangguan Yinyu appeared composed on the surface, yet a flicker of inscrutable complexity passed through her eyes. Zhona, on the other hand, rolled her eyes dramatically and spat contemptuously onto the ground. Within the broadcasting squad, not far from Jiang Chen's class, a male student fixed his venomous gaze upon the scene. This was the same young man who had waited desperately for Lu Yinyin outside her dormitory yesterday, only to trample the roses in his hand. Now, witnessing the object of his affection flirting with a stranger, the young man could no longer contain the fury raging within him. Clenching his fists, he strode toward Lu Yinyin and Jiang Chen. "Yinyin, what is the meaning of this? Who is this man?" He approached Lu Yinyin, his voice trembling with unbridled rage. "Chun Zihao, why are you at Rongqing University? Weren't you supposed to be studying abroad?" Lu Yinyin's face registered astonishment at the sight of him. "Yinyin, I gave up the opportunity to go abroad just for you. I came to Rongqing University solely for you. Please, will you be my girlfriend?" Upon hearing Chun Zihao's words, Lu Yanyin's expression turned to one of utter exasperation. Yet she strove to maintain her composure, speaking earnestly to Chun Zihao. "Chun Zihao, I have truly only ever regarded you as a casual friend. Please stop this obsessive pursuit of me. You were meant to study abroad, yet you came to Rongqing University for me. Doing so only moves yourself while increasing my aversion towards you. Also, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Jiang Chen." With that, she pulled Jiang Chen closer and took his hand affectionately. Even if Jiang Chen were dim-witted, he now understood the situation. A romantic rival had come knocking. It seemed this fellow was nothing but a lovesick fool, having abandoned his chance to study abroad just to follow Lu Yinyin to her school, yet she harbored no feelings for him whatsoever. Though somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Chen still offered a greeting to Chun Zihao. Chun Zihao's expression had now contorted with fury as he angrily addressed Lu Yinyin. "I've had people investigate him. He's nothing but a penniless loser. He can never give you a life of quality." Lu Yinyin found this strange. Jiang Chen drove a Topophthalene Mercedes G-Class. How could he possibly be a mere loser? Yet she was now utterly devoted to him, caring nothing for his true identity. "Even if he had to sleep on the streets every day, I would stay with him for life. There are things that material wealth can never provide." Lu Yanyin's words sent a surge of warmth through Jiang Chen's heart. He fully believed every word she spoke was sincere. Chun Zihao's fury had now reached its zenith. Pointing a finger at Jiang Chen's head, he hurled a menacing threat. "Kid, you just wait. It'll make you see the dire consequences of competing with me, Chun Zihao, for a woman." With that, Chun Zihao turned and walked away without a backward glance. Jiang Chen remained utterly nonchalant, unimpressed by such a minor nuisance. Yet he felt it necessary to get to the bottom of the matter. Lu Yinyin, catching the question in his eyes, explained, "His name is Chun Zihao. His parents run a large company in Rongqing. He's somewhat of a wealthy scion. Before my mother fell ill, she worked as a cleaner at his parents' company. One day when I went to see her, I ran into him, and he's been pestering me ever since. But Jiang Chen, you must believe me. From the very beginning, I have only ever loved you." Seeing Lu Yanyin's aggrieved expression, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Silly girl, of course I trust you unconditionally." Hearing this, Lu Yanyin's face showed a hint of relief. But then a trace of anxiety crept back in. "That Chun Zihao has money and influence. He's bound to seek revenge. What should we do?" Jiang Chen gently patted her head, comforting her. "Don't worry, I don't think anything of him. And he'll protect you well, ensuring you never suffer a single harm." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, a sense of security welled up within Lu Yinyin. Ding. System detects a 3-point increase in Lu Yanyin's affection. Current affection, level 98. Ding. System detects that the host has completed the task. The 10 million yuan reward has been disbursed. Please check. Jiang Chen's words had been sincere, but unexpectedly, they had inadvertently pushed the affection level past 98. He took out his phone to check. Indeed, 10 million yuan had been credited to his bank account. After the afternoon's grueling training, everyone dragged their weary bodies back to the dormitory. After a vigorous shower, Jiang Chen felt utterly refreshed. Just as he lay down on his bed, he noticed his roommate Wu Daqiang setting up a small altar on the opposite bunk adorned with pastries and fruit, and kneeling before it with a solemn air. "Daqiang, what are you doing?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. Was his simple-minded roommate dabbling in some dark arts? "I'm praying to the Dragon King, asking for heavy rain in the coming days so we can skip military training." Seeing Wu Daqiang's guileless manner, Jiang Chen couldn't suppress a laugh. His roommate was truly endearing. But in the blink of an eye, he found Qian Jin and Su Chuang standing beside his bed, grinning obsequiously, giving him quite a start. "Bloody hell, are you two insane? Suddenly appearing by someone's bed. Aren't you afraid of giving them a heart attack?" Qian Jin's face was wreathed in smiles, creasing into folds of fawning flattery. "Bro, are you tired? Want me to massage your legs, or rub your back?" "Actually, my family runs a bathhouse. It's a hereditary skill, very soothing." Even Su Chuang, who usually looked down on everyone, now produced 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and bowed deferentially to Jiang Chen. "Bro, I was blind before and failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive my past offenses, and I hope for your continued guidance." The sudden change in their attitudes made Jiang Chen sense something amiss. Qian Jin's behavior was one thing, but why had Su Chuang done a complete 180? As the saying goes, unexpected favors hint at ulterior motives. Jiang Chen asked cautiously, "What do you two want?" Qian Jin and Su Chuang exchanged a glance, then dropped to their knees with a thud and spoke in unison, "Great master of romance, please accept us as your disciples. From now on we will follow your lead without a single word of complaint." Jiang Chen was startled by the sudden actions of Qian Jin and Su Chuang. His mind raced, and he quickly pieced together the cause and effect. It was likely that Lu Yanyan's act of bringing him watermelon that afternoon had thoroughly convinced them, inspiring such reverence that they now sought to become his disciples. With this in mind, Jiang Chen spoke with a serious tone. "I had intended to get along with you as an ordinary person, but now I'll come clean. I won't pretend any longer. I am the very embodiment of a Casanova. However, I regret to say, I never take disciples. You two should give up hope." Hearing Jiang Chen's refusal, Qian Jin and Su Chuang did not relent. Instead, their resolve grew stronger. "Master, if you can help me find a girlfriend, I'll cover all your cigarettes for this semester," Qian Jin said, already massaging Jiang Chen's thigh. Su Chuang quickly chimed in, "Master, if you can help me get a girlfriend, I'll cover all your meals for this semester." He then began to knead Jiang Chen's shoulders. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, wearing an expression of utter contentment. "All right, since you both show such sincerity, I'll reluctantly take you on as disciples." Qian Jin and Su Chuang were overjoyed at Jiang Chen's acceptance, as if they were on the verge of finding love themselves. "Do either of you have a girl you like? Tell me your targets, and I'll help you plan." "Master, the girl I've secretly admired is the one from the neighboring class this afternoon. I've already learned her name, Wang Jingjing." Jiang Chen recalled the girl Qian Jin mentioned. She had short hair and was sweet and adorable. Wang Jingjing seemed quite straightforward. Helping Qian Jin win her over shouldn't be too difficult. "What about you? Who is your secret crush?" Jiang Chen asked Su Chuang, only to find the usually overconfident Su Chuang gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "I don't have a secret crush for now. I'll wait until fate brings someone along." Su Chuang's voice carried a hint of melancholy. It seemed the incident with Shangguan Yanyu had deeply affected him. In truth, Su Chuang had come to realize that a girl of Shangguan Yanyu's caliber was simply out of his league. It was far more practical to find a moderately attractive girl in school and enjoy a sweet romance. Although Su Chuang was flamboyant and loved to show off, he had a good heart and came from a comfortable background, so finding a girlfriend at school shouldn't be too hard. Back in the dorm, Jiang Chen, Qian Jin, and Su Chuang were bonding, while Wu Daqiang earnestly prayed for rain. The atmosphere in room 310 was unprecedentedly harmonious. Little did they know that despite their initial tensions, they would later become inseparable brothers. At 8 in the evening, after eating a bowl of noodle soup alone in the cafeteria, Jiang Chen decided to take a stroll by Qin Lake. The path from the cafeteria to the lake led through a shaded lane. As night fell, just as Jiang Chen entered the lane, a figure blocked his way. "Remember me?" The figure spoke in a chilling tone. It was Chun Zihao, who had threatened Jiang Chen on the playground that afternoon. He had found him sooner than expected. "What, want to fight? I don't think you're a match for me." Chun Zihao was slender and half a head shorter than Jiang Chen. With the system's enhancement, Jiang Chen's body was muscular and robust. 2 more of Chun Zihao wouldn't stand a chance. Yet as Jiang Chen finished speaking, 8 or 9 students emerged from the woods on both sides surrounding him. All of these students were tall and burly, clearly hired by Chun Zihao to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. Jiang Chen's face fell into a grimace. He could handle Chun Zihao alone, but against this group, he was likely to be beaten. A couple of passing students hurried away at the sight, unfazed by the common campus fights. System, are you there? Jiang Chen urgently called out to the system, hoping for a solution. Host, may I ask what's the matter? What do you think? Can't you see I'm about to get beaten up? Is there any way to turn me into a martial arts master right now? Jiang Chen was exasperated with the system. Ding! The system detects a threat to the host's personal safety. The Baji Quan talent has been awakened for the host. As the system's chime sounded, Jiang Chen felt an ancient Baji Quan manual materialize in his mind before he could react. The techniques and routines within the manual were instantly absorbed by his brain. Moreover, he felt an immense surge of power in his limbs, eager to unleash it through a set of Baji Quan moves. Kid daring to vie for our boss woman. Let's take him down. One of the students charged at Jiang Chen, leading the assault. The student, nearly 185 centimeters tall, barreled forward like a human tank, confident he could handle Jiang Chen alone. Yet Jiang Chen remained unfazed. Though the opponent's charge was swift, it appeared agonizingly slow in Jiang Chen's eyes. Just as the student's fist was about to land, Jiang Chen deftly ducked, slipped his hands around the raised arm, stepped forward, and pushed with a sudden burst. The Baji Quan technique, Iron Mountain Lean, was executed seamlessly. Jiang Chen used only 30% of his strength, but the student flew back like a kite, with a broken string, his large frame crashing 4 or 5 meters away, where he lay wailing in pain. In mere seconds, Jiang Chen had taken down Chun Zihao's main enforcer. The other underlings looked at Chun Zihao in confusion. They hadn't been told their target was a trained fighter. Chun Zihao's eyes also betrayed shock, but he steadied himself and urged them on. He's just a bit skilled, but many hands make light work. Rush him together. Emboldened by Chun Zihao's words, the underlings formed a circle and charged at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen assumed a bow stance and met an incoming fist with a hammer punch. The latter clutched his hand, screaming like a stuck pig from the excruciating pain. Jiang Chen dodged another punch, struck down a foe on his right with a heaven-piercing palm, and then landed a whip kick on someone to his left. Despite being outnumbered, their attacks were chaotic and clumsy, and their speed was far too slow in Jiang Chen's perception. In just a few more exchanges, all 8 or 9 of Chun Zihao's hired thugs lay on the ground defeated. Jiang Chen looked around for Chun Zihao. Wait, where was he? Chun Zihao had already vanished into the night, fleeing at some unknown moment. The Trillion path was now crowded with onlooking students. Not wanting to draw too much attention, Jiang Chen quickly departed. Impressive skills. You must have practiced Bajiquan for at least 17 or 18 years. Just as Jiang Chen stepped out of the shaded path, a figure emerged from the shadows and spoke to him. Jiang Chen looked closely and realized it was Wu Gang, the military training instructor for his class. Wu Gang was dressed in casual clothes, yet his explosive muscles remained unmistakable. Greetings, Instructor Wu, Jiang Chen promptly said. I saw you were in trouble and was about to help, but you took them down in no time. Hearing Wu Gang's words, Jiang Chen scratched his head sheepishly. How I trained with a master for a few years when I was young. Just a bit of surface knowledge, nothing impressive. Instructor, I need to head back and rest. Goodbye. Using that excuse, Jiang Chen slipped away, while Wu Gang watched him go with an expression of deep admiration. Thanks to Chun Zihao's provocation, he had awakened his Bajiquan talent, which would serve him well whether for self-protection or saving damsels in distress. Back in the dormitory, Jiang scrolled through his phone for a while before falling into a deep, blissful sleep. The next morning, as Jiang Chen slept soundly, he was jolted awake by Wu Daqiang's sudden shout. Damn it, Daqiang, what's your problem? Some of us are still trying to sleep. Jiang Chen mumbled groggily. It's raining. It's actually raining outside. My rain prayer worked. Wu Daqiang pointed at the window, dancing with joy. Jiang Chen, Xianjin, and the others noticed the fierce wind and pouring rain outside. Clearly there would be no military training today. Just then the class monitor Shangwan Yinyu posted an announcement in the group chat telling everyone to rest in their dorms. Jiang Chen and the others gave Wu Daqiang a thumbs up before collapsing back into bed. Jiang Chen slept until 11 in the morning before finally stretching contentedly, getting up to wash up. Outside, the rain showed no signs of stopping. Su Chuang and Xianjin were locked in battle in the Summoner's Rift, while Wu Daqiang was glued to his laptop, watching a mindless soap opera. The raindrops hammered against the window, creating a uniquely cozy atmosphere. Jiang Chen pulled out his phone and opened the AI Live app. The first live stream that popped up was Kursen's. Today, Shin Kursen wore a campus-style knit cardigan paired with a pink lace-trimmed skirt, embodying the perfect sweetheart. But Shin Kursen was clearly downcast, with 2 unbrushed teardrops at the corners of her eyes. She had been crying. Only when she noticed that JC had entered the live stream did she force a faint smile. Welcome to my live stream, top spender JC. Since Jiang Chen had gifted Shin Kursen a 30,000 yuan brilliant castle last time, he remained firmly in the top spender position even days later. What happened? Did something just occur? Jiang Chen couldn't help but send a comment to ask. Seeing the top spender in the live stream, the dozens of other viewers grew excited, chattering away in the comments about what had just happened. Though their accounts were chaotic, Jiang Chen roughly pieced together the situation. Shin Kursen had just gone head-to-head in a PK with another female streamer. The loser had to submit to a round of truth or dare from the winner. After Shin Kursen lost, the other streamer asked her how many men she had slept with. Shin Kursen said she hadn't, which provoked verbal abuse and attacks from the opposing streamer. She called Shin Kursen a fake prude, claiming she had slept with countless people. Viewers from the other streamer's room flooded into Shin Kursen's live stream, hurling vulgar insults, which was why Shin Kursen was crying in distress. Jiang Chen knew Shin Kursen wasn't lying, as the system showed her charge count was 0. He understood just how wrong she felt. Connect with that streamer again. They'll help you get even. A single comment from Jiang Chen sent the live stream into a frenzy. With the top spender backing them, the viewers in the live stream felt emboldened. Shin Kursen initially didn't want to pursue the matter, but with the audience's enthusiasm running high, she had no choice but to reconnect. On Jiang Chen's phone screen, another live stream titled Sister Yun appeared. The female streamer in that room was heavily made up with beauty filters cranked to the max. She wore a low-cut nightgown, and her ample cleavage was dizzying. This was clearly a streamer who rode the line of suggestive content to earn money from older men. An innocent college student like Shin Kursen was naturally at a disadvantage against such a streamer. Jiang Chen then pulled up Sister Yun's info panel. Name: Lu Yun, age 40, height 158 centimeters, weight 60 kilograms, appearance score 30, affinity 0, charge count 21. Analyzing Sister Yun's data, Jiang Chen couldn't help but find it strange. Shin Yun was 40 years old, and based on her height and weight, she was clearly a tank. Even her appearance score was only 30. Yet the Sister Yun in the livestream appeared to be a decent-looking young woman. Jiang Chen immediately realized she must be a beauty filter warrior. If she turned off her filters, even her top spender would likely flee in terror. When Sister Yun saw Shin Kursen reconnecting, she seemed surprised, but quickly launched into mockery. Oh, if it isn't the lying little slut who lost the PK. I can't stand dishonest people. Shin Kursen's face paled with anger at Sister Yun's words, but then she saw JC's comment on the public screen. JC, don't get mad. I'm here. Challenge her to a PK and make the punishment for her to turn off all her beauty filters. Seeing JC's message, Shin Kursen felt a surge of security and said to Sister Yun, do you dare to do another PK? If you lose, you have to turn off all your beauty filters in the livestream. Hearing this, Sister Yun burst into laughter. After all, Shin Kursen had gone head-to-head with her several times before and lost each one. She didn't believe she would lose this time. Besides, another PK meant another chance to ask her viewers for gifts. Why not? In reality, Sister Yun's viewers were mostly middle-aged men with some spare cash, while Shin Kursen's audience consisted of young college students. Naturally, Sister Yun received more gifts. No problem, I'll play another round with you, little sister. But if you lose this time, you'll have to crawl on the floor barking like a dog and circle the room 3 times. Upon hearing Sister Yun's words, Shin Kursen couldn't help but hesitate, for crawling on the ground and barking like a dog was a grave affront to her dignity. Seeing JC's comment, Shin Kursen felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Bring it on, who's afraid of whom? Shin Kursen said defiantly, her face full of stubbornness as she addressed Sister Yun. With Shin Kursen sending a PK invitation to Sister Yun, the two officially entered the PK interface. At the top of the PK interface was a long health bar, with the left side in blue representing Shin Kursen. The right side of the health bar was red, representing Sister Yun. Whichever side received more gifts would see their health bar lengthen, and the one with the longer bar at the end of the PK would be the victor. My dear fans, we must win this PK. Send me those small gifts. With Sister Yun's shout, the PK officially began. The big spenders in Sister Yun's livestream room started sending gifts one after another. Sister Yun's top fan boss, Zhu, directly sent 10 rockets in a row. Just half a minute into the PK, Sister Yun's red health bar suddenly lengthened, dwarfing Shin Kursen's blue bar. Haha, see my strength now? Get ready to learn how to bark like a puppy. Sister Yun sneered at Shin Kursen, watching her own health bar grow. Thank you, boss Zhu, for the 10 rockets. Little Yun loves you forever, moi. Sister Yun flaunted herself before the camera, thanking boss Zhu in a saccharine voice. As if her words empowered him, boss Zhu sent another 10 rockets in one go. A single rocket cost 1,000 yuan, and 20 rockets meant a total of 20,000 yuan. In an office in a Chengdu skyscraper, a pot-bellied bald man sat in a boss chair watching Sister Yun's livestream. He was Sister Yun's top fan boss Zhu, whose real name was Zhu Feihu. He ran a medium-sized company in Chengdu. Zhu Feihu often hunted for pleasure on live streaming platforms, conquering female streamers with his money. He had already succeeded in having illicit encounters with several female streamers using the same method. In his mind, after tonight's PK, he would be able to claim Sister Yun as well. Just as Zhu Feihu was lost in pleasant fantasies, a magical special effect appeared on his phone screen. On the PK page of the two female streamers, a black night sky emerged filled with countless dazzling stars. Then these stars fell like shooting stars, transforming into a magnificent, resplendent castle. Holy crap! It's the Radiant Castle. This was the most expensive gift on the I Love Live platform. Someone in Sister Yun's livestream room recognized the gift as the priciest Radiant Castle, and to make matters worse, it was gifted to the opposing streamer Shinkursen. Sister Yun's face turned ashen, ugly beyond measure. A single Radiant Castle was worth 30,000 yuan. Even if her top fan boss Zhu had just sent 20 rockets in a row, it still couldn't compare to the value of one Radiant Castle. Watching the health bar being overtaken by Shinkursen's Sister Yun immediately cooed, "Boss Zhu, your little sister is about to lose. Can you really bear to see that? Won't my good brother come to protect your little sister?" Zhu Feihu was utterly enchanted by Sister Yun's coquettish demeanor. At this moment, throwing caution to the wind, he prepared to send her a Radiant Castle as well. Just as he was about to top up, the Radiant Castle special effect appeared on his phone screen once more. He, along with Sister Yun, Shinkursen, and all the viewers watching this PK, witnessed a scene they would never forget. Radiant Castle 1. Radiant Castle 2. Radiant Castle 3. Radiant Castle 20. By the time Shinkursen's side had sent 20 Radiant Castles in a row, both livestream rooms exploded into chaos. Even viewers from Sister Yun's room frantically flooded into Shinkursen's, eager to catch a glimpse of the mysterious tycoon who had sent 20 Radiant Castles. 20 Radiant Castles amounted to a whopping 600,000 yuan. To spend 600,000 yuan in less than a minute. What kind of wealth and audacity did that require? Even in the live streams of top internet influencers, such an extravagant move was rare, let alone in Shinkursen's room, which had only a few dozen viewers. Shinkursen's livestream room was now in an uproar, with countless people expressing their shock in the comments. Shinkursen's cute little mouth hung half open, as she could hardly believe what was happening. Apart from the Radiant Castle JC had given her last time, the most expensive gift she had ever received was worth a mere 100 yuan. These 20 Radiant Castles worth 600,000 yuan meant she would receive a full 300,000 yuan in commission. For a junior-year college student, this was an astronomical sum. Meanwhile, Sister Yun in the opposing livestream room had lost all composure. Her eyes wide, she muttered in disbelief, "A Radiant Castle. And you can send it back to back." Zhu Feihu slumped in his boss chair, drenched in cold sweat. The opponent terrified him. Though he wasn't new to helping female streamers in PK battles, he had never seen anyone send 20 Radiant Castles in a row. Zhu Feihu knew full well that he had encountered a true tycoon this time. Even if his assets were multiplied tenfold, he wouldn't dare to challenge this opponent. This PK Sister Yun was doomed to lose. At that moment, the instigator Jiang Chen listened to the system's notification and grinned foolishly at the newly credited 5 million yuan in spending rebates. Being able to show off, get rebates, and boost the sweet campus belle's affection for him. Watching this live stream was incredibly satisfying. No one in Sister Yun's livestream room dared to utter a word. Sister Yun herself knew there was no chance of a comeback. Her previous arrogance was gone. Looking at her health bar, which was now nearly invisible against Shinkursen's, she lowered her head and whispered weakly, "I lost." In truth, Shinkursen was just an innocent and lovely college girl. Although Sister Yun had bullied her to the point of tears earlier, seeing her opponent concede now made all her anger dissipate. Just as Shinkursen was about to let it go, JC sent a comment. "Make her fulfill the punishment for losing the PK. Trust me, there will be a surprise." Shinkursen didn't know what surprise JC was referring to, but she followed his advice and demanded Sister Yun carry out the penalty. The agreed-upon punishment was for Sister Yun to turn off all beauty filters and special effects in her livestream room. Though Sister Yun was extremely reluctant, she feared that not fulfilling the bet would anger the mysterious tycoon in Shinkursen's room. With no other choice, Sister Yun gritted her teeth and began turning off the beauty filters and special effects in her livestream room one by one. As Sister Yun turned off one beauty filter and special effect after another, the audience in the livestream couldn't help but gasp in shock. Zhu Feihu, the top spender, stared in disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. Sister Yun disabled the facial whitening, revealing a dark, sallow complexion that resembled the surface of the moon. Sister Yin turned off the big eye effect, exposing her chubby slit-like eyes. She deactivated the face slimming function, unveiling a large fleshy face, full of loose skin. By the time she had shut down all the beauty filters and effects, the once stunning and glamorous Sister Yin was nowhere to be seen. What sat before the camera was clearly an ugly, obese woman. Sister Yin's livestream erupted into chaos. Those who had gifted her felt an unprecedented sense of betrayal, furiously demanding refunds in the public chat. As for her top spender boss, Zhu, his nickname now displayed, as this user has deactivated their account. It seemed that the psychological shadow this livestream cast upon Zhu Feihu would take a lifetime to heal. Shin Kursen was stunned, her small mouth agape. The outcome of this PK had caught her off guard. Moreover, Jiang Chen must have known Sister Yun's true appearance to have set this trap for her. But how could he possibly know? Shin Kursen felt that her top spender was shrouded in mystery. Not only had this JC lavished her with 6,000 yuan in one go, but he hadn't even sent a private message asking for her contact information, not even a single greeting. It was truly bizarre. Nevertheless, Shin Kursen felt she should take the initiative to contact her top spender. After all, he had gifted her such a substantial amount, and according to industry norms, she should at least treat him to a meal. Since JC's account info showed he was also in Rongqing, she could easily arrange a face-to-face meeting to express her gratitude. But doubts crept into Shin Kursen's mind. What if he was a greasy middle-aged man? What if he was a perverted degenerate? After much deliberation, she decided to send JC a private message. After all, he had gifted her so many radiant castles, it wouldn't be appropriate to do nothing in return. Can we add each other on WeChat? I'd like to invite you out for a meal to express my thanks. After sending this private message, Shin Kursen nervously awaited his reply. In the past, Shin Kursen would ignore the dozens of lengthy messages from her admirers on WeChat without a second glance, but now she found herself anxiously anticipating a response from a member of the opposite sex for the first time. Okay. JC simply replied with an okay, and then sent his WeChat ID. Shin Kursen quickly searched for him. His profile picture and name seemed to belong to a young person, which put her slightly at ease. Scrolling through his moments, her eyes widened in surprise. She spotted Qinhu Lake at Rongqing University and various delicacies from the 4th cafeteria. Since all the freshmen lived in Qinhu dormitory, Shin Kursen deduced that he was a first-year student at Rongqing University residing there. Are you a freshman at Rongqing University? She asked tentatively. Yes, senior sister, Jiang Chen replied, unsurprised that Shin Kursen had figured out his identity. He had guessed she had looked through his moments. Seeing his response, Shin Kursen felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. Her top spender was not only from the same school, but also politely addressing her as a senior sister. Shin Kursen found the whole situation surreal. Thank you for all the gifts. I'd like to treat you to a meal in person. How about meeting at the commercial street near the school in an hour? No problem. The rain outside had stopped, so Jiang Chen changed into casual clothes and headed toward the commercial street. After all, this was his first meeting with Shin Kursen. He couldn't keep the campus bell waiting. Master heading out right after the rain? Qianjin asked, noticing Jiang Chen about to leave. Just running a quick errand, Jiang Chen waved dismissively and walked out of the dorm without looking back. In the dorm, Qianjin and Su Chuang exchanged knowing smiles before stealthily following him. After the recent downpour, the air was filled with a fresh scent. Sunlight streamed through gaps in the clouds, creating the perfect weather for a romantic meeting. Jiang Chen and Shin Kursen had agreed to meet at the entrance of a Western restaurant. She hadn't arrived yet, so he sat on a bench nearby to wait. Just a few minutes later, he spotted a sweet, adorable girl on the commercial street. The girl wore a pale yellow lace puff-sleeve dress, revealing her delicate collarbone and fair, slender legs. She had on pristine white socks and white sneakers. Her hair cascaded down like seaweed tied with a pale yellow ribbon. Her makeup was a bunny girl's sweet style, not too heavy but perfectly complemented her delicate, lovely face. As she walked down the street, she exuded an aura of sweetness. The surrounding girls' faces were filled with envy, while the boys' expressions showed adoration. Jiang Chen recognized her instantly. She was the same Shin Kursen who had been streaming earlier. He hadn't expected her to be even sweeter in person than on screen, like a walking peach in the mortal world, which made him feel a bit nervous. Meanwhile, Shin Kursen was searching for her top spender. Since she didn't know what JC looked like, she could only guess. Could it be that greasy, smoking man? She spotted a rough-looking, oily man near the restaurant and felt a twinge of worry. Could it be that disgusting pervert? She saw another man near the restaurant, lecherous and staring at her thighs, and felt like she wanted to die. Could it be that handsome guy? She noticed a strikingly handsome man with an impressive aura. But Shin Kursen quickly dismissed the thought. A guy like that at Rongqing University would surely have been taken long ago. How could he be the one showering her with radiant castles in her livestream? According to the laws of the streaming world, the top spender could never be a handsome man. Shin Kursen lowered her head and opened her phone to contact JC on WeChat. Just then a slender, refined hand tapped her shoulder. She looked up to see a handsome, elegant face smiling at her. It was the same handsome guy she had just seen. Shin Kursen, still confused, asked, "Can I help you?" The young man's smile deepened, and from behind his back, he produced a bouquet of elegant vintage roses. "Weren't you the one who asked me out?" Upon hearing the handsome man's words, Shin Kursen said incredulously, You're JC." Watching her astonished expression, Jiang Chen replied with a beaming smile, "I sent you all those radiant castles, and you're going to treat me to nothing but a breeze on the street." Snapping back to reality, Shin Kursen blushed and led Jiang Chen into the Western restaurant. "I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Jiang Chen, a freshman in the art department." Seated by the window, Jiang Chen looked at Shin Kursen across the table and spoke with a smile. Although it was their first meeting, Jiang Chen found himself utterly captivated by Shin Kursen's sweetness. She wore a charming smile at every moment, like a walking living peach. "My name is Shin Kursen. I'm a junior in the law school." A faint blush crept across Shin Kursen's face. She hadn't expected her stream's top spender to be neither a rugged, greasy man nor a lecherous pervert, but such a young and handsome gentleman. At that moment, the soft post-rain sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Jiang Chen's handsome face. He resembled a dashing male lead from a romance novel, leaving Shin Kursen flustered and red-cheeked. Ding. System detects Shin Kursen's affection increased by 10, a current affection level 70. Her fondness had inexplicably risen. "It must be due to my handsome looks," Jiang Chen thought narcissistically. "It seems I'll have to respectfully call you senior from now on when I see you on campus," Jiang Chen joked. He could hardly believe Shin Kursen was a law student. He couldn't imagine her as a prosecutor or a lawyer in the future. Wouldn't such a sweet girl arguing in court simply charm the opposing attorney to death? "Don't call me senior, that makes me feel old," Shin Kursen pouted with her cute little mouth. Still, she asked curiously, "You're just a freshman, so how do you have so much money to spend on radiant castles?" In response to Shin Kursen's question, Jiang Chen couldn't tell the truth, so he brushed it off with a laugh. "Actually, I'm a rich second generation. Those 20 radiant castles were just my daily allowance." Shin Kursen nodded thoughtfully. It seemed her top spender was indeed a wealthy heir. Poverty truly limited one's imagination. "Then why did you send me gifts?" "I'm not even a famous streamer," Shin Kursen asked like an inquisitive child with endless questions. Well, it's because you're cute and beautiful. I really like you." Perhaps not expecting Jiang Chen to be so direct, Shin Kursen instantly blushed, caught off guard. Even Jiang Chen, sitting across from her, could hear her heart pounding. "So will you pursue me?" As she blinked her big adorable eyes and looked at him seriously. Cough, cough, cough. This time it was Jiang Chen's turn to be caught off guard. He had just taken a sip of water and choked violently at her sudden question. "Well, he stammered, unsure how to respond. "Haha, I'm just kidding. But if you really like me, I can give you a chance to pursue me. Others don't even get that opportunity." Shin Kursen's words were always unpredictable, each one catching Jiang Chen off guard. She was truly a mischievous and adorable girl. Not far from Jiang Chen's table, Qian Jin and Su Chuang were eavesdropping stealthily, catching every word of the conversation between Jiang Chen and Shin Kursen. Both wore expressions of shock, and beyond the shock there was even more admiration. "Awesome. Truly awesome. In less than half a month since school started, he's already hooked up with 2 of the 4 campus beauties," Qian Jin said, with utter conviction, his gaze toward Jiang Chen filled with worship. "I'm convinced. From now on, I'll follow him as my master." Su Chuang was also in awe, having become a fervent fan of Jiang Chen. Their shock was understandable. The 4 campus beauties were notoriously hard to win over. According to the school's confession wall statistics, over the past 2 or 3 years, nearly 1,000 people had tried to pursue them, yet not a single one had succeeded in winning any of the 4. But Jiang Chen, a freshman who had only been at school for half a month, had managed to get Lu Yanyan to bring him watermelon and secretly meet with Shin Kursen. How could this not be astonishing? Meanwhile, back at Jiang Chen's table, although it was their first meeting, he and Shin Kursen seemed to have endless things to talk about thanks to her cheerful and endearing personality. Since Shin Kursen had a professional course in the afternoon, they finished their coffee and prepared to return to school. Ding. System issues task. Hold Shin Kursen's hand while walking back to school. Task reward 10 million yuan in cash. Hearing the sudden task from the system, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. He had only just met Shin Kursen. Holding her hand would be far too forward. But thinking of the 10 million yuan cash reward, he decided to endure it. If he could earn that 10 million yuan, Jiang Chen would have enough to buy a luxurious villa near the school. "What's on your mind, Ui?" Shin Kursen asked, noticing his pensive expression. "I'm thinking about how to hold your hand." It's really troubling, Jiang Chen replied without thinking. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately covered it. How had he blurted out his thoughts? Shin Kursen was momentarily surprised, but then she smiled and said, "If you want to hold it, just hold it. It's not like he'll eat you." Huh. Jiang Chen was slow to react, standing there dumbfounded. Seeing his silly expression, Shin Kursen pretended to be angry and said, "This is your only chance. If you don't want to, forget it." Jiang Chen finally snapped out of it and immediately took Shin Kursen's tender little hand. A soft, smooth sensation spread through his palm. He had to admit Shin Kursen's hand was incredibly pleasant to hold, even softer than Lu Yanyan's or Su Qingshu's. As Jiang Chen held her hand, a flush appeared on Shin Kursen's lovely face. It was the first time she had ever held hands with a member of the opposite sex. The two of them strolled hand in hand through the beautiful campus, looking just like a couple deeply in love. The students on campus cast astonished glances their way. Wasn't that Shin Kursen one of the 4 campus beauties? How could she be holding hands with a boy? Did she have a boyfriend? Then a pleasant voice rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding. System detects host has completed the task. The 10 million yuan reward has been successfully issued. Ding. System detects Shin Kursen's affection increased by 20, current affection level 90. The moment Jiang Chen returned to the dormitory, he found Qianjin and Su Chuang staring at him with knowing smiles. "Master, you're truly incredible. Yesterday Lu Yanyan brought you watermelon, and today you're already holding Shin Kursen's hand." Qianjin and Su Chuang fawningly massaged Jiang Chen's shoulders and legs, their expressions sycophantic. "How did you find out? Were you following me?" Jiang Chen couldn't help asking. "Do we need to follow you? Master, just open the school's confession wall and see for yourself." Upon hearing Qianjin's words, Jiang Chen reluctantly opened the confession wall. The very first post he saw nearly made him spit blood on the spot. Campus beauty Shin Kursen seen walking hand in hand with a male student rumored to be dating a freshman. Attached below were several photos, precisely the ones of Jiang Chen strolling through the campus holding Shin Kursen's delicate hand. The replies under this post sent a cold shiver down Jiang Chen's spine. "Who is this bastard daring to take my Kursen away? I, Zhang Hu, president of the judo club, will skin him alive." "Get lost, Zhang Hu. I've pursued Kursen for 3 years without even a word from her. Leave this to me, Zhou Wei, president of the boxing club." Speechless, Jiang Chen realized that dating on campus would require utmost discretion from now on to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, since these photos were taken from a distance, his face wasn't clearly visible. Only his dorm mates Qianjin and Su Chuang had recognized him. The second post on the confession wall also caught Jiang Chen's attention. Ancient martial arts expert appears on campus effortlessly, taking down 10 opponents in seconds. Clicking on it, Jiang Chen saw the footage of him brutally beating Chun Jiahao and his lackeys that day. Someone had secretly recorded it and posted it on the wall. Fortunately, due to the late hour, Jiang Chen's face was blurry in the video, and no one could have guessed that the protagonists of both posts were the same person. Beneath this post, a frenzy of female replies erupted. "Is this a freshman? I'd date him. His kung fu is so impressive. I wonder how his other skills are." Just as Jiang Chen turned off his phone and rubbed his throbbing temples, it rang again. It was Lu Yanyan calling. "What exactly is your relationship with that Shin Kursen? Why were you holding hands on campus? Am I prettier, or is she? Answer me right now, immediately." The moment Jiang Chen answered, Lu Yanyan's rapid-fire interrogation poured through the phone. Well, that." Jiang Chen was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. "Forget it. I won't let her take you from me." With that, Lu Yanyan hung up. Just as Jiang Chen thought he could catch a break, his phone rang again. This time, it was Su Qingshu calling. "Hello." Jiang Chen's voice carried a hint of guilt. He could roughly guess why Su Qingshu was contacting him. "Oh, you little scoundrel, living it up on campus, aren't you? It's only been a few days since school started, and you're already holding a campus bow tie's hand. Wait, you're not even a student at our school, are you? Why are you so interested in our campus news?" Jiang Chen said, exasperated. "What? Tired of me already? You never come to see me, so am I not allowed to browse the confession wall? Not only that, but he'll be visiting your school in person in a few days." With that, Su Qingshu hung up, leaving Jiang Chen with a throbbing headache. Having too many admirers could truly be a burden sometimes. After the rainy spell ended, military training resumed on campus. Though the students grumbled incessantly, one look at the instructors' grim faces silenced their complaints. The heavy rain had brought temporary coolness, but the post-rain heat was unbearable. The scorching sun evaporated the rainwater from the ground, leaving the students on the training field feeling like frogs in lukewarm water. Cadets, due to the extreme heat this afternoon, will suspend training and move to the shade for talent performances. Instructor Wu Gang's announcement drew cheers of joy from the exhausted trainees. Though still outdoors, watching performances in the cool shade was far more enjoyable than roasting under the sun. If a pretty girl were to perform a hot dance, it would surely ignite the whole crowd. The performance was organized as a game of passing the parcel. Everyone formed a circle with one person holding a flower and another beating a drum. When the drumming started, the flower holder passed it around the circle. Whoever held it when the drum stopped had to perform. The students formed a large circle with instructor Wu Gang seated in the center, responsible for beating the drum. As the drumming began, the student holding the flower quickly passed it to the next person. The delicate bloom became a hot potato frantically handed from one to another. No one wanted to perform. Those with artistic talent might secure a prime dating advantage for their 4 college years. But those without such talent risked losing that advantage entirely. When the drumming abruptly stopped, everyone's eyes turned to the flower's holder. To everyone's surprise, it was the cold-faced Zhou Na. Zhou Na rolled her eyes at the flower in her hand. Without any hesitation or excuses, she succinctly uttered 2 words, "I'll dance." Her declaration immediately sparked cheers and whistles from the male students. After all, Zhou Na had a fiery figure, a true spicy beauty and cool sister. Watching her dance would be a visual feast. Wu Gang produced a large speaker from somewhere, and Zhou Na selected a track. Soon the explosive prelude of a dance song filled the air. Zhou Na tossed aside her military cap and untied her hairband, letting a cascade of thick curls fall like a waterfall onto her shoulders. The few strands dyed pink shimmered dazzlingly under the sunlight. She then stripped off her uniform jacket, revealing a tight, white tank top that perfectly accentuated her upper bodice curves. She tied the bottom of the tank top into a knot, exposing her alluring navel. This series of moves instantly captivated the entire male audience, even causing Jiang Chen, who was no stranger to beautiful women, to swallow hard. Moving to the rhythm of the music, Zhou Na began to sway her slender, seductive waist. Her seaweed-like hair danced with her steps, radiating a powerful energy. Her movements were both graceful and voluptuous, like a mermaid swimming passionately in the ocean's depths, every sway perfectly syncing with the beat from the speakers. Especially the various explosive and tempting moves in this hot dance amplified Zhou Na's already incomparable sexiness to the extreme. Unable to look away, Jiang Chen swallowed again and muttered, "Zhou Na is truly a born saint of hot dance." After Zhou Na finished her fiery dance, male students from other classes had crowded around in layers upon layers. Yet Zhou Na acted as if nothing had happened, flicking her seaweed-like hair before putting on her military training jacket and returning to her seat. The onlooking boys cast envious glances at Jiang Chen, Qianjin, and the others. After all, to be in the same class as such a sizzling beauty, what more could one ask for? The game of passing the flower continued, and several more classmates took the stage to perform, but their dances were uncoordinated and their songs off-key. The atmosphere that Zhou Na's dance had ignited was quickly fading. As a rapid drumbeat began, another round of the flower passing game started. Those who received the flower hurriedly passed it to the next person, terrified of making a fool of themselves on stage. Even Jiang Chen's heart was pounding with anxiety, for he had been tone-deaf since childhood and possessed no dancing talent. If forced to perform on stage, it would surely become a humiliating memory from his college years. Yet Jiang Chen's worst fear came true. When instructor Wu Gang stopped his movements and the drum fell silent, Qianjin, who had caught the flower, tossed it to the next person as if it were a hot potato. As the drumming ceased completely, the flower landed steadily in Jiang Chen's hands. "You son of a..." Jiang Chen shot a murderous glare at Qianjin, who could only shrug helplessly. Wu Gang, seeing the flower in Jiang Chen's hands, suppressed a smile and said, "Please come to the center and showcase your best talent." "Great!" Qianjin and Su Chuang, ever eager for chaos, clapped enthusiastically, and the other students joined in the uproar. Jiang Chen walked to the center with a grim expression. Wu Gang gave a half-smile and asked, "And what performance will you be giving us?" Beads of sweat as large as beans dripped from Jiang Chen's forehead as he stammered, I. All eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen, some teasing, some gloating, some expectant, and others sympathetic. Jiang Chen felt like a clown being gawked at in a circus, and the sensation was utterly dreadful. He couldn't carry a tune, had no rhythm for dancing. Was he supposed to just introduce himself or recite a poem? "System, are you there? Can you unlock some artistic talent for me, so I can perform without making a fool of myself?" In this dire moment, Jiang Chen thought of the all-powerful system. Ding. System detects host's urgent plea. God of song talent and guitar mastery have been awakened for the host. As the system's prompt faded, Jiang Chen felt a flood of vocal techniques and professional guitar knowledge pour into his mind. Warm currents surged through his dantian and throat as if an inexplicable power had taken hold. No longer lost and flustered, Jiang Chen now appeared composed and brimming with confidence. Scanning his surroundings, Jiang Chen spotted a handsome sunny boy carrying a guitar across the playground, likely an upperclassman. He jogged over and said politely, "Excuse me, senior, may I borrow your guitar? We're having a class performance and I'd like to sing a song." Jiang Chen's courtesy won the senior's favor. He handed over the guitar and said, "Of course. I'd love to see what a freshman can do." Jiang Chen stepped to the center, guitar in hand, and announced to the crowd, "A song for everyone the you of wants." As his words fell, thunderous applause erupted around him. After all, a guitar performance is always a crowd pleaser. His right hand swept across the strings, producing a melodious chord, and then his deep, sultry voice rang out across the field. Once dreamed of wielding a sword and roaming the world to see the splendor of the earth, a youthful heart, always a bit reckless, now you call every place home. Jiang Chen's voice was low and soulful. Though he sang right before them, it felt as if the sound emanated from an antique CD player. Barely 20 years old, his voice carried the weight of a middle-aged man steeped in stories. He seemed to see through the world's affairs, free and unrestrained. The audience couldn't help closing their eyes, letting the music transport them into boundless wilderness. After the chorus, Jiang Chen's fingers danced across the strings, launching into an improvisational solo. The other students didn't grasp the solo's true value, assuming anyone with moderate skill could pull it off, so they focused on his singing. But the senior who lent him the guitar stared wide-eyed. He understood the solo's depth. It tested not only basic technique, but also musical talent. Even he, who had started guitar at age 3 and won the Youth Guitar Championship for over a decade, could barely reach such a level. After a long moment of shock, the senior let out a breath, a smile curling at his lips as he murmured, "These freshmen really are interesting. Let's down this glass of wine. A true man's heart is as vast as the sea." Having experienced life's myriad states and the world's warmth and cold, this smile is warm and pure. Only when Jiang Chen finished the song did everyone open their eyes. Wu Gang discreetly wiped his moistened eyes. He hadn't expected the boy's voice to stir the tenderness within his iron will. Even Shangwan Yinyu and Zhou Na, who had been indifferent now, turned their gazes toward Jiang Chen, their expressions shifting. Ding. System detects Shangwan Yinyu's favorability 10, current favorability 10. Ding. System detects Zhou Na's favorability 10, current favorability 0. Hearing the system's prompts, Jiang Chen was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected that singing a single song would earn him favor from two great beauties. Shangwan Yinyu was fine, but Zhou Na, she had added 10 points on top of her base of 10. Though it only brought her to 0 favorability, it was a qualitative breakthrough. After all, Zhou Na was a challenge-level mission. If her favorability could reach 98, he would be rewarded with 100 million yuan. He returned the guitar to the senior and thanked him politely. The other said nothing, only casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Chen before leaving. After a few more rounds of the flower passing game, the sun set, marking the end of the afternoon training. But from that day on, Zhou Na's dance and Jiang Chen's song became the legend of that year's freshman. In the cafeteria of Rongqing University, the campus belle Lu Yanyan was sharing a bowl of spicy hot pot with a young man. That young man was none other than Jiang Chen. "I heard you played the guitar on the sports field this afternoon and made it onto the school's confession wall. There will probably be plenty of pretty girls chasing after you from now on, won't there?" Lu Yanyan pouted her adorable little lips and huffed indignantly. Jiang Chen, seeing her displeased expression, quickly smoothed things over. "I was forced to perform, truly helpless. If you want to hear me sing, I'll sing for you anytime." "Really?" Hearing this, Lu Yanyan's expression softened. "I mean it." Lu Yanyan let out a giggle, picked up a piece of fish tofu from the bowl, and fed it to Jiang Chen. Instantly, Jiang Chen felt countless murderous glares directed at him from all around. After dinner, Jiang Chen strolled hand in hand with Lu Yanyan around the campus for a while before returning to his dormitory. As he stepped inside, he noticed someone sitting at the seat beneath his bed. Looking closer, he recognized the sunny senior who had lent him the guitar that afternoon. "Hello, senior." Though unsure why the other was in his dorm, Jiang Chen greeted him warmly and politely out of courtesy. Although they had only met once before, Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable warmth from him, drawing him closer. The sunny senior noticed Jiang Chen's return and immediately approached him. "You're Jiang Chen, right? I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Yang Xiao, a junior from the School of Business." Hearing his name spoken directly, Jiang Chen's mind raced. The fact that the other knew his name meant he had done some investigating. But what was the purpose of asking about him and coming to his dorm? Perhaps sensing Jiang Chen's confusion, Yang Xiao smiled and said, "Don't worry. I came here for just one thing. To invite you to join Rongqing University's Jiao Club." Jiao Club. Jiang Chen was baffled. It was his first time hearing of such a club at Rongqing University. "I have another identity I haven't revealed. I'm the president of the Jiao Club," Yang Xiao said casually before introducing the club. Our Jiao Club at Rongqing University has a history of over 100 years since the school's founding. Members are all music enthusiasts passionate about various instruments. This includes Western instruments like the piano, piccolo, flute, violin, cello, and so on, and traditional Chinese instruments like the guzheng, yangqin, pipa, suona, and more. Today I happen to discover your extraordinary guitar skills. You're a rare talent for our club, so I hope you'll join us. Listening to Yang Xiao's lengthy explanation, Jiang Chen finally understood the situation. However, joining a club held little appeal for Jiang Chen. He wanted his 4 years of university to be free and unfettered without anyone's control. So he said to Yang Xiao, "First, thank you for your kindness, Senior Yang Xiao. But I've always valued my freedom and don't really enjoy participating in collective organizations like clubs. Please forgive me." Hearing Jiang Chen's polite refusal, Yang Xiao smiled and said, "Since you're unwilling, I won't force you. He'll take my leave then." With that, he turned and walked toward the dormitory door, muttering, "Ah, what a pity. So many freshmen are trying to avoid military training by joining the Jiao Club only to be turned away. Chadomat, chadomat." Upon hearing Yang Xiao's words, Jiang Chen immediately blocked his path and asked, "Senior, do you mean that joining the Jiao Club exempts me from military training?" Yang Xiao couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Of course. If the club couldn't even guarantee such a perk, what face would it have to recruit members? For instance, rehearsals for the welcome party or training for the university art competition. Any excuse can get you out of military training. Choose between being roasted black under the scorching sun or chilling in the club's air-conditioned room, eating ice-cold watermelon and playing games. The choice is yours." Listening to Yang Xiao, Jiang Chen's previously indifferent heart began to stir. At this time, Rongqing was in the grip of an autumn heat wave, making daily military training unbearably sweltering. Using club activities to avoid it seemed like a good idea. Seeing Jiang Chen wavering, Yang Xiao added, "If I recall correctly, Shangwan Yinyu is also your classmate. Just now she agreed to join our Jiao Club." What? Yang Xiao's words shocked Jiang Chen. He hadn't expected the usually aloof and quiet Shangwan Yinyu to be so sharp, quietly slipping into the club. But why can Shangwan Yinyu join the Jiao Club? Does she have a talent for any instrument? Jiang Chen couldn't help asking. Hearing this, Yang Xiao looked at him as if he were an idiot, then uttered something that stunned Jiang Chen. Shangwan Yinyu is the closed-door disciple of piano godfather Kate. Since elementary school, she has consecutively won gold medals in national piano competitions. She has long been known as the piano princess of Rongqing. Good heavens! Yang Xiao's revelation made Jiang Chen see Shangwan Yinyu in a new light. No wonder that girl always acted like she looked down on everyone. She had the credentials to back it up. Moreover, since Shangwan Yinyu could study under a piano master, her family must have some background. This piqued Jiang Chen's interest in her identity. To be honest, although Jiang Chen's heart was itching, he was more conflicted. Joining the Jiao Club might spare him from the torment of military training, but the subsequent activities and constraints would likely become a nuisance. Perhaps sensing Jiang Chen's inner turmoil, Yang Xiao waved his hand and headed for the door. "Forget it, Junior. Since you don't want to join, I won't insist." What a shame. Our Jiao Club has so many beauties, including our folk music goddess Guameitzen, one of Rongqing University's for campus bells. Hearing this, Jiang Chen rushed back to block Yang Xiao's path. "Senior, wait. You mean Guameitzen, one of the 4 campus bells, is in the Jiao Club?" Seeing Jiang Chen's reaction, Yang Xiao found it amusing, but replied seriously, "That's right. Guameitzen's guzheng skills are exquisite. She's recognized as the folk music goddess of Rongqing University and our Jiao Club's guzheng player." "Junior, why do you ask?" Jiang Chen grabbed Yang Xiao's hand and said, "Senior, I've made up my mind. I've decided to join the Jiao Club. Not because I want to avoid military training, nor because the campus belle Guameitzen is in the club. It's purely out of my love and thirst for art." The morning sun at 8 o'clock had just begun to cast its rays upon the playground of the Art Academy, baking it like a scorching griddle. The students of Director Class 1 were enduring the merciless training of Instructor Wu Gang, when Jiang Chen, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts with flip-flops on his feet, sauntered over lazily. "Reporting to the instructor, due to my excellent guitar performance yesterday, I was invited to join the music collective. I need to attend a club meeting now, requesting your approval." Wu Gang had long seen through Jiang Chen's little tricks, but could do nothing about it, so he waved him off impatiently. Jiang Chen, elated, made a few provocative gestures toward Qianjin and Su Chuang, then slipped away, ignoring their murderous glares. The club classroom of the music collective was located in a teaching building named Bamboo Garden, so called because of the vast bamboo grove in front of it. On his way to Bamboo Garden, Jiang Chen spotted Shangwan Yinyu. Today she was dressed in a refreshing floral print strappy dress, her fair legs paired with white socks and white Crocs. Her entire demeanor was pure and spirited, yet exuded a distant, chilly air that kept others at arm's length. Shangguan Yanya's beauty score was 94, tying with Shun Kursen and 2 points higher than both Lu Yanyan and Su Qingxue. If she weren't a freshman, she would surely have secured a spot among the senior campus beauties of Rongqing University. Senior Shangguan, what a coincidence. Jiang Chen jogged up and greeted Shangguan Yinyu. Surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes at the sight of him, but she quickly regained her composure and nodded calmly in response. It was still a polite reply, still that distant, chilling aloofness. But Jiang Chen's skin was thicker than most. With a broad smile, he continued, "Actually, I've joined the music collective too. From now on, we're not just class monitor and vice monitor partners, but also members of the same club. Please take care of me." With that, he extended his hand toward Shangguan Yinyu. To his surprise, she didn't hesitate, but reached out her delicate hand to shake his. Though it lasted only a brief second, the wonderful sensation from her palm left Jiang Chen utterly enchanted. After exchanging a few casual words, they arrived at the door of the music collective. Shangguan Yinyu knocked gently, and the door opened to reveal a handsome, fashionably dressed young man covered in brand-name items. The trendy guy's eyes lit up at the sight of Shangguan Yinyu. He immediately extended his hand and said warmly, "You must be Junior Shangguan Yinyu. I'm Wang Quan, vice president of the music collective. Please take care of me." However, Shangguan Yinyu made no move to shake his hand, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Wang Quan awkwardly withdrew his hand, which had been hanging in the air. Jiang Chen, lost in thought, realized that Shangguan Yinyu was clearly averse to shaking hands with strangers, yet she hadn't refused him earlier. This showed that Jiang Chen had an advantage over others. "Junior Shangguan, please come in. Let me show you around the music collective." Wang Quan's skin was evidently thick as well. He acted as if nothing had happened and began leading Shangguan Yinyu on a tour. As for Jiang Chen standing beside her, Wang Quan completely ignored him, treating him like air. This differential treatment left Jiang Chen both amused and exasperated. The music collective consisted of several large classrooms divided into Western and Chinese music sections, each area housing various instruments. It was probably class time, so only about 7 or 8 people were present in the club. Jiang Chen looked around, but didn't spot any particularly stunning girls, indicating that the campus beauty Guo Xinxin wasn't in the club at the moment. Wang Quan led Shangguan Yinyu on several rounds through the music collective before finally fixing his eyes on Jiang Chen and saying, "So you're that Jiang Chen, huh? The guitar player. The club president already told me about you. Just wander around on your own." After speaking, Wang Quan turned to Shangguan Yinyu, his indifferent tone doing a 180-degree turn as he said enthusiastically, "Junior Shangguan, since we both specialize in piano, how about we exchange some thoughts on piano playing? Instruments like the guitar are for commoners. They can't compare to our refined piano." Wang Quan's words left Jiang Chen speechless. This guy actually derived a sense of superiority from playing an instrument. In truth, instruments have no inherent hierarchy, though the guitar is often associated with street performances, while the piano appears in more upscale settings. Wang Quan walked over to the piano, clearly eager to show off his skills. His fingers danced across the keys, producing a series of pleasant notes. Though Jiang Chen knew nothing about piano, he could tell that Wang Quan was playing the notoriously difficult piece, Flight of the Bumblebee. Wang Quan's proficiency with the piece was impressive. His 10 fingers moved so fast they seemed to blur, and the piano sound resembled thousands of bees buzzing around his ears. Damn it, this guy actually managed to show off. Jiang Chen hadn't expected Wang Quan to have real skill, but unfortunately, he himself knew nothing about piano. Ding. Detecting the host's strong inner desire, piano mastery has now been awakened. As the system notification faded, Jiang Chen was astonished to find that the previously pleasant piano piece now sounded unpleasant to his ears. Moreover, he could detect many wrong notes, unstable rhythms, and a lack of emotion. Jiang Chen realized that the system had awakened his piano talent, granting him master-level proficiency, which allowed him to perceive the numerous flaws in Wang Quan's playing. When the piece ended, Shangguan Yinyu couldn't help but applaud and say, "Senior, your rendition of Flight of the Bumblebee is truly perfect. Even with careful listening, I could hardly find any flaws." Hearing her praise, Wang Quan was overjoyed. But he suppressed his ecstasy and pretended to be modest, saying, "Junior Shangguan flatters me. In terms of piano skill, I'm still far behind you." Wang Quan's piano level was indeed far from Shangguan Yanya's, but this particular piece, Flight of the Bumblebee, was his trump card. He had practiced it hundreds of thousands of times since childhood, giving him something to boast about. Shangguan Yinyu could also hear some imperfections in Wang Quan's playing, but she felt they didn't detract from the overall quality. Although she was confident she could play it better than him, his performance was still at the ceiling level. Terrible. A sudden voice interrupted Wang Quan and Shangguan Yanya's conversation. Wang Quan looked incredulously toward the source only to see Jiang Chen smiling at him. You're saying my flight of the bumblebee is terrible? Wang Quan could hardly believe his ears. Jiang Chen maintained his faint smile and said, I'm not saying the piece you played is terrible, I'm saying what you played is nothing but noise polluting my ears. In other words, you don't know how to play the piano at all. What did you say? Wang Quan's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly, and his face burned with fury as he stared at Jiang Chen. After all, Wang Quan had been learning piano since the age of 3, and though his skill was inferior to Shangwan Yanya's, he had still won numerous awards in various piano competitions. Now this man who only knew how to play the guitar was mockingly belittling him, even comparing his performance to noise. How could he accept that? Even Shangwan Yanyu frowned at Jiang Chen's words. While Wang Quan's playing had minor flaws, it was far from the utter worthlessness Jiang Chen described. In Shangwan Yanya's eyes, Jiang Chen was nothing but a clown provoking out of jealousy over Wang Quan's piano talent. However, Jiang Chen merely smirked and continued, in the first movement, second measure, the fourth note. You played it wrong. In the second movement, second measure, your emotion was insufficient. In the third movement, your rhythm was unstable during the transition. Jiang Chen pointed out over a dozen issues in one breath, leaving Wang Quan and Shangwan Yanyu utterly astonished. Among these issues were some they were already aware of as well as others they had never noticed. You also understand piano? Shangwan Yanyu asked incredulously, for Jiang Chen had identified even more flaws than she had. This suggested that Jiang Chen's piano skill might surpass hers. But how could anyone achieve such mastery in both guitar and piano? She refused to believe such a prodigy existed in this world. Jiang Chen lounged in his chair, legs crossed, and said nonchalantly, piano. I know a little bit too. Seeing Jiang Chen show off in front of Shangwan Yanyu, Wang Quan finally exploded, roaring. You're just a scumbag guitar player. What are you pretending for? If you've got the guts, play the piece I just played, and we'll see who's better. Fine, I'll show you a bit of real skill. With that, Jiang Chen sat down at the piano. But he still kept his legs crossed, his posture lazy and careless. He didn't look like a pianist at all, more like a thuggish arcade joystick jockey. Shangwan Yanya's face was filled with doubt, uncertain whether Jiang Chen could actually play. Wang Quan meanwhile wore a mocking grin, convinced Jiang Chen was just an arrogant fool. Yet when Jiang Chen's fingertips traced an arc through the air and landed on the black and white keys, the situation spiraled beyond control. His 10 fingers danced and soared across the keys like a swarm of bees frolicking joyfully over a meadow. Melodious notes filled the entire classroom like lively spirits burrowing into everyone's ears. The music he played was at times deep and heavy, at times lively and powerful, immersing listeners in the scene. Jiang Chen's emotional infusion into the piece was impeccable, drawing everyone into a vast wilderness where a chaotic dance of bees unfolded before their eyes. In that flawless performance, the flow of time seemed frozen. No one in the room knew when Jiang Chen had finished playing it. By the time they snapped back to reality, he was already sipping tea on the side. Wang Quan's face turned ashen. Compared to Jiang Chen's performance, his own truly sounded like noise. His skill paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's, rendering his own playing virtually meaningless. At that moment, his Tao heart shattered. After 20 years of dedicated piano study, he had believed himself unmatched among his peers, only to be mercilessly crushed in this small classroom. How could he bear it? Shangwan Yanya's face was also etched with shock, and her gaze toward Jiang Chen had shifted dramatically. His piano skill far surpassed hers, and even her master, the world-renowned piano virtuoso Kate, would be slightly inferior. Yet her master had dedicated half a lifetime to practice, while Jiang Chen was only 20 years old. This meant his level wasn't achievable through sheer hard work alone, it required an once-in-a-lifetime piano talent. How ironic that Jiang Chen remained so humble. Unlike herself, who flaunted the title of piano princess everywhere. The thought made her blush. Ding. System detects a 20-point increase in Shangwan Yanya's favorability, current favorability 30. The system notification rang out. Jiang Chen hadn't expected the usually aloof Shangwan Yanyu to grant him another 20 points of favor. Clap, clap, clap. Just then applause sounded from outside the door. Everyone turned to see Yang Xiao, the president of the Music Society. Yang Xiao had overheard Jiang Chen's performance from outside, and honestly, it had left him profoundly shaken. His eyes couldn't hide his admiration for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I never expected your guitar to be so good, and your piano skills are equally outstanding. Yang Xiao patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, his voice trembling with excitement. To be honest, the Music Society's overall level had declined in recent years. In the past, the society boasted many virtuosos of various instruments, but now only the Guzheng goddess Guomeitzen and the pianist Wang Quan served as its face. Although Yang Xiao played guitar himself, his overall skill was far from top tier, He had been elected president for his ability to integrate the group. But now with the addition of the piano princess Shangwan Yinyu and the dual instrument master Jiang Chen, Yang Xiao was confident he could revive the society's former glory. Jiang Chen, Shangwan Yinyu, I have an idea. For this year's welcome party, you two will perform a piano duet to represent our music society. Yang Xiao assigned the task to Jiang Chen and Shangwan Yinyu, but Jiang Chen immediately waved his hand in refusal upon hearing it. President, didn't we agree that joining the society meant I wouldn't have to do anything? How come I'm getting a task on my first day? Besides, there are plenty of experienced seniors in the society. Oh, why do newcomers have to take the stage? Jiang Chen had no interest in any welcome party. He had joined the society precisely to avoid trouble. Yang Xiao chuckled. It's a tradition for freshmen to represent the music society at the welcome party. I'm not targeting you. Just as Jiang Chen was about to refuse again, a gentle voice spoke up. Jiang Chen, I'd like to perform with you. Is that okay? It was Shangwan Yinyu, her beautiful eyes blinking as she awaited his response. A girl as beautiful as her taking the initiative to invite you to perform together. No man could refuse, and that included Jiang Chen. The thought of sitting side by side with Shangwan Yinyu at the piano playing together was undoubtedly a romantic affair. Jiang Chen met Shangwan Yinyu's gaze and said slowly, I accept. In truth, a significant reason Shangwan Yinyu wished to perform alongside Jiang Chen at the welcome party was her admiration for his piano skills. Performing on the same stage with a master like Jiang Chen was a rare opportunity. Women are naturally drawn to the strong, and Shangwan Yinyu was no exception. Jiang Chen's thoughts were far simpler. Since Shangwan Yinyu had taken the initiative, how could he possibly refuse? Moreover, such an opportunity could bring him closer to her, perhaps even allow him to steal a kiss. Why wouldn't he embrace it? Though Wang Quan's heart was filled with reluctance, he was helpless. After all, his skills were inferior. Yet his gaze, burning with resentment, never left Jiang Chen, and in his mind, he meticulously plotted his revenge. The next morning, just after waking, Jiang Chen saw a message in the class group. The school is organizing medical knowledge training today. Please gather at the playground at 8 o'clock. The school regularly held such medical or fire safety training, so Jiang Chen was not surprised. After a simple breakfast at the cafeteria with his 3 roommates, Jiang Chen arrived at the training site. From a distance, he saw 2 ambulances parked on the playground bearing the words, Rongqing First People's Hospital. Seeing the name Rongqing First People's Hospital, Jiang Chen couldn't help but recall Su Qingshu's sweet visage. She must be busy at the hospital now, he thought, a trace of longing stirring in his heart. He hadn't seen her since school started, and she often sent messages complaining that he was neglecting her. It seemed he needed to find a chance to see Su Qingshu, or else her affection might eventually turn to resentment. At 8 o'clock, the medical training began on time. First, a school leader came up to deliver some official platitudes, followed by a hospital leader who also recited some empty words. Having stayed up all night watching Shin Kursen's livestream, Jiang Chen was now yawning and drowsy. Just as he drifted between sleep and wakefulness, a single sentence from the leader on stage jolted him wide awake. Let us welcome Nurse Su Qingshu from Rongqing First People's Hospital to popularize first aid knowledge. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as Su Qingshu, dressed in a white nurse's uniform, slowly walked onto the stage. Her skin was like congealed fat, her features delicate, and even without makeup her beauty outshone all others. Clad in her pure white uniform, she resembled a holy angel descending upon the mortal world. As soon as Su Qingshu appeared, the male students below erupted into a frenzy. Although Rongqing University was teeming with beauties, a girl as stunning as Su Qingshu was a rare gem. The only male who remained unmoved was likely Jiang Chen, who silently buried his head, hoping she wouldn't spot him. Su Qingshu began by explaining some basic medical knowledge, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Even the most tedious information captivated the male students. After finishing, she smiled sweetly and said, Next, I will select a student from the audience to come up and assist me in a first aid simulation. No sooner had Su Qingshu finished speaking than the male students below erupted once more. This was a golden opportunity to get close to the goddess. If it even involved mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, they would consider their lives complete. Hands shot up and voices cried out, me, me, me. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch, but Jiang Chen alone continued to keep his head down, terrified that Su Qingshu might see him. Thank you all for your enthusiasm. How about the male student in the 5th row who has been keeping his head down? Please come up to the stage. As soon as she spoke, the noisy crowd fell into dead silence. Everyone followed her gaze to the same spot. Jiang Chen looked up helplessly, surrounded by murderous glares. He looked at Su Qingshu on stage, who was now looking back at him with a triumphant expression. She had spotted him the moment she stepped on stage. Even if he buried his face in the ground, she would have dug him out. Jiang Chen walked up to the stage dejectedly, silently praying she wouldn't torment him in front of everyone. Classmates, I will now demonstrate cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Please lie down and cooperate, Su Qingxue said with a smile to Jiang Chen. He lay flat on the ground. She began explaining the method while placing her hands together and pressing down on his chest. But unlike standard CPR, Su Qingxue was clearly applying extra force with her hands. Each press nearly made Jiang Chen vomit his breakfast. From an angle unseen by others, she whispered to him, "You didn't come to see me, and you're flirting at school. Watch how I deal with you today." With that, she silently increased the pressure in her hands, and Jiang Chen's face twisted in agony. By the time the CPR demonstration ended, he was clutching his chest in pain. Our master sure has a lucky fate running into romance wherever he goes, Qianjin remarked lecherously, casting an envious glance at Jiang Chen. But that's not right. He should be happy to have physical contact with such a pretty nurse. Why does he look so pained? Su Chuang noticed something amiss and asked, puzzled. He's probably just overwhelmed by happiness, Qianjin mused, offering his precise analysis. On stage, Su Qingxue watched Jiang Chen rubbing his chest and flashed a sinister smile. She announced to the students, "Now that I've taught you CPR, I'll show you how to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation." The moment she said this, the male students below began to wail in despair. Their goddess was about to give mouth-to-mouth to someone else right in front of them. Instantly, Jiang Chen felt countless vicious stares boring into him. Damn it, this guy is too infuriating. After the training, let's rough him up. Who's in? Count me in, I practice martial arts. Count me in, I've done boxing. Watching the increasingly frenzied students, Jiang Chen finally understood Su Qingxue's intention behind the mouth-to-mouth demonstration. This tactic of killing with a borrowed knife was truly brilliant. Helpless despite the glares that could kill him 1,000 times, Jiang Chen lay down again to cooperate with Su Qingxue's demonstration. It was only a simulated form of mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Su Qingxue's cherry lips were far from his, but the crowd below was still ablaze with fury, shouting for Jiang Chen to be torn to pieces. Looking at the woman who had taken his first kiss, he found her both beautiful and ruthless. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Women are truly a terrifying species. In the parking lot of the West Suburb Park adjacent to Rongqing University, Jiang Chen sat panting inside a peach-pink Mercedes G-Wagon. Right after the medical training session ended, he had been chased across half the campus by those furious male students. Fortunately, his current physical condition was far from ordinary. Had they caught him, he would surely have endured a severe beating. Master, the dormitory entrance is crowded with people. I think you'd better lie low outside for a while. A message from Qianjin appeared on his phone. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, silently cursing Su Qingxue's ancestors 18 generations back. Pulling out his phone, Jiang Chen sent a message to Su Qingxue, West Suburb Park parking lot waiting for you. Come quickly. About 10 minutes later, the passenger door of the G-Wagon opened, and Su Qingxue slipped inside. She had changed out of her pristine nurse's uniform into a creamy white spaghetti-strap dress, revealing her alluring shoulders and fair thighs. Her coiled hair now casually draped over her shoulders, filling the entire car with her captivating fragrance. Su Qingxue's limpid eyes gazed tenderly at Jiang Chen, her expression suggesting she was entirely at his disposal. Jiang Chen looked at Su Qingxue. Much of his anger had already dissipated, yet he still spoke with some displeasure. Do you realize your joke went too far? I can't even return to school now. I've become the public enemy of every male student there. He was about to continue reproaching Su Qingxue when her delicate face suddenly leaned in. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt a warmth upon his lips, and he began to respond passionately. After a full 5 minutes, Su Qingxue, her cheeks flushed, took out her lipstick to touch up. Jiang Chen was still savoring the exquisite sensation from moments ago. I just missed you so much, that's why I came to find you at school. Consider it a little lesson. I won't do it again, Su Qingxue coaxed, resting her head against Jiang Chen's chest. No one could resist the cajoling of a beauty like Su Qingxue, and Jiang Chen was no exception. The resentment in his heart had already vanished like smoke. Forget it, I'm not angry with you. Come with me this afternoon to buy something, Jiang Chen said, caressing Su Qingxue's silky hair. Buy what? Su Qingxue blinked her big eyes curiously. A villa. Jiang Chen uttered the two words calmly. The G-Wagon roared to life and sped off. Rongqing University was located in the western suburbs of Rongqing, not far from a villa district called West City Mansion. These villas, resplendent and secluded amidst the bustle, were home to many wealthy individuals. Jiang Chen drove to the sales office of West City Mansion. Su Qingxue asked in surprise, "You're going to buy a villa here? These villas are very expensive." She knew a bit about the area. The prices here were even higher than those of her family's Meiyuan villa, hardly affordable for ordinary people. In response to Su Qingxue's doubt, Jiang Chen simply smiled without a word. Lately he had been spending lavishly and his assets had now reached 50 million yuan. He could pick any villa in West City Mansion. Leading Su Qinxue into the sales office, they saw all the staff gathered around a couple pitching villas, completely ignoring Jiang Chen and Su Qinxue. Only a girl who looked like an intern approached them and said politely, "Hello sir and madam. Would you like me to introduce our villas at West City Mansion?" Su Qinxue. At that moment the couple surrounded by staff also noticed Jiang Chen and Su Qinxue. The woman called out Su Qingxue's name in surprise. Su Qinxue was slightly startled upon recognizing the woman, but soon a look of disgust crept onto her face. And ran, what a coincidence. She forced a greeting, though clearly reluctant to engage with the woman before her. "Oh my, if it isn't our former university campus belle, Su Qinxue. What a rare sight." And Ran greeted warmly, yet her tone carried a hint of insincerity. This woman named Ran was about the same age as Su Qinxue and could be considered attractive, but she paled in comparison to Su Qingxue's level of beauty. Beside Ran stood a pot-bellied middle-aged man with a slightly balding head exuding the air of a nouveau riche. Their intimate gestures, his hand resting on her slender waist, clearly indicated they were in a romantic relationship. And Ran and Su Qinxue had been classmates in university. Su Qinxue was the universally acknowledged campus belle and an heiress from a prominent family. On campus, she shone like a dazzling pearl, the object of envy among female students, including Ran. After graduation, the materialistic Ran became the mistress of a wealthy businessman. Though she lost her dignity, she gained money. Today, encountering Su Qinxue, she was determined to outshine her. "By the way, this is my boyfriend Lu Wei, chairman of Wei Liang Medical Equipment Co., Ltd., a major taxpayer in Rongqing." And Ran deliberately emphasized the words "major taxpayer" to convey that her boyfriend was a wealthy man of considerable means. Only then did Lu Wei get a clear look at Su Qinxue, and he was captivated by her stunning beauty and pure aura. He hadn't expected Ran to have such a beautiful university classmate. Lu Wei secretly schemed to get his hands on Su Qinxue once he grew tired of Ran. In his eyes, Su Qinxue was just another gold digger like Ran. With a little application of his financial power, he could easily win her over. "Hello, Miss Su. I'm Lu Wei in the medical equipment business." Lu Wei extended his hand, but Su Qinxue merely nodded indifferently at him, showing no intention of shaking it. It was then that Ran noticed Jiang Chen standing beside Su Qinxue. Though he was young and handsome, his cheap tracksuit and yellowed sneakers convinced her that he was nothing but a penniless loser with no background. "Su Qinxue, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce us?" And Ran asked, though she had already guessed the relationship between Su Qinxue and Jiang Chen. Su Qinxue linked her arm with Jiang Chen's, and a sweet smile finally appeared on her calm face as she proudly introduced, "This is my boyfriend Jiang Chen. He's a freshman at Rongqing University." The moment Su Qinxue spoke, Ran couldn't help but burst out laughing. She sneered at Su Qinxue. "No way, our great campus belle. You're dating a student. What can he give you? A car or a house? Do you have to give him an allowance every month?" Lu Wei chimed in. "Miss Su, I believe a woman should choose a partner with financial strength. You can't live in a fairy tale every day. What can your boyfriend offer you? He probably has to ask his mom for money just to buy you flowers. Actually, I came here today to buy and rent a villa. If you're willing to be my girlfriend, I could give you one too." Lu Wei leered at Su Qinxue, not sparing a glance at Jiang Chen. Throughout, Jiang Chen's expression remained as calm as still water. He glanced at Ran and Lu Wei, then said flatly, "What a coincidence. I'm also here to buy a villa for Su Qinxue." The moment Jiang Chen's words fell, Ran, Lu Wei, and even Su Qinxue stood frozen in place. Then Ran and Lu Wei burst into sharp laughter, as if they had just heard the funniest thing in the world. "Little bro, do you know what this place is? The cheapest villa here costs nearly 5 million. Can you afford it?" Lu Wei sneered mercilessly. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was nothing more than an ordinary college student, without even a basic source of income. How could he possibly afford a villa of West City Manor's caliber? He believed Jiang Chen was merely trying to salvage his dignity after being trampled on, boasting in front of his girlfriend to regain some face. Not only Lu Wei thought so, though every salesperson in the showroom looked at Jiang Chen with contempt, convinced he was just a pretender with no real means. Even Su Qinxue felt that Jiang Chen had spoken impulsively. She quietly tugged at his sleeve, but he took her small hand in his, and only then did a sense of security wash over her. "I want to buy a villa here. Could someone introduce me?" Jiang Chen addressed the sales staff in the showroom. Yet they ignored him completely, turning instead to Lu Wei and Ran to pitch the villas. They believed Jiang Chen couldn't possibly afford one, so why waste time on him when they could earn commissions from Lu Wei? May I help you?" a young girl who looked like an intern asked timidly. "Of course, please do," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. It seemed that today's big commission was destined for this girl. Through the girl's introduction, Jiang Chen learned her name was Chun Iran, a recent college graduate. Chun Iran provided excellent service with a thorough knowledge of the properties. She not only detailed all the villas in West City Manor, but also covered the surrounding amenities. West City Manor, though near the western suburbs, boasted convenient transportation, only a 15-minute drive to the city center. It was quiet and ideal for living. The villas were zoned by price. The basic ones started at around 5 million with mid-range and high-end options as well. But Jiang Chen noticed a uniquely striking villa at the very center of the complex, isolated by a surrounding garden. This central villa was more grand and beautiful, with a sprawling green lawn, a swimming pool, an exquisite courtyard design, rare greenery, and a delicate gravel path connecting the front and back gardens. This villa stood out like a crane among chickens, overshadowing all others. "Is that central villa still for sale, eh?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. But his words immediately drew another burst of laughter from Iran and Lu Wei. Even Chun Iran's expression turned slightly awkward. That central villa had been built for 4 or 5 years, yet no wealthy buyer had been able to secure it. Now a student-like person asking about it only confirmed that he wasn't a serious buyer. But Chun Iran's awkwardness vanished in an instant. She smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, this central villa is priced at 50 million yuan, so it hasn't found its destined owner yet." She then patiently explained all about the villa for over 20 minutes. Jiang Chen looked at the weary Chun Iran and asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid I can't afford it after all this explanation?" Chun Iran smiled sheepishly and replied, "Mr. Jiang, honestly I don't know if you can afford it. But this is my job. As long as you need my service, I'll serve you." Jiang Chen nodded. In this restless society, a salesperson as genuine as Chun Iran was rare. He pulled out a bank card from his pocket and said calmly, "They'll take this central villa." Silence, a deathly silence. The moment Jiang Chen's words landed, the entire sales hall fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen dumbfounded. After a long pause, Lu Wei and Iran, who recovered first, burst into shrill laughter, and the other salespeople doubled over in laughter. "Kid, you're addicted to showing off, aren't you? What are you studying at Rongqing University? Directing?" Lu Wei taunted. "How did you know him in the directing department?" Jiang Chen asked with feigned surprise, as if oblivious to the mockery. Lu Wei now felt that Jiang Chen was more than just a pretender. He began to suspect the young man had mental issues. "Miss Su, I think your boyfriend has a screw loose. Why don't you and Iran come with me? Treat me well, and everything will be fine." Lu Wei leered at Su Qinxue. Just as Su Qinxue was about to retort, a piercing scream cut through the air. Chun Iran stood by the computer, covering her mouth with one hand, holding a POS machine in the other, her eyes wide with shock. "Chun Iran, what are you screaming about?" A manager-like figure scolded her harshly. But Chun Iran remained stunned, muttering, "The payment went through. 50 million yuan. Her words made everyone in the room gasp. The manager rushed over in disbelief, only to freeze like Chun Iran. Lu Wei and Iran, sensing disaster, staggered over to check. When they saw the 50 million yuan transfer record, their legs gave way and they collapsed to the floor. A cash flow of 50 million yuan. Even across all of Rongqing, that was the mark of a top-tier tycoon, wasn't it? Now the way they looked at Jiang Chen had changed drastically. A mix of shock, reverence, fear, and regret. They had no idea who they had offended today. A college student who spent 50 million on a villa for his girlfriend. Perhaps behind him lay a vastly wealthy top-tier family. Even Su Qinxue looked at Jiang Chen in bewilderment. She had thought he was just a well-off rich kid. But now it seemed that even she, the heiress of the First People's Hospital, was far beneath his level. Jiang Chen, however, sat calmly on the sofa sipping tea, as if none of this concerned him. Only a familiar system voice whispered in his ear. Detected a 50 million yuan expenditure by the host. The system has randomly selected a rebate multiplier of 10 times. 500 million yuan has been credited to your account. Please check. At this moment, Jiang Chen sat calmly in the hall sipping tea, but Iran and Lu Wei were already terrified beyond reason. They could never have imagined that this student before them possessed such formidable wealth. It seemed that crushing them would cost him no effort at all. And Ran's heart churned not only with fear, but also with deep-seated envy. She envied Su Qinxue for finding such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend. When she looked at Lu Wei beside her with his bloated frame and balding, sleazy appearance, she had to engage in lengthy mental preparation every time they engaged in unspeakable acts. Lu Wei too feared that Jiang Chen might retaliate. He scurried over to Jiang Chen, bowing and scraping, and said, "Little brother, I truly failed to recognize your eminence. I know I was wrong. I am truly sorry." Yet Jiang Chen did not even glance at Lu Wei. He merely parted his lips slightly and uttered a single word, "scram." Lu Wei felt a wave of relief, grateful that Jiang Chen had not sought revenge. In truth, Jiang Chen had never regarded people like Lu Wei as worthy of his attention, let alone stooping to retaliate against such snobbish, petty individuals. Stop! Just as Lu Wei was about to flee in disgrace within Ran, Su Qin Shui, who had remained silent all along, finally spoke. You mentioned that you are in the medical equipment industry, and your company is called Weiliang Medical Equipment, correct? At Su Qin Shui's question, Lu Wei could only nod, blankly puzzled as to why she was asking. If I recall correctly, your company has grown to its current scale by supplying medical equipment to the First People's Hospital of Rongqing, hasn't it? Lu Wei continued, nodding in confusion, still failing to grasp the significance of Su Qin Shui's questions. But what she said next sent cold sweat streaming down his back, and he collapsed to the ground. A slight smile curling at her lips, she said slowly, "My father's name is Su Yuan. That name should be quite familiar to you, shouldn't it? He is the director of the First People's Hospital of Rongqing." Only then did true terror seize Lu Wei. He had just spewed vulgar insults at the daughter of his benefactor. Lu Wei could already envision the consequences of offending Su Yuan. The company he had built with his life's work would likely be destroyed in an instant. At this thought, Lu Wei threw himself to the ground without any regard for dignity, groveling like a dog and begging Su Qin Shui for forgiveness. But Su Qin Shui did not even look at him. She took Jiang Chen's arm and entered the VIP room to complete the property transfer procedures. Lu Wei then turned his venomous gaze upon and ran. Had it not been for this ignorant woman's provocations, would he have ended up in such a predicament? A sharp slap rang out. Enraged, Lu Wei struck and ran across the face, leaving 5 distinct red finger marks on her delicate cheek. "You ungrateful bitch. You've ruined me." With that, Lu Wei rained slap after slap upon Ran's face. In truth, the fault was not entirely in Ran's, for Su Qin Shui had always been low-key during their school days. And Ran only knew that Su Qin Shui came from a well-off family. She never expected Su Qin Shui to be the daughter of the director of the First People's Hospital. Watching Lu Wei strike her without mercy, and Ran shed all pretense of civility and began to grapple with him, hurling insults as they fought. "You old man, you toothpick. You can barely last 3 minutes even with pills, and you dare to hit me. Let me tell you the truth, I've already cuckolded you 5 or 6 times behind your back." The two of them brawled and cursed in the sales hall, a perfect spectacle of dogs fighting dogs. The salespeople who had been so arrogant just moments before now trembled with shock and silently resolved never to look down on others again. Jiang Chen and Su Qin Shui were indifferent to the commotion outside. They would not be surprised by any disgraceful behavior from people like Lu Wei and Ran. Led by Chun Iran, Jiang Chen and Su Qin Shui stepped into the central villa. As far as the eye could see, the villa was both magnificently elegant and exquisitely refined. The spacious courtyard was filled with lush trees and plants, the air fresh and pure. Inside, the villa was luxuriously classical, exuding an indescribable and unique charm. After helping Jiang Chen and Su Qin Shui register their fingerprints, Chun Iran tactfully took her leave. The commission from this central villa alone could save Chun Iran, a recent graduate, a decade of hard work. But it was a reward she had earned. Su Qin Shui wandered through the vast villa, looking around like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden for the first time. Although Su Qin Shui came from a well-to-do family and lived in a villa herself, she had never seen such a magnificent and grand super villa before. Moreover, this villa was a gift from Jiang Chen, making everything feel like a dream to her. "Well, are you satisfied? This will be our home from now on," Jiang Chen said with a beaming smile. "Yes, I am very satisfied," Su Qin Shui replied, rising on her tiptoes to plant a fragrant kiss on Jiang Chen's cheek. Though Su Qin Shui was not a materialistic woman, any woman would be overjoyed to receive such a magnificent gift. Su Qin Shui opened the refrigerator and found it fully stocked with all kinds of precious ingredients. Although the central villa had never been sold, the property management regularly replaced the living supplies and food to welcome the villa's owner at any time. "Take a rest. He'll prepare dinner for you," Su Qin Shui said with a gentle smile before heading into the kitchen and beginning to bustle about with great energy. Jiang Chen lay down on the luxurious imported bed. The soft mattress made of special materials began to lull him into drowsiness, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. He did not know how long he had slept when a rich aroma of meat drifted into his nostrils. Jiang Chen slowly awoke to find Su Qin Shui gazing at him with tender affection. "You're awake. Dinner is ready," she said softly, like a wife waiting for her husband to wake. Jiang Chen went to the dining room and found that Su Qin Shui had prepared 2 portions of fragrant, sizzling pan-seared steak. The steaks glistened with an enticing sheen under the warm light of the chandelier, and the rich aroma of meat filled the entire room. Su Qin Shui took a bottle of fine red wine from the wine cabinet and poured the entire bottle into a decanter, instantly releasing an intoxicating bouquet. Again, Jiang Chen recalled the last time he had lost control after drinking at Su Qinshue's home, and he was still somewhat apprehensive. What's wrong? Are you scared? Su Qinshui covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. What do I have to be afraid of? Jiang Chen retorted defiantly, then poured a glass of wine for himself and Su Qinshui. As the wine's fragrance slid down his throat, Jiang Chen cut a small piece of steak and brought it to his mouth. Chewing slowly, the meat's flavor lingered on his palate. They ate and chatted, and before they knew it, the entire bottle of wine was empty. By now, Su Qinshui's face was flushed crimson, and her consciousness was hazy. She staggered into the bathroom, and soon the sound of the shower spray could be heard. Jiang Chen began to stretch and warm up, preparing for the exertion ahead. It seemed that tonight would once again bring about an earth-shattering battle. When the morning sunlight streamed through the French windows and illuminated the spacious bedroom, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, Su Qinshui was wrapped in a thin duvet, clinging to him like an octopus, her fair and delicate skin exposed to the air, which inevitably reminded Jiang Chen of the earth-shattering battle from the night before. Jiang Chen felt his blood surge, and a small tint rose involuntarily. Sensing the change, Su Qinshui opened her beautiful eyes. Jiang Chen smirked lecherously and said to her, "A beautiful day begins with morning exercise." An hour later, Jiang Chen and Su Qinshui walked out of the villa. This villa was a gift from Jiang Chen to Su Qinshui, so she could return any time to stay, and it would henceforth serve as their rendezvous for romantic battles. Since Su Qinshui had to go to work today, Jiang Chen dropped her off at the entrance of Rongqing First People's Hospital before driving back to school. According to Qianjin's intelligence, the group that had been clamoring to deal with Jiang Chen had dispersed, allowing him to return to campus safely. Jiang Chen parked his car at the West Suburb Park near the school as usual, but as he got out, he spotted Qianjin, Su Chuang, and Wu Daqiang not far away. Holy crap! Master! Qianjin looked at Jiang Chen and the peach-pink G63 behind him in disbelief. Is this your car? The three dorm mates asked in unison. It was a Mercedes-Benz G63, impressive even for someone in society, let alone a freshman like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hadn't expected to run into his three dorm mates so coincidentally, but since had been caught, he decided not to hide it. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but am coming clean. I'm actually a rich second generation. Nice one, man. You've been hiding it deep. The dorm mates didn't envy him. Instead, they were genuinely happy. After all, having a close friend who's a super rich heir was something to brag about. Master, can I try the G class? It's every man's dream. Qianjin voiced his thoughts, and Su Chuang looked equally eager. Of course, Jiang Chen said, tossing the keys to Qianjin. He wouldn't mind even giving the car away, let alone lending it. After all, these three would be his best friends at Rongqing University, and he wouldn't have just one car. He would soon own top-tier supercars like Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and Bugattis. Overjoyed, the few of them scrambled into the G-class driver's seat. Qianjin and Su Chuang took turns enjoying the ride, while Wu Daqiang, who hadn't gotten his driver's license due to his family's modest means, could only sit in the back and enjoy the scenery. By the way, why are you guys at West Suburb Park? Jiang Chen asked curiously. The military training closing ceremony is this afternoon, so we had nothing to do this morning and came out for a stroll, Qianjin explained. Jiang Chen then realized that the 2-week military training was almost over. School will be on break for a week starting tomorrow, then there's the welcome party, and after that classes officially begin, Wu Daqiang added, filling him in on the schedule. It was then that Jiang Chen remembered the welcome party and his plan to perform with Shangwan Yinyu. It seemed he could use this week to rehearse with her, and maybe sparks of romance could fly between them. At that thought, a lecherous grin spread across Jiang Chen's face. He also attended the military training closing ceremony that afternoon. Though he had only known instructor Wu Gang for half a month, everyone felt a pang of sadness at the farewell. Classmates, it's been a pleasure getting to know you. I may have been strict, but I truly like you all. After delivering his final farewell, Wu Gang turned and walked away without looking back. Yet before leaving, he cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Chen. Perhaps Jiang Chen's bejequin display that day had left a deep impression on him. Back in the dorm, the four sat on their beds, staring blankly. With the grueling training suddenly over, they found themselves at a loss for what to do. Qianjin didn't feel like gaming, and Wu Daqiang wasn't in the mood for soap operas. Everyone was bored. Hey, why don't we go out and have some fun together? Consider it our first dorm outing, Qianjin suddenly suggested. His proposal lit up everyone's eyes. They were all on board. After all, they'd known each other for half a month, but hadn't really hung out properly. They quickly agreed, packed up, and set off. Jiang Chen drove the three dorm mates, and on the way he called his close friend Zhuang Wei. Old Zhuang, is your training over? What are you up to? Just finished this morning, now I'm bored out of my mind in the dorm. Zhuang Wei's lazy, listless voice came through the phone, clearly suffering from tedium. Wait for me at the school gate. He'll be there in 10 minutes, Jiang Chen said, and hung up. Master, who were you calling? Qianjin asked curiously. My high school buddy. He's a freshman at a nearby vocational college. I want you to meet him. Great. Your good brother is our good brother, Qianjin and Su Chuang said excitedly. Friendship between men doesn't need deep foundations. Sometimes a mutual friend is enough to forge strong bonds. Thanks to his skilled driving, Jiang Chen reached the vocational college's gate in under 10 minutes. The flashy G-class immediately drew the attention of students. The boys wore envious expressions while the girls looked on with admiration. It had to be said the girls at the vocational college compared to those at Rongqing University were less innocent and more sensual and wild. Many wore stockings and spaghetti straps, sported trendy hair colors, and had cigarettes dangling from their lips. Wow, master, these vocational college girls are something else. Our Rongqing University girls are way too conservative, Qianjin said, swallowing hard with a lecherous look. Knock, knock, knock. Someone tapped on the G-class window. Jiang Chen rolled it down to find a trendy hot girl outside chewing gum. Handsome, wanna add me on WeChat? Let's hit the bar together tonight, she said. Jiang Chen didn't reply. He silently rolled the window back up. To be honest though, the girl was pretty. She couldn't hold a candle to Zhou Na, who was of the same type. In other words, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in her at all. Seeing Jiang Chen completely ignore her, the girl stomped her foot in frustration and walked away with a look of embarrassment. After all, she was considered the class beauty, and this was the first time she had been so directly rejected by a boy. Jiang Chen and the others waited a while longer until the car doors suddenly swung open and his close friend Zhuang Wei climbed in. Jiang Chen immediately introduced his high school buddy to Qianjin and the others, and the boys quickly bonded. They had countless common topics such as video games and the pretty girls at school. Old Zhuang, the beauties at your school are really hot, just my type. Su Chuang said with envy. Come on, old Su, they're all just ordinary. The girls at your Rongqing University are much purer and easier on the eyes, Zhuang Wei said, clearly disdainful of his own school's girls. Since you all like each other's schoolgirls, I have a suggestion. Qianjin's eyes glinted with cunning as he spoke. Oh, if Brother Qian has a good idea, by all means share it, Zhuang Wei said, his face full of anticipation. He had been bored out of his mind in the 2 weeks since school started. We can invite the girls from our respective schools out and organize a mixer event. By swapping resources, we can get to know the girls from each other's schools. As soon as Qianjin finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted in the car. Even Jiang Chen was amused. This Qianjin was far too clever. The group agreed that this mixer idea was solid and decided to find a suitable opportunity to put it into action. Jiang Chen parked the car near Veteran Barbecue and stopped. Since the other 3 roommates were from out of town, Jiang Chen felt it necessary to treat them to local cuisine. Boss, 2 cases of beer. Jiang Chen called out to the owner, then gestured for the group to sit down at the tables outside the barbecue joint. The outdoor seating at the barbecue place was all open air. It was late summer and early autumn, with the evening air delightfully cool. Eating skewers and drinking beer in such an environment was truly one of life's great pleasures. Soon steaming hot skewers were brought to the table. Lamb skewers, large fatty cuts, grilled kidneys, and more. Everything one could want. Since Rongqing was known for its spicy food, the meat skewers at Veteran Barbecue were exceptionally numbing, spicy, and flavorful. Qianjin and the others took a bite and were immediately reduced to tears by the heat. Though these skewers are really spicy, they're incredibly satisfying, Qianjin exclaimed, then raised his glass to toast with everyone. Gulp, gulp, gulp. They downed their beers in one go, clearly all possessing impressive drinking capacity. The boys continued eating skewers and drinking, chatting about everything under the sun, sharing stories from their childhoods to the present, covering nearly every topic imaginable. Before they knew it, the skewers on the table were completely devoured and both cases of beer were drained. Fortunately, they were only slightly tipsy. It was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, and the adjacent First Beauty karaoke bar began to flash its intoxicating neon lights again. Girls in skimpy outfits with stunning figures came and went through the entrance, causing Zhuang Wei, Qianjin, and the others to swallow their saliva silently. I only know that the moon and breeze are perfect. Not going tonight would make me seem utterly oblivious to romance, Zhuang Wei said, gazing at the moon with a leisurely air. Only you could describe lechery so elegantly. Jiang Chen laughed at Zhuang Wei's demeanor, then turned to his roommates and asked, You all want to go too? The roommates nodded in unison. Even the usually reserved Wu Daqiang nodded firmly. Good heavens, my dorm is full of wolves in sheep's clothing. All right, since you all want to go, tonight's tab is on me, Master Jiang. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhuang Wei, Qianjin, and the others chorused, If you don't abandon us, we would gladly call you our adoptive father. With that they all burst into laughter, filling veteran barbecue with a joyful atmosphere. In just one evening the friendship among these boys deepened, and they became inseparable brothers. Jiang Chen led the group into First Beauty, where the lobby manager spotted him from afar and hurried over. But this time there was no trace of arrogance. Instead, he wore a respectful demeanor. "Master Jiang, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Tonight enjoy yourself as you please. We'll give you a 12 discount." It had to be said that people in the nightlife industry knew how to handle things, so a few words were enough to flatter Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was quite pleased and said to the lobby manager, "Give me the biggest VIP room. Money is no object, the most important thing is that my friends have a great time." "Absolutely. Rest assured, Master Jiang," the lobby manager replied with a beaming smile, already envisioning the performance bonuses and commissions. He led Jiang Chen and the group into VIP room 888. The spacious room could easily accommodate 20 people without feeling crowded, so it was more than enough for Jiang Chen and his friends. Beer, whiskey, fruit platters, and Longjing tea were laid out on the table, but Qianjin and the others paid them no attention. Their eyes were fixed on the door, awaiting the true main course. Soon a dozen tall, exquisitely beautiful girls filed in and stood in a row, saying in unison, "Welcome, young masters, to First Beauty. We wish you a delightful evening." These beauties had clearly been carefully selected by the lobby manager. Though they couldn't compare to campus queens like Lu Yanyan or Shun Kursen, they were still quite attractive. "Brothers, don't be shy. If you see someone you like, just choose," Jiang Chen said to the group. And true enough, Qianjin and the others didn't hold back, each picking a girl to their liking. Zhuang Wei still preferred mature women, while Qianjin and Su Chuang chose two fiery hot-bodied girls. The reserved Wu Daqiang, however, was fidgeting, unable to utter a word. Seeing Wu Daqiang's nervousness and timidity, Jiang Chen said, "Daqiang, since you are so conflicted, let me pick one for you." Wu Daqiang shot Jiang Chen a grateful look. Having grown up in the countryside and never been in a relationship, he had never encountered such a scene before. It was the emotionally intelligent Jiang Chen who saved him from embarrassment. Jiang Chen scanned the remaining girls, and his attention was caught by one with a well-proportioned figure wearing a light yellow skirt. She looked young, pure, and adorable, quite suitable for Wu Daqiang. So Jiang Chen called that girl over to Wu Daqiang's side and casually picked a passable one for himself. After all, Jiang Chen was hardly lacking in beautiful women. Lu Yanyan, Su Qinxue, Shin Kursen. Any one of them could outshine everyone present. Thus his focus tonight was on taking care of his brothers. As for himself, he only needed someone to drink and chat with. Whether she was beautiful or not, Jiang Chen simply didn't care. The group had arrived with a tipsy buzz and soon melded into the dim private room's atmosphere. Zhuang Wei and a young woman whispered in a corner. Su Chuang played dice with the girl beside him, while Qianjin and his partner sang a duet, occasionally drinking cross-cupped wine. As for Wu Daqiang, he sat there tense, not daring to speak a word to the girl next to him. The girl in turn seemed reluctant to engage with this country bumpkin and busied herself with her phone. This wouldn't do. Spending money was trivial, but he couldn't let his brother feel unhappy. So Jiang Chen walked over to the girl, tapped her on the shoulder, and gestured for her to follow him out. Once outside the private room, the girl looked at him curiously. "Miss, what's your name?" Jiang Chen asked first. "I'm Feifei. Is there something you need?" Under the bright lights of the hallway, Jiang Chen noticed she was quite attractive. "It's like this. My friend is new to this kind of setting. I hope you can be more proactive," Jiang Chen said to Feifei. "Oh, I see," she replied reluctantly, clearly dismissing these student-looking guys. "Here, open your payment code." Jiang Chen saw through the nature of these nightclub girls. It seemed he had to resort to the power of money. Feifei opened her payment code, and Jiang Chen transferred 300 yuan directly. With the system's rebate, he didn't mind spending. Feifei saw the incoming 300 yuan, and a glint of delight shone in her beautiful eyes. Her attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, and she quickly assured Jiang Chen that she would make sure Wu Daqiang had a great time. Back in the private room, Feifei was like a different person, actively wrapping her arm around Wu Daqiang's and whispering in his ear, "Handsome, you're so shy and cute. What's your name?" Feifei's breath was like orchid, a sweet fragrance drifting into Wu Daqiang's nose. He blushed instantly and stammered, "I am Wu Daqiang." Naturally shy, Wu Daqiang had barely spoken 2 words to a girl in his life. Now with such a stunning beauty whispering in his ear, how could he handle it? It was like stepping out of the newbie village and meeting a top-tier succubus. Feifei found his name amusing, thinking how someone in this day and age could still have such an old-fashioned name. "Brother Chong, let's have a drink." Feifei filled his glass to the brim, barely sipping her own, while he downed it in one go. "Brother Chong, what's the name of that handsome guy over there? He seems really rich." Feifei pointed at Jiang Chen, leaning close to Wu Daqiang's ear. Already 7 parts drunk, Wu Daqiang slurred, That's Jiang Chen, my good brother from the same dorm. I tell you he's super rich. He drives some kind of guy thing, almost 5 million. Fei Fei's eyes sparkled as she chatted idly with Wu Daqiang, but the topic always circled back to Jiang Chen. The naive Wu Daqiang didn't realize happily thinking Fei Fei wanted to talk to him. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had no idea what was happening. He only saw Wu Daqiang and Fei Fei chatting joyfully with an excited smile on his face and felt relieved. Handsome, let's have a drink. The girl beside Jiang Chen wrapped her arm around his, whispering in his ear. Her name was Xin, and after years in the nightclub scene, she immediately recognized Jiang Chen as the group's leader and the one footing the bill, so she paid extra attention to him. She even pulled her short skirt up a bit, her long legs brushing against Jiang Chen intentionally or not. But he seemed utterly uninterested, making Xin doubt her own charm. Jiang Chen clinked glasses with Xin and downed his drink. The alcohol was getting to him, causing a dull ache in his temples. By the way, can you give massages? Jiang Chen asked Xin. Of course. I used to be a professional technician at a head therapy shop. Xin flexed her fingers, looking professional. Then give me a massage, my temples ache a bit. Sure. Xin began massaging his temples. Her technique was indeed skilled, with perfect pressure, making Jiang Chen feel very comfortable. Meanwhile, on the other side of the club, a bald man with a bare upper torso walked into the lobby of Yidai Jiren. The man was covered in tattoos reeking of alcohol, followed by 2 thuggish underlings, clearly a street punk. The lobby manager immediately greeted him with a fawning smile. Brother Long, what brings you here? He'll make sure to treat you well tonight. The man was named Zhang Long, known in the streets as West City Brother Long. He was a notorious thug in the area, running campus loans near the university district, having made his fortune off ill-gotten gains. Such a character was vicious and troublesome, so the manager handled him with utmost care, afraid to offend. Brother Long sat down on the sofa, and one underling immediately handed him a cigarette, while another lit it with a lighter. He sat there puffing away, looking quite cocky. That girl from last time, what was her name? Fei Fei or something. Call her over to keep me company. I didn't have enough fun last time, and this time I want to relax properly. Brother Long's words put the manager in a bind. Fei Fei was already in private room 888 with guests. How could he call her over for Brother Long? He dared not offend Brother Long, but young Master Jiang from room 888 was generous and clearly a rich second generation. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, the manager hesitated. Fuck, you deaf? I'm talking to you, and you don't hear me yet. Brother Long erupted in rage when he saw the manager just standing there. Calm down, Brother Long, calm down. Fei Fei is already with other guests. Let me find you someone even prettier, okay? The manager, startled, had no choice but to tell the truth. Oh, who's the guest Fei Fei is with? What's their background? Though a thug, Brother Long wasn't brainless. He had money and power, but in Rongqing there were plenty of more powerful elites. So Brother Long needed to figure out the guest's background to avoid stepping on a landmine. They probably have no background, just a few college kids with some money, the manager stammered. Students? Brother Long's face twisted into a sinister smile upon hearing this. What did Brother Long do? Campus loans. How many students had he driven to ruin? Students were the last people he feared. Boys, let's teach these students a lesson and snatch Fei Fei back. With Brother Long's command, his 2 underlings flashed vicious grins. Inside private room 888, Jiang Chen and his companions remained oblivious to the impending danger, still immersed in a lively scene of song and dance. Qianjin lecherously slid his hand back and forth over his female companion's thigh, while she coquettishly protested, "Oh dear, my newly bought stockings are already pilling from your rubbing." Bang! Suddenly a loud crash echoed as the door to the private room was kicked open with force, startling Jiang Chen and the others. 3 men strode in from the entrance. The leader was bare-chested, revealing extensive tattoos. The 2 underlings behind him also bore fierce, menacing expressions, clearly not to be trifled with. One of Long Guest's underlings turned off the blaring music instantly, plunging the once boisterous room into silence. What? What do you want? Zhuang Wei stammered nervously. Though the opponents numbered only 3, they were evidently seasoned street thugs. As university students, Zhuang Wei and the others were immediately intimidated. You have 1 minute. The girls stay and the rest of you get the hell out of this room. Long Gu growled, his eyes fierce and voice ominous. Why should we give up this room? We were here first, Jiang Chen said calmly, already sensing the deliberate provocation. You're asking for death. One of Long Guest's men smashed a bottle on the floor, shattering it into pieces. Everyone except Jiang Chen turned pale. Wait. The manager rushed in, addressing Jiang Chen and his group. Young Master Jiang, how about this? Tonight's expenses are on the house if you just vacate the room. This is Long Gu from the West District. He runs campus loans around the university area. Many students have been tormented by him. You can't afford to cross him. The manager's words made Zhuang Wei and Qian Jin's faces turn grim. As contemporary university students, they had certainly heard of campus loans. Many students had suffered violent debt collection, and some pretty girls had even been forced to sell their bodies. Such ruffians were not to be offended. Jiang Chen, since the managers offering a freebie were not losing out. Why don't we just leave? Zhuang Wei suggested. Qian Jin, Su Chuang, and the others nodded in agreement, their hearts racing with a desire to escape this trouble zone. Seeing the timidity on their faces, Long Gu deemed these students easy prey. He walked over to Wu Daqiang, grabbed his companion Fei Fei, and let his filthy hands roam over her body. Knowing Long Gu was the local bully, Fei dared not resist his advances. Wu Daqiang, however, flushed crimson, as if his girlfriend were being publicly humiliated. Let her go. The usually meek Wu Daqiang suddenly straightened his back, his eyes red with fury as he glared at Long Gu. What the hell did you say? Long Gu's eyes blazed with anger. He hadn't expected the most honest-looking student to be the first to challenge him. I said let her go. Wu Daqiang roared as he charged at Long Gu, raising his fist to strike. Everyone was shocked by his outburst. No one anticipated that the most timid among them would be the first to erupt. But Long Gu, a seasoned street brawler, easily caught Wu Daqiang's fist, leaving him struggling in vain to break free. With his other hand, Long Gu grabbed a beer bottle from the table and swung it viciously at Wu Daqiang's head. Had the blow landed, Wu Daqiang's skull would surely have split open. The girls in the room shut their eyes in terror, while Zhuang Wei and the others turned pale with anxiety. Yet Long Gu's hand clutching the bottle froze midair, never descending. At some point, Jiang Chen had darted forward, his hand firmly gripping Long Gu's wrist. Long Gu strained with all his might to break free, his face turning red, but to no avail. Jiang Chen's hand was like a steel vice, locking his wrist in place. Long Gu's two underlings sensed trouble and lunged at Jiang Chen with fists raised. Unfazed, Jiang Chen delivered two whip-like kicks with immense force, striking their chests like 1,000-pound hammers. The two underlings flew backward like broken kites, crashing heavily against the wall. They lay on the floor, clutching their chests, groaning in pain, clearly incapacitated. Jiang Chen tightened his grip on Long Gu's wrist, eliciting a pig-like squeal from him. Big brother, I had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. I was wrong. Easy, ouch, ouch. Long Gu begged for mercy, his earlier arrogance completely gone. He hadn't expected Jiang Chen to be such a formidable fighter. After all, he was just a street thug who cowered before those stronger than him. Watching Long Gu's face turn purple from pain, then livid, Jiang Chen finally released his grip with satisfaction. Long Gu shook his wrist frantically to ease the pain. You're called Long Gu, right? Come sit down. Jiang Chen had already returned to the sofa and beckoned Long Gu over. Don't call me Long Gu, just call me Xiao Long. Long Gu had lost all his previous swagger, sitting obediently beside Jiang Chen like a timid lamb. My name is Jiang Chen, a student from Rongqing University. I heard you run campus loans around the university area. Jiang Chen poured Long Gu a glass of wine and asked calmly. Puzzled by the question, Long Gu replied cautiously, Young Master Jiang, I do handle campus loans, but it's just to make a living. Jiang Chen nodded and then dropped a bombshell that stunned everyone present. Good. Stop doing it from now on, he said casually, taking a sip of his wine. The declaration shocked everyone and left Long Gu perplexed. Cutting off someone's livelihood was akin to killing their parents. How could he just quit on a whim? Sensing Long Gu's hesitation, Jiang Chen's next words struck like a thunderclap in the spacious room. He'll give you 10 million. Use that money to start a legitimate business. Did you say? 10 million. At that moment, Brother Long's mind went completely blank. Not to mention whether a student could come up with 10 million, even if he did, why would he willingly give it to him? Brother Long's gaze toward Jiang Chen shifted. He now thought Jiang Chen must be a lunatic who had escaped from some mental institution. Hand over your bank card. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words. Only concrete action would make him face reality. Brother Long reluctantly pulled out his bank card. Jiang Chen executed a series of fluid operations, and soon Brother Long's phone pinged with a text alert. He opened his phone to check the message and stood frozen in place. Fei Fei, who had been standing by Brother Long's side, clearly saw the message. Brother Long's bank card had just received a deposit of 10 million yuan. Fei Fei could hardly believe her eyes. Brother Long was dazed for a long time before finally snapping out of it, dropping to his knees with a thud and kowtowing fervently to Jiang Chen. Young Master Jiang, from now on I, Little Long, will follow your lead with unwavering loyalty. To be honest, Brother Long understood that campus loans as a shady business were not sustainable. If he kept going down this dark path, he would ultimately meet a grim end. But giving up campus loans would also cost Brother Long dearly, so he was reluctant to leave the trade. Now, however, Jiang Chen had given him 10 million, enough to cover the losses from abandoning the business, and allow him to exit the industry cleanly. Why wouldn't he take the opportunity? After all, risking prison to run campus loans had only netted him a little over $1 million. This $10 million was enough for him to start a legitimate business and live comfortably for the rest of his life. Jiang Chen helped the kneeling Brother Long to his feet. Truth be told, he had his own motives. Street thugs like Brother Long could handle many minor troubles for him. Moreover, campus loans had caused immense harm over the years. By making Brother Long quit, Jiang Chen was doing a good deed. Since the system would refund his expenses, he didn't mind spending the money. Though Brother Long and his underlings had been beaten, they left Jiang grinning from ear to ear. That beating was truly worth it. After Brother Long left, Jiang Chen and the others lost their interest in staying and prepared to leave. Wu Daqiang looked at Fei Fei with reluctant eyes, but she didn't spare him a glance. Such feelings were confined to the private room. Outside, they were strangers. Fei Fei and Xin both wanted to add Jiang Chen on WeChat, but he refused. He wasn't interested in just any woman. It was already the early hours of the morning when the group stepped out of Jiang. The streets were quieter, and Zhuang Wei Qianjin and the others grew subdued. They hadn't expected Jiang Chen to be so formidable in a fight, and so wealthy, spending $10 million without so much as a blink. They felt a sense of distance from Jiang Chen, an unprecedented gap forming among them. Jiang Chen sensed their subtle change and said, "No matter what happens, you will always be my good brothers. To others I may be a tycoon, but to you I'm just your closest buddy." Hearing this, the group visibly relaxed, and the atmosphere returned to its former harmony. "By the way, there are 5 of us. Why don't we hit an esports hotel and play some League of Legends?" Jiang Chen's suggestion was met with enthusiastic approval, and they headed to a nearby esports hotel. They gamed until dawn, losing every match, but wearing bright smiles. They slept from dawn till dusk when Jiang Chen was roused by his phone ringing. It was Shangwan Yinyu inviting him to rehearse for the welcome party. Jiang Chen quickly woke the others and hurried to school. In the classroom of Rongqing University's music club, only Shangwan Yinyu was practicing at the piano. Her slender, fair fingers danced across the keys, filling the room with melodious notes. Clap, clap, clap. As Shangwan Yinyu finished her piece, applause suddenly erupted in the classroom. She looked up to see Jiang Chen approaching, clapping. Today she wore a sleeveless dress, her thick hair tied up, revealing her fair, delicate neck. Jiang Chen couldn't help but swallow. This was his first time alone with Shangwan Yinyu, and her beauty left him breathless. "Miss Shangwan, which piece are we performing?" Jiang Chen broke the silence. "What do you think of Wedding in a Dream? It's always been one of my favorites." As soon as she spoke, the sheet music and performance techniques for the piece appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. "Sure, no problem. I've always loved that piece too," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Honestly, it didn't matter what they played. With his master-level piano skills awakened by the system, he could perform any piece flawlessly. "Let's play it first to get a feel for it." Since their performance would be a four-handed duet, Jiang Chen sat beside Shangwan Yinyu. Sitting shoulder to shoulder, a refreshing fragrance wafted into his nostrils, intoxicating him. At first their playing was a bit awkward. When their fingers touched, Jiang Chen could clearly sense Shangwan Yinyu's nervousness. But both were highly skilled pianists, and they soon found the rhythm and synergy to play together. Their hands glided over the keys, weaving a beautiful piano melody. Lost in the music, Jiang Chen and Shangwan Yinyu were transported into a reverie. Jiang Chen saw himself in a suit facing Shangwan Yinyu in a pure white wedding gown. Shangwan Yinyu too saw herself in a wedding dress, standing with Jiang Chen in a grand church. Before them stood a priest officiating their sacred wedding. As the piece ended, its echoes lingered. They exchanged glances, then shared a smile. It was all a dream, perhaps the reverie brought on by Wedding in a Dream. They had played a moving piano piece, so captivating that even they were swept up in it, developing a mutual admiration. Ding. System detects Shangwan Yinyu's affection increased by 10. Current affection level 40. A single piece had boosted her affection by 10 points. At this rate, winning over Shangwan Yinyu wasn't impossible. The more Jiang Chen looked at her, the more enchanted he became. She was stunning, as pure and fresh as a jasmine flower. He had to find a way to get some advantage, or this precious time alone would be wasted. Jiang Chen's mind began. "You know, Shangwan, I think our coordination is already quite good, but there's still something missing," Jiang Chen said to Shangwan Yinyu with a serious expression. What's missing?" Shangwan Yinyu blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously. "Emotion." Jiang Chen uttered the 2 words calmly. Jiang Chen's words startled Shangwan Yinyu. How was she supposed to integrate such emotion? The girl who had practiced piano for over a decade was now at a loss. Jiang Chen continued with a straight face. "Do you know the story behind this piece? It tells of a man who secretly loved a princess but never dared to confess until the day she was married. In her wedding gown, he finally gathered the courage to bare his heart, only to be brutally slain by the guards. As he lay dying gazing at the princess in her wedding dress, he had a dream. In that dream he married her and held her in his arms. Jiang Chen paused, then curled his lips into a smile as he continued, so the core emotion of this piece is that embrace. With that, Jiang Chen suddenly wrapped his arm around Shangguan Yanya's slender waist, pulling her soft body into his embrace. The intoxicating scent of her fragrance overwhelmed him, leaving him spellbound. Shangguan Yanyu had never expected Jiang Chen to embrace her so abruptly. It was the first time she had ever been so intimate with a member of the opposite sex. Yet she was puzzled to find herself not angry, lacking even the strength to resist. She simply collapsed limply into Jiang Chen's arms. The two remained locked in their embrace, as if time itself had frozen. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Chen reluctantly released her soft form. "Let's try the piece again now. It will surely have a different effect." Jiang Chen gazed into Shangguan Yanya's lively eyes and whispered softly, "Next time, I want to go back to the dorm." Shangguan Yanyu fled out the door, her face flushed crimson. What had happened tonight was far too crazy. Since childhood, countless admirers had pursued her, yet she had never had any physical contact with any of them. But the strangest thing was that she felt no anger at Jiang Chen's audacity. Shangguan Yanyu, how have you become like this?" The maiden's heart was tangled in countless worries, but Jiang Chen paid them no mind. He closed the door to the clubroom and slowly left the system's chime echoing in his ears. Ding. System detects Shangguan Yanya's favorability increased by 28, current favorability 60. Jiang Chen's lips curled upward. His goal of winning Shangguan Yanyu was drawing nearer. The thought of her pure and aloof demeanor stirred an irrepressible excitement within him. However, after Jiang Chen departed, a figure emerged from a dark corner outside the classroom. Wang Quan, the vice president of the music club. He had witnessed everything that had transpired between Jiang Chen and Shangguan Yanyu. His eyes reddened, and he gritted his teeth. "Jiang Chen, you dare to compete with me for a woman? Just wait until I destroy you." In the following days, Jiang Chen rehearsed with Shangguan Yanyu in the club, their synergy soaring, and the melodies they played growing ever more perfect. When the night of the welcome party arrived, their four-hand piano duet was destined to be the highlight. Besides rehearsing for the show, Jiang Chen also found time to date Lu Yinyan, have dinner with Shun Kursen, and even sneak back to the central villa for a brief meeting with Su Qinxue. It had to be said this whirlwind of activity had left Jiang Chen utterly exhausted. Soon the night of the welcome party arrived. A dazzling stage was erected in the center of the university's largest football field. The venue was packed to capacity, with many students who couldn't secure seats forced to watch from the surrounding teaching buildings. After all, the party featured many thrilling performances, and there was also the chance to catch a glimpse of the fresh-faced beauties from the incoming class. The party began as scheduled. First, several school leaders took the stage to deliver speeches welcoming the new batch of students into the Rongqing University family. Then a handsome male host and a beautiful female host dressed in evening gowns stepped onto the stage to announce the official start of the festivities. The first act was a high-energy opening dance by the dance club, its fiery choreography and pounding music instantly igniting the atmosphere. The second act was a crosstalk performance, and the third was a solo by the previous year's campus singing competition champion. As the third act neared its end, Shangguan Yanyu paced anxiously backstage, looking around in distress. Their piano performance was the sixth act, and the damn Jiang Chen still hadn't shown up. She had called him countless times, but no one answered. Just as Shangguan Yanyu was preparing to perform solo, Jiang Chen finally arrived in a fluster, still wearing his pajamas. "Why are you so late? And what are you wearing?" Shangguan Yanyu was speechless, feeling her partner was utterly unreliable. "Sorry, I overslept," Jiang Chen said apologetically. In truth, he had been in a meeting with Su Qinxue at the central villa until the early hours, leaving him groggy and asleep in his dorm all day. "Go change quickly." Shangguan Yanyu had no time to scold him further and shoved his suit into his hands. Jiang Chen grabbed the clothes and dashed toward the backstage changing rooms, which were crowded and chaotic. Each act had its own designated changing room, but Jiang Chen searched in vain for the one assigned to him. With his performance time rapidly approaching, Jiang Chen grew desperate. Suddenly, the brightly lit backstage plunged into darkness. Before he could react, a voice in the dark muttered, "Damn it, the circuit's tripped again. That's the third time tonight." Jiang Chen silently lamented his misfortune. Could things get any worse? If he didn't change clothes and appear before Shangguan Yanyu soon, he might never have a chance to win her over. Left with no choice, he crept cautiously into a random fitting room. He quietly opened the door, thinking that in the pitch darkness he could change unnoticed. Slipping inside, he quickly shed his pajamas and prepared to put on the performance suit. But then an even more disastrous turn of events occurred. The power suddenly returned, flooding the room with brilliant light. Jiang Chen stood there in nothing but his underwear, and before him stood a girl clad only in her lingerie. Her skin was as fair as jade, her neck long and elegant, and her figure exquisitely curved. Her thick long hair was styled in an ancient updo adorned with a crystal-clear jade hairpin. Her brows were like distant mountains, her lips like cherries, and her eyes were a pool of gentle autumn water. She radiated an ethereal, otherworldly beauty. Jiang Chen stared in stunned amazement, unable to help murmuring to himself, "So beautiful." To be honest, this girl surpassed every woman Jiang Chen had ever seen in terms of beauty. If Lu Yanyan was pure and endearing, Su Qinxua elegant and graceful, Shun Kursin cute and vibrant, Shangwan Yinyu cold and aloof, and Zhona fiery and fierce, then this girl before him resembled a celestial maiden stepping out of an ancient painting. Ethereal, untouched by the mundane world, and breathtakingly otherworldly. At this moment both Jiang Chen and the girl were clad only in their undergarments, standing face to face, bare and exposed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and terror. She had never imagined a stranger would appear in the fitting room. Coming to her senses, she instinctively prepared to let out a scream. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly. If she screamed, he would never be able to clear his name. He would undoubtedly be labeled a pervert, becoming a major scandal at Rongqing University. So he swiftly darted forward and covered her mouth from behind. Their posture was now ambiguous, their bare skin pressing tightly together. Jiang Chen felt the smoothness of her skin and the warmth of her body, and an involuntary reaction stirred within him. Overcome with shame, he still managed to explain, "This is a misunderstanding. Please don't scream. I'll explain when I get the chance. If you agree, nod your head." The girl hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded slowly. Jiang Chen gradually released his hand from her mouth, and true to her word, she did not scream. With a tacit understanding, they picked up their clothes and dressed. It was then that Jiang Chen noticed she was wearing a set of ancient-style garments. She looked like a fairy who had traveled through time. Jiang Chen glanced at the fitting room door, which read, "Exclusive fitting room for ancient dance rainbow dream." He apologized to the girl. "I'm really sorry, it was an accident. I have to go on stage soon, but I'll find a chance to explain to you." With that, Jiang Chen slipped away quietly. Outside, everyone was busy with their own tasks, and no one noticed where he had come from. Returning to Shangwan Yanya's side, she asked curiously, "Why did you take so long? And why do you smell so fragrant?" Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat, amazed at how strong a woman's sixth sense could be. He laughed it off, saying, "No, not at all. I don't smell anything." Shangwan Yinyu eyed him suspiciously, but didn't press further as their performance was about to begin. Jiang Chen had arrived in such a hurry earlier that he hadn't had a chance to fully appreciate Shangwan Yanya's attire. Now as he looked closely, he was utterly captivated. She wore a silver-white lace evening gown with a low-cut design that revealed her elegant neck and collarbone, while the fitted waist accentuated her curves flawlessly. Shangwan Yinyu had applied light makeup today, and she rivaled even the most glamorous celebrities walking the red carpet. Dear students, I believe everyone has dreamed of their own wedding. The next performance is a four-hand piano piece titled Dream Wedding, brought to you by freshmen from the Music Society. After the host introduced the program, Jiang Chen took Shangwan Yanya's soft hand and led her onto the stage. The audience immediately erupted in exclamations as the pair possessed striking looks. Jiang Chen stood tall and handsome, his black suit accentuating his sharp and dashing demeanor. Shangwan Yinyu was cold and ethereal, her evening gown making her even more enchanting. At the center of the stage stood a grand piano. Jiang Chen and Shangwan Yinyu walked over and sat down. Gazing at the vast sea of faces below, Shangwan Yinyu grew visibly nervous, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Jiang Chen took her hand and gave her a reassuring look. A sense of security welled up in Shangwan Yanya's heart, and her tension gradually dissipated. Jiang Chen raised his fingers high before bringing them down to the keys, dancing across the black and white ivories. The melody of the piano flowed like a babbling brook, seeping into everyone's ears. Then Shangwan Yanya's jade-like fingers struck the keys as well. With her addition, the piece became richer and more stable. Both were masterful pianists, and soon they transported the audience into a dreamlike realm with their music. Lu Yanyan and Shen Kursin, who had been jealous of Jiang Chen performing with another girl, were now completely immersed in the beautiful melody. Lu Yanyan even saw herself in a white wedding dress walking down the aisle, with Jiang Chen moved to tears. Not just Lu Yanyan, but many in the audience envisioned their own wedding scenes. The vision was so dreamlike, perfectly matching the piece's name, Dream Wedding. The ancient-style girl Jiang Chen had encountered in the fitting room was also deeply touched by the melody, her eyes moistening as she looked at Jiang Chen with a newfound complexity of emotion. When Jiang Chen and Shangwan Yinyu finished their piece, the audience remained silent, frozen in place. It wasn't until someone snapped out of it, and began clapping involuntarily. That thunderous applause gradually filled the hall. Jiang Chen and Shangwan Yinyu exchanged a smile, both thoroughly satisfied with their performance. They too were caught up in the emotion, finding it hard to pull away. Ding. System detects Shangwan Yinyu's affection increased by 20 points. Current affection is 80. Unexpectedly, this performance had boosted her affection by another 20 points, explaining the complex look in Shangwan Yinyu's eyes. Because of this show, Jiang Chen and Shangwan Yinyu became famous overnight, recognized as the Piano Prince and Piano Princess of Rongqing University. Jiang Chen and Shangwan Yinyu now went to watch the rest of the gala from the audience. The next act was a skit. But perhaps the skit's plot was too awkward, or the previous performance too unforgettable. The audience grew restless, shouting for the next act to come on quickly. Get off the stage. Let our sister Wanqiu perform. The male students in the audience were nearly all chanting this, puzzling Jiang Chen. He casually pulled aside a male student and asked, "Bro, who exactly is this sister Wanqiu you're all talking about?" The student looked at Jiang Chen as if he were an alien and replied, "You don't know Lin Wanqiu. She's a freshman, an ancient-style internet celebrity with 1 million followers. Half the guys at this university are her fans." Jiang Chen suddenly understood. A celebrity had come to study at Rongqing University, explaining the crowd's excitement. Soon, amid the audience's thunderous cheers, the next act was introduced. A girl in a flowing red ancient costume slowly ascended the stage, her steps light, her smile blooming like a flower. Every gesture and expression was enough to captivate an entire kingdom. Jiang Chen stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. He murmured to himself, "It's her." The ancient-style woman on the stage was the very girl Jiang Chen had bumped into in the changing room just moments ago. So she was Lin Wanqiu, the one everyone had been eagerly awaiting. With this thought, Jiang Chen immediately instructed the system to display Lin Wanqiu's information panel. Name: Lin Wanqiu, age 20, height 172 centimeters, weight 45 kilograms, beauty score 98, affection 5, charge 0. Jiang Chen stared at Lin Wanqiu's information panel, rendered speechless with astonishment. In the beauty score category, Lin Wanqiu had achieved an astonishing 98 points, the highest Jiang Chen had ever encountered. Her every smile and frown was enchanting enough to captivate anyone truly deserving of such a rating. The affection score, however, was a -5, undoubtedly due to the misunderstanding earlier that had left a poor impression. He resolved to find a proper time to apologize in person. Just then, an ancient-style melody began to play, pulling Jiang Chen's thoughts back to the present. On stage, Lin Wanqiu began to dance gracefully to the music, her steps light as a dragonfly skimming the water. Her arms traced elegant arcs through the air like a butterfly fluttering its wings. Her lithe and graceful movements caused her skirt to bloom like a flower in full blossom upon the stage. Lin Wanqiu resembled a celestial maiden descended from heaven, untouched by worldly affairs. Her robe is a cloud, her face a flower, her balcony glimmering with vernal dew tints, the peony's tinted hue. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, finding this line the only fitting description for the Lin Wanqiu before him. But beautiful moments are always fleeting. Lin Wanqiu's dance soon concluded. The remaining performances were lackluster, and many chose to leave early. As he slept that night, Jiang Chen's mind was filled with Lin Wanqiu's graceful figure. If the boys at school knew he had seen Lin Wanqiu's body, he probably wouldn't survive until tomorrow. After the welcome party, the freshmen began their regular classes. Jiang Chen's directing class had a light schedule, making it quite relaxing overall. On the first day of class, Jiang Chen seemed distracted, constantly pondering how to apologize to Lin Wanqiu. An apology required a small gift, but knowing nothing about her, how could he choose the right one? After 2 whole classes of thought, he was still clueless. He took out his phone and sent a text to Shangwan Yinyu. "Don't leave after class, I need to discuss something important." In Jiang Chen's view, women understood women best, and asking Shangwan Yinyu for help would surely yield a good idea. When the bell rang, everyone poured out of the classroom, leaving only Jiang Chen and Shangwan Yinyu. "What's up? What important matter do you need to discuss?" Shangwan Yinyu asked curiously. Jiang Chen scratched his head sheepishly and recounted the misunderstanding with Lin Wanqiu in the changing room the previous night. Shangwan Yinyu couldn't help but find it amusing, teasingly saying, "I'm starting to doubt your motives. Are you sure it was just a misunderstanding? Or was it intentional?" Having interacted with Jiang Chen during the welcome party, she had grown somewhat familiar with him. She remained icy toward others, but with Jiang Chen she could freely joke. Jiang Chen raised 3 fingers and said, "Heaven is my witness, I swear I didn't do it on purpose. Just think about what gift I should give her." Shangwan Yinyu chuckled. "Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Buying an apology gift is simple. Since she likes ancient-style elements, you could get her some related items like a hairpin or headpiece." Hearing her suggestion, Jiang Chen slapped his forehead. "Why didn't I think of that?" Giving a gift tailored to her tastes would surely be perfect. By the way, we have no class tomorrow. How about you come with me to buy the gift? A woman's taste is generally consistent, and having Shangwan Yinyu help him pick the gift would be even better. I can, but what's in it for me? Shangwan Yinyu asked, blinking her big eyes. How about I treat you to a meal? Jiang Chen replied. Just one meal. Then find someone else, she said, turning to leave. Jiang Chen quickly added, they'll also give you a gift. You can pick anything you want. Shangwan Yinyu nodded in satisfaction, said, it's a deal, and walked away. The next day at the agreed time, just as Shangwan Yinyu reached the dormitory entrance, a peach-pink G-class pulled up beside her. Princess, please get in, said Jiang Chen, rolling down the window to reveal his handsome profile. Is this your car? Shangwan Yanyu's eyes showed a flicker of surprise, but it vanished quickly. Clearly from a well-off family, she didn't display much astonishment at the luxury vehicle. Where are we going to pick the gift? Jiang Chen asked as he drove. So you're a rich second generation. That makes things easier. Let's go to Musu Hall. Musu Hall. Jiang Chen had never heard of it. Noticing his confusion, Shangwan Yinyu patiently explained, Musu Hall is a brand specializing in ancient-style accessories, but it's pricey, so many people are put off. If you buy something from this brand for Lin Wanxiu, she'll surely be delighted. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. He wasn't afraid of spending money. To him, solving problems with money was the simplest thing in the world. Musu Hall was located in a high-end shopping mall in the western part of the city, very close to Rongqing University. Jiang Chen reached the destination in just over 10 minutes. As he led Shangwan Yinyu into the store, a fresh fragrance greeted them. The interior was adorned with antique decorations, and shelves displayed various exquisite ancient-style accessories. Seeing that Jiang Chen and Shangwan Yinyu looked like students, the sales assistant assumed they couldn't afford expensive items. She led Jiang Chen to a counter and said, Sir, this counter has our older models from previous years which are more affordable and suitable for students like you. Jiang Chen understood her implication. He ignored the cheap accessories and focused on a separate counter at the center of the store. The large counter held only a single ornament. It was a phoenix-shaped gold hairpin, its feathers inlaid with red and green gemstones. Exquisitely crafted and lifelike, it was clearly a rare masterpiece. Noticing Jiang Chen's interest, the sales assistant said disdainfully, Sir, this gold hairpin is called the Golden Jade Yuan Phoenix hairpin, our store's treasure, worth a full 1 million yuan. She deliberately emphasized 1 million yuan to scare him off with the high price. However, Jiang Chen's next words left the sales assistant stunned, and even Shangwan Yanyu's face showed shock. Jiang Chen curled his lips and calmly uttered 3 words, wrap it up. The saleswoman, as if unable to believe her own ears, stammered, Sir, what did you say? Jiang Chen pulled out his bank card from his pocket and said calmly, swipe it. The saleswoman took the card with a mix of doubt and disbelief, and then something even more emotionally shattering occurred. The cash register screen displayed 4 words, transaction successful. A full 1 million yuan had actually gone through. The saleswoman couldn't believe her eyes, but it was undeniably real. Can you wrap it up for me now? Jiang Chen asked again. Guys, please wait a moment. The saleswoman had yet to recover from the shock. After all, the commission from this single sale exceeded several months of her salary. Such sudden fortune was too overwhelming. She carefully packaged the store's treasure and handed it to Jiang Chen. It was an exquisite red sandalwood box carved with delicate phoenix patterns and inscribed with 3 traditional characters at the bottom, Mu Su Tang. Clearly this refined box was custom-made for the treasure, and such a precious gold hairpin deserved no less. Who would have thought you'd go all out for a girl? Shangwan Yinyu pouted, a look of displeasure on her face. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. Was Shangwan Yinyu actually jealous? Alright, I'll pick a gift for you now. Whatever catches your eye, no matter how expensive, I'll buy it for you. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Shangwan Yanyu's expression softened. She muttered under her breath, that's more like it. Just as Jiang Chen and Shangwan Yinyu stepped out of Mu Su Tang, 7 or 8 thugs reeking of roguishness blocked their path. Is there something you need? Jiang Chen asked with a furrowed brow. Though he didn't see these thugs as any threat, he didn't want such riffraff to ruin his shopping mood. Jiang Chen, today I'll show you what happens when you mess with my woman. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind the thugs. It was Wang Quan, the vice president of the Giles Society. Ever since he saw Jiang Chen and Shangwan Yinyu embracing intimately at the Giles Society, he had harbored a grudge and colluded with street thugs to seek revenge. Wang Quan spoke respectfully to a thug with bleached hair beside him. Brother Yellow Hair, it's this guy? Please deal with him for me. The man called Yellow Hair stood at the center of the group, clearly their leader. He had bleached hair and a tattoo of a third eye above his brow, exuding an air of menace. Yellow Hair sneered at Jiang Chen, but when his gaze swept over Shangwan Yinyu beside him, he froze in place. Yellow hair usually hung around bars and nightclubs surrounded by heavily made-up women. When had he ever seen a beauty like Shangwan Yinyu? He slicked back his hair and leered at her. Little sister, you're so pretty. How about playing with your big brother today? He'll be gentle. Shangwan Yinyu's face turned pale as paper. She hadn't expected the thugs to suddenly target her. Seeing the shift in the situation, Wang Quan quickly said to Yellow Hair, Brother Yellow Hair, weren't we supposed to deal with this guy today? I already paid you 1,000, and this girl is the one I like. Slap. Before Wang Quan could finish, a crisp slap landed on his face, leaving 5 vivid red fingerprints. Yellow Hair roared at him, fuck. Who do you think you are to tell me what to do? So what if she's the one you like? Can't I borrow her for some fun? Wang Quan clutched his burning cheek and said humbly, you can borrow her, you can. Shangwan Yinyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. How could there be such a spineless man in the world? Passers-by in the mall glanced over, but quickly averted their eyes, unwilling to get involved. Little sister, big brother can't wait anymore. Come with me, said Yellow Hair, emboldened by the lack of interference. He reached out his dirty hand to grab Shangwan Yinyu's slender waist. Shangwan Yinyu, still an innocent girl, had never encountered such brazen street thugs. To be harassed so openly in a crowded mall left her terrified. Just as Yellow Hair's hand was about to touch her waist, a large hand suddenly shot out from nowhere, striking his hand fiercely and knocking it away. A tall figure spread his arms and stepped in front of Shangwan Yinyu. It was Jiang Chen, who had remained silent until now. His face darkened as he said word by word, if you dare touch her, I'll cut off your hand and feed it to the dogs. At that moment, hiding behind Jiang Chen's imposing figure, Shangwan Yinyu felt an unprecedented sense of safety. Even if there were not just 7 or 8 thugs but thousands of troops, she would have no fear. Somehow she believed Jiang Chen would protect her. Yellow Hair was momentarily stunned, then his face flushed with rage, and finally he laughed in disbelief. Kid, you're asking for death. I've been with Brother Long of the West City for over a decade, and no one around here dares to bare their teeth at me. Today I'll show you the price of crossing me. Upon hearing the name Brother Long of the West City, Jiang Chen's eyebrow twitched. It seemed he wouldn't need to lift a finger today. A phone call should suffice. As Yellow Hair and his men moved to attack, Jiang Chen made a stop gesture, pulled out his phone, and said, hold on. Let me make a call. Yellow Hair and his men were baffled, unsure what this kid was up to. Hey, Little Long. Your Yellow Hair lackey is in the mall trying to harass my girlfriend. What do you suggest? Jiang Chen spoke into the phone, then handed it to Yellow Hair. He wants to talk to you. Yellow Hair's confusion deepened. He hadn't realized the person on the other end was his boss, Brother Long. He put the phone to his ear and cursed, who the fuck are you? I'm Yellow Hair of the West City. After a brief silence, a thunderous roar erupted from the other end. You son of a bitch, Yellow Hair. Are you asking for death? I'm your Brother Long. Do you know who you've offended? That's my big brother. Apologize to him immediately or face the consequences yourself. With that, the line went dead, leaving only a dial tone. Yellow Hair stood frozen, unable to comprehend how this boy, who looked like a student, could be his big brother's big brother. A single phone call from Jiang Chen caused the once arrogant Yellow Hair to instantly deflate. Now his gaze toward Jiang Chen was filled with fear. Brother Yellow Hair, can we leave now? Jiang Chen asked, looking at him with a mocking expression. Be boss. Just call me Xiao Mao. I was disrespectful to your lady just now. Treat me like a fart, and let me go, all right. Yellow Hair's attitude made a 180-degree turn, nodding and bowing to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him, let alone seek revenge. He simply waved his hand gracefully and left with Shangwan Yinyu. Watching Yellow Hair's sudden shift in attitude, Wang Quan was utterly bewildered and asked cautiously, Brother Yellow Hair, why are you calling him boss? But Yellow Hair now hated Wang Quan fiercely. If it weren't for this kid, how would he have offended his own boss and earned a scolding from Brother Long? Yellow Hair raised his hand high and slapped Wang Quan across the face again. Yellow Hair roared at Wang Quan with a ferocious expression. That's my boss, understand? And you wanted to take him down. Watch me destroy you today. With that, he began brutally beating Wang Quan. Though his lackeys didn't know what was happening, they joined in punching and kicking Wang Quan. Poor Wang Quan had no idea what was going on as he was beaten by the thugs he himself had hired. Jiang Chen, hearing Wang Quan's screams, couldn't help but find it amusing. Hiring thugs to beat yourself up? What kind of nonsense was that? Shangwan Yinyu looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes full of curiosity. This man was incredibly mysterious. In such a perilous moment, he had turned the entire situation around with a single phone call. More importantly, thinking of how Jiang Chen had spread his arms to shield her protectively, Shangwan Yinyu felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart. Ding. System detects Shangwan Yinyu's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability 85. Seeing the favorability at 85 points, Jiang Chen's heart leaped with joy. At this rate, winning over Shangwan Yinyu would be just around the corner. Ding. System issues a mission claim, Shangwan Yinyu's first kiss. Mission reward, Koenigsegg. Seeing the mission reward from the system, Jiang Chen's eyes widened. This Koenigsegg supercar was a world-class hypercar priced at over 35 million, with only 99 units worldwide. This supercar had always been Jiang Chen's dream vehicle. Imagining driving such a top-tier hypercar with a beautiful woman along Sunset Boulevard, how magnificent that scene would be. To achieve such a vision, any man would die without regrets. No, he had to find a way to complete this mission. Jiang Chen resolved in his heart. But despite having 85 points of favorability with Shangwan Yinyu, they were neither romantic nor a couple. How could he possibly get her first kiss? As Jiang Chen walked lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Shangwan Yinyu was gone. Looking closer, he saw her standing by a shop window staring blankly at a pendant inside. It was a high-end luxury store. Jiang Chen didn't know the brand, but had often seen it in magazines. Like it? If you do, we'll give it to you, Jiang Chen said, walking up to Shangwan Yinyu. She gently shook her head and replied, "No need, thank you." As she turned to leave, her beautiful eyes clearly held a trace of reluctance. Without a word, Jiang Chen took Shangwan Yinyu's slender arm and led her into the store. "Sir, what can I help you with?" the sales assistant asked politely. Jiang Chen walked to the counter displaying the pendant and pointed at it, saying, "This one, wrap it up." Jiang Chen's words left the sales assistant stunned. Who buys jewelry without asking the price and just demands it wrapped up? Especially since this pendant was a limited edition luxury item from their store, extremely expensive. But maintaining her professional composure, the sales assistant smiled at Jiang Chen and said, "Sir, this amethyst pendant is our store's limited edition luxury item. It features a rare amethyst as the main stone, surrounded by various rare diamonds of different materials. The craftsmanship is intricate and exquisite, handmade by a renowned foreign jeweler. So the price of this amethyst pendant is also very steep. A full 3 million yuan. The sales assistant's words made Shangwan Yinyu's heart sink. She had guessed the pendant would be expensive, but not this absurdly so. She tugged at Jiang Chen's clothes, signaling him to leave quickly. But Jiang Chen remained nonchalant, pulling out his bank card and slapping it on the counter. "Wrap it up." Still the same 3 words, but they made the sales assistant's eyes sparkle with admiration. How cool was that? A 3 million yuan amethyst pendant. No girl could resist such a dreamy gift. Yet Shangwan Yinyu was full of conflict. She tugged at Jiang Chen's arm and said, "This gift is too precious. I can't accept it." But Jiang Chen smiled and said, "A fine sword for a hero, rouge for a beauty. I just think this pendant suits you. Only your beauty is worthy of such a precious ornament." Hearing his words, Shangwan Yinyu's face flushed slightly. By then the sales assistant had placed the pendant in an exquisite box. She handed it to Shangwan Yinyu and said, "I envy you for having such a wonderful boyfriend. Truly a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman." At these words, the blush on Shangwan Yinyu's face spread to her ears, but she didn't deny it. Having bought gifts for both Lin Wanxiu and Shangwan Yinyu, Jiang Chen prepared to drive back to school. In the car, he opened the box, and the amethyst pendant shimmered with a crystalline luster. "Let me put it on for you. It will surely look stunning," Jiang Chen said softly, looking at Shangwan Yinyu. Her cheeks flushed, but she nodded slightly. Jiang Chen picked up the pendant, leaned in, and slipped it around her pale neck, fastening it. At that moment, Jiang Chen was very close to Shangwan Yinyu. They could feel each other's breath, creating an intensely intimate atmosphere in the closed car. Their eyes met, both brimming with tenderness, and they found themselves kissing each other involuntarily. Jiang Chen's lips tasted the sweetness of Shangwan Yinyu, and the entire car was filled with a saccharine aura. At the same time, the system's notification chimed in his ear. "Ding. Host has completed the mission. Reward has been issued. Koenigsegg has been parked at West Park parking lot." The next day, Qianjin and Su Chuang arrived at the classroom, but Jiang Chen was nowhere to be seen. "I'm telling you, our master has been acting off lately," Qianjin whispered mysteriously. Su Chuang pondered briefly and nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen had been elusive, recently appearing and disappearing without a trace, leaving them unable to fathom his whereabouts. "Do you think our master has a new girlfriend? Why else would he be so busy lately?" Qianjin mused. Su Chuang found it hard to believe. Impossible, right? It's already impressive enough that he's entangled with 2 campus beauties, Lu Yinyin and Shen Kursen. If he lands another one, he'd truly be a love guru. As the two whispered among themselves, a sudden commotion erupted in the classroom. Qianjin and Su Chuang looked up, stunned into silence by the scene before them. Shangwan Yinyu and Jiang Chen walked in together, her hands clasped around his arm. They chatted and laughed like a couple deeply in love. Moreover, they were sharing the same cup of milk tea and sat down together at an empty desk. It was clear they had dropped all pretense and were openly revealing their relationship. Amazing, absolutely amazing. He's the ultimate love guru. Qian Jin and Su Chuang thought their admiration for Jiang Chen reaching its peak. In just 1 month since the semester began, he had not only won over 2 campus beauties, but also captured Shangwan Yinyu, who was comparable to the top 4 beauties. Such prowess demanded respect. After class, Jiang Chen took the gift he had prepared for Lin Wanxiu and headed to a tree-lined path. According to Jiang Chen's investigation, Lin Wanxiu was a student in the performance class of the art department. She had just finished class and would inevitably pass through this shaded path. As Jiang Chen anxiously looked around, a graceful figure appeared in his sight. It was Lin Wanxiu herself. Today, Lin Wanxiu was not dressed in the ancient costume she wore at the welcome party. Instead, she donned an elegant and refined hanfu. Her seaweed-like hair was coiled at the back of her head, adorned with a lustrous jade hairpin. Lin Wanxiu was breathtakingly beautiful, like the autumn breeze that swept by, gentle and refreshing. 2 sweet-looking girls accompanied Lin Wanxiu. They were considered attractive in their own right, but standing beside her they paled in comparison. Even Jiang Chen felt a hint of nervousness. Taking a deep breath, he walked up to Lin Wanxiu. "Excuse me, may I have a few minutes of your time?" Hearing his voice, Lin Wanxiu turned to look at him. She recognized him as the boy who had seen her in the changing room on the night of the welcome party. Remembering that awkward encounter, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She said to the 2 girls beside her, "You 2 go back to the dorm first. I have something to attend to." The girls exchanged knowing glances and left. They were Lin Wanxiu's roommates and close confidants. Truth be told, since the semester started, no less than 100 boys had tried to strike up a conversation with Lin Wanxiu. The girls were long accustomed to it. Yet they found it odd because Lin Wanxiu had always rebuffed such advances. This was the first time they had seen her not reject a male suitor. Moreover, they distinctly noticed a blush on Lin Wanxiu's face. Could she be interested in that boy? It wasn't impossible. The boy was undeniably handsome, easily ranking as a campus heartthrob at Rongqing University. As for Lin Wanxiu, seeing her roommates depart, she asked Jiang Chen, "Is there something you need?" Her tone carried a hint of displeasure, clearly still upset about the incident in the changing room that night. Jiang Chen said with a serious expression, "I'm here to apologize in person. That night was unintentional on my part, and I hope you can forgive me. Actually, my performance was about to start, but I couldn't find my changing room. Just then there was a power outage. I slipped into your changing room, but I swear I didn't know you were inside. I want to say I'm sorry for seeing your body." He felt a bit embarrassed as he finished speaking. Recalling the sight of her bare form that night, Jiang Chen nearly had another nosebleed. Seeing his sincere apology, Lin Wanxiu's anger mostly dissipated. Although Jiang Chen had seen her body, she had also seen him in his underwear that night. Remembering Jiang Chen's well-proportioned muscles and physique, Lin Wanxiu couldn't help but blush. Just then Jiang Chen remembered the apology gift he had prepared for her. He quickly pulled a delicate wooden box from his pocket. "By the way, as a token of my apology, I carefully selected this gift for you. I hope you like it." With that, Jiang Chen handed the small wooden box to Lin Wanxiu. Taking the box, Lin Wanxiu's eyes widened in shock, for it was engraved with the words Mu Su Tang. As an enthusiast of ancient styles, she naturally recognized the brand. However, due to its high price, she could only afford cheaper alternatives. "Open it and see," Jiang Chen said confidently, knowing from her expression that she loved the brand. When Lin Wanxiu gently opened the wooden box, a golden hairpin lay before her eyes. The hairpin was designed in the shape of a phoenix, exquisitely crafted and lifelike. The phoenix's wings were adorned with expensive red and green gemstones, shimmering captivatingly under the sunlight. Lin Wanxiu's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. This is Mu Su Tang's flagship treasure, the golden jade phoenix hairpin." She was so shocked that her words came out stammering. As someone immersed in the ancient style community, she could identify the hairpin. What amazed her was that this hairpin was not a replica, but the one-of-a-kind genuine article. As Mu Su Tang's flagship treasure, many imitations of the golden jade phoenix hairpin had appeared online. But fakes were fakes incomparable to the genuine piece in craftsmanship and material. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell this was the real deal. The hairpin was worth a full 1 million yuan. One could only imagine what 1 million meant to a freshman in college. Jiang Chen was pleased with Lin Wanxiu's reaction. He had worried she might not recognize the hairpin's value. Clearly his concerns were unfounded. "I accept your apology, but am sorry, this gift is too precious. I can't take it." Lin Wanxiu returned the gift to Jiang Chen's hands, though reluctance was written all over her face. After saying this, as if mustering great resolve, she turned and walked away without looking back. Just as Lin Wanxiu turned to leave, her arm was seized by a powerful hand. It was Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a jolt through his entire body. This was his first physical contact with Lin Wanxiu. He hadn't expected her skin to be as fair as snow, nor its touch so firm and silky. Though inwardly savoring the sensation of Lin Wanqiu's skin, Jiang Chen maintained a serious expression as he said, "This gift represents the sincerity of my apology. Besides, I chose it especially for you. Only you in this world are truly suited for it." Lin Wanxiu froze, clearly moved by Jiang Chen's words. Before she could react, he pressed the wooden box into her hands and dashed away. By the time she came to her senses, Jiang Chen had already vanished from sight. Gazing at the golden jade phoenix hairpin in her hands, Lin Wanxiu felt a strange, unprecedented stirring in her heart toward the opposite sex. The system detected Lin Wanqiu's favorability had increased by 15 points, now standing at 10. Jiang Chen found the system's notification rather amusing. Due to the earlier misunderstanding in the changing room, Lin Wanqiu's favorability toward him had been 5, but now it had finally returned to positive territory. Though the increase was modest, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He was growing to enjoy the gradual process of deepening their bond. Over the next few days of classes, Jiang Chen and Shangwan Yinyu were inseparable, attending lessons and sharing meals together. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't neglect Lu Yanyan or Shun Kursin, finding time to accompany them for meals and dates. By now, Jiang Chen was in a mature relationship with Lu Yanyan, Shangwan Yinyu, and Su Qinxue, who was off campus. But he hadn't yet found an opportunity to take things further with Shun Kursin, though he didn't seem too anxious. In his view, not a single campus belle of Rongqing University would escape his grasp. Time flew by. Jiang Chen had completed a week of classes, and the weekend had arrived. Just as Jiang Chen was pondering how to spend his leisurely weekend, he received a text from Lu Yanyan. "Can you come to my place for dinner tomorrow? My mom has been discharged from the hospital. She wants to thank you in person." Since Jiang Chen had paid the full 300 yuan surgery fee for Lu Yanyan's mother, her condition had steadily improved, and she was now home. Moreover, Lu Yanyan had already told her mother about her relationship with Jiang Chen, so this visit was essentially a meeting with his future mother-in-law. The thought that he, a mere freshman, was about to meet his girlfriend's mother struck Jiang Chen as rather absurd. After replying, "Okay," to Lu Yanyan, Jiang Chen began planning the next day's visit. Time passed swiftly, and morning arrived. Jiang Chen woke up early, meticulously groomed himself, and changed into a fresh set of casual wear, looking exceptionally handsome. When he arrived at the dormitory building for Lu Yanyan, she was already waiting eagerly. Today she wore a chic little suit that perfectly accentuated her tall, slender figure, adding an extra touch of refinement. Jiang Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. How had she become even more beautiful in just 2 days? Jiang Chen stepped forward, wrapped his arm around Lu Yanyan's slender waist, and strode boldly out of the campus. Along the way, he endured countless murderous glares from other men. At West Suburb Park, Lu Yanyan stared speechlessly at the ostentatious Koenigsegg. Though Lu Yanyan wasn't well-versed in supercars, she could tell this vehicle was exorbitantly expensive, certainly more so than the big G-Class. Over the past few days, Jiang Chen had already driven this car several laps around West Suburb Park, and was now thoroughly familiar with its performance and handling. After buckling Lu Yanyan's seatbelt, Jiang Chen started the engine. Instantly, a thunderous roar erupted like the bellow of an ancient beast. He pressed the accelerator, and the Koenigsegg shot forward like a silver bolt of lightning. This supercar boasted not only a flashy, exaggerated design, but also a roar that seemed to burn with the scent of money. While waiting at a red light, Jiang Chen drew crowds of onlookers taking photos. Men's eyes burned with desire for the supercar, while women gazed dreamily at Jiang Chen inside. A man as handsome and wealthy as he was enough to captivate almost any woman. A few attractive women even discreetly touched up their makeup, hoping to ask for Jiang Chen's contact information. But when they saw the pure stunning Lu Yanyan in the passenger seat, they abandoned the idea. Lu Yanyan was simply too beautiful. So beautiful that they felt inferior. This was truly a match made in heaven, a tycoon and a beauty. Lu Yanyan lived in a shanty town in the eastern part of the city. Since Jiang Chen's Koenigsegg was far too flashy and conspicuous, he decided to park it at a nearby intersection and walk the rest of the way with her. As Lu Yanyan approached her home and spotted the Mercedes-Benz E300 parked in front, she furrowed her brow. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen asked with concern, noticing her frown. Lu Yanyan sighed and explained, "That car belongs to Zhang Yang. He used to be my neighbor, but moved away after making money in e-commerce. His car being here means he's definitely inside my house." Jiang Chen was still confused by her words and asked, "Isn't it good that an old neighbor is visiting? Why do you look so troubled?" Lu Yanyan sighed again and explained, "Because Zhang Yang has been successful in business, my mom has been trying to set us up. But I've always seen him as just a neighbor brother. I have no romantic feelings for him." Now it dawned on Jiang Chen he was about to meet a rival in love. He hadn't expected Lu Yanyan's mother to be so money-oriented. Patting her head, he comforted her, "Don't worry. No matter how rich he is, he can't be richer than me. If Zhang Yang simply behaved himself and had a quiet meal today, that would be fine. But if he dared to do anything to upset Jiang Chen, he would make sure Zhang Yang lost all face." Stepping into Lu Yanyan's home, Jiang Chen saw a middle-aged woman enthusiastically chatting with a man on the sofa. The middle-aged woman was Wu Liufang, Lu Yanyan's mother. The man on the sofa was Zhang Yang, Lu Yanyan's childhood neighbor. Zhang Yang was about the same age as Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan, but he was decked out in designer brands with a thick gold chain around his neck and several flashy gold rings on his fingers, as if afraid no one would know he was wealthy. Wu Lufang beamed when she saw Lu Yanyan enter, pulling her over to sit beside the man. "Yanyan, you're finally back? Brother Zhang Yang has been waiting for you. It's been so long, you two should catch up." But Jiang Chen, standing beside Lu Yanyan, was completely ignored by her mother, left awkwardly stranded on the sidelines. Seeing her mother treat Jiang Chen this way, Lu Yanyan's expression turned extremely sour. She walked over to Jiang Chen, linked her arm with his, and said, "Mom, he's Jiang Chen. The money for your surgery was borrowed from him, and now he's my boyfriend." Upon hearing the word boyfriend, Zhang Yang, who had been sitting silently on the sofa, clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury, toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen handed the gifts to Wu Lufang and said politely, "Auntie, since this is our first meeting, I've brought you some gifts. I hope your health improves." Wu Lufang glanced at them. They were merely ordinary nutritional supplements. After taking the gifts, she casually placed them on the coffee table. "Xiao Jiang, is it? Since you're here, stay for a meal," she said, her tone full of perfunctory disdain, as if she had already forgotten that Jiang Chen had paid for her life-saving surgery. Jiang Chen was not annoyed for dealing with a snob like Wu Lufang was far too simple. Since she loved money, he would shower her with it until her legs gave way. After all, his life motto now was that any problem money could solve was no problem at all. The dining table was set with 5 dishes and a soup. Though Jiang Chen disapproved of Wu Lufang's character, he had to admit she was quite skilled at cooking. At the table, Lu Yanyan, seated beside Jiang Chen, kept piling food onto his plate, making Wu Lufang and Zhang Yang's expressions darken. Wu Lufang struck first, asking Jiang Chen, "Xiao Jiang, I noticed you two walked here. Don't you have a car?" Jiang Chen, engrossed in devouring his meal, barely heard her and simply nodded absent-mindedly. Though Jiang Chen had pulled out 300 yuan earlier, Wu Lufang believed he was just putting on a show to win over her daughter. Seeing that he didn't even own a decent car further confirmed her suspicions. She resolved to break them up today and push her daughter toward Zhang Yang. Imagining herself riding in Zhang Yang's Mercedes, basking in the envy of her neighbors, Wu Lufang felt immensely satisfied. She continued, "Aw, man really needs a car to show his status. Zhang Yang here drives a Mercedes E300. You sure, but it's still worth over 300 yuan. Hearing this, Zhang Yang deliberately touched his Mercedes key on the table, looking at Jiang Chen with a sense of superiority. Jiang Chen, focused on his meal, ignored Wu Lufang's words entirely. Or rather, he found it too tiresome to argue. He was a tycoon of status, oh, why bother with these petty folks? Lu Yanyan was mortified, unable to believe her mother would say such embarrassing things. Jiang Chen drove a true top-tier supercar, something Zhang Yang's second-hand Mercedes could never match. "Mom, can you stop? The surgery fee was borrowed from Jiang Chen. Have you forgotten?" Lu Yanyan said angrily. Only when his daughter brought up the surgery fee did Wu Lufang's face show a hint of embarrassment. Zhang Yang, who had been silent, spoke up. "Auntie Yanyan, back when you were in trouble, my funds were tied up too, so I couldn't help. But now my business is picking up, and I want to pay back that 300 yuan. We shouldn't owe favors to outsiders." Zhang Yang's words were clever. The term outsider not only excluded Jiang Chen, but also turned the tables, making himself the insider. With that, Zhang Yang pulled out a large plastic bag containing exactly 300 yuan in cash. Wu Lufang's face lit up with joy at the sight. Jiang Chen had only lent her the surgery fee, which had to be repaid eventually. But Zhang Yang was giving her the money outright. Wu Lufang said to Lu Yanyan, "Yanyan, Zhang Yang just told me that once you two are together, he'll buy us a house in a high-end neighborhood nearby. Oh, your good for-nothing father passed away early, leaving us only this shabby house. I've always wanted to live in a high-end apartment." As she spoke, Wu Lufang's face took on a dreamy expression, as if she had already moved into that upscale complex. Zhang Yang had indeed promised to buy her a house, but it was just an empty promise. Zhang Yang had made some money from e-commerce, but he was at best a small-time boss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bought a used Mercedes. Forking out 300 yuan was painful for him, but it was necessary to win Wu Lufang's favor and get closer to Lu Yanyan. He planned to find an opportunity to consummate his relationship with Lu Yanyan, forcing Wu Lufang to agree to the marriage even without buying the house. Gazing at Lu Yanyan's pure and beautiful face, her tall and slender figure, Zhang Yang's inner desires burned even hotter. Wu Lufang then turned to Jiang Chen, her bright smile vanishing as she said bluntly, "Xiao Jiang, am returning your 300 yuan now. Please stay away from my daughter and stop pestering her." Jiang Chen, however, remained oblivious to her words, focusing solely on the delicious food. Seeing him eat like a starving ghost, Wu Lufang and Zhang Yang looked at him with contempt. Lu Yanyan said anxiously, "Mom, what are you saying? In this life, I only love Jiang Chen. I can't be with anyone else." Wu Lufang said earnestly, "My foolish daughter, I'm doing this for your own good. With Zhang Yang you can ride in a Mercedes and live a good life. What can you get from this man?" Zhang Yang added arrogantly, "Yanyan, I make over 1 million a year now. If you're with me, I promise you'll live a life of luxury." His words made Lu Yanyan feel amused. Zhang Yang was indeed ahead of most his age, driving a Mercedes and earning 1 million annually. But he couldn't compare to Jiang Chen, whose single Koenigsegg was worth a lifetime of Zhang Yang's efforts. Lu Yanyan said helplessly, "Mom, Jiang Chen is also wealthy, much richer than Zhang Yang." Though she wasn't a gold digger, she hoped this perspective might change her mother's view of Jiang Chen. But her words only made Wu Lufang and Zhang Yang double over with laughter. Wu Lufang said, as if hearing the world's funniest joke, "My dear daughter, if he were really rich, would he not even have a car? I bet he's just pretending to be a rich second generation. Who knows where he borrowed that 300 yuan?" Hearing her own mother utter such repulsive words, Lu Yanyan's eyes reddened, her shoulders trembling incessantly as tears streamed down her fair face. It was only when Lu Yanyan began to weep that Jiang Chen finally set down his chopsticks, patted his stomach with satisfaction, and took her delicate hand in his, saying, "Go take a stroll outside. Come back in half an hour. I can handle everything here." Lu Yanyan was deeply worried about Jiang Chen, but upon seeing the resolute gleam in his eyes, her anxiety dissipated entirely. She had complete faith that he could manage her mother and Zhang Yang. Nodding, she stepped out of her home. Now only Jiang Chen, Wu Liufang, and Zhang Yang remained at the dinner table. Seeing Lu Yanyan leave, Zhang Yang dropped all pretense. With a roguish sneer, he snarled at Jiang Chen, "I advise you to stay away from Lu Yanyan, or it'll make your life miserable. Dealing with a college student like you is as easy as crushing an ant." With Lu Yanyan gone, Jiang Chen felt unburdened. He had endured enough insults and provocations from the pair. Now, it was time for his counterattack. Fixing Zhang Yang with a contemptuous gaze, he said, "Why do you flaunt yourself everywhere when you only earn 1 million a year? If I made as little as you, I'd be too ashamed to even leave my house." Zhang Yang was infuriated by Jiang Chen's words. Though not an ultra-wealthy tycoon, he still surpassed most of his peers. Yet today he was being mocked by an ordinary college student. Before Zhang Yang could respond, Wu Lufang sneered at Jiang Chen, "You're just a pretender with no money. I urge you to leave my daughter alone." Glaring at Wu Lufang's contorted face, Jiang Chen slammed his hand on the table, the loud bang startling her. Planting one foot on the bench, he pointed at her nose and bellowed, "You brainless wretch. If I hadn't paid for your surgery, you'd be reporting to the king of hell right now instead of sitting here talking to me. I'm telling you, if you behave and don't stand in my way with Yanyan, I'll ensure you live a life of luxury. But if you dare bare your teeth at me again, I'll make your life a living hell. As for your daughter and me, you'll accept it whether you like it or not." Wu Lufang never expected the previously silent Jiang Chen to unleash such a torrent of words. Completely intimidated by his aura, she could only clutch her chest, gasping for breath. Then Jiang Chen pulled a Koenigsegg key from his pocket and slapped it onto the table next to Zhang Yang's used Mercedes key. "Driving a beat-up second-hand Benz makes you think you're something. I drive a Koenigsegg." Zhang Yang was struck speechless by the sight of the Koenigsegg key. But then, as if a thought struck him, he laughed loudly at Jiang Chen. "Do you think you can fool me with a fake supercar key you bought online? There are only 99 of these cars in the world. How could you possibly own one?" By now, Wu Lufang had recovered and joined in the mockery. "You're just a braggart and a phony exposed at last. They'll tell Yanyan what a pathetic loser you really are." Just then a stranger walked into Lu Yanyan's home. Upon seeing him, Wu Lufang immediately dropped her aggressive stance and put on a fawning, respectful demeanor. "Xiao Lu, what brings you here? Have you eaten? Let Annie fry you a couple of dishes." This man called Xiao Lu was Lu Filong. Since childhood, he had been a petty thug in this shanty town. After growing up, he used family connections to land a management job in the community, after which he became even more domineering in the area. The neighbors all feared him, including Wu Lufang. Unsure why Lu Filong had suddenly appeared, she could only probe with a forced amiability. Zhang Yang, who had grown up in the same area and suffered bullying from Lu Filong, also pretended to be familiar, saying, "Long time no see along." But Lu Filong didn't even glance at Wu Lufang or Zhang Yang. He walked straight past them and approached Jiang Chen, saying, Brother, is that Koenigsegg at the intersection yours? Some residents mentioned it's blocking the way a bit. Would you mind? Lu Feilong spoke to Jiang Chen with utmost caution, adopting the humblest possible attitude. Though he usually threw his weight around here, he was after all nothing more than a small-time street punk. The man before him, however, was a tycoon driving a limited edition Koenigsegg, someone who could destroy him with a single word. Sweat beaded on Lu Feilong's forehead. It was his first time speaking to such an elite, and his nerves were frayed. To Lu Feilong's astonishment, Jiang Chen simply took the key, pressed it into his hand, and said amiably, "Sorry about that, brother. Could you help me move it? If you'd like, take it for a spin." Jiang Chen's demeanor caught Lu Feilong completely off guard. Here was a tycoon with a Koenigsegg, yet he was so courteous, addressing him as brother and even offering him a drive. It was an immense show of respect. Lu Feilong shot Jiang Chen a grateful look before heading out. From start to finish, he never spared Wu Lufeng or Zhang Yang a single glance. Wu Lufeng was utterly bewildered. She couldn't fathom why Lu Feilong was so deferential to Jiang Chen or what this Koenigsegg was. She hadn't understood a word. When she turned to Zhang Yang, she saw his face was deathly pale, and his gaze toward Jiang Chen had shifted from contempt to profound fear. Zhang Yang now realized the Koenigsegg key was real. If Jiang Chen could be lying, surely Lu Feilong wouldn't. Bewildered, Wu Lufeng asked Zhang Yang, "Xiao Yang, what's wrong? Are you unwell? And what kind of car is that Koenigsegg? Is it expensive? It must be far inferior to your Mercedes, right?" In her mind, only Mercedes, BMW, and Audi qualified as luxury cars. Everything else was cheap junk. Faced with her barrage of questions, Zhang Yang stammered, "Koenigsegg is a top-tier supercar. His model, there are only 99 in the world. It costs over 35 million. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Wu Lufeng stood frozen, her eyes wide with shock. The terms globally limited edition and over 35 million were both unfamiliar and distant to her. She couldn't even fathom what kind of car could be so exorbitantly priced. In her understanding, a Mercedes or BMW worth hundreds of thousands was already absurd, yet Jiang Chen's car was valued at over 35 million. In other words, his vehicle could buy more than 100 of Zhang Yang's second-hand Mercedes. At this moment, Wu Lufeng's gaze toward Jiang Chen had completely shifted, no longer contemptuous and arrogant, but wholly replaced by fear. The wealth possessed by the young man before her was beyond her imagination. If a single car cost over 35 million, just how much money did he have? Perhaps he was right. If she remained obedient from now on, he could truly guarantee her a life of luxury for the rest of her days. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Yinyan, who had been getting some fresh air, had stopped crying. Her heart was still filled with worry for Jiang Chen, fearing that her mother and Zhang Yang would make things difficult for him. So she turned back and entered the house, but when she pushed open the door, she was stunned by the sight before her. Jiang Chen was sitting in the seat of honor, legs crossed, looking utterly nonchalant. Wu Lufeng brought a bowl of hot soup and placed it in front of him, her face beaming, as she said, "Xiao Jiang, Auntie's cooking isn't great. The dishes are all too oily. Have some soup to cut the grease. From now on, think of this place as your home. Whenever you're on break, come back with Yin Yin, and Annie will cook whatever you want." Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, had somehow poured himself a glass of wine and said respectfully to Jiang Chen, "Brother, Chen, am a man of little education. Please forgive any offense I may have caused. This drink is my apology. When you and Yin Yin tie the knot, be sure to invite me." With that, Zhang Yang tilted his head back and down the glass in one gulp. He was now as deferential as a grandson, bowing and scraping, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Jiang Chen patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and said amiably, "You and Yin Yin have been close friends since childhood. If anything, I should be calling you big brother. The past misunderstandings are behind us. From now on, we're good friends." Seeing Jiang Chen so magnanimous, Zhang Yang was deeply moved, even shedding 2 glistening tears. After all, becoming close friends with a tycoon like Jiang Chen was nothing but beneficial. Lu Yinyan watched the scene in bewilderment. How had everything changed so drastically in the short time she had stepped out? At that moment, Jiang Chen noticed Lu Yinyan had returned. He looked around at the dilapidated state of her home and said, "Yin Yin, this old place is far too small. I'm planning to buy a villa for you and Auntie at nearby Yanglong Bay. That's where you'll stay when you come home on break." Hearing this, Wu Lufeng's face showed utter disbelief. Overcome with excitement, the nerves in her face twitched and contorted. Yanglong Bay was a newly developed villa complex just across from the shantytown. The stark contrast between the impoverished, dilapidated shantytown and the luxurious high-end villas opposite was striking. Though separated by just one street, it represented an insurmountable gap in wealth. The residents of the shantytown often gazed at the magnificent villas of Yanglong Bay, dreaming of living there one day, Wu Lufeng included. Now Wu Lufeng's dream was about to come true. How could she not be thrilled? However, Lu Yanyan's refusal shattered her villa fantasy. "No, we can't accept such an expensive gift from you." Jiang Chen walked over and took Lu Yanyan's hand, saying, "This is my heartfelt gesture. I don't want the woman I love living in such harsh conditions. Besides, Andy just got out of the hospital and needs to recuperate. You wouldn't want her to recover in an environment like this, would you?" At this, Wu Lufang immediately put on a dramatic act, coughing and clutching her head, conveniently forgetting her earlier domineering attitude. Lu Yanyan felt utterly helpless with her mother and could only nod in reluctant agreement. After the meal, Jiang Chen took Lu Yanyan and Wu Lufang to Yanglong Bay to view properties. Though the villas there weren't as grand as the central villa Jiang Chen had given Su Qinxue, they were still luxurious and impressive. Jiang Chen chose a 3-story villa with the best natural lighting. He paid for it that very afternoon, and the deed was registered under Lu Yanyan's name. Wu Lufang was overjoyed, running through the shanty town to tell everyone that she had moved into the Yanglong Bay villa across the street. In truth, Jiang Chen bought the villa not out of concern for Wu Yofang, but solely to improve Lu Yanyan's quality of life. Lu Yanyan understood this well. She took Jiang Chen's hand and said apologetically, "Jiang Chen, I'm so sorry about today. My mother was way out of line. My father died early, and we've always been destitute. That's why my mother became so materialistic." Jiang Chen smiled and tapped Lu Yanyan's nose. "Silly girl, I'm dating you, not your mother. Whatever she does doesn't affect how I feel." Jiang Chen's words made Lu Yanyan burst into laughter, and the gloom in her heart completely dissipated. He held her hand and said, "Don't worry. They'll give you the best life from now on. The hard times are over." Lu Yanyan nodded vigorously, though her eyes reddened. After everything was settled, Jiang Chen and Lu Yanyan prepared to return to school. Lu Feilong had already brought back Jiang Chen's Koenigsegg. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen had bought a villa for Wu Lufang at Yanglong Bay, he treated Jiang Chen with even greater deference. Wu Lufang was rendered speechless with shock when she saw Jiang Chen's Koenigsegg. She had never seen such a cool and extravagant sports car. Clearly, Zhang Yang's second-hand Mercedes was no match. Jiang Chen drove back to school, and Wu Lufang stood there watching, only reluctantly turning away once his car had completely disappeared from sight. The next few days were uneventful. Between classes, Jiang Chen went on dates with Lu Yanyan and Shangwan Yinyu, or dropped a few splendid castles in Shun Kerson's livestream. When bored, he would wander over to the music club, though his real intention was to run into Guameitzen, one of the 4 campus beauties, and see the legendary face of the folk music goddess. But unfortunately, Jiang Chen never encountered Guameitzen at the music club, which only piqued his curiosity. Then there was Zhou Na, the edgy cool girl in his class. If he could raise her affinity to 98 points, the mission reward was a full 100 million. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to get closer to her. Several days slipped by. One evening, as Jiang Chen was idling away in his dormitory, he suddenly received a text message from Brother Long of the West City. "Master Jiang, would it be convenient for you to come to White Knight Lounge? I have work to report to you." Report work to him? Jiang Chen wondered what trick Brother Long was playing. Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to go see what this was about. The White Knight Lounge that Brother Long mentioned was located on a commercial street not far from Rongqing University. It was a music lounge with a light, luxurious ambience, quiet and well-suited for discussions. Jiang Chen's Koenigsegg cut through the night like a flash of silver lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar. It arrived at the entrance of the White Knight Lounge in no time. The commercial street was filled with young people, and upon seeing such a stunning Koenigsegg, they all pulled out their phones to take pictures. The fashion-forward girls also fixed their gazes on this top-tier supercar, eager to see what the wealthy magnate driving it looked like. When the strikingly handsome Jiang Chen stepped out of the car, these beautiful girls went completely wild. A supercar paired with a handsome man. It was like the perfect male lead straight out of a romance novel. They eagerly wanted to approach him for his contact information, flaunting their alluring figures. Yet Jiang Chen remained oblivious to it all, walking straight into the White Knight Lounge, leaving behind a circle of beauties with expressions of chagrin and reluctance. Stepping inside, the lounge was not very crowded. The air was filled with the soothing melody of blues music, blending with the refreshing fragrance of the aroma. Brother Long sat in a corner booth and waved at Jiang Chen, who then walked over. "Master Jiang." Brother Long stood up and greeted Jiang Chen respectfully. Ever since Jiang Chen had given him 10 million last time, his attitude had done a complete 180. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, lounging lazily on the sofa, and asked curiously, "What's the matter calling me out so late?" Brother Long poured some whiskey into Jiang Chen's glass and said, "Master Jiang, the reason I called you out today is precisely to report my work to you." "Oh, let's hear it." Jiang Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. This Brother Long was nothing but a street thug, yet now he was putting on such a formal air. "Master Jiang, ever since you told me to stop the campus loans, I've completely reformed. Now I'm setting up an MCN company working on incubating internet influencers. Oh, that's quite good. I have high hopes for you. Jiang Chen was quite surprised by Brother Long's words. He hadn't expected that this ruffian who seemed so thuggish could actually handle serious business with some flair. With the rise of the internet, the influencer track was indeed paved with gold, and Jiang Chen was very optimistic about it. Hearing Jiang Chen's affirmation, Brother Long actually scratched his head, sheepishly revealing a shy smile. By the way, Master Jiang, these are all the loan lists and borrower information from my campus loan operations. I'm handing them all over to you now. I'm also forgiving all these debts. From today, I'm completely clean. With that, Brother Long pulled out a thick craft paper envelope containing IOUs written by students from various universities. It was no wonder Brother Long said he was forgiving all these debts. The initial principal these students had borrowed was not large, but interest had compounded into enormous sums. Brother Long had already recouped the principal through the interest he collected, so he wasn't at a loss at all. Indeed, campus loans were a harmful scourge. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had made Brother Long reform, which counted as a good deed. Jiang Chen flipped through the IOUs one by one, but suddenly his fingers froze, and an incredulous expression crossed his face. He had come across an IOU from Zhou Na complete with a photo of the borrower. It was none other than the hot-tempered girl from his class. Zhou Na's principal was much higher than that of other borrowers. While others borrowed a few thousand or tens of thousands, she had borrowed a full 200,000 yuan, which had now ballooned to 600,000 yuan with interest. This was a debt no college student could ever repay. What's the story with this person? Jiang Chen pulled out Zhou Na's IOU and handed it to Brother Long. Seeing the IOU, Brother Long spoke freely. This girl is a freshman at Rongqing University. I don't know why she needed so much money, but I still lent it to her. Aren't you afraid you won't get the money back? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. Hearing Jiang Chen's question, Brother Long let out a sly chuckle. Master Jiang, to be honest, I never really expected her to repay it. You have no idea how stunning that girl is. That figure, that face. When she couldn't pay up, I planned to have her pay with her body. Tisk tsk. Brother Long said lecherously, but when he noticed Jiang Chen's face darkening, he immediately shut his mouth. Master Jiang, do you know this person? Brother Long asked cautiously, realizing he might have misspoken. It's nothing, just curious. Jiang Chen replied, not intending to tell Brother Long that he knew Zhou Na. I see. Master Jiang, I've handed everything over to you. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Brother Long seized the chance to slip away. Jiang Chen waved his hand without looking up, and Brother Long left with relief. Jiang Chen stared at Zhou Na's IOU, lost in thought. Clearly Zhou Na had an untold story behind her. He had helped Zhou Na resolve such a huge campus loan problem. Surely it would earn him some favorability. At this thought, a smile curled at the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth. Just then a commotion in the bar caught Jiang Chen's attention. At a booth ahead, a thuggish punk was furiously berating a middle-aged man wearing glasses. The man was dressed in an administrative jacket with thick glasses perched on his nose, and his hair, meticulously combed, giving off an overall scholarly aura. The man's demeanor resembled that of a high school teacher, starkly contrasting with the bar's patrons who were there to drown their sorrows. From the punk's curses, Jiang Chen pieced together what had happened. The bespectacled man had accidentally knocked over a glass on the table, spilling its contents onto the passing thug. Such incidents were common in bars, and hardly a big deal. But this middle-aged man was unlucky. He was too rigid and honest, while the other party was a small-time thug who liked to pick on the weak. The bespectacled man was clearly not a regular bargoer. He seemed more like the type who worked diligently at his job and managed his household well. Now faced with the ferocious street punk, he was frozen in place, utterly terrified. Inside the bar, many noticed the brewing conflict and gathered around to watch the spectacle. Though the middle-aged man in glasses was in a pitiable situation, the onlookers regarded him with mocking eyes. In a place as chaotic as a bar, no one sympathizes with the weak, only thrill-seekers eager for drama. After a long moment, the bespectacled man finally came to his senses. Trembling, he grabbed a few tissues and said humbly, "Sorry, I didn't mean to. Let me wipe it off for you." As he reached out to clean the liquor stain from the thug's pants, the thug swung his hand and slapped him hard across the face. 5 vivid red finger marks appeared instantly on the man's cheek, while the crowd jeered and whistled in amusement. He lowered his head deeply. More than the sting on his face, the mockery around him cut like a sharp blade. It pierced his last shred of dignity. Since childhood, he had excelled in his studies, successfully entered the civil service, and climbed the ranks of officialdom. At work, he was somewhat of a leader, and at home, he was the head of the household with absolute say. Tonight, after a fierce quarrel with his wife over trivial family matters, he came to the bar to drown his sorrows. Yet he never expected to be humiliated by a younger man. But as a refined and cultured man, he knew the truth that a scholar encounters a soldier, reason cannot prevail. Now completely overwhelmed by the thug's brute arrogance, his cowardice outweighed any desire to resist. Fuck, you think wiping it off is enough? Do you know how much these pants cost? The thug roared, pointing at the man's nose. The bespectacled man stammered, how much are your pants? They'll pay you for them. If money could solve the problem, it would be an acceptable way out for him. 20,000. The thug held up 2 fingers, demanding 20,000 yuan. 20,000. Are these pants really worth that much? The man protested weakly. Though he was an honest man, he wasn't a fool. The thug's pants were clearly cheap knockoffs. Even the Gucci logo was misspelled. Slap. The thug struck him again hard across the face. What the hell do you know? These are limited edition Gucci. I'm only asking for 20,000 because I pity you got it. Listening to the thug's words, the man felt wronged, but dared not argue. He pulled out his phone, ready to accept his fate and pay up, when a young figure stepped before him. It was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was not one to meddle in others' affairs, but this thug's behavior was simply too outrageous. If he hadn't seen it, it would be one thing, but now that he had to intervene. Jiang Chen took out 200 yuan and said to the thug, brother, your pants just got some liquor spilled on them. Take this 200 for dry cleaning, and keep the change for a pack of cigarettes. The thug, seeing his 20,000 slip away, was furious at the unexpected interference. Go to hell. Who the hell do you think you are bargaining with me here? Unfazed by the insults, Jiang Chen said calmly, I'll give you 1 minute to think it over. If you don't agree, you won't even get the 200. The thug realized Jiang Chen wasn't intimidated and was about to lash out. But one of his companions stopped him and whispered in his ear, I just saw Brother Long drinking with this kid at a booth, and Brother Long was very careful around him. That single sentence made the thug's expression change. He looked at Jiang Chen with newfound caution. So you're a friend of Brother Long. It's all a misunderstanding. I just spilled a bit of liquor, no big deal. The thug spoke politely to Jiang Chen and motioned for him to put the money away. Then he turned to the bespectacled man and said, Old pal, my mistake. Sorry about that. The man was stunned by the sudden shift in the thug's attitude, but by the time he came to his senses, the thug had already fled with his cronies. He looked at Jiang Chen in amazement, finally realizing that this young man had saved him. Yet he couldn't understand how someone so young could wield such power, resolving the crisis with just a few words. Young friend, thank you for your help. Can I buy you a drink? But Jiang Chen gently waved his hand in response to the invitation, left the bar without a word, and vanished into the night, leaving only a graceful silhouette behind. The middle-aged man watched him go, etching Jiang Chen's features and figure firmly into his memory. Jiang Chen drove back to school. The minor incident at the bar didn't weigh on his mind, for his thoughts were entirely occupied by Zhou Na. The next morning, he spotted Zhou Na outside the girl's dormitory and stepped forward to block her path. What do you want? Zhou Na rolled her eyes when she saw it was Jiang Chen, her voice icy. Accustomed to her coldness, Jiang Chen said matter-of-factly, come with me. I need to talk to you. He led her to the edge of Qin Lake. Most students were in class, leaving the lakeside nearly deserted except for a few hurried passers-by. What exactly do you want? Zhou Na asked impatiently. Jiang Chen knew that if he didn't give her a satisfactory answer, she would leave immediately. So without further ado, he produced her IOU and held it before her eyes. Zhou Na stared at the document in disbelief. How did this get here? Jiang Chen didn't hide the truth. He told her how he had offered 10 million yuan to persuade Brother Long to abandon the campus loan business. His words left Zhou Na astonished. She couldn't fathom why he would spend such a fortune to stop predatory lending. What's your motive? She asked, voicing the question in her heart. She didn't believe he did it purely out of kindness. But his next words left her rooted to the spot. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he said slowly, because I don't want anyone else like you to get hurt. With that, he folded the IOU in half and tore it to shreds. Watching Jiang Chen's movements, Zhou Na stood frozen in place, unable to utter a word for a long time. After a while, she murmured, do you mean I don't have to repay all this money? Jiang Chen looked at Zhou Na and nodded slightly. Then Jiang Chen clearly sensed that Zhou Na had become much more relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Thank you. Zhou Na hesitated for a moment, but eventually parted her cherry lips and expressed her gratitude to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised, as Zhou Na had always been cold and indifferent, keeping everyone at arm's length. Seeing her thank him so gently today, he found it quite unfamiliar. Ding. System detected. Zhou Na's affection increased by 20 points. Current affection 20. Initially, Zhou Na's affection toward him was 5, and now it had broken through to 20 points. Truly no easy feat. I want to know what happened. Why did you need so much money? Jiang Chen couldn't fathom why Zhou Na would resort to such predatory campus loans. Could she, like Lu Yinyan, have a seriously ill mother at home? At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, stirring ripples across the once calm Qin Lake, and brushing through Zhou Na's seaweed-like hair. Gazing at the gradually tranquil lake surface, Zhou Na began to tell her story. It turned out that in her senior year of high school, she had been an innocent and lovely girl. She yearned for love and was willing to trust anyone. One day she unexpectedly met a boy from outside school, handsome and a wealthy second-generation rich kid. He pursued her fervently, and the naive Zhou Na quickly fell head over heels, even giving him her virginity. But soon after she noticed he often wore a troubled expression and became taciturn. Under her relentless questioning, he claimed his business venture had failed, and that he needed 2,000 yuan to fill a financial gap. He subtly hinted that Zhou Na could seek a campus loan from Longgu of the West City to help him cover the deficit. At that time Zhou Na was pure and unsuspecting. She went alone to Long Guest Loan Company and borrowed a full 2,000 yuan in campus loans. Longgu had been willing to lend her the money only because he coveted her body. If Jiang Chen hadn't altered the course of events, it's hard to imagine what Zhou Na might have suffered afterward. After Zhou Na handed over the 2,000 yuan to him, he completely vanished into thin air. When she finally managed to track him down, she discovered that he was spending the money she had borrowed on expensive bags and clothes for his new lover. Faced with Zhou Na's accusations, he coldly tossed out a single sentence: "The IOU bears your name. Why are you coming to me?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He never imagined that the seemingly most ruthless and cold-hearted Zhou Na was actually the most innocent and harmless girl. No wonder she had a 10 affection rating for every guy. She had been so deeply hurt before. At this moment, looking at Zhou Na, before him Jiang Chen felt a pang of sympathy. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist and pulled her soft body into his embrace. Instantly, an intoxicating fragrance of her body wafted toward him. Zhou Na's delicate form was incredibly soft, and the two soft mounds on her chest felt wonderfully pleasant to Jiang Chen. Zhou Na initially tried to break free, but Jiang Chen's strength was too great. She simply couldn't escape. What are you doing? Zhou Na blushed deeply, but her tone had lost its usual coldness, sounding more like a shy plea. I just feel for you and want to hold you, Jiang Chen said, pulling her even tighter into his arms. Zhou Na finally gave up resisting. Ripples spread across Qin Lake as Jiang Chen and Zhou Na embraced each other passionately by the shore. Everything seemed so beautiful. After an unknown length of time, Jiang Chen reluctantly released Zhou Na. Her face was as red as a ripe tomato. She dared not meet his eyes and fled in a fluster. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sniff his hand. A captivating fragrance lingered. How wonderful it smelled. System detected. Zhou Na's affection increased by 10 points, current affection 30. Hearing the system's prompt, a smile involuntarily curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Just then Su Qingxue called him. What's up? Want to have a meeting? Jiang Chen asked with a lecherous grin, emphasizing the word meeting with particular suggestiveness. Cut it out. I have something serious to talk about. Su Qingshu's playful scolding came through the phone, and she continued, my cousin wants to host a house party this weekend with his classmates. I'd like to use the central villa. I want to get your approval. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly and said, that villa was a gift to you. You can decide on your own. You don't need to ask me. Hearing his words, a warm current surged through Su Qingshu's heart. She blew him a kiss over the phone and then hung up. However, just as the call with Su Qingshu ended, Jiang Chen's phone rang again. It was his high school best friend Zhuang Wei. Moshi, Jiang Chen answered. Bro, don't say I didn't think of you. There's a big event this weekend. Zhuang Wei's excited voice came through the phone. What kind of trouble are you stirring up now? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Remember the campus mixer we talked about last time? A tycoon from our school is organizing a house party at his own villa. Not only are there beauties from our school, but they've also invited girls from your Rongqing University. They'll bring you guys along. Zhuang Wei's words made Jiang Chen recall what Su Qingxue had told him. He asked curiously, where is this villa for the house party? It's at the Central Villa in West City Mansion. Let me tell you, that villa is worth 50 million yuan. Well, I'll be damned. That's an eye-opener for me, Zhuang Wei said excitedly. Jiang Chen then realized that someone was planning to show off using his villa. All right, well, come and take a look too, Jiang Chen agreed with Zhuang Wei. He wanted to see what tricks Su Qingshu's cousin was up to. Back at the dormitory that evening, Jiang Chen told Qianjin and Su Chuang about the weekend house party mixer. Both of them were thrilled, seeing it as a golden opportunity to find a girlfriend. Hey, where's Wu Daqiang? Jiang Chen noticed that Wu Daqiang wasn't in the dorm and had been leaving early and returning late lately, making his whereabouts somewhat mysterious. Qianjin and Su Chuang both said they didn't know. Although Jiang Chen felt something was off about Wu Daqiang recently, he didn't dwell on it. Just then his phone rang. It was Zhou Na calling. Jiang Chen quickly answered. Jiang Chen. I'm drunk. Can you come get me? Zhou Na's slurred voice came through, clearly indicating she was already quite tipsy. Where are you now? Jiang Chen's tone was laced with anxiety. Zhona had obviously gone drinking because she was reminded of her painful past today. Bar Street. Phoebe Bar. Upon hearing the bar's name mentioned by Zhona, Jiang Chen's anxiety deepened. The bar street was a chaotic mix of the good and the bad where many beautiful girls had suffered irreversible fates due to intoxication. Thus Zhona was in grave danger. Without a second thought, Jiang Chen grabbed a coat and rushed out the door. On the elevated highway of Rongqing, a Koenigsegg roaring with immense power weaved through traffic like a silver lightning bolt. Youngsters by the roadside pulled out their phones to capture this limited edition hypercar, its thunderous exhaust reeking of opulence. The bar street in downtown Rongqing was the quietest place by day, but as night fell it became a paradise for revelers. Dozens of lavishly decorated bars lit up with neon signs, each entrance crowded with expensive luxury cars and supercars. Bar promoters in sexy bikinis and fishnet stockings swayed their bodies, enticing the wealthy scions stepping out of their luxury vehicles. By the roadside, beautiful girls completely drunk and unconscious had already caught the lecherous eyes of ill-intentioned thugs. Perhaps they would wake up naked in some hotel suite the next morning. The entire street was saturated with an aura of money and desire. Most people who came to drown their sorrows shared the same purpose: women seeking wealth, men chasing thrills. At the very center of the bar street stood the largest establishment, Phoebe Bar. In front of Phoebe Bar, various flashy million-dollar luxury cars were parked and sexy bunny girls danced provocatively at the entrance. Suddenly, a deafening roar like a thunderclap from the heavens tore through the air. A wildly styled supercar sped in from the distance and came to a smooth stop right at the bar's entrance. Holy shit, that's a Koenigsegg Jesko. A crowd of youngsters near the bar exclaimed, quickly recognizing the globally limited edition model of only 99 units. Although many expensive supercars were parked outside Phoebe Bar, they all paled in comparison to this Koenigsegg. As the car's door swung open, Jiang Chen stepped out. With his refined features, deep-set eyes, and well-proportioned physique, the handsome Jiang Chen looked like the male lead straight out of a romance novel. What's more, he was driving a limited edition Koenigsegg, a combination of a handsome man and a luxury car that could disarm almost any girl. Just then, a delicately featured girl emerged from the crowd dressed in a princess-style short skirt that made her appear both sweet and alluring. Such a girl would be the center of attention anywhere, the object of male admiration. In reality, many wealthy heirs had pursued her only to be rejected. She believed that only a truly 9 million tycoon could be worthy of her. The moment she laid eyes on Jiang Chen, she knew the tycoon she had been tirelessly searching for had finally arrived. She had to seize this opportunity to obtain the golden key to high society. Tossing her hair with a flirtatious gesture, she flashed a captivating smile and approached Jiang Chen, speaking softly, "Handsome, can I add your WeChat?" But before the beauty could finish her sentence, Jiang Chen walked right past her and entered Phoebe Bar. Throughout the entire process, he never even glanced at her. The girl stared incredulously at his retreating figure, her face etched with embarrassment. Jiang Chen stepped into Phoebe Bar, where the lighting was dim. Women in revealing outfits swayed their fiery figures on the dance floor, while countless lecherous gazes around them unabashedly ogled. Jiang Chen anxiously searched for Zhou Na inside the bar and finally found her alone, drunk in a booth in a dim corner. By now, Zhou Na was almost unconscious from drinking. She wore a cool halter top that accentuated her proud curves and a micro miniskirt that left her long, fair legs exposed. Although the bar was filled with many beautiful women, none possessed Zhou Na's unique blend of innocence and allure. Several shady men with malicious intent had already gathered around Zhou Na. If Jiang Chen hadn't arrived in time, something irreversible would have happened. Just as he was about to go over and take Zhou Na away, a lecherous man who had been standing beside her made the first move. He placed his dirty hand on Zhou Na's delicate shoulder and said with a sleazy grin, "Little sister, you're so drunk. How about Big Brother takes you home?" As he spoke, he put his other grimy hand on her slender waist, preparing to whisk her away. The man's arms were covered in dense tattoos, and his thuggish face bore a deep scar marking him as a ruthless gangster. Watching his actions, the onlookers dared not utter a word. They could only look at Zhou Na with pity, lamenting that such a beautiful flower was about to be cruelly ravaged. "Take your filthy hands off her and get the hell out." Just as the scar-faced man was about to take Zhou Na away, a resolute voice rang out. It was Jiang Chen. The scar-faced man incredulously let go of Zhou Na and turned to see who had spoken. He couldn't believe anyone on this bar street would dare challenge him. But when he saw that the speaker was a man who looked like a college student, a cruel smile spread across his face. With a single glance from the scar-faced man, 7 or 8 thuggish-looking punks emerged from the crowd and surrounded Jiang Chen. Seeing this, the bystanders wore smug expressions. Daring to provoke Scarface, This kid will be lucky to leave with half his life tonight. Saving a damsel in distress comes at a cost. Such an overconfident young man. Jiang Chen ignored the murmurs around him, his eyes fixed on the scar-faced man with murderous intent. Anyone who dared to touch his woman would pay a heavy price. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? I'm going to make you suffer terribly tonight. A vicious smirk curled on the scar-faced man's lips as he looked at Jiang Chen like a lamb to the slaughter. The last person who interfered with his fun had been locked in an abandoned warehouse, beaten for 10 hours, then stuffed into a sack and dumped in the middle of the road. On this bar street, no one had ever dared to talk back to him. Slap. But before the scar-faced man could finish his boast, a resounding slap landed hard on his face. The force was immense, spinning him around several times before he crashed heavily to the ground. Jiang Chen withdrew his slightly numb palm, looking down at the dazed, scar-faced man on the floor. In an icy tone, he said, "I told you to leave, but you wouldn't. You brought this on yourself." The onlookers all gazed at Jiang Chen in astonishment, unable to fathom how this student-like individual possessed such immense courage and strength. At that moment, Scarface finally came to his senses. Half of his face was grotesquely swollen, with blood seeping from his ear and the corner of his mouth. He roared at his equally bewildered underlings, "Kill him!" Their boss bellowed, jolted Scarface's 7 or 8 henchmen into action. They grabbed bottles from the table and hurled them at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen moved like a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing before the nearest thug. Jiang Chen delivered a whip-like kick to the thug, who flew backward like a broken-winged dragonfly, crashing several meters away before lying unconscious. The remaining henchmen exchanged bewildered glances, having no idea how their comrade had been instantly defeated. A chill ran down their spines as they finally grasped the true meaning of fear. Yet Jiang Chen gave them no time to react. Every step and punch was accompanied by groans and collapses. In less than a minute, all 7 or 8 of Scarface's men lay on the ground unconscious. The bar's music had ceased due to the commotion, leaving the once raucous establishment silent enough to hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Scarface's back was drenched in cold sweat. He gazed at Jiang Chen in terror, then suddenly knelt on the ground, pleading bitterly, "Big brother, I know I was wrong. Please spare me." Jiang Chen looked coldly at the kneeling Scarface and uttered 2 words in an icy tone, "Too late." With that, he seized Scarface's wrists and gave a slight twist, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from the man. Both of Scarface's filthy hands had touched Zhou Na, so Jiang Chen crippled them as punishment. Throughout the bar, only Scarface's agonized wails could be heard. No one dared make a sound. Jiang Chen gently lifted the drunken, unconscious Zhou Na and strode straight out of the bar. The crowd instinctively parted their eyes, filled with fear as they watched him. Outside, a throng of onlookers had gathered. Jiang Chen's heroic rescue of the beauty was truly awe-inspiring. When Jiang Chen placed Zhou Na into the passenger seat of his Koenigsegg, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Handsome, wealthy, and formidable. How could such a perfect man exist in this world? The beautiful woman who had earlier tried to flirt with Jiang Chen now understood why he had ignored her, seeing Zhou Na by his side. Zhou Na was so stunning that even a beauty like herself felt inferior and eclipsed. Jiang Chen sped off in the Koenigsegg, a silver lightning bolt weaving through the congested traffic. Seeing Zhou Na still unconscious in the passenger seat, Jiang Chen had no choice but to head toward Central Villa. Though he had bought this villa for Su Qinxue, she only stayed there when they had meetings. Suddenly, a scorching jade-like hand caressed Jiang Chen's face, then slid down, tugging at his belt. "What are you doing?" Jiang Chen exclaimed. He noticed Zhou Na's face was flushed, her cherry lips slightly parted, and her beautiful eyes were filled with intoxication and desire. Damn! In an instant, Jiang Chen realized that Zhou Na had been drugged. Driving, Jiang Chen couldn't control Zhou Na. She wrapped her arms around his neck and began frenziedly planting hickeys there. Helpless, Jiang Chen accelerated. The Koenigsegg raced towards Central Villa like a wild stallion. When he finally arrived at Central Villa, Jiang Chen's neck was covered in red marks. He tossed Zhou Na onto his large bed and got her a large glass of honey water. Jiang Chen himself was undergoing a severe test. Zhou Na, delirious with passion, had one shoulder strap slipping down, revealing an expanse of snow-white skin, incredibly alluring. Recalling the sensation of Zhou Na's frantic kisses on his neck, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel aroused. However, Zhou Na's past experiences had already filled him with pity, and he didn't want to take advantage of her in such a manner. "Come drink some honey water." Jiang Chen helped Zhou Na sit up, supporting her upper body against his, and brought the glass to her lips. But Zhou Na raised her hand and knocked the glass to the floor. Then her face drew close, and she kissed Jiang Chen firmly on the lips. If Lu Yanyan and Shangwan Yinyu were like gentle breezes, Zhou Na was a blazing fire. This passion ignited the desire Jiang Chen had long suppressed. Sorry, this really isn't my fault. A guy really must protect himself outside. Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around Zhou Na's neck and responded with even greater fervor. 2 hours later, an exhausted Zhou Na curled up like a docile kitten against Jiang Chen's chest and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Chen was also drained. He stroked Zhou Na's hair and drifted into slumber. When the warm morning sunlight streamed through the French windows onto his bed, Jiang Chen finally opened his sleepy eyes. The previous night's battles had thoroughly drained his energy. Zhou Na, already awake, nestled against his solid chest, tracing circles with her finger. Last night. Jiang Chen stammered, unsure how to explain what had happened. I don't blame you. Everything was my own choice. Jiang Chen, can I be with you forever? Jiang Chen hadn't expected Zhou Na, who always kept people at a distance, to confess to him so proactively. It seemed that after the recent series of events, Zhou Na's feelings for Jiang Chen had intensified dramatically, and the iceberg in her heart had completely melted. The most aloof and indifferent person turned out to be the most passionate. Yet faced with Zhou Na's confession, Jiang Chen fell into hesitation. Thinking of the pure and lovely Lu Yanyan, the graceful Su Qinxue, the gentle and charming Shangwan Yanyu, and the ambiguous Shen Kursen, he realized he had too many women around him. Zhou Na had suffered from heartbreak before, but Jiang Chen couldn't give her exclusive affection. Perhaps sensing his inner turmoil, Zhou Na looked at him with bright eyes and said seriously, I know you're exceptional. You can't have only one woman by your side. But as long as there's a place for me in your heart, you'll be content. Jiang Chen was utterly stunned by her words. Heaven was his witness. He really didn't want to be a player. Yet what man could refuse such a confession? Jiang Chen said nothing, instead pressing his lips against Zhou Na's cherry-red mouth. It seemed that on this sun-drenched morning, several rounds of fierce and exhilarating battles were about to unfold. The system detected Zhou Na's favorability had exceeded 98 points. The hidden mission was complete, and a reward of 100 million yuan had been disbursed. 2 familiar system chimes echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. He hadn't expected Zhou Na's favorability toward him to skyrocket all the way to 100. Thinking back to when he first met Zhou Na, her favorability toward him had been in the negatives. Now she had become the person with the highest favorability toward him. It seemed beneath her icy exterior lay a heart burning with fervent passion. Time flew by, and the weekend arrived. The day Jiang Chen was to attend the house party at Central Villa. Su Qingshu's cousin falsely claimed to be the owner of Central Villa and was hosting a joint mixer between 2 schools there. Although it annoyed Jiang Chen that someone else was using his villa to show off, he couldn't do much since the guy was Su Qingshu's cousin. As long as Su Qingshu's cousin didn't cause any trouble, Jiang Chen was willing to turn a blind eye. It was still early before departure, but Jiang Chen spotted Qianjin already preening in the dormitory. He applied a face mask, trimmed his nose hair, and even sprayed hair gel on his 3mm crew cut. Bro, it's just a mixer. Do you really need to go this far? Jiang Chen found it amusing. Su Chuang chuckled and said you wouldn't know, but he actually managed to invite his crush to come along. Oh, you mean Wang Jingjing from the class next door? Jiang Chen suddenly understood. During military training, Qianjin had developed a crush on Wang Jingjing from the neighboring class. He hadn't expected Qianjin to actually convince her to attend the mixer. Jiang Chen had met the girl named Wang Jingjing before. She had short hair and looked cute and lively. Although she paled in comparison to Shen Kursen, who was of a similar type, she was still a standout beauty among ordinary girls. Remembering how Qianjin always called him Master, Jiang Chen thought, if his disciple wanted to woo a girl, how could the master not lend a hand? So he pulled an exquisite little box from his bag and handed it to Qianjin, saying, this is a gift from your master to help you win her over. Give it to her at the right moment tonight. Qianjin opened the box and saw a finely crafted crystal necklace shimmering with translucent brilliance. This is a Swarovski crystal necklace, Qianjin exclaimed. Jiang Chen nodded, impressed that Qianjin recognized quality goods. This necklace was originally meant for Shen Kursen to deepen their bond, but now he decided to give it to Qianjin for his romantic pursuit. Although the crystal necklace was worth no more than 10,000 yuan, Wang Jingjing clearly wasn't a gold digger, and this necklace would be enough to make her happy. Thank you, master. Qianjin was overjoyed. With the necklace as an added advantage, his efforts to woo the girl would surely be twice as effective with half the effort. If Qianjin dressing up was already surprising, what was even more astonishing was that the usually honest and simple Wu Daqiang was now also primping in front of the mirror. Daqiang, what's gotten into you? Jiang Chen couldn't help teasing. But Wu Daqiang replied shyly, actually I have a date tonight too. Wu Daqiang's words took Jiang Chen by surprise. He never expected Wu Daqiang to have a female companion as well. Although Jiang Chen was astonished, he was genuinely happy for Wu Daqiang. But when Jiang Chen asked who Wu Daqiang's date was, he hemmed and hawed, only saying you'll find out then. What about you? Do you have a date too? Jiang Chen asked Su Chuang, who was slicking his hair back with shiny pomade. Su Chuang picked up a bottle of cologne, sprayed it on himself, and said, "What's the rush? I'll randomly pick a lucky beauty at the scene to be my date." Good grief, he was as confident as ever. Seeing that his roommates all had dates, Jiang Chen began to ponder who he should bring to the mixer. After all, he had too many women around him, and at times like this, he always faced a tough choice. However, after sending messages around, he was completely baffled. Lu Yanyan was busy helping her mother move. Shangwan Yinyu was accompanying her best friend on a shopping trip and told him not to disturb her. Shin Kursin was studying in the library because of upcoming exams. Su Qinxue was on the night shift, and Zhou Na simply wasn't interested in such mixers. In the end, Jiang Chen was left all alone. He smiled wryly. It seemed he would have to go by himself. But maybe that was for the best. Who knew an unexpected romantic encounter might come his way? As night fell, Jiang Chen, Xianjin, and Su Chuang headed to Central Villa together. Instead of driving his Koenigsegg or Mercedes G-Class, Jiang Chen grabbed a shared bike and pedaled toward the destination. After all, Jiang Chen preferred to keep a low profile. Arriving at Central Villa, he parked the shared bike at the entrance and almost didn't recognize his own house. The yard was filled with various self-service snacks, and on either side stood two massive champagne towers. The yard was already crowded with handsome men and beautiful women. Some were students from Rongqing University, but more were from the vocational school. By the pool, many female students in bikinis flaunted their graceful figures, radiating youthful vitality. He hadn't expected the joint mixer between the two schools to be so well organized. As soon as Jiang Chen entered the villa's yard, he immediately stirred up excitement among the girls present, because Jiang Chen was incredibly handsome. Standing at 183 centimeters with a strong, well-proportioned build and exquisitely chiseled features that were hard to replicate. Jiang Chen didn't look like a college student attending a mixer. He seemed more like a male celebrity heading to an awards ceremony. At that moment, Jiang Chen's high school best friend Zhuang Wei spotted him and walked over. After greeting Jiang Chen and the others, he led them to a young man and introduced them. "Master Su, this is Jiang Chen, my best friend from high school, and these are his good friends. They're all students from Rongqing University. Jiang Chen, this is Suja, the tycoon of our school. He's the organizer of this mixer and the owner of this Central Villa." After making the introductions, Jiang Chen sized up Suja. So this was Su Qingshu's cousin, the one who had borrowed his villa. But although Suja was related to Su Qinxue, by blood their looks were worlds apart. Su Qinxue was naturally beautiful, gentle, and charming, while her cousin Su Zhu was rather unfortunate in the looks department. Despite being dressed in designer brands and having his hair meticulously styled, Su Zhu couldn't overcome the inherent flaws in his appearance. With squinty eyes, a bulbous nose, a square face, and short legs, if Su Zhu weren't wealthy, he probably wouldn't be able to find a partner in this lifetime. Though he thought so in his mind, Jiang Chen still extended his hand in a friendly manner and said, "Hello, I'm Jiang Chen." However, Su Zhu made no move to shake his hand. He looked down at Jiang Chen with an arrogant tilt of his head and sneered. "You people from Rongqing University are supposedly from the best university in Rongqing, yet you all dress like country bumpkins. Since you're here, you might as well enjoy the villa. Perhaps after tonight you'll never have the chance to see a villa of this caliber again." With that, Su Zhu turned and left without sparing Jiang Chen another glance, his face full of swagger. The reason for Su Zhu's arrogant attitude toward Jiang Chen was that Jiang Chen had stolen his thunder. Before Jiang Chen arrived at the villa, Su Zhu, as the organizer of the social event, had been the center of attention. But the moment Jiang Chen stepped into the villa, all the women's gazes shifted to him. Even though Jiang Chen was dressed plainly, he instantly outshone Su Zhu, who was clad in designer brands. How could this not infuriate Su Zhu? Faced with Su Zhu's arrogance and rudeness, Jiang Chen could only offer a helpless smile, thinking that Su Qingshu's cousin was indeed a pretentious fool. If nothing happened tonight, it was fine, but if he angered Jiang Chen would not hesitate to slap him back hard. Just then Wu Daqiang appeared before the crowd with a stunning figure. Jiang Chen looked closely and realized it was Fei Fei, the girl who had accompanied Wu Daqiang to sing at the KTV. Today Fei Fei was adorned with delicate makeup, wearing a strappy dress and a pair of slender high heels, looking both alluring and beautiful. Her hand was linked with Wu Daqiang's arm, and the two of them appeared very intimate, like a couple in the throes of passionate love. However, Wu Daqiang was honest and simple, dressed in a worn-out tracksuit bought online for a few dozen yuan. Standing next to the fashionable and glamorous Fei Fei, he seemed utterly out of place. "Damn bro, you're something else. Are you two together now?" Zhuang Wei stared at Wu Daqiang in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. He had never expected that the seemingly honest and simple Wu Daqiang would either stay silent or make a stunning move. Wu Daqiang showed a shy smile and nodded awkwardly. Jiang Chen seemed to want to say something, but the words caught in his throat. Because although Fei Fei stood close to Wu Daqiang with an affectionate demeanor, her seductive, captivating eyes never left Jiang Chen. Afterward, the group strolled around the villa's courtyard. Several beautiful women approached Jiang Chen to ask for his contact information, but he politely declined each one. He already had enough women around him. He had no need for these frivolous entanglements. But Suja, watching from a distance, noticed everything, and the flames of jealousy burned even fiercer within him. Having drunk some alcohol and soda, Jiang Chen felt the urge to relieve himself and headed toward the restroom. Since this was his own villa, he was intimately familiar with its layout and made his way straight to the first-floor bathroom. However, as Jiang Chen entered the restroom, the door he had just closed opened again. A tall, slender figure slipped in and locked the door behind her. It was Fei Fei, who now looked at Jiang Chen with a mischievous grin. "What are you doing? Don't you think it's rude to come in without knocking?" Jiang Chen frowned at Fei Fei. "What are you afraid of? I came to tell you something." "What is it?" Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. But Fei Fei said nothing, simply gesturing for him to lean in closer. Helpless, Jiang Chen walked over to Fei Fei and brought his ear close to her lips. Fei Fei's breath was like orchid as she whispered in his ear, "The thing is." But before she could finish, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's neck and pressed her cherry-red lips against his. Before Jiang Chen could react, he felt a nimble little tongue slip into his mouth. He abruptly pushed Fei Fei away and couldn't help but curse, "What the hell is wrong with you?" This was the woman his good brother liked. If Wu Daqiang saw this, their brotherhood would likely come to an end. Moreover, why were all the women he had encountered recently so bold and forward? It was starting to give him a psychological complex. Yet Fei Fei remained calm, a sly smile playing on her lips as she said, "You men just love to play hard to get. You're clearly aroused, yet you pretend to resist." Jiang Chen glanced down at his own tinted pants and felt nothing but shame. He pointed a finger at Fei Fei and said harshly, "Get the hell out of here. If you ever do anything to betray Daqiang again, it'll make you regret it." Hearing Jiang Chen mention Wu Daqiang, Fei Fei rolled her eyes and said, "You don't seriously think I like that hillbilly, do you? If I hadn't gotten close to him, how could I have met you? The truth is I like you. Why can't we be together?" With that, Fei Fei moved to embrace Jiang Chen again, but he shoved her away. "You're insane. There will never be anything between us." Leaving her with those final words, Jiang Chen cracked the restroom door open, ensured no one was outside, and left. Jiang Chen knew that Fei Fei was nothing but a gold digger, but he hadn't expected her to use Wu Daqiang to achieve her goals. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for Wu Daqiang. Just then, everyone in the courtyard turned their gazes toward the same spot, both men and women wearing expressions of enchantment. A graceful figure walked slowly into the villa. She was dressed in a pale pink ancient-style gown, her black hair styled into an exquisite antique updo, with a few strands of hair clinging to her fair face, making her look incredibly touching. Her beautiful eyes were like autumn waters, and one glance at them made it impossible to look away. In her elaborate hair was the gold and jade phoenix hairpin that Jiang Chen had given her, which now shimmered dazzlingly in the evening. The newcomer was none other than Lin Wanxiu, hailed as the most beautiful freshman at Rongqing University, the ancient-style beauty whose body Jiang Chen had accidentally seen. Lin Wanxiu walked slowly into the villa, her watery gaze meeting Jiang Chen's deep eyes. She said in slight disbelief, "You're here too." Then, recalling how Jiang Chen had seen her naked in the fitting room that night, a blush spread across her fair face. This shy expression instantly petrified every male present. She was simply too beautiful, breathtakingly so. Even Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment before coming to his senses and saying somewhat awkwardly, "You didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence." Watching from a distance, Suja clenched his fists. He had pursued Lin Wanxiu back in high school, but she had later been admitted to Rongqing University while he ended up at a vocational college. The true purpose of the social gathering he had organized today was to confess his feelings to Lin Wanxiu on the spot. That was why he had even lied that this central villa was his, hoping to win her over. Yet in front of Lin Wanxiu, he had lost to Jiang Chen once again. Watching Lin Wanxiu and Jiang Chen exchanging flirtatious glances, Suja's lungs were about to burst with rage. Yet suppressing his inner fury, he donned a gentlemanly smile and approached Lin Wanxiu, whispering softly, "Wanxiu, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long." In response to Suja's eager expression, Lin Wanxiu merely nodded indifferently, offering no further reply. Both Suja and Lin Wanxiu were classmates at the same high school. Since freshman year, Suja had been an ardent pursuer of Lin Wanxiu. But alas, the flower's desire fell on the stream's indifference. All of Suja's confessions were mercilessly rejected by Lin Wanxiu. Suja himself was somewhat of a rich second generation, with his parents running a medium-sized construction company. However, Lin Wanxiu had many suitors, and there were those even wealthier than Suja. Thus Suja had borrowed the central villa from his cousin Su Qinxue, pretending to be its owner to win Lin Wanqia's favor. By the way, Wanqiu, do you two know each other? Suja pointed at Jiang Chen beside Lin Wanqiu, feigning ignorance. Yais were alumni from the same school. Lin Wanqiu stammered, recalling the night Jiang Chen had seen her unclothed, a blush creeping onto her delicate face. Seeing Lin Wanqia's bashful demeanor, Suja's anger flared even more. Just ordinary alumni. Who are you kidding? Why would you be so shy if you were just ordinary alumni? Even a fool could see that Lin Wanqiu and Jiang Chen had an unusual relationship. Suppressing his rage, Suja pointed at the shared bicycle parked outside and said to Jiang Chen, I saw you arrived on a shared bike, right? Low-carbon travel, very eco-friendly. Then he pulled out an Audi key and played with it in his hand, saying smugly, this is an Audi A6 my father gave me. A loser like you probably won't be able to afford one in your lifetime. Suja wasn't as handsome as Jiang Chen, so he could only put Jiang Chen down from a materialistic standpoint. Lin Wanqiu saw through it, but said nothing, thinking that the golden jade phoenix hairpin Jiang Chen had given her was worth enough to buy 2 Audi A6s. Seeing Jiang Chen silent, Suja assumed he was feeling inferior. He said to Lin Wanqiu, let me show you around my villa. Then he arrogantly said to Jiang Chen, you can come along too. Today I'll open a corner of the heavenly palace so that a loser like you can see what the life of the upper class is like. Listening to Suja, Jiang Chen found it utterly absurd. This was his own home, yet he had to follow someone else for a tour. Ding. The system has assigned a new task to the host. Task: make Lin Wanqiu cry tonight. Reward: become the actual controlling shareholder of Star Media. Hearing the new task from the system, Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. What kind of bizarre task is this? How am I supposed to make Lin Wanqiu cry? Could I beat her up? But considering the possibility of becoming the controlling shareholder of Star Media, Jiang Chen felt it necessary to find a way to complete the task. As the largest internet celebrity media company in Rongqing, Star Media boasted a multitude of beautiful streamers. Becoming their big boss was an exciting thought. As for how to accomplish the task, Jiang Chen would have to take it step by step. Following Suja into the villa, a hall the size of half a football field unfolded before Suja and Lin Wanqiu's eyes. Above the hall hung a massive crystal chandelier, its sparkling brilliance a testament to its immense value. One wall of the living room was entirely replaced by high-end bulletproof glass, presenting a panoramic view of the garden's landscapes, flowers, and birds. On the other walls hung masterpieces by renowned artists, their prices beyond imagination. Ascending the marble staircase to the second floor, one found the master bedroom, dining area, and guest rooms. The spacious master bedroom featured a custom-made handcrafted double bed that looked exquisitely expensive. Following behind, Jiang Chen recalled the countless passionate encounters with Su Qinxue on that very bed, a hint of shyness creeping in. Suja, walking ahead, looked at Jiang Chen with superiority, unaware that Jiang Chen had slept with his beautiful cousin on that same bed. A flicker of shock appeared in Lin Wanqiu's beautiful eyes. She knew Suja's family was well off, making him a moderately wealthy second-generation rich kid. But she never expected his family to be so affluent as to afford such an extravagant villa. A tycoon who could own such a villa was probably rare in all of Rongqing. However, Lin Wanqiu was not a materialistic girl. She yearned for sincere love. Even if Suja were immensely wealthy, she would not be swayed. The trio ascended to the third floor, which was primarily the leisure area of the central villa, featuring a private cinema, gym, billiard room, and more. Suja, where is the restroom on the third floor? I want to touch up my makeup, Lin Wanqiu suddenly asked while touring the area. This unexpected question left Suja frozen in place, as he had only arrived at the central villa that day. He had memorized the layout of the second floor, but had overlooked the third. Sweating profusely, Suja stammered, the restroom. Just as Suja was in an awkward and helpless predicament, a voice rang out beside him. There's a bathroom in the gym on the third floor, but the hairdryer has been malfunctioning lately, and I haven't called a repairman yet. As Jiang Chen calmly uttered these words, Suja and Lin Wanqiu turned to him in astonishment. Confusion filled Lin Wanqiu's eyes. Why did it seem like Jiang Chen knew the villa better than its owner? Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly and said, I heard it from the property management on my way here. Hearing this, Lin Wanqiu's doubts completely dissipated. Suja quickly chimed in, yes, that hairdryer has been acting up. I've been too busy lately and forgot to get it fixed. Lin Wanqiu went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup and confirmed that the hairdryer was indeed broken, just as Jiang Chen had said. Wanqiu, let's go to the courtyard. I've prepared a surprise for you, Suja said, now drenched in sweat, fearing that any more questions from Lin Wanqiu would expose his lies. A surprise? What surprise? Jiang Chen was filled with curiosity. He wanted to see what tricks Suja was up to. The three returned to the courtyard on the first floor. Suja produced a microphone from somewhere and announced to the crowd, everyone quiet down. First, welcome to my villa for this networking event. But today, besides this gathering, there's actually something very important that requires everyone's witness, Suja said, as he finished. Two people wheeled over a massive 8-layer cream cake. Suja gazed at Lin Wanxiu and declared, "Wanxiu, happy birthday. Will you be my girlfriend? He'll make you happy." Upon hearing Suja's public confession, everyone present couldn't help but feel envious of Lin Weiner for having such a beautiful cake, and romantic confession on her birthday was truly a blissful affair. Jiang Chen was also slightly surprised, never expecting that today was Lin Weiner's birthday. Yet Lin Weiner herself showed little astonishment, as she had likely already guessed the purpose behind Suja's invitation to the social gathering. The reason she had accepted his invitation was precisely to make it clear to him that she truly could not be with him. However, just as Lin Weiner parted her cherry lips to speak, she saw Suja produce a small wooden box and open it. Inside the box lay an exquisitely crafted gold hairpin identical to the one adorning Lin Weiner's hair. There was only one authentic golden jade phoenix hairpin in the world, yet now two had appeared. "Weiner, I know you've always loved antique-style accessories. I purchased the Musu Hall's treasured golden jade phoenix hairpin as your birthday gift, hoping you'll like it." After Suja spoke these words, both Lin Weiner and Jiang Chen's expressions turned peculiar. Lin Weiner knew that only one authentic golden jade phoenix hairpin existed in the world, so the hairpin Suja gave her, and the one from Jiang Chen, must have one counterfeit. Lin Weiner was not a materialistic girl. She didn't care about the hairpin's value, but she valued sincerity and despised those who deceived her. Yet which of the golden jade phoenix hairpins was genuine? Lin Weiner found herself entangled in hesitation. Suja was a tycoon who owned a central villa, while Jiang Chen was a loser who rode a shared bike. Based on this, Suja undoubtedly had greater purchasing power. But the craftsmanship and texture of Suja's hairpin were far inferior to the one Jiang Chen had given her. Could it be that even high-quality replicas now surpassed the original? Lin Weiner was utterly conflicted, momentarily unable to discern who was deceiving her. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's gaze towards Suja was filled with contempt. He hadn't expected that not only was Suja's villa borrowed, but even his birthday gift was a counterfeit. At that moment, Suja noticed the identical golden jade phoenix hairpin in Lin Weiner's hair, which far surpassed his own in both craftsmanship and texture by a vast margin. Suja thought to himself that trouble was brewing. Could the hairpin on Lin Weiner's head be the genuine article? In his desire to win Lin Weiner's favor, Suja had commissioned a high-quality replica of the golden jade phoenix hairpin. Though a counterfeit, it had cost him a full 50,000 yuan. In truth, the craftsmanship of this replica was already exquisite enough that it would be hard to spot flaws without comparison. But the hairpin on Lin Weiner's head was the genuine article, worth 1,000,000 yuan. In comparison, Suja's hairpin paled into insignificance. Moreover, since only one authentic golden jade phoenix hairpin existed in the world, didn't that confirm Suja's was a fake? "Weiner, the hairpin on your head." It is. Suja asked cautiously, now drenched in sweat. "I gave it to her." At that moment, a voice sounded beside Suja. He followed it and found the speaker was Jiang Chen. Learning that the hairpin on Lin Weiner's head was from Jiang Chen, Suja was overjoyed, even unable to suppress a laugh. In Suja's view, a loser like Jiang Chen, who rode a shared bike, could never afford the genuine golden jade phoenix hairpin, so Lin Weiner's must also be a counterfeit. Moreover, he himself was the owner of the central villa, while Jiang Chen was merely an unknown loser. Thus, Suja needed no argument. Everyone would naturally believe his gift was the authentic one. Still, Suja was curious why Jiang Chen's counterfeit hairpin boasted such superior craftsmanship and richer texture. But Suja could no longer dwell on that. He seized the opportunity to attack Jiang Chen. "You broke loser, if you can't afford a gift, just don't buy one. Giving a fake to Weiner. You've disgraced all of Rongqing University." At that moment, murmurs about Jiang Chen began among the crowd. "Young Master Su can even afford a central villa, so how could he buy a fake? That guy's gift must be the counterfeit. He's handsome enough, but to stoop so low, what a disgrace to Rongqing University." Lin Weiner's gaze toward Jiang Chen was also exceedingly complex. Truth be told, ever since that day in the changing room, when they had been so frank with each other, and after witnessing Jiang Chen's exquisite piano skills from below the stage, Lin Weiner had developed a faint liking for him. And then when Jiang Chen suddenly stopped her that day and gave her the golden jade phoenix hairpin as an apology gift, Lin Weiner's heart was filled with emotion, even giving rise to some different feelings toward him. But now the turn of events suggested that the hairpin Jiang Chen gave her might be a fake, leaving Lin Weiner hesitant. It wasn't that Lin Weiner was materialistic, she simply detested men who weren't honest. At this point, nearly everyone present believed Jiang Chen's hairpin was a counterfeit, and their looks toward him were filled with contempt. "Who says my brother's gift is fake? So what if he lives in a central villa? My brother also drives a Koenigsegg Jesko. Zhuang Wei, who had been silent until now, stepped forward and glared at the crowd. It was clear that Zhuang Wei was a true friend willing to offend Su Zhe from their school to speak up for Jiang Chen. Exactly, my master also owns a Mercedes G63. Do I need to tell you that? At that moment, Qianjin Su Chuang and Wu Daqiang also stood by Jiang Chen's side confronting Su Zhe. However, their words sent the crowd into fits of laughter, with Su Zhe laughing so hard he could barely stand straight, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. A Koenigsegg Jesko. That's a top-tier supercar limited to just 99 units worldwide. If you have a Koenigsegg, why would you ride a shared bike here? Su Zhe pointed at the shared bike parked at the villa's entrance, and the laughter grew even louder. You can't even brag properly, claiming to drive a Koenigsegg. Why not say you pilot a spaceship? Exactly, Rongqing University is supposed to be the best in the city, yet its students can't even fabricate a decent lie. The vocational college attendees mercilessly mocked the Rongqing University group. For a long time, Rongqing University students had looked down on those from vocational colleges. Today, the latter finally found their chance to retaliate. Several Rongqing University students hung their heads in shame, feeling that Jiang Chen had brought utter disgrace upon them. Yet Jiang Chen, the center of this storm, wore a faint smile throughout, as if he were not the key figure, but an indifferent bystander. Explain yourself, you broke loser. Why give Weiner a counterfeit gift? Su Zhe questioned Jiang Chen from a position of superiority. However, Jiang Chen remained unfazed and merely said calmly, "What I bought is genuine, so yours is the fake." The moment Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, the previously boisterous scene fell into utter silence. This time the crowd did not erupt in roaring laughter. Instead, they regarded him with looks reserved for a fool. Everyone believed Jiang Chen was simply addicted to showing off. Jiang Chen continued, "Actually, to determine who purchased the genuine article, one need not examine the gold hairpin itself. Anyone who has spent over 1,000,000 yuan at Musu Hall can upgrade to a black gold membership, which can also be verified on Musu Hall's official mini-program. And this gold and jade phoenix hairpin costs exactly 1,000,000 yuan. Who bought the authentic one? Can't they just check on their phone? Moreover, the purchase history can be viewed on Musu Hall's official mini-program." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging it as a truly rare and effective method. "Young Master Su, just show us your black gold membership and thoroughly humiliate this pathetic loser," urged a lackey standing behind Su Zhe. Others chimed in, hoping Su Zhe would flaunt his Musu Hall black gold membership and leave Jiang Chen speechless. Yet Su Zhe, who had been brimming with confidence moments before, now found himself in a predicament. He pulled out his phone, pretended to fiddle with it, then slapped his forehead and said, "Oh dear, I've forgotten my password. It seems I can't log in." His face was a mask of chagrin worthy of an Oscar-winning performance. "Can't you send a verification code if you've forgotten your password, young Master Su?" Su Zhe had barely concocted the excuse of a forgotten password, but Jiang Chen refused to let him off the hook. Well, the signal seems a bit weak here. Why won't the page load?" Su Zhe continued to feign fiddling with his phone, but beads of sweat as large as soybeans were already streaming down his cheeks. "Enough, my dear young Master Su. Stop pretending. You never bought the gold and jade phoenix hairpin, and you're certainly not a black gold member." Jiang Chen enunciated each word with a faint, calm smile. "Damn it, my internet is just bad. As if you're a black gold member. Go ahead, show us if you have the guts," Su Zhe snarled, his face twisted in rage. At this moment, Su Zhe was frantic and furious, resembling a rabid dog ready to bite, having completely lost his earlier composure. Su Zhe assumed that while his own purchase was fake, Jiang Chen couldn't possibly afford the real one either. So he cleverly deflected the focus onto Jiang Chen, hoping to embarrass him publicly. "Yeah, you pretentious loser, show us your black gold membership, if you've got the balls." The two lackeys behind Su Zhe began to jeer, vowing to defend Su Zhe's dignity. However, Su Zhe was destined never to see Jiang Chen humiliated, for Jiang Chen was the true buyer of the gold and jade phoenix hairpin. Jiang Chen gave a helpless smile, realizing Su Zhe would not relent until confronted with hard evidence. He then took out his phone, performed a few operations, and handed it to Su Zhe. Su Zhe snatched the phone and eagerly peered at the screen. Yet with a single glance, Su Zhe stood frozen, as if struck by a paralysis spell. The phone screen clearly displayed several large characters: Musu Hall black gold member Jiang Chen. Su Zhe scrolled through the phone in disbelief, searching for any sign of forgery, but it was undeniably the official Musu Hall program, authentic beyond doubt. With trembling fingers, Su Zhe tapped on Jiang Chen's purchase history, revealing the order for the gold and jade phoenix hairpin and the full payment of 1,000,000 yuan. By now, Su Zhe's back was drenched in sweat. No wonder the hairpin Jiang Chen gave Lin Wanxiu was so exquisitely crafted and possessed such a rich texture. It turned out that the hairpin Jiang Chen gave was the genuine article, and he himself was the pitiful clown deserving of scorn. Seeing Suja rooted to the spot, those around him were utterly perplexed. Lin Wonqius' limpid eyes blinked a few times, clearly grasping the truth of the matter. "Young Master Su, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" The two lackeys behind Suja asked cautiously. But when Suja remained unresponsive, they took Jiang Chen's phone from his hand. Unsurprisingly, the two lackeys were also frozen in shock, just like Suja. Jiang Chen's phone was passed around the crowd, eliciting gasps of astonishment wherever it went. The looks directed at Jiang Chen had now transformed, devoid of the earlier disdain and contempt. After all, who would believe that someone who could afford a million-yuan gift was a pathetic loser? Suja had finally snapped out of his daze, realizing that the hairpin Jiang Chen bought was the authentic one. But in front of his goddess Lin Wonqiu, he refused to admit it. Thus, Suja decided to brazen it out to the end. Don't be fooled by him, everyone. This mini-program must be fake. With today's advanced network technology, creating a counterfeit mini-program is hardly difficult. Upon hearing this, the crowd once again fell into hesitation. They felt Suja's argument wasn't without merit, given how sophisticated technology could make fakes indistinguishable from the real thing. Seeing the shift in sentiment, Suja addressed the crowd. "Our mixer today does not welcome someone who deals in forgeries. As the event organizer and owner of this villa, I order you to get out." Suja emphasized the words "get out," fully aware that as long as Jiang Chen remained, his own deception would eventually be exposed. To those present, Suja, as the mixer's organizer and master of this central villa, certainly had the right to expel anyone he disliked. Thus, no one objected to Suja's decision. "Get out of here now." Suja's two lackeys approached Jiang Chen, snarling menacingly. Yet Jiang Chen's face remained adorned with a calm smile. A smile born of profound confidence, the confidence to control any situation. With a smile, Jiang Chen walked up to Suja and enunciated a sentence that made everyone's eyes widen in shock. "You should be the one to get out, because this is my home." The moment Jiang Chen finished speaking, the previously noisy venue fell into a deathly silence, so still that everyone could hear their own heartbeats. But after the brief stillness, everyone burst into laughter once more. Suja was delighted, never expecting Jiang Chen to tell such an enormous lie. This villa clearly belonged to his cousin Su Qingxue. How could it possibly be Jiang Chen's? Even if the gold and jade phoenix hairpin Jiang Chen gave was genuine, so what? Since Jiang Chen had told such a blatant falsehood, Suja was determined to seize the opportunity and thoroughly humiliate him. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen as if he were an idiot, for from the moment they arrived at the villa, Suja had been waiting for them there, while Jiang Chen had only come later. So it was clear that Suja was the owner of the central villa. Even Zhuang Wei and Qian Jin, who had always sided with Jiang Chen, now showed hesitation on their faces. They had never heard that Jiang Chen owned such a super villa. Could it be that Jiang Chen was really bragging? "Kid, stop your boasting and get out of my house right now." Seeing that Jiang Chen showed no intention of leaving, Suja reached out to shove him. However, with a gentle push from Jiang Chen, Suja felt a powerful force assault him. Suja stumbled backward several steps, nearly falling to the ground. Suja hadn't expected Jiang Chen, despite his seemingly frail appearance, to possess such formidable strength. He dared not confront him directly and could only glare at Jiang Chen in frustration. Jiang Chen walked up to Lin Wonqiu and said softly, "Wonqiu, happy birthday. Actually, I have prepared a surprise for you today as well." With that, Jiang Chen took out his phone, dialed a number, and said calmly, "You can begin now." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what this man was up to. Boom. At that moment, a sudden loud noise erupted from the square in front of the central villa. A firework shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bowstring, tracing a straight arc across the pitch-black night. Crack! When the firework reached midair, it exploded abruptly, and a massive burst of color bloomed in the night. The breathtaking scene drew exclamations of awe from everyone present. But before the crowd could close their gaping mouths, fireworks of various colors began to rise from around the central villa, every corner of the Xiqing Huafu villa complex, and even beyond. Countless streaks of fire shot into the sky like dazzling meteors, then thundered in the darkness. One after another, magnificent fireworks blossomed in the night, illuminating the once dark sky as bright as day. Showers of fiery sparks drifted down like colorful rain, reveling in their fleeting beauty. Lin Wonqiu looked at the spectacle in disbelief and asked, "Is all this for me?" "Yes, I actually browsed your social media. I saw that you once wished to watch a fireworks display on your birthday, so today I'm making that wish come true." In truth, this surprise was hastily arranged, as Jiang Chen had only learned that evening that it was Lin Wonqiu's birthday. Since there was no time to prepare a birthday gift, Jiang Chen recalled seeing her post about wanting to watch fireworks on her birthday. He quickly contacted the property management of Xiqing Huafu and directly offered 1 million yuan to have them prepare the fireworks. As the owner of the central villa, Jiang Chen was the most formidable presence in all of Shiqinghuafu. The property management dared not delay and mobilized everyone to purchase all the fireworks in the city. Jiang Chen was astonished that they had managed to organize such a grand fireworks display in less than an hour. Jiang Chen then looked at Lin Wanxiu and saw a crystal tear slide down her exquisitely beautiful profile. Her water-soft, lovely eyes were now reddened. Lin Wanxiu was moved to tears. Ding. System detected that the host has completed the task. Task reward has been issued. The host has become the actual controlling shareholder of Starry Sky Media. Please go to the headquarters of Starry Sky Media to take over at your convenience. Hearing the system's prompt, a smug smile curled at the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth. The system only said to make Lin Wanxiu cry, not specifying how. Being moved to tears certainly counted. Jiang Chen, thank you so much. I really love this gift, Lin Wanxiu said, looking at him. A different sentiment had already arisen in her beautiful eyes. Jiang Chen replied solemnly, as long as you like it, even if you wanted the stars in the sky, I would find a way to pluck them for you. Lin Wanxiu had just wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes when Jiang Chen's words made her laugh. The fireworks display lasted a full half-hour, rivaling even the shows at Disneyland. Well, I'll be damned, Qianjin muttered, still staring at the sky. Such a lavish way to woo a woman was something he had never heard of. Everyone was immersed in the awe of the fireworks. No one could still think of Jiang Chen as just a penniless loser. Such a display couldn't have cost less than several 100,000 yuan. Suja, watching Jiang Chen and Lin Wanxiu's sweet exchange, had bloodshot eyes and clenched his fists tightly. Tonight was supposed to be his meticulously planned confession, yet it had inadvertently become Jiang Chen's stage. Moreover, from the moment Jiang Chen stepped into the villa, he had been completely dominating Suja, leaving him no room to resist. At this thought, Suja finally exploded. Who the hell told you to set off fireworks in front of my house? Get the hell out of here. Suja roared at Jiang Chen, his eyes bloodshot. He was like a mad dog ready to lunge at Jiang Chen at any moment. But Jiang Chen still wore a faint smile and said calmly, I told you, if anyone's leaving, it's you, because this is my home. The crowd remained skeptical of Jiang Chen's words. Even though he had spent a fortune on the fireworks, wasn't Suja still the owner of the central villa? Only Lin Wanxiu's eyes flickered as she recalled how Jiang Chen had accurately pointed out the location of the bathroom on the 3rd floor. The quick-witted Lin Wanxiu had already grasped the truth, but others were still whispering, believing Jiang Chen was lying to save face. I was the first to arrive at the villa, and Suja was already inside. You came later, didn't you? A young man stepped forward to challenge Jiang Chen, and others chimed in agreement. A smug smile returned to Suja's lips. Just then, several men in crisp suits entered the villa. Sorry to interrupt your party. We are the property management of Shiqinghuafu, and we are looking for the owner of the central villa, young Master Jiang. The lead-suited man stepped forward and addressed the crowd politely. His words left everyone exchanging bewildered looks. What young Master Jiang? Wasn't Suja the owner of the central villa? Are you mistaken? The owner of the central villa is our young Master Suja. Who is this young Master Jiang you speak of? We've never heard of him. A lackey of Suja stepped forward and said impatiently. The suited man maintained a professional smile, and then spoke in a gentle tone that made everyone present gasp. The owner of our central villa has always been young Master Jiang Chen. As for this Suja, we've never heard. The man in the suit left everyone present exchanging bewildered glances, for they had all met for the first time and had no idea that the Jiang Chen he referred to was the very person who had contradicted Suja. Compared to the Jiang Chen the man in the suit mentioned, they were even more astonished that Suja was not the owner of this villa. Lin Wanxiu, Zhuang Wei, and Qianjin were all stunned. It was already astonishing enough that Jiang Chen owned a Koenigsegg, but now he also possessed such a magnificent villa. Just what level of tycoon was he? Lin Wanxiu and the others were now lost in confusion. Only Fei Fei, standing beside Wu Daqiang, had her beautiful eyes darting around her, gaze at Jiang Chen filled with allure. Meanwhile, Suja was completely petrified on the spot. Could Jiang Chen really be the owner of the villa? It seemed that today he was destined to be thoroughly humiliated by him. The man in the suit scanned the entire vast courtyard and finally spotted Jiang Chen among the crowd. Without even glancing at Su Chuang, he walked straight past him, approached Jiang Chen, and said respectfully, Young Master Jiang, the task you assigned me has been completed. All 1 million yuan has been used to purchase fireworks. Are you satisfied? No sooner had the man in the suit spoken than an uproar swept through the crowd. So he's the Jiang Chen the suit was talking about. Is he really the owner of this villa? Oh my god. 1 million yuan gold hairpin and 1 million yuan fireworks display. How romantic is that? He's handsome and wealthy. Oh, probably only Lin Wanxiu is worthy of him. Everyone was now buzzing with discussion. Jiang Chen, who had just been scorned by the crowd, had become the idol in their eyes. Jiang Chen patted the man in the suit on the shoulder and said, "I'm very satisfied with this fireworks show. Thank you for your hard work." The man in the suit, who had served as the property manager of Shiqing Huafu for many years, had seen all kinds of wealthy and powerful people. But now, facing a tycoon of Jiang Chen's caliber, he felt a surge of nervousness. Yet he found Jiang Chen to be so polite and easygoing, treating him with great respect when speaking. This filled the property manager with admiration for Jiang Chen. "By the way, young Master Jiang, the cake you asked us to prepare is ready." The man in the suit clapped his hands, and two staff members in suits pushed an 8-tier cake into view. When the crowd saw the 8-tier cake being brought over, exclamations of surprise erupted. Unlike traditional colorful cakes, Jiang Chen's cake was made of pure black cream. On the top tier sat two exquisitely crafted lifelike black swan cakes. "Oh my god, it's a black swan cake, the Hermes of cakes." "Yes, I've heard that a single tier of black swan cake costs over 100,000 yuan, and this one has 8 whole tiers." Someone in the crowd who recognized the legendary black swan cake identified it. This was another gift Jiang Chen had prepared for Lin Wanxiu. The reason black swan cakes are so expensive is not only because they use top-grade ingredients and the finest craftsmanship, but also because they symbolize a woman's nobility and elegance. The cake tray was made of pure silver, and the stand was entirely inlaid with Swarovski crystals, shimmering with a translucent luster that complemented the pure black swan cake perfectly. Compared to the cake Suja had given, it now looked like a disgusting lump of excrement. "Young Master Jiang, we learned that today is your girlfriend's birthday. The property management of Shiqing Huafu has specially prepared a bouquet for her, hoping she will like it." The man in black clapped his hands, and a beautiful woman in a slit cheongsam, holding a bouquet of flowers, walked over. Lin Wanqiu's pretty face flushed slightly, and she did not refute the term girlfriend used by the man in black. Everything that had happened tonight was too overwhelming for her to remain calm. It had to be said that Shiqing Huafu, as a villa community serving high-end clientele, had truly excellent property management. Since Lin Wanxiu favored a classical style, presenting roses would have seemed out of place. Instead, the property had prepared a bouquet of peonies which not only had a unique concept, but also perfectly matched Lin Wanqiu's overall temperament. Lin Wanxiu was clearly very pleased with the bouquet, leaning her delicate face close to the petals and sniffing them repeatedly. "Young Master Jiang, since there's nothing more for us to do here, we'll take our leave," the man in black said respectfully to Jiang Chen. "All right, you did a great job today." "Thank you," Jiang Chen said, patting the man in black on the shoulder, clearly satisfied with him. The man in black was overjoyed. Jiang Chen was the most esteemed resident in all of Shiqing Huafu. Earning his approval meant his hard work had not been in vain. After the man in black left, the atmosphere at the scene grew strange. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with unfamiliarity and distance, including his close friends Zhuang Wei and Qian Jin. After all, he could afford a central villa and had put on such a grand fireworks show and black swan cake. A tycoon of this level was standing right before them, and many had insulted Jiang Chen earlier. Now their hearts were filled with fear, worried that he might seek revenge. All that was just a misunderstanding. "I declare tonight's birthday party officially started. Have fun and enjoy yourselves. All expenses are on me, young Master Jiang." A warm smile spread across Jiang Chen's face, as if he had already forgotten the earlier unpleasantness and had no intention of retaliating. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone applauded and cheered, bringing the atmosphere to a climax once more. "Zhuang Wei, Qian Jin, Su Chuang Wu Daqiang. What the hell are you standing there for? Get over here and help me cut the cake." Jiang Chen's tone suddenly changed, and he shouted at them. But they knew he wasn't truly scolding them. His warmth toward others was because they were guests, his bluntness toward them was because they were his close friends. The distance that had just arisen in their hearts instantly vanished, and they began helping Jiang Chen cut the cake and distribute it to everyone. It had to be said that the black swan cake, made from top-grade ingredients, was worth its high price. It melted in the mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Everyone wore expressions of indulgence and care, knowing that each bite might cost several thousand yuan. Jiang Chen cut the most exquisite piece of cake, scooped up a bite with a spoon, and brought it to Lin Wanqiu's lips. Her pretty face flushed, but she opened her cherry-like mouth and ate the cake he fed her. Jiang Chen then used the same spoon to scoop up another bite for himself, deepening the blush on Lin Wanqiu's cheeks. The entire scene was filled with laughter and joy, except for Suja, who stood in a corner like a schoolboy being punished. Remembering how he had provoked and insulted Jiang Chen earlier, his heart was filled with endless fear. The crowd that had once fervently adored him now looked at him with nothing but contempt. Gazing at Suja, who stood in the corner with his head bowed in punishment, Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. He cut a slice of cake, walked over to Suja, and said, Have something to eat then come join us. Suja looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, yet Jiang Chen's face still bore a gentle smile. Jiang. Young Master Jiang, I'm sorry for what I did before. I was blinded by vanity and did so many foolish things. I swear I'll never do it again. Suja's gaze was firm like a schoolboy making a self-criticism. Haha, it's nothing. The past was all a misunderstanding, it's over now. Jiang Chen was amused by Suja's demeanor. In truth, he had long forgiven him. After all, Suja was Su Qingshu's cousin. By the way, young Master Jiang, I have a question for you. You want to ask how this villa, which clearly belongs to your cousin Su Qingshu, ended up being mine, right? Jiang Chen said. Suja nodded, surprised that Jiang Chen had seen through his doubt. Jiang Chen patted Suju on the shoulder with a smile and said, from now on, don't call me young Master Jiang. Call me brother-in-law. With that, Jiang Chen turned and walked away, leaving behind only a dashing silhouette for the stunned Suja. By now, those present, numbed by alcohol, had forgotten the earlier incident and were all mingling together. Qianjin seemed to be making good progress with Wang Jingjing. The necklace Jiang Chen had given to Qianjin was already around her neck. Su Chuang had somehow struck up a conversation with a girl from a vocational college, and they were chatting and laughing. If all went well tonight, Su Chuang might not need to return to school. Wu Daqiang kept talking to Fei Fei, but she only responded perfunctorily, her gaze never leaving Jiang Chen. Zhuang Wei had also found his target. Once again, a voluptuous woman of his preferred type. The heaving of her chest was so pronounced it even made Jiang Chen feel a bit dizzy. It's too noisy downstairs. How about we go upstairs to watch a movie? Jiang Chen said to Lin Wanqiu. Lin Wanqiu nodded. She too disliked overly boisterous environments and preferred a quiet place to watch a movie over staying downstairs. Jiang Chen took Lin Wanqiu's hand and led her to the home theater on the third floor, of space he had personally renovated. As a movie enthusiast himself, Jiang Chen had invested a fortune and put great thought into crafting this home theater. The entire space was as large as half a basketball court, equipped with top-tier speakers and a projector with a massive screen covering an entire wall. Above the theater, a romantic starry ceiling greatly enhanced the immersive viewing experience. In the center lay a huge sofa bed handcrafted from premium goose down, offering unparalleled comfort. As Jiang Chen and Lin Wanqiu sat on the sofa bed, they felt as if they were resting on clouds. What movie do you want to watch? Jiang Chen asked, looking at Lin Wanqiu beside him. To be honest, this was the first time he had observed her so closely. Lin Wanqiu was truly a stunning beauty, scoring 98 points, for she was breathtakingly gorgeous. Her delicate, exquisite face boasted perfect bone structure. Beneath her arched willow-like brows were captivating autumn water eyes. Most alluring was her small cherry-like lips, which stirred the most primal desires deep within Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen yearned to pounce on Lin Wanqiu right then and there to taste the sweetness of her lips and teeth. Seeing the fervent heat in Jiang Chen's gaze fixed upon her, Lin Wanqiu's cheeks flushed, and she whispered, barely audible, "Didn't you say we were watching a movie? Why are you staring at me?" Snapping back to reality, Jiang Chen coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. "What film would you like to see? We have a complete library here, you can find anything you want." He turned on the projector and asked Lin Wanqiu. "I'm fine with anything. I can watch any genre," Lin Wanqiu replied. Hearing this, a lecherous grin spread across Jiang Chen's face. He leaned closer to her and said slyly, "Really, any genre? How about we watch that kind?" "Huh? What kind?" Lin Wanqiu was bewildered, unsure what Jiang Chen meant. "You know, the kind from that island country, the really thrilling movies," Jiang Chen whispered in her ear, his grin widening. At his words, Lin Wanqiu's face instantly turned crimson. Though innocent of carnal matters, she had seen others banter online and knew exactly what he was implying. "Oh, I don't want to watch that kind of stuff," she said, pouting and pinching him hard on the waist. Ouch! A sharp pain shot through Jiang Chen's waist, making him yelp. He hadn't expected that despite her delicate appearance, Lin Wanqiu's jade-like hands could pack such strength. "Why did you pinch me?" "I meant horror movies from that island country. The really thrilling kind." Jiang Chen said, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. "Oh, so that's what you meant," Lin Wanqiu said sheepishly. "Exactly what else did you think? You didn't imagine." Jiang Chen's face took on a teasing grin. He found it immensely amusing to toy with Lin Wanqiu. "Of course not. Forget it, let me rub it for you," she said. Lin Wanqiu's face was now as red as a ripe apple. She extended her slender fair hands and began to massage Jiang Chen's waist. Though her pinch was fierce, her massage was incredibly gentle. Jiang Chen felt a pair of soft, boneless hands kneading his waist, and the pain was almost instantly replaced by a wave of comfort. "How about we watch The Island Country's The Ring? What do you think?" Jiang Chen asked for Lin Wanqiu's opinion. Because the film was terrifying enough, it was perfect for watching with a girl. Moreover, Jiang Chen had seen it many times before, so he wouldn't lose face by being scared in front of Lin Wanxiu. Sure, that sounds good to me. Lin Wanxiu rarely watched horror films. Though The Ring was a classic, she had never seen it, and she was quite eager to try. She considered herself brave and didn't believe a fictional horror movie could frighten her. Seeing Lin Wanxiu nod in agreement, a sly smile of triumph curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. What followed was simple for him. He just needed to play the movie and wait for the frightened Lin Wanxiu to throw herself into his arms. In truth, the terror of The Ring lies not in its visuals, but in its sound effects. As the film begins, the eerie, sinister audio emerges, plunging the entire room into an atmosphere of profound dread. Because the audio equipment Jiang Chen had procured was world-class, the sound effects were 100 times more impactful than those in a cinema. Lin Wanxiu, who had been defiant moments before, now felt the immersive horror and instinctively leaned closer to Jiang Chen. Moreover, the projector and screen he had acquired were also top-tier, delivering crystal-clear images and a visual spectacle that made one feel truly present in the scene. Barely 10 minutes into the film, Lin Wanxiu was already pale with fright, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. "Don't be afraid, I'm right here with you," Jiang Chen said, reaching out to pull her into his embrace as she shivered in terror. Instantly, an intoxicating fragrance wafted into Jiang Chen's nostrils. Moreover, Lin Wanxiu's body was incredibly soft. Cradling her in his arms brought an indescribable sense of delight. At that moment, Jiang Chen had no mind left for the movie, as a conspicuous tent had already risen. Lin Wanxiu offered no resistance to his actions, for she was too frightened. Only now, nestled against his firm chest, did she feel a sense of calm. As time passed, the film reached its climax. When Sadako, clad in white, slowly crawled out of the television, Lin Wanxiu finally let out a scream, wrapping her arms around Jiang Chen's neck and burying her delicate, pretty face in his chest. It's okay, I'm here," Jiang Chen said. He held her close, gently stroking her back and soothing her with words. A smirk of triumphant cunning crept across his lips. Taking a girl to see a horror film was a foolproof strategy. It seemed his investment in this home theater was absolutely worth every penny. Only after 2 or 3 minutes had passed, and the terrifying scene had completely faded, did Lin Wanxiu dare to lift her head. But now she realized they were locked in an exceedingly intimate pose. Her face was so close to his that she could feel the masculine breath of his exhalations. Lin Wanxiu's cheeks flushed as she tried to pull away, but Jiang Chen's arms held her fast with no intention of letting her go. "Well, what are you doing?" she asked, feigning ignorance as she met his fiery gaze. Jiang Chen said nothing, leaning down to gently peck her cherry lips. Though it was but a fleeting touch, the softness of her lips ignited the primal desires he had long suppressed. He kissed her again, this time with a storm-like ferocity, deep and passionate. Lin Wanxiu's mind went blank, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. It took a long moment for her to come to her senses, but instead of resisting, she responded to him with equal fervor. The temperature in the room rose thick with an atmosphere of intoxicating intimacy. Jiang Chen untied the sash at her waist, and her traditional Chinese-style dress slipped away, revealing the flawless body he had once glimpsed before. That time had been a beautiful accident. This time, he would claim her as his own. At 10 in the morning, the gentle sunlight filled the entire room. Jiang Chen gazed at the stunningly beautiful Lin Wanxiu in his arms and the vivid crimson flower on the pristine white sheets. With tender care, he caressed her and brushed a strand of her black hair behind her ear. Lin Wanxiu's long lashes fluttered as she finally opened her enchanting eyes. Recalling the wild abandon of the night before, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. From childhood to adulthood, Lin Wanxiu had always stood out from the crowd like a crane among chickens. Countless admirers had bowed at the hem of her antique-style dress, yet even those who pursued her obsessively, some for a decade, had never so much as held her hand. But Lin Wanxiu had known Jiang Chen for less than a month, and already she had given him her precious body. Lin Wanxiu felt she had been utterly reckless, yet the man beside her possessed an irresistible charm that made her abandon reason and choose madness. "Do you think I'm an easy woman? I've never even held hands with anyone before," she said. Lin Wanxiu looked at him, a hint of grievance in her beautiful eyes. Jiang Chen tapped her nose and said earnestly, "Silly girl, how could you think that? I know you've given me your most precious gift, and I will treasure you as my most precious person." Hearing his words, Lin Wanxiu broke into a joyful smile. Jiang Chen was indeed telling the truth. He did regard her as his most precious person. It was just that he shared his affections equally, and there were several other equally precious people. Perhaps in the future there would be even more. Jiang Chen went downstairs. The classmates who had been partying the night before had already left, all of them having the tact not to disturb him and Lin Wanxiu. Now the vast villa was empty save for the two of them. Breathing in the fresh air of the courtyard, Jiang Chen felt a wonderful sense of peace. Recalling everything that had happened the previous night, he couldn't help but sigh. What a marvelous evening it had been. Opening the fridge, he took out some tomatoes and a bag of noodles, then set to work in the kitchen. 10 minutes later, 2 steaming bowls of tomato egg noodles were placed on the table where Lin Wanxiu sat waiting. The two of them felt like an ordinary couple savoring the simple joys of life. Since it was still Sunday, and Jiang Chen had nothing to do, but Lin Wanxiu needed to return to school for a dance club rehearsal, he drove her back to campus. Returning to the dormitory, Jiang Chen found that Qian Jin and Su Chuang had not yet come back. Only Wu Daxiang was lying in bed watching a mindless soap opera. Those two rascals did well. It seems they too managed to win their girls last night, he thought. Jiang Chen was genuinely happy that his good friends had successfully found partners. Daxiang, didn't you go out with Fei Fei last night? He asked. Fei Fei said she had something to do and left early. Wu Daxiang replied, naively unaware of the strangeness in his relationship with Fei Fei. Jiang Chen saw through it, but said nothing. He realized he would need to find time to deal with the Fei Fei situation to prevent his good friend from falling deeper into trouble. Bored in the dorm, Jiang Chen recalled that he had completed the task of making Lin Wanxiu cry yesterday, meaning he was now the big boss of Star Media. So he got up and headed out, deciding to visit Star Media and see his very first company. The Star Media building was situated in a network industrial park on the southern outskirts of the city. Jiang Chen drove his Koenigsegg along the broad afternoon avenue. Pedestrians by the roadside whipped out their phones to snap pictures, for such a dazzling top-tier supercar was not an everyday sight. While waiting at a traffic light, the vehicle behind Jiang Chen kept a distance of over a dozen meters, fearful of an intimate kiss with the Koenigsegg. After nearly an hour's drive, Jiang Chen arrived near the Star Media building. To maintain his usual low-profile, Jiang Chen merely parked the car in a public lot and proceeded on foot. As one of the premier media companies in the nation, Star Media's building stood 6 stories tall, occupying approximately 500 square meters, an imposing presence throughout the entire network industrial park. Star Media's business encompassed influencer incubation, web series production, livestream sales, and more. According to the system's prompt, it had already acquired Star Media for Jiang Chen. He only needed to find Chun Yang, the company's vice president, to finalize the handover. As it was lunch break, the entire building was eerily quiet. Just as Jiang Chen was about to step inside, a burly security guard blocked his path. "Can I help you?" the guard asked, warily eyeing Jiang Chen's unfamiliar face. "I'm here to see Chen Yang," Jiang Chen said calmly. His words, however, greatly irritated the guard, who snapped, "Where did this brat come from, daring to utter Vice President Chen's name? Get lost." Star Media was originally co-founded by the big boss Xiao Dawei and Chen Yang. Although Xiao Dawei was the public face of the company, he was in truth a pleasure-seeking good-for-nothing. Whatever success Star Media had achieved was owed to Chun Yang's strategic planning. But with Xiao Dawei's inertia and the increasingly fierce competition in the industry, Star Media had lost its former glory in recent years. Only Chen Yang was still struggling to keep it afloat. Hence, Chen Yang was highly respected within Star Media, which explained the guard's displeasure at hearing his name spoken so casually. Just yesterday, a mysterious tycoon had offered to acquire Star Media at several times its market value. Xiao Dawei was more than willing. He signed the contract on the spot, cashed out, and fled. Now everyone at Star Media was in a state of anxiety, wondering who this mysterious tycoon was and what fate awaited the company. Little did the guard blocking Jiang Chen at the door suspect that this mysterious tycoon was the very man before him, looking like a student. Unperturbed by the guard's obstruction and reprimand, Jiang Chen clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Go tell Chen Yang that my name is Jiang Chen." As he spoke, the student-like aura vanished from his face, replaced by the imperious bearing of one born to rule. The guard was momentarily stunned, cowed by the undeniable authority radiating from Jiang Chen. As if under a spell, he walked over to the front desk receptionist and informed her that someone was looking for Vice President Chen. But no sooner had he done so than he found it ridiculous. Why had he believed a student? When he looked back at Jiang Chen, he saw the latter had already settled comfortably on a sofa in the lobby, legs crossed. Meanwhile, in the top-floor conference room of Star Media, Chen Yang and the senior executives sat, with furrowed brows, smoking in silence. The sudden high-price acquisition by a mysterious tycoon and the uncertain future of the company weighed heavily on their minds. Just then the conference room door burst open and the exquisite-looking front desk receptionist entered. Irritated, Chen Yang said, "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me unless it's important?" Startled by his agitation, the receptionist paled and stammered, "Vice President Chen, a man named Jiang Chen, is in the lobby asking to see you." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's, afraid that offending the vice president might cost her job. "Jiang Chen, tell him to leave, I don't know any." He stopped mid-sentence, then suddenly slammed the table. "What did you say?" His name is Jiang Chen. The receptionist was even more frightened by his violent reaction, her face turning deathly pale as she quavered, He said his name is Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen sat leisurely on the sofa playing with his phone. The burly guard addressed Jiang Chen sternly, "Young man, if Vice President Chen really knows you, fine. But if you're here to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude." With that, he brandished his baton twice to assert his authority. Just then, a group of people in suits emerged from the elevator. The burly guard squinted and saw that it was all of Star Media's top management. At the forefront, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and around 35, was Chun Yang, the company's core figure. The entire entourage marched toward Jiang Chen and the guard with an imposing air, forcing the guard to snap to attention and salute them. Given the vast gap in status, the burly guard wondered what major event was about to unfold now that all the executives had gathered. Yet Chun Yang didn't even glance at the guard. He strode past him and stopped before Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen regarded him with a calm, lofty gaze, like a ruler surveying a subject. Then what followed would be forever etched in the burly guard's memory. Chun Yang bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle and said respectfully, "Vice President Chun Yang, along with all senior executives of Star Media, welcome President Jiang." As he finished, the dozen or so executives behind him bowed in unison and declared, "Welcome President Jiang." Their voices were powerful and resounding, startling the burly guard. He now looked at Jiang Chen with a complex expression. Only one person could command such deference from Vice President Chen and all the executives, the big boss of Star Media. The burly guard never imagined that the man before him, who looked like a student, was the mysterious tycoon who had acquired Star Media. Jiang Chen rose calmly, nodding slightly at Chun Yang and the executives. Then he patted the burly guard on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You're very dedicated to your job. I'm impressed." With that, he followed Chun Yang into the depths of the building, leaving the guard standing frozen in place, unable to snap out of his daze for a long time. At the top floor of Star Media, within the vast conference room, Jiang Chen sat at the central seat, flipping through the profiles of the platform's signed streamers. The executives seated on both sides observed him, utterly astonished that the mysterious tycoon who had acquired Star Media was such a young man. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed at times, then relaxed with pleasure. He shook his head and sighed, only to nod in satisfaction moments later. The executives exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom the thoughts of their new boss. In truth, Jiang Chen himself felt quite at a loss, having suddenly taken over such a vast corporate empire. He had no experience managing a company, let alone guiding Star Media to reclaim its former glory. As he perused the streamers' profiles, the executives assumed he was pondering major decisions, but in reality, he was merely appraising legs and faces. Tisk, 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 such fair legs. If only I could touch them, I'd have no regrets in this life. Goodness, she's truly beautiful, that slender waist. How delightful it would be to hold it. Wow, this one is simply voluptuous. Could she be an F cup? Jiang Chen rejoiced inwardly, thoroughly satisfied with Star Media's female streamers. Each one boasted fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs. A few top streamers rivaled even the campus queens of Rongqing University. Only after he had examined every female streamer did he come to his senses, only to find all the executives staring intently at him. Ahem ahem. Jiang Chen coughed awkwardly, then said with a serious expression, "I have gained a profound understanding of Star Media's streamer situation. In recent years, the company has been on a decline, and I believe it lacks a capable decision-maker. Therefore, I have decided to delegate all decision-making authority to Vice President Chun Yang, who will handle the company's affairs on my behalf, while I step back into the shadows. I trust he can lead Star Media to reclaim its former glory." Jiang Chen's words left Chun Yang and the executives exchanging puzzled looks, but as they came to their senses, the conference room erupted into enthusiastic applause. In truth, Jiang Chen had familiarized himself with Star Media's history on his way there. He knew that the former owner Xiao Dawei was a good-for-nothing, while Vice President Chun Yang was exceptionally capable. With school occupying most of his time, Jiang Chen had no leisure to manage the company, so it was better to entrust it to a competent person like Chun Yang. Jiang Chen believed that Chun Yang could surely lead Star Media to new heights. Chun Yang, seated beside Jiang Chen, was stunned. Previously under Xiao Dawei, he had been brimming with talent, but unable to realize it, as Xiao Dawei was highly suspicious and constantly suppressed his ideas and decisions. This was the main reason for Star Media's decline over the years. Earlier that day, Chun Yang had been anxious, unsure who the mysterious tycoon acquiring Star Media was, and uncertain about the company's future. But seeing Jiang Chen place such trust in him filled him with emotion and hope. He had full confidence in his ability to lead Star Media to glory. "President Jiang, I will not let you down, and will deliver a satisfactory result." Chun Yang stood up and bowed to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded, signaling him to sit. He had a favorable impression of Chen Yang, who was both capable and humble. The respectful demeanor of the burly security guard toward Chen Yang also demonstrated his ability to rally people, and freeing such a talent to act boldly was sure to yield results. After discussing company matters with the executives, Jiang Chen prepared to leave. Chen Yang and the others offered to see him off, but he politely declined. As he stepped out of Star Media's entrance, he noticed a familiar figure. The other person's gaze met Jiang Chen's, instantly filled with mockery. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had intended to pretend not to recognize him, but the other took the initiative to greet him. This man was Sun Yuan, a former classmate from high school. Sun Yuan's parents owned several sizable toy factories in the industrial park, making him one of the top rich kids in school. Sun Yuan, what a coincidence. Jiang Chen greeted him, awkwardly harboring no fond memories of him. In high school, Sun Yuan, relying on his family's wealth and influence, often bullied classmates from modest backgrounds like Jiang Chen. Moreover, Chen Yin, the girl Jiang Chen had fervently pursued for 3 years, had once tried to win Sun Yuan's favor due to his family's money, only to be rejected outright. This incident had made Jiang Chen the laughingstock of the class. Sun Yuan now held a short-haired beauty in his arms, a woman with a fiery figure and a charming face. Their intimacy suggested she was his current girlfriend. Jiang Chen recalled that this short-haired girl was none other than Feng Xiaoxiao, a streamer he had just reviewed. Besides Sun Yuan and Feng Xiaoxiao stood a girl of breathtaking beauty, tall, with distinct curves. Her cleavage was deep and alluring, her thick wavy hair cascading like seaweed down her back, and her crimson lips exuded an irresistible sensuality. She wore sky-high heels and a pencil skirt revealing a pair of stunning legs. Her long thighs and ample bosom made it hard to look away. She resembled a celebrity walking the red carpet, exuding an innate charm. She was the epitome of a seductive older woman. Feng Xiaoxiao was quite pretty on her own, but paled in comparison to this girl. Compared to the campus queens of Rongqing University, this girl carried more allure and temptation, even making Jiang Chen's heart race. Jiang Chen then recalled that this girl was Miku, the top female streamer he had just reviewed. At that moment, the system displayed Mike's information panel. Name Miku, age 23, height 173 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, appearance score 97, affection 0, charge 1A, beauty rated 97, just 1 point shy of the exquisite Lin Wanqiu. Hey, what are you staring at? Sun Yuan's shout brought Jiang Chen back to reality. This is Miku, a top streamer from Star Media. Countless rich heirs have failed to win her over. Ooh, just feast your eyes. Sun Yuan looked at Jiang Chen with disdain, clearly belittling his former classmate. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Feng Xiaoxiao, also a streamer from Star Media. Sun Yuan pulled Feng Xiaoxiao closer, flaunting his attractive girlfriend. Recalling how in high school the girl Jiang Chen had desperately pursued came chasing after him, instead Sun Yuan felt an indescribable sense of superiority. Little did he know that Jiang Chen was no longer the same person. He was now a super tycoon with boundless wealth and the secret boss behind his own girlfriend. After introducing his girlfriend, Sun Yuan pointed at Jiang Chen and said, "Let me introduce you all. This is my high school classmate Jiang Chen. He's a man of deep devotion. Wants to buy his goddess a lipstick. He ate instant noodles for an entire month. The most crucial part is his goddess even pursued me, but I simply looked down on her." Sun Yuan's words, ostensibly to introduce Jiang Chen to Feng Xiaoxiao and Miku, were in fact laced with insult and contempt. He recounted Jiang Chen's past wounds in a joking manner solely to belittle and mock him. Hearing about Jiang Chen's past, Feng Xiaoxiao and Miku laughed uncontrollably, their bodies trembling, yet their eyes towards Jiang Chen were filled with disdain. Although Jiang Chen was handsome, he was unfortunately a pathetic loser who couldn't even afford a lipstick. For Feng Xiaoxiao and Miku, even if Jiang Chen were the most handsome man alive, they wouldn't spare him a second glance, because they would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. The reason they worked as streamers was the hope of one day snagging a wealthy husband and becoming a rich socialite. That was why, despite Sun Yuan's ugly appearance, he could still use his identity as a rich second generation to find a beauty like Feng Xiaoxiao as his girlfriend. In truth, compared to Feng Xiaoxiao, Sun Yuan coveted Mike's body even more. However, Mike's target was a true top-tier tycoon. Many rich second generations, even wealthier than Sun Yuan, had pursued Miku and been rejected, so Sun Yuan was quite self-aware. Jiang Chen was not angered by Sun Yuan's insults. A faint, almost imperceptible smile always lingered on his face. At his level of existence, he simply couldn't be bothered to argue with someone like Sun Yuan. "By the way, Jiang Chen, why were you coming out of the Star Media building?" Sun Yuan asked curiously. "I came to see someone and take a look around," Jiang Chen replied calmly. Jiang Chen hadn't lied. He just didn't specify that the person he was looking for was the deputy general manager Chen Yang. Sun Yuan didn't press Jiang Chen on who he was looking for, but instead continued to taunt him. I heard you got into Rongqing University. What a coincidence, my dad's company just hired a few interns from Rongqing University. You study for 10 years only to end up working for our family who have been in business for 3 generations. I once dated a girl who was also a student at Rongqing University. Although I never went to university, I have been with a university student. As Feng Xiaoxiao and Miko listened to Sun Yuan's string of taunts, mocking smiles spread across their faces. The 3 people before him made Jiang Chen feel utterly disgusted, yet a faint smile remained on his face, because he simply didn't consider these 3 snobs worthy of his attention. Alright, why waste so many words on this pathetic loser? Hurry up and go, I still have to get ready for my stream, Feng Xiaoxiao urged Sun Yuan. With that, the 3 of them didn't spare Jiang Chen another glance, and walked into the Star Media building together. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly and turned to leave. Since he had become the big boss of Star Media, he would naturally have opportunities to meet these 3 again. By the way, Miku, who exactly is that mysterious tycoon who acquired Star Media? Feng Xiaoxiao tilted her head and asked Miku beside her. Miku gently shook her head as she too was filled with curiosity about this mysterious tycoon. Being able to acquire Star Media at several times its market value, such a tycoon must possess astronomical wealth. Wasn't this exactly the top-tier tycoon she had been desperately searching for? Mika silently resolved in her heart to use her beauty to secure this tycoon. Oh, I left my phone in the car. I need to go back and get it. Mika suddenly remembered her phone was still in the car and turned to walk out of the building. However, just as she reached the parking lot, she witnessed an unbelievable scene. The pathetic loser Jiang Chen, who had just been mercilessly mocked by Sun Yuan, was actually getting into a Koenigsegg Jesko. As a woman who always dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family, Mika had a deep understanding of various luxury sports cars, so she naturally knew the value of this limited edition Koenigsegg. But Sun Yuan had just clearly said he was a pathetic loser who couldn't even afford a lipstick. How could he be driving a top-tier limited edition supercar? Could her eyes be playing tricks on her? But Miku was certain she hadn't misseen. Just as she wanted to take a closer look, the Koenigsegg sped away with a thunderous roar. Miku was sure that the person in the Koenigsegg was the Jiang Chen who had just been taunted by Sun Yuan. She decided to subtly question Sun Yuan to find out just what kind of identity Jiang Chen had. After all, there were many tycoons, but this was the first time Miku had seen one as handsome as Jiang Chen. There was no way Miku would let such a high-quality prey slip away. Jiang Chen, however, was unaware that he had become Miku's prey. At that moment, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he drove the Koenigsegg towards Central Villa. On his phone's bright screen was a message just sent by Su Qingxue. Meeting tonight, I just bought a very sexy set of pajamas. Meanwhile, Miku and Feng Xiaoxiao were both in the dressing room applying makeup in preparation for the afternoon stream, while Sun Yuan sat beside Feng Xiaoxiao, playing on his phone. Miku pretended to ask Sun Yuan casually, Sun Yuan, is that classmate of yours from just now very poor? Otherwise, how could he not even afford a lipstick? Sun Yuan was curious about Miku suddenly mentioning Jiang Chen, but he still replied, he's just a pathetic loser. His parents seem to be ordinary office workers. Actually, I don't really know him well, we were just in the same class. What Sun Yuan said was true. During high school, Jiang Chen was just a nobody in the class. The only thing people remembered him for was his 3-year-long desperate crush on Chen Yan. Mika nodded thoughtfully, and then continued asking, so has he ever driven any luxury cars like a Koenigsegg Jesko? What? A Koenigsegg? Miku, are you feeling unwell? Have you got a fever that's fried your brain? Sun Yuan set his eyes wide. He couldn't fathom why Miku would associate that pathetic loser Jiang Chen with a top-tier supercar like a Koenigsegg. In the 3 years of high school, I only ever saw him riding a second-hand electric scooter, nothing else. Hearing Sun Yuan's words, Miku nodded pensively. At that moment, her doubts grew even stronger. According to Sun Yuan, Jiang Chen was an out-and-out loser. But she had clearly seen Jiang Chen driving away in a Koenigsegg. What was the reason for this? Filled with questions, Miku decided she must investigate Jiang Chen's identity thoroughly. If Jiang Chen really was a big fish, then she was just one step away from her goal. The next morning, as the gentle sunlight streamed into the room, Jiang Chen stretched languidly and ambled out of the bedroom. Watching Su Qingxue busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen, a knowing smile curled on his lips. They resembled a newlywed couple immersed in the sweetness of their union. You're awake. Come and eat, Su Qingxue said softly, her voice tender as she looked at the risen Jiang Chen. Recalling the passionate frenzy of the previous night, a delicate blush crept across her cheeks. It was only since meeting Jiang Chen that she had truly tasted the joy of being a woman. Su Qingxue's breakfast was simple, yet heartfelt: 2 steaming bowls of plain noodles, and 2 soft-boiled eggs with runny yolks. Though born into a distinguished family, she bore none of the spoiled airs of a pampered heiress. The meal was exquisite, leaving Jiang Chen utterly satisfied. Since Jiang Chen had an early morning class, he bid Su Qingxue farewell after breakfast and headed back to school. After planting a gentle kiss on his lips, she watched him depart. As he stepped onto campus, his initial plan was to head straight to the classroom. However, the campus bulletin board was thronged with students, piquing his curiosity. Elbowing his way through the crowd, a large poster caught his eye: Star Media Campus Streamer Recruitment Plan. The bold letters instantly sparked Jiang Chen's interest. He hadn't expected Chen Yang to make a move so soon after taking over Star Media just yesterday. Chen Yang's execution was indeed impressive. The poster detailed a collaboration between Star Media and Rongqing University to recruit campus streamers. The company would send a team to the university over the weekend for interviews. Successful candidates would not only become signed streamers, but also receive promotional support from Star Media. Moreover, due to their student status, Star Media imposed no restrictions on streaming venues or schedules for campus streamers. This was a brilliant marketing strategy, as college students, vibrant and youthful, were ideal candidates for online streaming. By offering students a flexible part-time opportunity to earn money, Star Media also cultivated a positive reputation, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. Chen Yang's marketing acumen was sharp, and Jiang Chen felt vindicated in his trust. "Oh my God, the interviewer is Mi Ku. She's my online goddess." A sudden exclamation stirred the crowd into a buzz. "She's so beautiful on stream. I can't wait to see her in person. The alluring Mi Ku. I'm so excited." The onlookers were visibly thrilled, eagerly anticipating Mi Ku's arrival. Jiang Chen realized that Star Media's interview team included the top streamer Mi Ku, who clearly enjoyed immense popularity among students. The crowd erupted in cheers at the news. Mi Ku had never been interested in campus events, viewing students as immature children unworthy of her pursuit for a top-tier benefactor. But this time she changed her mind, specifically requesting to join the Rongqing University event, all because the man she wanted to know, Jiang Chen, studied there. Chen Yang gladly agreed to Mi Ku's request, recognizing her immense appeal among students. Her participation would significantly boost the event's momentum. Unaware that Mi Ku was coming for him, Jiang Chen's phone rang. It was Shen Kursen. "Jiang Chen, have you seen Star Media's streamer recruitment plan?" Her excited voice burst through the phone as soon as he answered. Shen Kursen always seemed brimming with energy, a perpetual adorable peach of vitality. As a law student, she was also top of her class. A feat Jiang Chen found hard to imagine translating into her future as a lawyer or judge. "I saw it. What's up? You want to join?" He guessed her intention. "Yes, but I'm too nervous to go alone. Will you come with me?" "Of course, I'll cheer you on." Shen Kursen was already a campus streamer, just not signed with any agency. This recruitment drive was a golden opportunity for her. With her distinct streaming style, Jiang Chen had no doubt she would pass the interview. Hanging up, he headed to the classroom. His dorm buddies were lounging in the back row, but Jiang Chen chose to sit beside Shangguan Yinyu instead. It was late summer, early autumn, and the air had turned chilly. Shangguan Yinyu wore a sexy camisole under a creamy white cardigan. Below, she paired it with a demure skirt and sheer legwear. Even as the weather cooled, she insisted on flaunting her long, fair legs. The first class was a homeroom session led by Counselor Chun Zheng, whose tedious topics were utterly dull. Jiang Chen struggled to stay awake, resorting to gently stroking Shangguan Yinyu's thigh to keep alert. Accustomed to his antics, she merely shot him a perfunctory glare. Though Jiang Chen's actions seemed discreet, Chen Zheng on the podium noticed everything. He had been smitten with Shangguan Yinyu since their first meeting, appointing her as class monitor just to create opportunities to be near her. But after nearly 2 months, his invitations for dinner or movies had been coldly rejected. Shangguan Yinyu kept him at arm's length, refusing to exchange a word beyond class business, leaving him disheartened. Yet here she was flirting openly with Jiang Chen right under his nose, allowing his hand to roam her beautiful leg. Chen Zheng seethed with jealousy. "You little vixen, acting all prim and proper while you're anything but," he cursed inwardly, his gaze turning venomous. Unaware of his malice, Jiang Chen and Shangguan Yinyu continued their playful banter and physical Little did they know a brewing storm was about to descend upon them both. Time flew by, and the weekend arrived. The day Starry Sky Media was holding its campus streamer recruitment at Rongqing University. Qianjin had successfully pursued Wang Jingjing from the neighboring class, and was now deep in the throes of romance, showing no interest in the recruitment event. Su Chuang also found a partner at that mixer, though the girl was from a vocational college. Thus, every weekend Su Chuang would visit his girlfriend on her campus. Wu Daxiang, despite failing to secure a date with Fei Fei, had no interest in the streamer recruitment either. He preferred to hole up in the dormitory and watch mindless soap operas. At the foot of Taoyuan Dormitory at Rongqing University, Jiang Chen was waiting for Shin Kursen. He had promised her that he would accompany her to the streamer interview today. Before long, a dazzling figure appeared at the dormitory entrance. It was Shin Kursen, whom he hadn't seen for a while. Shin Kursen had clearly dressed up meticulously today. She wore a short chic tweed jacket over a form-fitting neck base layer. Not only did it perfectly accentuate her curves, but it also revealed her delicate collarbones. Around her slender neck hung a pure silver necklace shimmering with a bright luster. Below, she paired a black short skirt with knee-high stockings flaunting her long straight legs, and stepped into a pair of black leather shoes. Shin Kursen's outfit was both fresh and elegant, sweet and adorable. A perpetual sweet smile graced her charming face, making her seem like a peach walking among mortals. As she approached him, Jiang Chen revealed his right hand, which had been hidden behind his back. A beautiful bouquet of pink roses appeared before Shin Kursen's eyes. For you. May your interview today be a triumphant success. Overjoyed, Shin Kursen took the bouquet and, brimming with happiness, tiptoed to plant a kiss on Jiang Chen's cheek. Several passing male students witnessed this scene and wore heartbroken expressions. This was the goddess of the law school, one of Rongqing University's 4 beauties, Shin Kursen. How could they accept her publicly bestowing a kiss on a boy? Shin Kursen herself felt her action was far too reckless. In truth, her relationship with Jiang Chen was still in a vague, ambiguous phase, yet in a moment of excitement, she had made such an assertive move. Instantly, her delicate face flushed crimson. Sensing her embarrassment, Jiang Chen smiled, took her hand, and led her toward the interview venue. The campus streamer recruitment was set up on Rongqing University's largest sports field, where the school had already erected the interview area and a performance stage. The vast field was now packed with students who had come to watch, and more than half of them were fans of Mike, holding posters or support boards bearing her image. Some wore t-shirts printed with Mike's photo or carried her merchandise, making the recruitment event resemble a fan meeting for Mike. Over 300 students participated in this recruitment, yet Starry Sky Media only had 10 signing slots, making the competition fierce. Shin Kursen's small hands were cold and her chest heaved incessantly, clearly betraying her nervousness. Jiang Chen tightened his grip on her hand and said, "Don't worry. Don't feel pressured. I believe you'll definitely secure the contract." Feeling the warmth from his hand, an unprecedented surge of courage swelled within Shin Kursen's heart. Jiang Chen wasn't lying. He had complete faith in her ability to sign the contract. Not only did Shin Kursen possess the necessary talent, but if his own girlfriend couldn't secure a contract, then he, as the big boss of Starry Sky Media, would be failing in his role. Just then, a Lexus minibus drove onto campus. "The Starry Sky Media people are here. Mike must be in that van," someone shouted. The onlooking students erupted in excitement and surged toward the vehicle. Instantly, the minibus was surrounded by a sea of students, making it difficult to move. They raised their support items and chanted Mike's name at the top of their lungs. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel exasperated. Wasn't she just an internet streamer? What was all the fuss about? It wasn't until school staff intervened and pushed through the excited crowd that the minibus could pass smoothly. 3 people alighted from the vehicle, the judging panel from Starry Sky Media. The first was Chun Yang, the company's vice president. Chun Yang's personal attendance underscored the importance he placed on this event. In truth, he had long planned a campus streamer recruitment, but his hands had been tied before leaving no opportunity to make a big move. After Jiang Chen granted him authority and revealed that he was a student at Rongqing University, Chun Yang had implemented the plan here. Chun Yang stepped out of the car and glanced around, his gaze landing on Jiang Chen, who was among the crowd. Jiang Chen made a shushing gesture, and Chun Yang immediately understood. It seemed his mysterious big boss preferred to keep a low profile and didn't want his true identity revealed. The second person to exit was a long-haired man dressed in an avant-garde style, wearing sunglasses with flowing locks that exuded an artistic flair. This man, known as Teacher Adu, was responsible for training Starry Sky Media streamers in dance and vocal skills. Serving as a judge today, he elevated the professionalism of the recruitment event. The first 2 were men, so surely the third would be the much-anticipated Mike Wright. The crowd held their breath, waiting for the final person to emerge. A delicate foot in stiletto heels appeared from the car, followed by a long leg sheathed in stockings. When Mike fully stepped out, the fans on site once again lost control, shouting her name with fervor. Mike had also dressed up meticulously today. She wore a professional OL outfit that showcased her tall, sexy figure to perfection. Over it, she donned a brown trench coat, adding a touch of allure to her already sensual presence. Her lovely face was adorned with exquisite makeup, and her shaped fiery red lips exuded a seductive charm. Every smile and frown was captivating. Many female streamers who shed their filter from live streams often disappoint in person, but Mike was an exception. She was even more enchanting in real life than on screen. The girls at Rongqing University were mostly pure and plain, so the sudden arrival of such a sexy goddess drove the male students wild. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a stir. He hadn't paid close attention to Mike during their chance encounter yesterday. But today, upon closer inspection, she was naturally endowed with an intoxicating seductive aura. Even Jiang Chen found himself somewhat captivated by her. After stepping out of the car, Mika swept her gaze across the crowd until her eyes met Jiang Chen's among the throng. She then flashed him a charming smile. Yet when she noticed Shen Kursin nestled beside him, her expression turned exceedingly sour. Shen Kursin and Jiang Chen were intimately close, their relationship unmistakable, even to a fool. Though Shen Kursin embodied a sweet, adorable style in stark contrast to Mike's seductive and mature allure, she was by no means inferior to Miku in any way. This realization stirred a sense of latent threat within Miku. Yet she resolved in her heart to wrest Jiang Chen away from this girl. As the three judges took their seats, the recruitment event officially commenced. After brief speeches from the university officials and Shenyang, the event moved into the interview phase. The interview rules were straightforward. Each participant prepared a dance or musical piece, and the judges would ring a bell to halt the performance. Subsequently, the three judges would raise their placards. If at least two voted in favor, the interviewee would successfully secure a contract. Though the rules seemed simple, the judges' standards were exceedingly stringent. The first three candidates, despite their meticulously prepared acts, were stopped by the bell within a mere dozen seconds, and naturally, they failed to receive a single approval vote. Shen Kursin was number 26. At the current pace, it would be her turn to perform shortly. The subsequent contestants fared even worse, some singing off-key, and others unable to keep up with the dance beats. Not only was Chun Yang exasperated, but teacher Adu, with his high artistic standards, was visibly displeased. They wondered why today's college students lacked any impressive talents. At this rate, it seemed unlikely they would sign 10 streamers. Soon, with the 25th candidate's failure, it was Shun Kursin's turn to perform. The fact that all 25 previous candidates had failed placed immense pressure on Shen Kursin. Trembling, she stepped onto the stage, feeling dizzy at the sight of the dense crowd below. It's Shen Kursin, the goddess of the law school. She's really adorable. She's one of the 4 campus beauties, Shen Kursin. Her talent must be extraordinary. Many in the audience recognized her and began murmuring among themselves. Facing the crowd's scrutiny, Shen Kursin grew nervous once more. In the past, she had only showcased her talents in her live stream room. This was her first time performing before a live audience. How could she not be nervous? She looked toward Jiang Chen in the audience, and he gave her a firm, resolute gaze. For some reason, that look infused her with unwavering strength, filling her heart with confidence. Shen Kursin closed her beautiful eyes, took a deep breath, and the music she had prepared began to play over the stage. It was Curved Eyelashes by the sweetheart idol Wang Xinling. As the prelude echoed, she started to dance. The song's light-hearted and cheerful melody perfectly complemented Shen Kursin's sweet and adorable style. Having danced frequently in her live stream room, her dance skills were solid. Her arms waved gracefully through the air like ribbons, her body leaping and spinning with every note like a delicate butterfly. Her eyes sparkled with joy and playfulness, a sweet smile perpetually curving her lips. As the prelude neared its end, Shen Kursin's state reached its peak. She raised the microphone, and her sweet voice instantly resounded across the entire sports field. My heart is pounding, my soul nearly escapes, this feeling is so good. Oh, you smiling at me, the temperature rising higher and higher. Shen Kursin's clear, sweet voice paired with her light and elegant dance steps left the 3 judges on stage and the audience below utterly mesmerized. Curved Eyelashes, eyes blinking, words get tangled at the lips. Your smile is like a crescent moon, the atmosphere, so romantic, I need your company. As the song reached its climax, the atmosphere in the venue soared to its peak. The audience had forgotten their sexy goddess Miku. Now, they were shouting Shen Kursin's name with raised arms. If Wang Xinling was the sweetheart idol of the entertainment world, then Shen Kursin was the sweetheart idol of Rongqing University. Throughout the entire performance, the 3 judges never pressed the stop bell, indicating a high likelihood of her signing a contract. It was time for the judges to raise their placards. To be honest, Shen Kursin was extremely satisfied with her performance today and confident she would secure the contract. However, to everyone's astonishment, when Miku, the first judge, raised her placard, it displayed a large red cross. The entire venue erupted in uproar. No one understood why Miku would reject Shen Kursin despite her outstanding performance. Shen Kursin, who had just built up her confidence, became anxious once more. Tears of grievance welled up in her eyes, a sight that tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Miku raised her microphone and said, although this classmate's performance was far superior to the previous ones, I feel it lacks some stage presence. I'm sorry. Her words left the audience utterly bewildered. If this level of stage presence wasn't strong enough, what would be considered excellent? In truth, this was merely an excuse Miku had fabricated. Her reason for rejecting Shinkursen stemmed purely from jealousy. She envied Shinkursen for having Jiang Chen and for being able to flirt and joke with him. Though Shinkursen's performance was impeccable, Miku could still find a random reason to cast a negative vote. After all, wasn't she one of the judges at this recruitment event? With one judge having already voted against her, the remaining two must both vote in favor or Shinkursen would lose the chance to sign a contract entirely. The second judge to vote was Chunyang, the vice president of Star Media. He smiled, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and raised his placard without a moment's hesitation. On it was clearly displayed a large green checkmark, a vote of approval. The audience erupted in cheers, delighted that Shinkursen had secured an approval vote. Compared to me, Ku Chinyang's reasoning was far simpler. Not only was Shinkursen's performance flawless, but even if it had been utterly dreadful, Chinyang would still have voted in her favor. After all, he had witnessed from the stage how intimately close Shinkursen and Jiang Chen were. Anyone could see their relationship was special. This sweet girl might even become the future madam of Star Media. Thus, Chinyang naturally voted for her without hesitation. Among the judges, only Teacher Adu had yet to cast his vote, and his ballot would serve as the decisive one, determining whether Shinkursen could successfully secure a contract. The atmosphere on site was extremely tense, and on stage, Shinkursen kept fidgeting with the hem of her skirt to ease her inner anxiety. Because Teacher Adu held exceptionally high standards for artistry, the more than 20 students who had performed before him were all harshly reprimanded, with many girls fleeing the stage in tears. However, Teacher Adu did not rush to vote. Instead, he raised the microphone and said, "Your voice astounds me, and your dance moves captivate my appreciation. It has been many years since I last discovered a talent as gifted as you. Therefore today, I will not only pass you, but also make a significant decision." Teacher Adu's words plunged the entire venue into dead silence. Everyone held their breath, eager to learn what that decision might be. Teacher Adu smiled faintly, and then spoke slowly, "That is to take you as my disciple." Whoa! As soon as Teacher Adu uttered those words, the audience erupted in uproar. Teacher Adu actually wanted to accept Shinkursen as his apprentice, knowing that he himself was exceptionally talented and wielded considerable influence and status in the entertainment industry. In recent years, several female internet celebrities nurtured by Teacher Adu had risen to become popular stars in the entertainment world. Compared to becoming Teacher Adu's disciple, signing as a female host with Starry Sky Media seemed insignificant. Shinkursen stood frozen in place, only snapping back to reality after a long while. She bounced joyfully on the stage and then bowed repeatedly to Teacher Adu. Little did Teacher Adu know that the decision he made today, driven by instinct, would reshape half the entertainment industry a few years later. In truth, Teacher Adu differed from Chinyang. He was unaware that Jiang Chen was the owner of Starry Sky Media. He was merely driven by a pure pursuit of artistry, believing Shinkursen to be a promising talent. Shinkursen ran cheerfully off the stage, came to Jiang Chen's side, and gave him a big hug. Onlookers cast envious glances at Jiang Chen. "I told you that you could do it, you just need to believe in yourself," Jiang Chen said, smoothing the strands of hair by Shinkursen's ear and smiling at her. Shinkursen nodded emotionally, then buried her adorable face into Jiang Chen's chest. The recruitment event continued until dusk. Starry Sky Media failed to meet expectations, signing only 4 students, including Shinkursen. After the recruitment ended, Mike's fan interaction session began. Students on the playground formed a long line waiting for Mike to autograph their items. During the interaction with fans, Mike subtly inquired whether anyone had seen a Koenigsegg on the campus of Rongqing University. But to her disappointment, everyone shook their heads, claiming ignorance. Mike's heart sank into confusion once more, as she couldn't fathom whether Jiang Chen was truly the owner of the Koenigsegg. Had her eyes deceived her that day? Finding herself empty-handed, Mike excused herself early from the fan interaction, citing fatigue, and boarded the company's Lexus LM to return to Starry Sky Media. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen prepared to take Shinkursen to Central Villa to celebrate. Since Su Qinxue had to work the night shift at the hospital, Jiang Chen could enjoy some alone time with Shinkursen at the villa. With her heavy academic workload and live streaming commitments after class, Shinkursen also yearned for a chance to unwind. Coinciding with today's string of good news that called for celebration, she readily agreed to Jiang Chen's plan. Shinkursen knew Jiang Chen was wealthy, but when she laid eyes on the extravagantly styled Koenigsegg, she couldn't help but gape in astonishment. She had never even seen such a flashy supercar before. Jiang Chen pressed the accelerator, and the Koenigsegg shot forward like an unleashed beast, roaring thunderously as it sped away. On the other side, Starry Sky Media's Lexus LM cruised along a wide road. Mike sat in the spacious, comfortable seat, her face etched with displeasure. Not only had she toiled all day, but she had also failed to uncover any useful clues. The route from Rongqing University to Starry Sky Media passed by Shiqing Mansion. As the Lexus LM approached the entrance of Shiqing Mansion, a thunderous roar reached Mike's ears. Following the sound, she spotted the same Koenigsegg from yesterday roaring as it turned into Shiqing Mansion. "Old Chen, stop!" Mike shouted, her eyes brimming with surprise at the driver. Startled, Old Chen slammed on the brakes. "What's wrong? Why the sudden fuss?" asked Chen seated beside Mike, puzzled. "I have something to attend to." "You two go on ahead," Mike said without further explanation, opening the door and stepping out. Chen Yang and Teacher Edu exchanged bewildered glances in the car. Lately Mike had been acting strangely. First volunteering for a campus recruitment she wasn't interested in, then abruptly getting off the car mid-journey. Women are truly unfathomable. After getting out, Mike walked straight toward the entrance of Shiqing Mansion, where a tall, upright security guard immediately blocked her path. "I'm sorry, miss. Non-residents of this villa area are not permitted entry." The guard's eyes were filled with awe, for he had never seen a woman as beautiful as Mike in his entire life. "Handsome, I just wanted to ask, what's the name of the owner of that Koenigsegg that just drove in? Is he a resident here?" Mike inquired. Given that the Koenigsegg had smoothly entered the villa area, it meant the owner must be a resident, so the guard would surely know who it was. If the guard revealed the name, Mike could determine whether Jiang Chen was indeed the Koenigsegg's owner. However, to Mike's surprise, the guard replied sternly, "I'm sorry, protecting residents' privacy is our duty, so I cannot answer your question." Yet as he spoke, his gaze wavered, his tone lacked conviction, and a hint of blush crept across his dark-complexioned cheeks. Mike smiled softly, then stepped closer to the guard, trailing a delicate finger along his cheek before whispering in his ear, "Dear brother, won't you just tell me? Consider it a favor, please." Her crimson lips breathed a fragrant mist near the guard's ear, leaving his legs weak and his very soul seemingly bewitched by the woman before him. Having just arrived from the countryside, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen was the alluring widow at the village's end. Confronted with such an enchanting figure as Mike, it was like a novice stumbling upon a top-tier succubus. The guard's eyes grew dazed, and as if possessed, he murmured, "The owner of the Koenigsegg is Jiang Chen. He lives in the largest central villa and is the wealthiest resident of Shiqing Mansion." Upon hearing the security guard's words, Mike couldn't help but feel astonished. She was surprised not only to confirm Jiang Chen's identity as the owner of the Koenigsegg, but also to stumble upon an unexpected discovery. Mike had initially thought Jiang Chen was merely an owner of an ordinary villa in Shiqing Huafu, never imagining he possessed the unique central villa. As someone who dreamed of marrying into wealth, Mike naturally understood the value of the central villa. She had heard some time ago that it was discreetly purchased by a mysterious tycoon, yet despite her extensive inquiries, she had found no clues about this wealthy figure. Little did she expect that the tycoon who bought the central villa was none other than Jiang Chen. Mike also felt relieved that she hadn't heeded Sun Yuan's nonsense, otherwise missing out on a tycoon like Jiang Chen would haunt her with regret. "Thank you, young man." Mike blew a kiss to the young security guard, then turned and walked away with a seductive stride. The guard was left staring at her captivating silhouette, unable to snap out of his daze. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Chen was busily bustling in the kitchen of the central villa. The dishes he prepared were not complicated: 2 pan-seared steaks, a vegetable salad, and a portion of raw sliced salmon. Thinking that Shin Kursen had triumphed today with a successful contract signing, Jiang Chen decided to have some wine to celebrate. However, after searching the entire villa, he couldn't find a single bottle of red wine. Since Jiang Chen and Su Qinxue would often share a bottle of red wine before each meeting to liven things up, the villa's supply had been unknowingly drained by the two of them. Just as Jiang Chen was feeling utterly disappointed, he discovered some base liquors for mixing cocktails in the refrigerator, such as vodka, rum, and tequila, along with various bartending tools nearby. The key issue was that Jiang Chen knew nothing about mixology, otherwise he could have crafted a few fine drinks. Ding! The system has detected a strong desire within the host's heart, and has now unlocked master-level mixology proficiency for the host. With the familiar sound of the system, a wealth of knowledge and techniques about cocktail making flooded Jiang Chen's mind. A smile curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. This system was like a timely rain, always perfectly showcasing his value. He took out gin, tequila, rum, vodka, and a bottle of cola from the fridge, arranging them neatly on the dining table. Shin Kursen blinked her big adorable eyes and asked, "What are you doing?" Jiang Chen smiled. "Didn't you know I'm amazing at mixing drinks? You're in for a treat tonight. Ordinary people never get to taste this." His words filled Shin Kursen with delightful surprise, as he always brought her unexpected joy. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Chen sent the cocktail shaker on the table flying into the air before it landed steadily in his hand. His other hand traced an arc through the air, grabbing the rum bottle, and aiming it at the shaker in his other hand. With a gentle twist of his wrist, the rum poured from the bottle into the shaker. After several repeated motions, various liquors were mixed into the shaker in different proportions. Jiang Chen added 2 ice cubes and began shaking the shaker vigorously with both hands. Amid the intense shaking, Jiang Chen occasionally incorporated a few difficult maneuvers. His wrists kept flipping, and the shaker danced like a nimble performer, flipping and leaping between his hands. Shin Kursen watched, her heart racing, yet she noticed that not a single drop of liquid spilled from the shaker. Finally, Jiang Chen poured the mixed drink into 2 exquisite glasses. The liquid displayed a gradient of brownish amber from the rim to the base, shimmering beautifully under the light. He added a slice of lime as a garnish and handed 1 glass to Shin Kursen. "This is my carefully crafted Long Island iced tea. Please enjoy." Shin Kursen eagerly took the glass from Jiang Chen, and the rich aroma of whiskey spread through her nostrils. She couldn't resist taking a small sip, and a sweet and sour taste blossomed in her mouth. She took another sip, this time closing her eyes to savor it fully. She felt the drink's complex layers, the fragrant tequila, the spicy kick of gin, and the mellow sweetness of whiskey. These liquors, perfectly blended thanks to Jiang Chen's precise proportions, created an unforgettable aftertaste. "Wow, this is amazing." Shin Kursen had been to bars a few times before, but none of the cocktails mixed by those bartenders came close to even a fraction of this one's quality. Shin Kursen, who usually didn't care much for alcohol, now found herself utterly captivated by this drink. Jiang Chen also took a sip of his own creation. The taste was indeed stunning. It seemed the talent bestowed by the system was quite useful after all. Jiang Chen and Shin Kursen continued eating and drinking together. Before long, Shin Kursen's glass of Long Island iced tea was empty, and she swirled the glass in her hand, her eyes full of eager anticipation. This time, Jiang Chen decided to craft an original cocktail. With a dazzling series of movements using various tools, he presented a sapphire blue cocktail before Shin Kursen. An original creation, Ocean's Heart. When Jiang Chen spoke the name of the drink, Shin Kursen realized it resembled a vast azure ocean possessing a dreamlike beauty unique to the sea. She took a sip, and a rich, sweet flavor immediately captivated her taste buds. Shin Kursen blinked her big eyes at Jiang Chen, her curiosity about this man growing ever stronger as he never ceased to surprise her. Although she was drinking a cocktail that tasted more like a slightly alcoholic beverage, it was still a blend of various high-proof spirits, and its aftereffect was no joke. Having rarely drunk before, Shin Kursen's cheeks were now as red as a ripe tomato, and her entire body felt feverishly hot. Shin Kursen brushed aside the stray strands of hair at the corner of her mouth, feeling the intense heat on her cheeks. "They'll go wash my face," she said, standing up and staggering toward the bathroom. But losing her balance as she passed by Jiang Chen, she stumbled and fell into his arms. Jiang Chen felt a softness in his embrace, and an intoxicating scent of her body immediately drifted into his nostrils. As he held Shin Kursen, his gaze naturally drifted downward, catching sight of a deep, alluring cleavage. A surge of heat rushed through Jiang Chen's body, and a tent quickly pitched in his pants. Jiang Chen felt extremely embarrassed, releasing his hold to let Shin Kursen go. Unexpectedly, as soon as Shin Kursen left his embrace, she wrapped her arms around his neck again, clinging to him like a persistent octopus. If the previous moment had been an accident, this was now entirely Shin Kursen's initiative. At this moment, her cheeks were burning, and her beautiful eyes were filled with intoxication. She looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Jiang Chen, kiss me." Her words caught Jiang Chen off guard. He never imagined that the ever-sweet and adorable Shin Kursen could be so forward. At this moment, a stunning campus belle making such a request, probably no man could refuse. So Jiang Chen leaned down and gave Shin Kursen a peck on the lips, intending to start gently and gradually deepen the kiss. But unexpectedly, Shin Kursen took the initiative, rising on her tiptoes and pulling Jiang Chen's neck down to kiss him. Compared to Jiang Chen's light peck, Shin Kursen's kiss was as fierce as a storm. Perhaps fueled by alcohol, she became wild and unrestrained. The sweetness of Shin Kursen's lips mingled with the intoxicating scent of alcohol completely unleashed Jiang Chen's long-suppressed desires. They kissed all the way from the dining room to the bedroom, the entire room filled with a sweet, dizzying atmosphere. Meanwhile, in a high-end duplex apartment, Feng Xiaoxiao was sitting on the sofa, watching a movie accompanied by her boyfriend Sun Yuan. The apartment door opened, and Miku, exhausted after a long day, returned home. This upscale apartment was shared by Miku and Feng Xiaoxiao. They sometimes live-streamed here. Feng Xiaoxiao and her boyfriend Sun Yuan lived on the first floor, while Miku lived alone on the second. Seeing Miku's weary face, Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't help but taunt, "Isn't it just a campus streamer recruitment event? You actually went out of your way to participate. All a bunch of poor students, what are you after?" Faced with Feng Xiaoxiao's mockery, Miku merely smiled without a word. For someone so short-sighted, Miku naturally wouldn't say much, as she could never imagine the immense gains Miku had made today. Miku opened the fridge, poured herself a glass of ice water, and downed it in one gulp. Today had indeed exhausted her, but she still had more important matters to attend to. Miku walked over to Sun Yuan and asked Sun Yuan, "Do you still remember Jiang Chen, your high school classmate you met at Star Media that day?" "I remember, what's up?" Sun Yuan was baffled. Jiang Chen was just some random loser had met by chance. He thought Miku had long forgotten him, yet here, she was bringing him up. "Do you have his WeChat? Could you send me his contact?" Miku's words shocked both Sun Yuan and Feng Xiaoxiao. Miku was actually asking for a man's WeChat. And that man was a penniless loser who couldn't even afford a lipstick. Moreover, when she said this, Sun Yuan and Feng Xiaoxiao clearly saw a hint of shyness on her face. After all, the big spenders in Miku's livestream room had to shower her with countless extravagant gifts just for a chance to add her on WeChat. Her WeChat inbox was flooded daily with 1,000-word love letters from wealthy heirs, yet she ignored them all. But now Miku was actively seeking the WeChat of a nobody. Feng Xiaoxiao pinched her cheek. The pain told her she wasn't dreaming. "I can't quite recall, give me a moment to look it up." Sun Yuan was also stunned for a moment before snapping back to reality. With a dazed expression, he took out his phone and searched through WeChat. Since Jiang Chen had been an invisible figure in their high school class, Sun Yuan wasn't even sure if he had Jiang Chen's contact. "Got it, I found him." Sun Yuan located Jiang Chen in his WeChat and recommended him to Miku. "Wait, what are you planning to do by adding Jiang Chen?" Only then did Sun Yuan come to his senses, asking Miku curiously. Sun Yuan couldn't fathom why Miku wanted Jiang Chen's WeChat. In his eyes, these two were worlds apart. "Of course I'm going to pursue him. Why else would I add him?" With that, Miku turned and walked up to the second floor. But her words struck like a bombshell, exploding in the hearts of Sun Yuan and Feng Xiaoxiao. Both stood wide-eyed and frozen, taking a long moment to recover. What did she just say?" Feng Xiaoxiao asked, her voice trembling with shock. She said she's going to pursue Jiang Chen," Sun Yuan replied, equally stunned. Not only had Miku never pursued any man before, but even the least of her suitors was leagues above Jiang Chen, this utter loser. At the same time, Sun Yuan felt a surge of jealousy toward Jiang Chen. He had long coveted Miku's beauty, but lacked the courage to pursue her. Now Miku was breaking all norms to actively chase after this nobody. Sun Yuan's world came crashing down. After her initial shock, Feng Xiaoxiao sank into deep thought, her lively eyes darting rapidly. She knew Miku too well. They were the same kind of people. There were only two possible reasons for Miku to pursue Jiang Chen. Either Miku had lost her mind, or Jiang Chen's true identity was that of a super-rich tycoon. Feng Xiaoxiao found the first possibility more likely, but she still couldn't help asking Sun Yuan, "Are you sure your classmate Jiang Chen is just a loser? Could he have a side you don't know about, like being really wealthy?" Hearing Feng Xiaoxiao's question, Sun Yuan replied with a bitter smile, "Why do both you and Miku ask me the same thing? I was his classmate for 3 whole years. Don't you think I'd know?" Sun Yuan felt deeply wronged. Throughout high school, Jiang Chen rode a second-hand electric scooter to school. To buy a lipstick for his goddess Chen Yin, he would even survive on instant noodles for an entire month. But now both Miku and Feng Xiaoxiao doubted his words, leaving him utterly aggrieved. "Give me your phone, oh, I want to see his moments." Feng Xiaoxiao, still not giving up, said to Sun Yuan. Despite his exasperation, Sun Yuan opened Jiang Chen's moments and handed the phone to Feng Xiaoxiao. She took it and began scrolling through his posts one by one. As her fingers swiped, she let out a long sigh, her worried expression instantly replaced by relief. October 15th. The fourth cafeteria has a 20% discount today, brothers, let's feast. October 18th. A 38 yuan Aliokiniat pork rib buffet. Watch me teach this clueless owner a lesson. October 25th. A boohoo, I forgot to lock my shared bike today and got charged 10 yuan. Heartbreak. Gazing at the content of Jiang Chen's moments, Feng Xiaoxiao's fingers froze midair. This was clearly nothing but a pathetic loser, and the worst kind at that. Feng Xiaoxiao felt that Miku's mind must have gone astray, why else would she choose to pursue a loser like Jiang Chen? However, a smug smile curled at the corners of Feng Xiaoxiao's lips. She appeared to be a close sister to Miku, but in truth, she had always harbored jealousy toward her. She deeply hoped Miku would never encounter a truly handsome and wealthy perfect man, which was why she was so anxious about Jiang Chen's true identity. After all, while many tycoons existed, one as handsome as Jiang Chen was a rare sight. Any woman who could possess such a handsome and wealthy tycoon would truly be a winner in life. But now it seemed Jiang Chen was still that unrepentant loser, and Miku was merely a love-struck fool infatuated with a pretty face. Time slipped by, arriving at the next morning. The gentle morning breeze slowly stirred the pristine white curtains as Jiang Chen awoke from his slumber. Beside him, Shin Kursen was still fast asleep, her long lashes fluttering slightly, appearing utterly adorable. If the students of Rongqing University's law school learned that their goddess had lost her innocence to Jiang Chen, he would surely be hunted to the ends of the earth. Feeling Jiang Chen's burning gaze, Shin Kursen also roused from her sweet dreams. Recalling her own boldness and frenzy the night before, she couldn't help but feel deeply embarrassed. "I'm sorry I was drunk last night," Shin Kursen murmured, her face flushed with shame. "It's all right. In fact, I prefer the way you were last night." Jiang Chen spoke the truth. After all, what man could resist such a sense of contrast? How annoying. Jiang Chen's words made Shin Kursen even more bashful. She reached out her jade hand and pinched his waist hard. "Ouch!" Jiang Chen cried out in pain. He couldn't fathom why the women around him, seemingly delicate as they were, could inflict such unbearable agony with their pinches. It was Sunday, and Jiang Chen had originally planned to take Shin Kursen shopping for gifts or clothes. However, she insisted on returning to the school library to study. Truly, the world of a top student was beyond comprehension. After dropping Shin Kursen off at the library, Jiang Chen sat on a lounge chair on campus and played on his phone. Only then did he open WeChat and discover the friend request Miku had sent the night before. Miku? Why did she want to add him? Jiang Chen was momentarily puzzled, but accepted her request anyway. Meanwhile, Miku had been restless, waiting for a reply to her friend request. How could she have imagined that while she awaited Jiang Chen's response, he was entangled in passion with Shin Kursen at the central villa? Just then Miku's phone screen lit up. Seeing that Jiang Chen had accepted her request, she bounced joyfully on her bed. She had completed the first step of her plan. Now, she just had to rely on her charm to pursue Jiang Chen. Scrolling through Jiang Chen's moments, Miku couldn't help but make the same face as Feng Xiaoxiao. His moments were far too pedestrian. If she hadn't seen Jiang Chen driving a Koenigsegg with her own eyes, she would have truly believed he was an unmitigated loser. Miku sent Jiang Chen a sticker, and he quickly replied with several highly abstract ones. "Oh, you want to duel with stickers? Let me show you what I've got," she muttered, pulling out all her best stickers and bombarding Jiang Chen with them. To her surprise, Jiang Chen's sticker collection was not only larger, but also more abstract, completely overwhelming hers. Defeated, Miku abandoned the sticker battle and sent him a text message. "Handsome, do you know who I am?" "Of course, the big-chested beauty I met at Star Media." Seeing Jiang Chen refer to her as a big-chested beauty, Miku felt both amused and irritated. She puffed out her proud chest, a hint of smugness creeping in. After all, it meant her assets had successfully caught Jiang Chen's attention. "Handsome, I think you're really good-looking. So I'd like to get to know you. You don't mind, do you?" Reading Michigan-K's message, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer. He certainly didn't believe Miku had added him because of his looks. The disdain in her eyes at Star Media that day had said it all. In Jiang Chen's view, Miku must have known he was wealthy. Had she already discovered he was the big boss of Star Media? But that possibility wasn't very likely either, as Jiang Chen had specifically instructed Qinyang not to reveal his identity to anyone outside the upper management, to keep a low profile. So Miku couldn't possibly know he was the owner of Star Media. As for how Miku had learned of his wealth, Jiang Chen decided to probe further. He typed back, "I don't mind. I like being friends with benefits with beautiful women." "I'll spit. I meant friends." Seeing Jiang Chen's reply, Miku burst into laughter. She had thought tycoons like him would be dull as stones, but he turned out to be quite humorous. "By the way, do you have a girlfriend?" "Of course I have 6 girlfriends as pretty as you." "But you're just bragging." Miku rolled her eyes. She didn't believe anyone could have 6 girlfriends at once. In truth, Jiang Chen wasn't lying. Pure and lovely Lu Yinyan, poised and generous Su Qinxue, charming and lively Shangwan Yinyu, hot and cool Zhou Na, antique-loving Lin Wanxiu, and sweet and adorable Shin Kursen, all were his girlfriends. Though she didn't believe Jiang Chen, Miku replied, "Then how about I become your 7th girlfriend?" Just as Jiang Chen took a sip of water, he sprayed it out upon reading the message. Was that a confession? Miku was far too direct. But Jiang Chen understood the art of playing hard to get. He needed to string her along. "Sorry, I don't feel anything for you." His brief reply was devastatingly insulting and hurtful. Miku clenched her fists as she read his message. Since childhood, she had been a shining star, the center of attention wherever she went. Countless suitors had pursued her, yet this was her first confession to a man, only to be ruthlessly rejected. Those 3 words, "don't feel anything," were like a sharp dagger piercing Miku's pride to the core. Although Jiang Chen's words wounded Mike's pride, they ignited her desire to conquer him. Indeed, what comes too easily is often the least cherished. To win over a magnate like Jiang Chen, one must endure twists and turns. With this thought, Mike's gloomy mood lifted. She continued typing, "It's the weekend, you don't have class, right? How about we go on a date?" This time Jiang Chen didn't refuse as he was bored in the dormitory and curious to see what tricks Mike had up her sleeve. A date is fine, but I have to warn you. I'm broke. So you'll pay for everything. Reading his message, Mike sneered inwardly. Playing the poor man again, huh? If she hadn't seen him in a Koenigsegg with her own eyes, she might have believed it. Asking a woman to pay was such an ungentlemanly request, and Mike found Jiang Chen's audacity astonishing. No problem, I'll treat you. I live at Lanwan Apartments. Come pick me up. Okay. After the chat, Mike dressed up before her vanity. Determined to enchant Jiang Chen, she put in great effort, applying exquisite makeup and slipping into a seductive black lace bodycon dress. It accentuated her stunning curves, perfectly blending allure with an icy elegance. Gazing at her own captivating reflection, Mike was confident she could bewitch any man in the world, including Jiang Chen. Yet after waiting downstairs in high heels for an hour, there was no sign of him. Her feet ached, and she cursed Jiang Chen's entire lineage. Just as she thought he had stood her up, he finally appeared. But contrary to her expectations, he wasn't driving the flashy Koenigsegg. He rode a decrepit electric scooter. The scooter clattered noisily from afar, as if every part was about to fall apart. How can you ride such a broken thing? Where's your Koenigsegg? Mike's eyes widened in disbelief. Hearing her question, Jiang Chen understood. So that's why she confessed and asked for a date. She had seen his Koenigsegg, but he didn't reveal the truth. Feigning confusion, he said, "What Koenigsegg? This is all I have. Take it or leave it." Mike didn't call him out, thinking, keep playing your game. Let's see how long you can keep it up. She sat on the back of the scooter, feeling utterly humiliated. She recalled how many wealthy heirs had invited her out in Lamborghinis and Ferraris, yet she ignored them all. Now she was reduced to riding this battered scooter. Worse, her designer black lace dress and limited edition Hermes bag clashed grotesquely with the vehicle. The rare sight of a stunningly beautiful woman on a broken scooter drew countless stares. A man in a Mercedes S-Class watching Mike on the back seat fell into deep thought. Despite his pondering, he remained baffled, unsure where he had lost. "Where are we going?" Mike asked. Wearing a short skirt, she had to sit sideways on the scooter. To keep balance, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's waist. "I'm hungry. Let's eat first. Remember, you promised to pay. Don't go back on your word." Hearing this, Mike was speechless. She had seen tycoons flaunt their wealth, but never one feign poverty. Jiang Chen's style was truly unique. "Fine, pick a place. He'll pay." But the moment she said it, regret washed over her. She had expected a casual spot, but Jiang Chen parked the scooter in front of an extravagant high-end restaurant. Luxury cars like Rolls-Royces and Bentleys lined the entrance. Jiang Chen's scooter looked utterly out of place. The restaurant catered to the elite with premium ingredients, and naturally the prices were equally premium. A decent meal there would cost tens of thousands. Clearly Jiang Chen intended to bleed her dry. Fortunately, as a top streamer, Mike earned well. Otherwise, one such trick might have bankrupted her. Seeing Mike's darkened expression, Jiang Chen suppressed a smile. "What, too expensive? Looks like your love can't even withstand the test of a meal." "Who said it's too expensive? Don't you dare leave until you've eaten your fill." His provocation worked. Mike strode into the restaurant first. "Good afternoon, sir and madam." "Hey," raced the menu. As Jiang Chen and Mike settled by the window, a handsome waiter in a suit approached. He was mesmerized by Mike's icy beauty. When he turned to Jiang Chen, he noted the man's handsome face, but cheap casual were a stark contrast to Mike's refined look. Jiang Chen showed no chivalry. Without even glancing at Mike, he grabbed the menu and started browsing. The waiter rolled his eyes internally, thinking this guy has no class, a total loser. He couldn't fathom why such a sexy woman in a black lace dress would dine with this boor. Unfazed by others' thoughts, Jiang Chen scanned the menu and declared loudly, 3 servings of caviar, 3 servings of white wine mussels, 2 Australian lobsters, 2 Hokkaido red crabs, and 1 bluefin tuna. He paused, then added, "Oh, and a bottle of Lafite." The waiter and Mike were stunned. After a long silence, Mike snapped back, "Are you crazy? Do you think we can finish all that?" But Jiang Chen replied with utter seriousness, almost making her spit blood. "Who said it's for both of us? This is all for me. Order whatever you want yourself. And don't forget to pay the bill later." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Mike couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. How could there be such an audaciously shameless person in this world? The handsome waiter initially expected Mike to erupt in fury, yet to his surprise, she gritted her teeth and said while holding her forehead, "Just do as he says, give me a steak." Seeing Mike's compromise, the handsome waiter's world completely collapsed. He desperately wanted to ask Mike earnestly, "Miss, does he hold some leverage over you?" Before long, exquisitely prepared dishes emitting intoxicating aromas were placed on the table, and Jiang Chen directly picked up his knife and fork to devour them ravenously. It had to be said that this restaurant's high prices were justified, Not only were the ingredients top-notch, but the culinary techniques were also exceptionally superb, wasting none of these precious ingredients. Jiang Chen's palate was thoroughly awakened as he savored the full array of premium flavors. He shoveled caviar into his mouth with a spoon in large mouthfuls and directly hugged an Australian lobster bigger than his face to gnaw on it. As he ate, Jiang Chen made grunting noises like a wild boar feeding, creating a stark contrast with the elegantly dining customers around him, drawing countless strange looks. Especially when everyone saw the stunningly beautiful Mike sitting across from him, their faces were filled with expressions of pity and envy. They simply couldn't fathom how such an elegant and beautiful lady could dine at the same table as a starving wretch. Mike's face was also covered in dark lines as she already regretted going out on a date with Jiang Chen. But thinking of Jiang Chen's identity as a top-tier tycoon, she gritted her molars and swallowed her frustration. Why do you look so unhappy? Come on, let's have a toast. Jiang Chen poured Lafite into Mike's glass and clinked glasses with her. As the fine wine went down his throat, Jiang Chen felt a sweet, warm stream slide into his stomach. But Mike only tasted bitterness, just like her current mood. An hour later, Jiang Chen patted his bulging belly and slumped into his seat. The table was covered with plates, swept clean, clearly indicating a fierce battle had just taken place. Mike's eyes were filled with shock. She never expected Jiang Chen could actually finish all that food. She even thought about having Jiang Chen do a mukbang on Star Media. He would surely become popular. Mike made a gesture to the handsome waiter for the bill, and he walked over with the check. Miss, your total for this meal is 100,000 yuan. Cash or card? Upon hearing the price from the handsome waiter, Mike's mouth twitched again. A meal costing 100,000 yuan. She had really been fleeced by Jiang Chen this time. Stuffing her card into the waiter's hand, she shot Jiang Chen a venomous glare only to find him unabashedly picking his teeth, leaving her speechless. The restaurant patrons looked at Jiang Chen with indignation. Just having lunch with a super beauty like Mike was enough to inspire jealousy, but to make her pay the bill was outright gigolo behavior. If looks could kill, Jiang Chen would have been dead 10,000 times by now. Walking out of the restaurant, the gentle afternoon sun embraced the earth. Jiang Chen drove Mike along the road, with the comfortable autumn breeze brushing their faces, creating a sense of serene tranquility. A date between a man and a woman usually involved watching a movie or strolling in the park. Jiang Chen and Mike were no exception. They strolled in the park for a while and watched a light-hearted romantic comedy. By the time they walked out of the cinema, it was already dusk. Mike hadn't had much appetite at lunch after being fleeced by Jiang Chen, and she had only taken a couple of bites of her Wellington steak. Now, after an entire afternoon, Mike's stomach began to growl. Since you generously treated me to a big meal at noon, I've decided to return the favor with a grand dinner tonight. How about that? Fair enough, right? Hearing Mike's stomach rumbling, Jiang Chen smiled knowingly and said to her. Jiang Chen's words excited Mike immensely. It wasn't that she was looking forward to the meal itself, but that Jiang Chen was finally about to reveal his tycoon identity. How else could a poor loser afford to treat her to a lavish dinner? Just as Mike fantasized about what high-end venue Jiang Chen would take her to for a feast, his electric scooter stopped at a roadside food stall. Boss 2 clay pot, dishes extra chili, extra sesame paste. Jiang Chen shouted loudly to the vendor, clearly not his first time eating there. Coming right up. Hearing Jiang Chen's call, the vendor began bustling about with fervor. You're taking me to eat this? Mike asked incredulously. What else? The flavor here is absolutely delicious. Just eat it, you won't say a word. Mike's face was full of dark lines. Countless wealthy heirs had invited her to top-tier restaurants, and she never gave them a chance. But today this guy named Jiang Chen was taking her to eat at a roadside stall. Despite cursing him 1,000 times in her mind, she reluctantly sat down on the small stool. Before long, 2 steaming clay pot dishes were placed on the table. The moment she smelled the aroma, all her displeasure vanished into thin air. Because this clay pot dish was incredibly fragrant. The dish was bubbling with boiling bubbles, and the bright red chili peppers were irresistible, whetting her appetite. Since becoming a streamer, Mike had been on a diet to maintain her figure, eating bland meals like boiled chicken breast and lettuce until she felt nauseous. Or she would frequent high-end restaurants where she had to maintain elegance, even with delicious food, never able to eat her fill. But now, sitting at this down-to-earth roadside stall facing this steaming clay pot dish, she no longer had to worry about elegance and could truly enjoy the food. So Mike picked up her chopsticks and began to devour the meal. The spicy, numbing, and savory flavors of the clay pot completely awakened her long-suppressed taste buds. Even as soup stains smeared the corners of her mouth, she couldn't be bothered to wipe them off. Boss, give me 2 skewers of grilled gluten and 2 of starch sausages. Mike imitated Jiang Chen's manner and shouted to the vendor. At that moment, she was no longer the dazzling top streamer Mike, but an ordinary foodie savoring street eats. Just then a Bentley Flying Spur pulled up steadily beside the stall. A driver in a suit and white gloves stepped out of the car. He trotted to the back seat and respectfully opened the door. Then a handsome man dressed in designer brands and wearing an expensive watch emerged from the vehicle. The man's movements were very elegant, clearly the result of excellent upbringing. He stared straight at Mike with an utterly incredulous expression and said in a tone of extreme surprise, "Mike, is it really you?" Shangguan Chao. Miko, who was indulging in her meal, looked slightly surprised at the sight of the visitor. However, her surprise quickly turned into displeasure. She had finally found a chance to savor some delicious food, only to be interrupted. The visitor, named Shangguan Chao, was the eldest son of the Shangguan Group, one of the 4 prominent families in Rongqing, and the future heir to the conglomerate. The Shangguan Group had dominated Rongqing for years, establishing itself as a leading enterprise with investments in real estate, catering, hotels, and various other industries. It could be considered true nobility. Shangguan Chao had long admired Miko, yet countless confessions had been mercilessly rejected by her. Although he was undoubtedly a top-tier rich second generation, he still fell short of the ultimate tycoon Miko sought. Moreover, Miko detested the air of superiority that Shangguan Chao carried, a trait she deemed pretentious. Shangguan Chao scanned the roadside stall, noticing the soup stains on the corner of Miko's mouth, and said with disdain, "Miko, how can you eat at a place like this? This is where the lower class gathers. You are destined to marry into the Shangguan family. I invited you to countless top-tier restaurants and clubs, yet you refused. Today you're here eating a Tianyuan clay pot. And that heartfelt 1,000-word essay I sent you last night. Why did you read it without replying? It was written from the depths of my soul." As he spoke, Shangguan Chao pulled out his phone, revealing a chat window with a message of at least 1,000 words, yet Miko had not responded. Miko, with a face full of exasperation, held her forehead at a loss for words. She had always been speechless at his sycophantic behavior. Calling him her royal guard dog would not be an exaggeration. Jiang Chen, sitting across from Miko, couldn't help but laugh at Shangguan Chaos' essay, reminded of how he had once desperately pursued his goddess Chen Yin for 3 years. He had thought only losers sent such essays to their goddesses, yet here was a rich second generation driving a Bentley Flying Spur doing the same. Shangguan Chao then noticed Jiang Chen, who was chuckling across from Miko, and his face turned ashen. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was likely another suitor of Miko's. However, he had brought her to such a low-end establishment. To Shangguan Chao, having a rival like this pathetic loser was nothing short of an insult. Pointing at Jiang Chen's nose, he said, "You pathetic simp. You can't even afford a decent place to take Miko. Do you think she would ever be with a loser like you?" Jiang Chen, however, replied innocently, "I think you've misunderstood. She is the one who's been chasing me. She begged me to go out with her, treated me to a meal and a movie, and even said she wanted to be my girlfriend." Jiang Chen shrugged, helplessly feigning innocence. His words drew a sneer from Shangguan Chao. Miko had countless suitors, including several top-tier rich second-gens like himself, yet she had rejected them all. The idea that Miko would actively pursue a loser was something Shangguan Chao could never believe. But when he looked at Miko, expecting her to refute the claim, he was stunned to see her nod in agreement with Jiang Chen. "Shangguan Chao, I forgot to inform you. I already have someone I like, Jiang Chen, beside me. Though I haven't won him over yet, I believe one day he will come to love me too. So please stop pestering me. I'm afraid he might misunderstand." Miko's words pierced Shangguan Chaos' heart like a sharp blade, and he could almost hear the sound of it shattering. All right, I understand." After uttering 3 all rights, he turned and walked away, his face etched with sorrow. Jiang Chen even noticed 2 glistening tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Tsk, so there were still such devoted rich second-gens out there. Jiang Chen couldn't help but see Shangguan Chao in a new light. Miko too was filled with helplessness. Among her many suitors, only Shangguan Chao was the most persistent. Despite being repeatedly rejected, he never gave up. If Jiang Chen had not appeared, Miko might have one day been moved by Shangguan Chaos' devotion. But now that Jiang Chen was here, her heart had room for no one else. Thrown off by this sudden interruption, neither of them had the appetite to continue eating or the mood for their date. Jiang Chen rode his electric scooter to take Miko back to Lanwan apartment and was about to return to school. "Come with me somewhere. I always go there whenever I'm in a bad mood," Miko said to his retreating figure as he was about to leave. Jiang Chen paused briefly, then nodded after a moment's thought. After all, he had just swindled 100,000 yuan from Miko at noon, so leaving so hastily didn't feel right. Besides, he was curious about where Miko often went. "Take my car," Miko said, pulling out her keys. Across the street, a Porsche Panamera's headlights flickered on. Though Miko was a woman, her driving skills were impressive. The Panamera sped off toward the western suburbs. As the car drove on, the number of vehicles and buildings grew sparse. The Panamera passed by Rongqing University and continued racing westward. Jiang Chen had never been beyond Rongqing University to the west. Before long, the Panamera drove onto a winding mountain road. The path ahead grew darker, and the trees on either side receded rapidly in the rearview mirror. Where exactly are we going? Jiang Chen asked, utterly bewildered. Why was this woman taking him up the mountain late at night? What? Afraid he'll assault you here? Miko teased with a smile, the corners of her mouth lifting. Of course. After all, a handsome guy like me has to protect himself when out and about, Jiang Chen quipped, humorously eliciting a silvery laugh from Miko. Soon the Panamera reached the mountaintop, stopping on a spacious clearing. Jiang Chen stepped out of the car, curiously, only to be utterly awestruck by the view before him. Standing on the mountaintop clearing, he could see the entire Rongqing city area. As night fell, the city's lights twinkled like stars, a panoramic view laid out before Jiang Chen's eyes. An autumn breeze swept through, carrying the unique scent of the wilderness into his nostrils, refreshing his spirit and instantly washing away all fatigue. Having lived in Rongqing for so many years, Jiang Chen had never imagined the city harbored such a hidden treasure. So, this place of mine isn't bad, is it? Miko produced 2 bottles of beer from the car and handed one to Jiang Chen beside her. It's really wonderful. Jiang Chen spread his arms to feel the wilderness wind, feeling as if he had merged with nature itself. Whenever I'm in a bad mood, I come here. I pour out all my wretched feelings to the trees and the wind. Miko leaned against the hood of the Panamera, taking a sip of beer. At that moment, Jiang Chen sensed that Miko's heart seemed to harbor many stories burdened by countless painful memories. Since we have wine, why not share your story? Jiang Chen raised his beer toward Miko. Miko clinked her bottle with his, then gazed at the night view below the mountain and began to recount her tale. It turned out Miko had grown up in a poor family that favored sons over daughters. Throughout her childhood, she endured her parents' unequal treatment and her brother's bullying. After junior high, she excelled in exams and gained admission to a key high school in the city, but her father's words, "A girl's grades are useless no matter how good," robbed her of the chance to study. After dropping out, she came to Rongqing to work. Over the years, she worked as a waitress, a dishwasher, a flyer distributor, and even a delivery rider. It was these bitter experiences that made Miko secretly resolve to marry an extremely wealthy man, using marriage to change her fate. At 18, she happened to meet a rich second-generation heir. Naive Miko not only dated him, but also gave him her precious first time. Later, she discovered that the so-called rich heir was merely a lowlife disguised in fine clothes. While dating her, he even stole the money she had earned through hard labor. That period was undoubtedly the darkest moment of Miko's life. By a stroke of luck, Miko became a female streamer thanks to her striking appearance. To attract more followers, she diligently learned to sing and dance. She worked hard to sculpt her figure and maintain her physique. Thus, she transformed from a poor working girl into the top streamer of Starlight Media. Her story was truly inspiring, evoking sighs of admiration. Jiang Chen took a deep gulp of beer, never expecting Miko to have endured such a painful past. It seemed her current gold-digging tendencies were closely tied to these experiences. All these years I've been searching for someone who could change my life, and now I've found him. Jiang Chen, I really like you. Can we be together? Miko spoke earnestly, looking at Jiang Chen with hopeful anticipation. Jiang Chen drained his beer in one gulp, then let out a heavy sigh. Silly girl, this isn't true love. You don't even really like me. Jiang Chen wasn't wrong, because even when Miko just confessed, the system detected her favorability toward him was still 0. Perhaps Miko's heart had always yearned for a tycoon boyfriend, so she mistook this for a heartbeat, for what she called love. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Miko shook her head. She took his hand, her delicate face slowly drawing closer, and whispered in a sultry tone, "This is true love, just like you actually like me too, right?" As he watched the fiery red lips approaching, Jiang Chen didn't deny his attraction to Miko. But it was a purely physical liking, different from psychological affection. For instance, his feelings for Lu Yinyan, Shangwan Yinyu, and Lin Wanxiu were psychological. They made his heart race when he was with them. But his attraction to Miko was purely physical, stemming from her innate seductive aura that no man could resist. Thus, despite some mental resistance, Jiang Chen couldn't suppress his physiological reaction and involuntarily closed his eyes. Miko's face drew nearer, and Jiang Chen could clearly feel her sweet breath. Ding dong. Just as their lips were about to touch, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly rang with a WeChat notification. The crisp sound jolted him awake. He quickly pulled back, retrieved his phone, and checked the message. Miko, however, was filled with frustration. She cursed the person who sent the message 1,000 times in her heart, for she had been just one step away from success. The moment Jiang Chen saw the message, his eyes turned icy cold and filled with murderous intent. "Lend me your car. I need to go back to Rongqing University." Jiang Chen's voice was frigid as he slid into the driver's seat of the Panamera. Miko had no idea why his mood had shifted so abruptly, but she knew something was wrong. So she didn't dare ask questions and obediently climbed into the passenger seat. Jiang Chen wrenched the steering wheel and floored the accelerator. The Panamera shot through the winding mountain road like a white-shaped lightning bolt. Well, what's wrong? Mika's face turned pale from the insane speed, and she couldn't help asking. But Jiang Chen remained silent, only accelerating toward Rongqing University. Yet Miko could clearly see that his eyes had turned bloodshot. 10 minutes earlier, Shangwan Yinyu, who was about to sleep, received a message from her counselor Chen Zheng. There's urgent class information to enter into the school system. Come to my office immediately. Shangwan Yinyu frowned at the message. Not only was it Sunday, but it was already 1030 p.m., well past time to rest. Shangwan Yinyu knew Chen Zheng had always had designs on her. That very afternoon he had invited her to a movie which she had turned down. Now summoning her so late to input data made her uneasy. Shangwan Yinyu wanted to refuse, but she thought that if Chen Zheng was telling the truth, she as class monitor would be failing her duty. Besides, since it was on campus, Chen Zheng couldn't do anything to her. So she got up and headed to the faculty office building. Because it was the weekend, students who had been out all day had gone to bed early and the campus was deserted. Teachers naturally didn't have to work on weekends, so only Chen Zheng's office light was on in the entire building. The campus was eerily silent. Shangwan Yinyu's unease grew. After some thought, she sent a message to Jiang Chen, took a deep breath, and stepped into the office building. Counselor, I'm here. Shangwan Yinyu knocked on Chen Zheng's office door, then stepped inside. In the spacious office, only Chen Zheng was present. Watching Shangwan Yinyu walk in slowly, he struggled to suppress the ecstasy within him. Since she had been about to go to sleep, Shangwan Yinyu wore only a light nightgown. Though loose, it could not conceal her flawless figure. Her fair, slender legs were bare, and on her feet were pink cute slippers revealing her delicate little toes. Even without makeup, her natural beauty was refreshingly ethereal. Chen Zheng couldn't help but swallow hard. Shangwan Yinyu was truly a rare gem, no less captivating than the 4 campus beauties of Rongqing University. This was his first time alone with Shangwan Yinyu, and lust blazed in his eyes. Disgusted by his lecherous gaze, she said coldly, "Didn't you say you needed help entering class information? If there's nothing else, I'll leave." With that, she turned to go. Chen Zheng quickly pulled out a stack of documents and thrust them into her hands. "Of course there's something. Why else would I call you here so late?" Seeing the papers, Shangwan Yinyu relaxed a little. It seemed there was indeed work to be done. She sat across from him, opened Rongqing University's system, and began diligently entering the information. "Yinyu, what do you think of me?" Chen Zheng suddenly asked. "Not much," she replied curtly, her face cold. Hearing him call her Yinyu disgusted her. Chen Zheng scratched his head awkwardly, then pressed on shamelessly. "Actually, I think you should get to know me better. Then your impression of me would change." "What are you trying to say?" Shangwan Yinyu stopped her work, her face full of loathing. "I know you're dating that Jiang Chen. I've looked into his background. His parents are just ordinary workers. You'll have no future with him. Why not be with me? The Rongqing University scholarship is coming up soon. I can nominate you." As he spoke, his grubby hand reached for her shoulder. Shangwan Yinyu shot up her eyes, unable to hide her revulsion. As a counselor, using scholarships as a tool to deceive girls made him unworthy of being a teacher. "I'm resigning as class monitor right now. I don't want any more contact with a scumbag like you." She headed for the door, but Chen Zheng blocked her away, his voice low. "Yinyu, I'm doing this for your own good. With a loser like Jiang Chen, your future is nothing but cheap clothes and endless trips to the market. If you're with me, I can get you a job here after graduation, make you a teacher at Rongqing University." But Shangwan Yinyu was unmoved. "How can a scumbag like you compare to Jiang Chen? I love him. You just make me sick." Hearing her belittle him, so Chen Zheng's face twisted. "Why act so high and mighty? I saw everything you and Jiang Chen did in class while I was teaching. You're nothing but a little tease pretending to be innocent. Tonight I'll show you what a real man is." Seeing the undisguised lust in his eyes, Shangwan Yinyu's heart sank. "What are you doing? This is a school." She stammered, terrified. "Doing what you and Jiang Chen did. So what if it's school? No one will know what happens here." Chen Zheng leered at her fair thighs, his excitement mounting at the thought of finally having the Shangwan Yinyu he craved. Her face turned deathly pale. It was nearly 11 p.m. Oh, and most people were asleep. Alone with him in this isolated office building, even screaming would be useless. Before she could think further, Chen Zheng lunged at her. He grabbed her delicate wrists and pinned her to the desk. Despite struggling with all her might, she couldn't move. Was she really going to be defiled by this scumbag here? Tears of despair welled in her eyes. In that moment, Jiang Chen's handsome face flashed through her mind. If only he could appear and save her. Suddenly, a thunderous crash made Chen Zheng, who was tearing at her clothes, jump. The sturdy mahogany door was kicked and crashing heavily to the floor. Outside stood Jiang Chen, his eyes blazing red alongside the graceful Miko. Seeing Shangwan Yinyu disheveled and tear-streaked, Miko quickly wrapped her coat around her. The moment Shangwan Yinyu saw Jiang Chen, her pent-up emotions burst forth like a flood. She threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. If he had been any later, the consequences would have been unthinkable. After comforting her, Jiang Chen slowly advanced on Chen Zheng. Terrified by Jiang Chen's bloodshot eyes, Chen Zheng stammered, It's all a misunderstanding. Jiang Chen, calm down. They'll give you the whole semester's scholarship." Before he could finish, Jiang Chen's fist connected with his face. Blood sprayed as Chen Zheng clutched his mouth, wailing. Jiang Chen didn't stop. He grabbed Chen Zheng's wrist and twisted it, eliciting a pig-like squeal. Then his fists rained down like a storm. Chen Zheng, too weak to even scream, collapsed to the floor, twitching. Jiang Chen, still in control, finally stopped, leaving the man barely alive. Miko pulled out her phone and called an ambulance. If Chen Zheng wasn't taken to the hospital, Jiang Chen would be in serious trouble. The ambulance soon drove into the school, and students who were about to sleep were drawn by the flashing red and blue lights. The office building, which had been empty just moments ago, was now surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. This incident also alarmed the school's senior management, but to avoid harming the school's reputation, they chose not to call the police, and instead decided to handle it internally. Miku watched Jiang Chen and Shangwan Yinyu, lost in thought. Was this what they called love? The ability to lose one's mind for a beloved regardless of the consequences. If she had been the one wronged just now, would anyone have gone to such lengths for her? Inside the Taoyuan dormitory 310, Qianjin, Su Chuang, and Wu Daqiang looked at the composed Jiang Chen, all wearing worried expressions. Rongqing University had a clear rule against assaulting school staff, but Jiang Chen had not only done so, but had also beaten the man half to death. Moreover, they had just learned that the counselor Chen Zheng was actually the son of President Chen Wanyan. It was almost certain that Jiang Chen would be expelled this time. For a freshman, this was nearly a devastating blow. After 10 years of hard study to secure a place at university, everything was about to be ruined because of this incident. The roommates all felt a sense of regret for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, of course, knew what his loyal friends were thinking, and he revealed a calm smile as he said, "Don't worry, you'll be fine. The one who gets expelled will be Chen Zheng." Though they didn't know where Jiang Chen's confidence came from, hearing him say this put them somewhat at ease. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone buzzed with messages from Lu Yinyan, Zhona Lin Wanxiu, and Shin Kursin, all expressing their concern for him. Jiang Chen replied to each of them, telling them not to worry about him. At 8 o'clock in the morning, inside the Rongqing University conference room, a group of school leaders sat solemnly around the conference table. At the center of the table sat a middle-aged man with an upright demeanor who was now resting with his eyes closed. Rongqing University's president Chen Wanyan stood beside the middle-aged man, looking at him with a respectful expression. The middle-aged man was Wang Weian, the minister of the provincial education department. Because the incident of a student assaulting a counselor last night was too severe, he had come to Rongqing University to handle the matter. Wang Weian opened his eyes, a sharp light shooting from his deep gaze. He turned to President Chen and said, "President Chen, so you mean that female student to get this semester's scholarship colluded with her boyfriend to stage a honey trap?" "Yes, Minister Wang." Counselor Chen was working overtime when that girl sought him out, professed her love dramatically, and then began to undress. Then her boyfriend burst into the office, falsely accused Counselor Chen of harassing his girlfriend, and threatened him to hand over the scholarship. Counselor Chen, a man of integrity and dedication to his work, naturally couldn't agree to such a demand, which is why he was brutally beaten by her boyfriend. President Chen Wanyan fabricated the story, but his face wore an extremely serious expression, making it hard to detect any falsehood. In truth, Chen Wanyan knew perfectly well what kind of person his son was. This was merely an excuse he had concocted to exonerate Chen Zheng. As the highest authority at Rongqing University, he could easily expel Jiang Chen and suppress the heat of the matter. Wang Weian nodded thoughtfully, took a sip of the strong tea on the table, and said, "Such an incident in a university is simply appalling. If not dealt with severely, the campus will become a cesspool. Go and bring this Jiang Chen to me. I want to personally read him the decision to expel him." Hearing Wang Weian's words, Chen Wanyan was overjoyed. Now he didn't even have to act. The minister would directly expel him. It seemed Jiang Chen was finished. So he quickly arranged for his subordinates to bring Jiang Chen over, eager to see his regretful and dejected expression. This was the price for daring to beat his precious son half to death. On the other side, Jiang Chen walked calmly towards the conference room. If the outcome of today's events satisfied him, all would be well. If not, he wouldn't hesitate to turn Rongqing University upside down. Wang Weian, who was resting with his eyes closed, heard footsteps at the door and couldn't help but open his eyes. When he saw Jiang Chen entering the conference room, a look of surprise crossed his face. As Jiang Chen stepped into the room, his gaze met Wang Weian's, who was seated at the center, and he too was momentarily stunned. "It's you," they both exclaimed almost in unison, their eyes filled with barely concealed delight. This Wang Weian was the middle-aged man in glasses whom Jiang Chen had rescued from being bullied by thugs at the White Night Bar that day. That day, Wang Weian had quarreled with his wife and, feeling stressed from work, had randomly found a bar to drown his sorrows, only to be extorted by thugs there. As the saying goes, a scholar meets a soldier. Reasoning is futile. At work, Wang Weian was a respected leader, but in a bar full of unsavory characters, he was just an honest man open to bullying. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had stepped in to resolve the situation, allowing him to preserve his last shred of dignity. He had wanted to repay Jiang Chen, but he had left in a hurry that day, leaving only the memory of his face. Jiang Chen was also overjoyed, as this middle-aged man was clearly in a high position. Even President Chen Wanyan could only stand by and smile obsequiously, which was extremely advantageous for him. "Minister Wang Yu, you know Jiang Chen." The astute Chen Wanyan sensed something was amiss and asked cautiously. Hearing Chen Wanyan address the middle-aged man in glasses as Minister Wang, Jiang Chen roughly guessed his identity. However, Wang Weian didn't even glance at Chen Wanyan. He walked over, took Jiang Chen's hand warmly, and said, "So your name is Jiang Chen. A fine name. Tell me truthfully what happened last night. I believe you would never lie." Wang Weian believed that a good and righteous young man like Jiang Chen would never do anything wrong. Moreover, Chen Wanyan had a terrible reputation, and the assaulted counselor Chen Zheng was his son, so the matter must have had another side to it. Seeing the sudden turn of events, Chen Wanyan couldn't help but say to Wang Weian, "Minister Wang, didn't you say you were going to expel Jiang Chen?" Unexpectedly, Wang Weian's face turned cold, and he barked harshly, "I'm just trying to understand the real situation. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" Seeing Wang Weian's stern expression, Chen Wanyan was so frightened that he immediately shut his mouth. Wang Weian pulled Jiang Chen aside, and Jiang Chen earnestly recounted the entire sequence of events from the previous night. After listening to Jiang Chen's detailed account, Wang Weian sank into deep contemplation. To be honest, both parties now had conflicting claims, but he was more inclined to believe that Jiang Chen's words were true. However, the school's surveillance cameras had only recorded Shang Wanyanyu entering Chen Zheng's office. What transpired afterward was known only to Chen Zheng, Jiang Chen, and Shang Wanyanyu. Thus, without concrete evidence, Wang Weian found it difficult to openly side with Jiang Chen. Seeing that Wang Weian was beginning to believe Jiang Chen's account, Chen Wanyan immediately shouted at him, "Director, Wang, don't listen to this brat's wild lies. He clearly conspired with Shang Wanyanyu to set up a honey trap, extorting a scholarship from Counselor Chen. Principal Chen, are you implying that someone from the Shangwan family would stoop to covet your petty scholarship?" Just as Wang Weian was at his wits' end, a flippant voice echoed from outside the meeting room. Moments later, a handsome man dressed head-to-toe in high-end designer brands strode in, flanked by two burly men in black suits. Jiang Chen couldn't hide his surprise upon seeing the newcomer. It was none other than Shangwan Chao, whom he had encountered just yesterday, the primary heir of the Shangwan group. The sharp-witted Jiang Chen immediately seized on the key point in Shangwan Chaos' words. Recalling Shangwan Yanya's surname, it dawned on him in an instant that her true identity was likely the heiress of the Shangwan group. Upon spotting Jiang Chen, Shangwan Chao nodded at him politely. Though they had been at loggerheads the day before, he had learned through Miku that Jiang Chen was the one who had saved his younger sister Shangwan Yanyu the previous night. So even though Jiang Chen could be considered his romantic rival, Shangwan Chao, a devoted brother, had developed a considerable fondness for him. His purpose in coming to Rongqing University today was to stand firmly behind Jiang Chen. "Principal Chen, the libraries our Shangwan family donated to your school are worth several hundred million. If I'm not mistaken, your school scholarship amounts to only 10,000 yuan, doesn't it? Now you're saying my little sister would stage a honey trap for that paltry sum. Don't you find that utterly ridiculous?" By the end of his speech, Shangwan Chaos' tone had turned icy cold. The two burly men behind him wore fierce expressions, sending chills down everyone's spines. Chen Wanyan was inwardly cursing his son, Chen Zheng, 100 times over. He never imagined that Shangwan Yanyu was Shangwan Chaos' younger sister, the heiress of the Shangwan group. As a top-tier family in Rongqing, the Shangwan group's wealth was immeasurable. Now Chen Wanyan was claiming that Shangwan Yanyu had tried to extort a 10th Sandy Yuan scholarship. Wasn't that like shooting himself in the foot? Well, I suppose there must be some misunderstanding here. Shangwan Yanyu is an exemplary student with both moral integrity and academic excellence. She would never resort to something like a honey trap. Chen Wanyan stammered, beads of sweat the size of beans dotting his forehead. It was clear the situation had spiraled beyond his control. "Principal Chen, I recall you weren't saying that just a moment ago, were you?" Just then another melodious female voice sounded from outside the meeting room. Everyone turned to see a tall, exquisitely beautiful woman with an extraordinary aura walking in slowly. Her clear, deep eyes were cool and distant, her brows like distant mountain ranges, her nose straight and delicate. Her face seemed a masterpiece carved by God, exuding a proud aloofness that refused to blend with the mundane world. She wore a pair of tight black jeans that perfectly accentuated her long, slender legs. A black tank top clung to her curvaceous figure, and over it she donned a dashing black trench coat. Thanks to her tall frame and perfect shoulder proportions, the coat fused seamlessly with her innate noble bearing, creating an image of sheer perfection. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be momentarily stunned by the newcomer. Her coolness seemed to push people away, yet the depth in her eyes drew them irresistibly closer. Especially the trace of pride between her brows. It bore a striking resemblance to Shangguan Yanya's. "Shangguan Ryua, what are you doing here?" Recognizing the newcomer as the famous business school student, Chen Wanyan's headache intensified. Why did everyone have to oppose him today? "Principal Chen, you seem unaware. I am also a member of the Shangguan family, and Shangguan Yanyu is my younger sister. As for your slander against my sister, I believe we need to settle this matter." Hearing Shangguan Ryua's words, Chen Wanyan collapsed into his seat. Only now did he realize that Shangguan Ryua was also an heiress of the Shangguan group, and he had thoroughly offended them. Shangguan Ryua walked over to Shangguan Chao and called him Big Brother. He responded with a hint of displeasure. "Sis, I repeatedly told you before the semester started to take good care of our little sister, but it's only been a month. If Jiang Chen hadn't arrived in time, Dad would have eaten you alive." With that, Shangguan Chao gestured toward Jiang Chen. Shangguan Ryu's cold gaze finally shifted to him, and only then did a faint smile appear on her icy face. She nodded at Jiang Chen in gratitude. It was only then that Jiang Chen realized she was one of Rongqing University's 4 campus beauties, a senior from the business school. He never expected her to be Shangguan Yanya's biological sister. No wonder the cool pride between their brows was so alike. At that moment, the system displayed Shangguan Ryua's information panel for Jiang Chen. Name: Shangguan Ryua. Age 23. Height: 175 centimeters. Weight: 48 kilograms. Appearance score: 97. Favorability: 5. Charge: 0. With that unique coolness, Shangguan Ryua fully deserved the appearance score of 97. But Jiang Chen was surprised that Shangguan Ryua had a favorability of 5 points toward him, likely because he had saved her sister. Just then, Shangguan Ryua pulled a delicate compact voice recorder from her pocket and handed it to Wang Weian. "Director Wang, I think you'll understand exactly what happened last night after listening to this." Curious, Wang Weian turned on the recorder, and Chen Zheng's sleazy voice immediately filled the meeting room. "Why don't you be with me? The scholarship for Rongqing University is about to come through, and I can nominate you for it. You're just a little tease, yet you're trying to play all high and mighty with me." As Chen Zheng's nauseating voice rang out, everyone turned to look at Chen Wanyan, who had been defending him just moments ago. In fact, Shangguan Yanyu had been cautious the night before. Before stepping into Chen Zheng's office, she had secretly activated the voice recorder in her pocket. Now, listening to Chen Zheng's lecherous words from the recording, Chen Wanyan's face turned ashen. He knew. This time it was truly over. "Chen Wanyan, things have come to this point. I suppose you have nothing left to say, do you?" Wang Weian cast a sidelong glare at Chen Wanyan, the oppressive aura of a superior instantly surging forth. With a thud, Chen Wanyan suddenly collapsed to his knees, pleading bitterly to Shangguan Chao. "I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I should not have falsely accused your sister. I beg you, a great man with a magnanimous heart, to overlook my offense and spare me." Facing Chen Wanyan, who now groveled like a whimpering dog, Shangguan Chao spoke in an exceedingly frigid tone. "I am sorry, but it is too late." With that, he turned to Wang Weian and said, "Director Wang, before you deal with Chen Wanyan, would you mind if we first teach him a lesson? After all, he just slandered our little sister, trampling upon the dignity of the Shangguan family." Wang Weian said nothing in response to Shangguan Chaos' words. Instead, he simply turned around and continued to rest with his eyes closed. The 2 burly men behind Shangguan Chao promptly approached Chen Wanyan, lifting him as if he were a chick and carrying him away. Shangguan Chao then made a phone call to the hospital requesting an additional bed be placed beside Chen Zheng's sickbed. This bed naturally was prepared for Chen Wanyan. After all, it would be convenient for the father and son to share a ward and look after each other, would it not? "Brother, since matters are settled, I will take my leave. There are still many things awaiting my attention at the Rongda Chamber of Commerce," Shangguan Ryua said to Shangguan Chao. She then nodded politely to Wang Weian and Jiang Chen before turning to depart. As she passed by Jiang Chen, Shangguan Ryu's cool, clear gaze swept over him once more. Jiang Chen distinctly felt his heartbeat quicken. If his younger sister Shangguan Yanyu possessed a beauty that was pure and gentle, then Shangwan Rue embodied a beauty that was aloof and proud. The Rongda Chamber of Commerce that Shangwan Rue mentioned was an organization founded by the business school of Rongqing University. Its purpose was to accumulate connections and facilitate resource exchange. After all, most students who chose the business school were wealthy second-generation heirs from families with industries. The resources accumulated on campus could potentially create value for them in the future. The founder of the Rongda Chamber of Commerce was none other than Shangwan Rue. It could be said that she enjoyed immense popularity and cohesion within Rongqing University. This was precisely why Chen Wanyan had found her presence so troublesome earlier. After Shangwan Rue departed, only Shangwan Chao, Wang Weian, and Jiang Chen remained in the vast conference room. Wang Weian looked at Jiang Chen, his gaze filled with unconcealed admiration. He said to Jiang Chen with a smile, "Xiao Chun, actually after that last incident, I have been wanting to find an opportunity to thank you. I never expected we would meet again here today. Perhaps this is fate." Jiang Chen felt somewhat embarrassed by Wang Weian's words. He scratched his head and said, "Director Wang, actually it should be me thanking you. You just helped me out of a tight spot. Calling me Director Wang is too distant. Just call me Uncle Wang. I didn't really help much." Chen Wanyan and his worthless son brought this upon themselves. After today's events, I think he can go ahead and retire directly. With a single sentence from Wang Weian, Chen Wanyan's official career was terminated. Perhaps that was the allure of power. However, unlike an honorable retirement, ending his career in this manner rendered all his efforts of the first half of his life futile, leaving him with nothing but a lifetime of infamy. Upon hearing Wang Weian's words, Jiang Chen unceremoniously called him Uncle Wang. Are you kidding? Having a minister of education as an uncle meant he could do whatever he wanted at school from now on. If he didn't take advantage of such a bargain, he wouldn't be Jiang Chen. "Xiao Chen, how about this? Come to my house for dinner tonight. We'll have a good drink together. There's a meeting at the ministry that I need to attend, so I must leave now." Wang Weian's habitual leadership style was on full display. He gave Jiang Chen no chance to refuse, simply leaving his home address before nodding to Shangwan Chao and briskly departing. Jiang Chen looked at the address in his hand and gave a helpless wry smile. It seemed he couldn't escape tonight's dinner. "My father originally wanted to invite you to our home for a meal to express his gratitude, but it looks like that will have to wait for another day." Hearing Shangwan Chaos' words, Jiang Chen felt his head was about to split. Shangwan Chaos' father inviting him over. Wasn't that akin to meeting his future father-in-law? Recalling his previous experience of meeting Lu Yanyan's mother, Jiang Chen's heart still harbored a lingering shadow. Moreover, his future father-in-law was the patriarch of the Shangwan family, one of Rongqing's 4 great clans, a man who could command the winds and rains of the city. At this thought, Jiang Chen's heart suddenly grew anxious. "What are you panicking for? My old man is very easygoing. He won't eat you," Shangwan Chao said, unable to hide a hint of schadenfreude at the worry on Jiang Chen's face. "Go to hell. Who's panicking? I am so handsome and talented, your old man is lucky to have a son-in-law like me." Shangwan Chao was left speechless, wondering how his little sister could have fallen for such a shameless scoundrel. "Let's take a walk. I have some questions for you." With that, Shangwan Chao turned and walked out of the room. Jiang Chen followed behind him. By Qinhu Lake, the two of them sat on reclining chairs, gazing at the shimmering ripples on the water. The scene drew repeated glances from passing female students. Both young men were exceptionally handsome, like perfect male leads who had stepped out of a novel. Some girls who had read too many dual protagonist stories even began silently shipping them as a couple in their minds. Unaware of this, Shangwan Chao scrutinized Jiang Chen intently before saying, "Are you really my sister's boyfriend?" "My future brother-in-law. Genuine, no substitutes." Shangwan Chao was inwardly astonished. He knew his little sister better than anyone. Since childhood there had been at least 1,000 suitors pursuing her, yet she had never so much as glanced at any of them. But now a boyfriend had suddenly appeared, which inevitably shocked Shangwan Chao. Apart from being somewhat handsome, Jiang Chen seemed to have no other remarkable qualities. Yet incredibly, his own goddess Miku also liked him. Shangwan Chao knew that Miku, like his sister, was a goddess whom countless admirers pined for in vain. In Shangwan Chaos' view, Jiang Chen must be a top-tier ladies' man. Thus he asked somewhat awkwardly, "Then can you teach me how to pursue Miku?" Jiang Chen looked at Shangwan Chao with a peculiar expression. At this moment, Shangwan Chao seemed nothing like a top-tier playboy, but rather a naive, love-struck youth. Jiang Chen found it amusing. Since he didn't like Miku himself and the man before him was his future brother-in-law, he might as well do him a favor. So with a sly grin he said, "I can help you chase Michigan Ku, but you have to acknowledge me as your boss." "Are you kidding me? I, the esteemed eldest son of the Shangwan family and the first heir to the Shangwan group, would acknowledge you as my boss." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's terms, Shangwan Chao couldn't help but leaped several feet into the air. Since childhood, Shangguan Chao had always stood out among his peers, commanding the center of attention wherever he went. Now the thought of recognizing an unknown college student as his leader was utterly unacceptable. Tisk tisk tsk. You claim to adore Mike so much, yet you're unwilling to make even this small sacrifice. How could you ever win Mike's heart? Jiang Chen shook his head with a look of pity. Indeed, if I can't even pass this test, what right do I have to speak of winning Mike over? And if Jiang Chen can make Mike pursue him, he must possess some unique skills in romance. If he can help me win Mike's heart, what does it matter if I call him boss? Jiang Chen's words left Shangguan Chao frozen in place, his mind spiraling into a frenzy of self-doubt. Finally, as if making a monumental decision, Shangguan Chao clenched his fists and reluctantly uttered the word boss. What? I can't hear you. You know Mike hates indecisive men. Jiang Chen's words were like a shot of adrenaline to Shangguan Chao. He straightened his back, mustered all his strength, and shouted loudly, "Boss!" Shangguan Chaos' voice was so resonant that it was deafening within a 100-meter radius. Nearby students cast strange glances at him, murmuring sympathetically, "He's handsome, but not too bright." Jiang Chen was quite pleased with Shangguan Chaos' performance. He nodded and said, "Not bad, but calling me boss isn't just lip service. As my underling, you must adhere to 3 rules. First, you must greet me as boss whenever we meet in public. Second, you must be available at my beck and call no matter the time or place. Third, you must strictly follow every command I give. If you can do all this, I guarantee it'll help you win Mike over." Hearing Jiang Chen's promise to help him win Mike, Shangguan Chao ignored the humiliating conditions and nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Jiang Chen was thoroughly satisfied with his new underling. After all, as one of the wealthiest second-generation heirs in Rongqing, he could help resolve many unnecessary troubles. At dusk, Jiang Chen walked toward the address Wang Weian had given him, bathed in the glow of the brilliant sunset. As usual, he parked his Koenigsegg at a distance from Wang Weian's home and proceeded on foot. After all, keeping a low profile was key. Wang Weian lived in a mid-range residential area in Rongqing's Old District. At this hour, every household was preparing dinner, filling the neighborhood with the warm aroma of home-cooked meals. Jiang Chen bought some fruit at the supermarket near the entrance, mindful that visiting someone's home empty-handed would be impolite. Given that Wang Weian was the Minister of Education, expensive gifts were inappropriate, so a simple offering of fruit was just right. He rang the doorbell, and soon the door opened. There stood Wang Weian holding a spatula in one hand and a bunch of fresh lettuce in the other, with a pink apron tied around his waist. He looked nothing like a high-ranking education official. Rather, he resembled a homemaker full of life. "Xiao Chun, you shouldn't have brought anything," Wang Weian said politely, though his eyes gleamed with approval as he glanced at the fruit in Jiang Chen's hands. This young man is already so adept at navigating social niceties. Truly impressive. "Uncle Wang, it's my first visit, so bringing some fruit is only proper." Jiang Chen's flawless words only deepened Wang Weian's admiration. "Dad, is this the Jiang Chen you mentioned? He's so handsome, like a movie star." At that moment, a little girl suddenly appeared beside Wang Weian. She wore the uniform of Rongqing No. 4 high school, with a gentle and charming face that also held a hint of mischief. Her delicate features were graceful, and her large eyes sparkled like pure mountain springs. Honestly, this girl was exactly the type Jiang Chen had admired during his high school days. It was easy to imagine she had no shortage of admirers at school. "Xiao Su, don't be rude," Wang Weian scolded with mock severity. The girl named Xiao Su playfully stuck out her tongue and continued to study Jiang Chen with curiosity. As Wang Weian ushered Jiang Chen inside, he introduced her. "Xiao Chen, this is my only daughter, Wang Wanqiu. She's a senior at Rongqing No. 4 high school. She's been spoiled by her mother and me since she was little. Please don't mind her." Jiang Chen smiled and nodded at Wang Wanqiu, thinking to himself that despite Wang Weian's average looks, he had managed to have such a lively and beautiful daughter. His curiosity was only satisfied when he spotted a family photo on the coffee table. In the photo, a graceful and elegant middle-aged woman stood beside Wang Weian. It was clear she had been a stunning beauty in her youth. Wang Wanqiu bore a striking resemblance to her in the eyes and brows, suggesting this was her mother. Jiang Chen glanced around, but couldn't find any trace of Wang Wanxi's mother. Sensing his confusion, Wang Weian smiled and said, "Xiao Zu's mother works at the city government and is even busier than I am. She's on a field trip today, so it'll just be the 3 of us for dinner." Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. Both of Wang Wanxi's parents were well-educated and held important positions. From her cheerful demeanor, it was evident she came from a loving and complete family. Just then, a burnt smell wafted from the kitchen. Wang Weian slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, my memory. I've got something on the stove. Xiao Su, take Xiao Chen to your room for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon." With that, he rushed back into the kitchen without looking back. "Jiang Chen, come with me." Wang Wanshu smiled sweetly and led Jiang Chen toward her room. Wang Weian's home had a duplex layout, and Wang Wanshu lived alone in the attic. Following her up a short spiral staircase, Jiang Chen entered her room. As he stepped inside, a wave of youthful fragrance enveloped him, leaving him utterly enchanted. Sitting on Wang Wangs's soft bed, Jiang Chen noticed the girl was staring at him intently. Unable to resist, he asked, "Is it that fascinating?" To his surprise, Wang Wanshu blinked her lively eyes and said something that caught him off guard. "You're very handsome. I've turned down so many suitors at school, but if I could find a boyfriend as good-looking as you, that would be wonderful." Wang Wangs's words left Jiang Chen utterly speechless. Were all young girls these days so straightforward? He cleared his throat twice and said, "Well, I think your current task should be to study hard, prepare for the college entrance exam, and strive to get into a good university rather than focusing on other matters." Unexpectedly, Wang Wanshu rolled her eyes and retorted, "Oh, you sound just like my dad with all that preachy tone. My grades are among the top tier of senior high students in Rongqing. Getting into Kyoto University is no problem at all." Hearing her words, Jiang Chen was secretly astonished. Kyoto University was the nation's premier institution, a place only true academic elites could tread. Could this young girl really be that accomplished? Yet when he noticed the various certificates of merit and honors adorning the walls of Wang Wangs's bedroom, all doubts in his mind dissipated completely. Third prize in the National Math Olympiad, first prize in the National Essay Competition, first prize in the Rongqing City English Hosting Contest. As he gazed upon these gleaming accolades, Jiang Chen's perception of Wang Wanshu underwent a profound transformation. This was no mere top student. This was an absolute prodigy. He had no standing left to lecture anyone. Wang Wanshu wore a smug little expression, evidently pleased with having put him in his place. "Brother Jiang Chen, do you have a girlfriend now?" Wang Wanshu blinked her beautiful eyes and asked again. "Yes, I'm so handsome that plenty of people pursue me." "Oh." Upon learning that Jiang Chen already had a girlfriend, a trace of displeasure flickered across her face. "Then do you think him pretty?" Wang Wanshu pressed further. "You're beautiful," Jiang Chen replied honestly. To be frank, although Wang Wanshu was still a young girl lacking the maturity of a university student, her delicate features and gentle temperament exuded a charming girl-next-door allure. There was no doubt that Wang Wanshu was also at the school beauty level. "So do you think I'm prettier, or is your girlfriend prettier?" She looked at him expectantly, awaiting his answer. Well, Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. The young girl's manner of communication was far too direct, making it hard for him to bear. Just as he found himself in a tight spot, Wang Weian's voice rang out from downstairs. "Xiao Chen Xiao, Su, the food is ready. Come down and eat quickly." Jiang Chen felt an immense relief and quickly rose to make his escape. Wang Wanshu, however, pouted with displeasure, clearly irked by Wang Weian's untimely interruption. As he prepared to leave her bedroom, Jiang Chen inadvertently caught sight of a laundry basket placed in the corner of the room. But that single glance nearly made him choke on the spot. "Sin, I swear it wasn't intentional, Sin." Jiang Chen repeated fervently in his mind, vowing he hadn't meant to see what was in the basket. How could the girl not have the decency to hide such things when she knew a male guest was entering her private space? Descending the stairs, the aroma of food wafted toward him. Braised pork belly, oil braised prawns, cola chicken wings, oyster sauce, lettuce, and tomato, and egg soup. A simple meal of 4 dishes, and a soup, though all were homestyle fare. Yet the dishes were fragrant and visually enticing, one could tell without tasting that they would be delicious. Jiang Chen was secretly surprised that Wang Weian possessed such culinary skill. Noticing his curiosity, Wang Weian chuckled and said, "I'm not a man of many interests, and my only hobby is cooking." Jiang Chen understood. After taking his seat, Wang Weian retrieved a bottle of Wuliangye from a cabinet and said, "Xiao Chen, this is a fine liquor aged 20 years. Today you and I shall finish it together." Wang Wanshu, pouting, interjected, "Dad, didn't you say this bottle was to be saved for when I bring my boyfriend home?" Well, Xiao Chen's visit today makes me happy, so I'll open it ahead of time. If I think you're just craving a drink yourself." Wang Wangs's remark left Wang Weian a bit embarrassed. His work was usually tense and monotonous, and his only way to unwind was a little alcohol, which was precisely why Jiang Chen had first encountered him at a bar. Today, with Jiang Chen as a guest, he had to bring out something good. Wang Weian unscrewed the cap and filled both his own glass and Jiang Chen's to the brim. A rich, mellow aroma of spirits instantly permeated the entire room. Wang Wanshu somehow produced a glass of her own and handed it to her father, saying, "Dad, pour me some too." Wang Weian flicked her forehead and scolded, Shoo, what business does a high school student have with alcohol?" Wang Wanshu pouted unhappily and muttered under her breath, "I've already drunk with friends at KTV before, you just don't know about it." Fortunately, only Jiang Chen heard that remark. otherwise the meal would have been ruined. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. How could someone as seemingly dull and honest as Wang Weian have such a mischievous and clever daughter? Xiao Chen, thank you for helping me last time. You're welcome to visit often. Wang Weian raised his glass, clinked it with Jiang Chen's, and downed it in one gulp. Jiang Chen also tilted his head back and emptied his glass. A sharp, spicy sensation slid down his throat, followed by a lingering mellow fragrance in his mouth and a pleasant warmth in his stomach. Uncle Wang, you helped me today too, so we're even. There's no need to be so formal between us. Just as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he noticed Wang Wanshu pouring Sprite into her own glass, mimicking her father's gesture by downing it in one go, and even smacking her lips convincingly afterward. The imitation was spot on. Jiang Chen couldn't suppress his laughter. Wang Weian said helplessly, both Xiao's mother and I have very composed personalities. I have no idea who she takes after. Despite his words, his eyes betrayed an unmistakable fondness for Wang Wanshu. Indeed, a personality like Wang Wang's was utterly endearing. Her presence at the table made the atmosphere much livelier. Look at us, so caught up in conversation. Let's dig in. Wang Weian urged Jiang Chen to eat. Jiang Chen picked up a piece of oil-braised prawn and brought it to his mouth. Rich in sauce and bursting with flavor, Wang Weian's culinary skills were truly impressive. Jiang Chen then sampled a piece of braised pork belly, which was tender yet not greasy, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Watching Jiang Chen devour the food with gusto, Wang Weian was delighted, evidently pleased that his cooking met with such approval. After several cups of Woyangya, a flush appeared on Wang Weian's face. He began pouring out his grievances to Jiang Chen, covering everything from the heavy workload at his office to the trivialities of family life, speaking with utter frankness. Since Wang Weian had almost no friends outside of his colleagues, he regarded Jiang Chen as a close friend despite the age gap, which was why he confided everything in him. This meal lasted a full 2 hours. After rounds of wine and several courses, an entire bottle of Woyangya was drained. Jiang Chen, being young, would always have a drink before meetings with Su Qinxue to liven things up. His tolerance was quite good. After half a caddy of liquor, he only felt a slight dizziness. Wang Weian, however, was different. Having aged half a caddy of wine down, he slurred to Jiang Chen, Xiao Chen, from now on we brothers are like kin. Come over for a drink anytime. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was left speechless. If he and Wang Weian were brothers, wouldn't that mess up the generational order? Watching her father ramble, Wang Wang's face was full of exasperation. Dad, go rest. I want Jiang Chenjich to take me to the mall later. Hearing Wang Wang's words, Jiang Chen asked in doubt, don't senior high students need to study at night? He remembered his own senior year, studying late every night, nowhere near as relaxed as Wang Wanshu. Before Wang Wanshu could speak, Wang Weian answered eagerly, Xiao Chen, you don't know. Our Xiao Su never studies at home and often plays on her phone or reads comics in class. But she's always top of the grade, so the teachers and I don't bother with her. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The world of prodigies was truly beyond ordinary understanding. Xiao Chen, I'm out of touch now. I can't keep up with what young people enjoy. Just take Xiao Su to the mall and have fun. Jiang Chen nodded. Truth be told, he was quite fond of Wang Wanshu. Her vibrant and mischievous nature made him see her as his own little sister. Seeing Jiang Chen agree to accompany her to the mall, Wang Wang's face lit up with joy. Humming a tune, she went to her room to get ready, while Wang Weian's face was filled with doting smiles. After helping Wang Weian clear the table, Jiang Chen took Wang Wanshu to the mall. Her home was in the Old City District, with the New World Plaza being the closest. Taking a ride-hailing car, Jiang Chen and Wang Wanshu headed to their destination. Though it was Monday, the mall was still crowded. Wang Wanshu linked her arm through Jiang Chen's, and he didn't resist. In his heart, she was like his little sister. Jiang Chenjij, I invited my deskmate Han Mingyun to join us. Sure, Jiang Chen replied cheerfully. Although only a year apart, there was a big difference between a college student and a high schooler. Being with Wang Wanshu made Jiang Chen feel years younger. Xiao Yun. At the entrance of a coffee shop, Wang Wanshu called out to a girl ahead. The girl waved happily. This must be Han Mingyun, her deskmate. The girl wore a JK uniform and had a pure sweet look. Though not as striking as Wang Wanshu, she was surely a goddess in school. Wang Wang's face broke into a bright smile at the sight of Han Mingyun. But when she saw the boy beside Han Mingyun, her smile instantly faded. Li Xiong, what are you doing here? She said coldly. Xiao Su, I heard you were coming to the mall tonight, so I wanted to join you. Li Xiong spoke cautiously. Having once been a simp himself, Jiang Chen saw it clearly. Li Xiong was an admirer of Wang Wanshu, but she had no interest in him. It was then that Han Mingyun and Li Xiong noticed Wang Wanshu intimately holding a stranger's arm, both stunned. Wang Wanshu had countless suitors at school, but had never accepted anyone. When Han Mingyun saw Jiang Chen's face, her surprise deepened. This boy was so handsome, that even the top heartthrobs of Rongqing know. For high school couldn't match half his charm. Xiaosu, you're awful. You have such a handsome boyfriend, and didn't tell me. You don't treat me like a good bestie, Han Mingyun said in mock anger, while Li Xiang's face turned grim. Oh Xiaoyun, what are you saying? Jiang Chen is my dad's good friend, and my big brother Wang Wanshu explained, but her face was flushed with shyness. Hearing this, Han Mingyun looked enlightened. Li Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, but still looked displeased. Even if he was a big brother that was too intimate, he had to teach this guy a lesson. With that in mind, he forced a friendly smile and extended his hand. Hi, I'm Li Xiang, Wang Wang's classmate. Jiang Chen politely shook his hand. The moment their palms met, he felt Li Xiang's grip tighten, a strong force assaulting his hand. Jiang Chen laughed inwardly. This kid was trying to provoke him with a handshake. Li Xiang was more muscular than Jiang Chen, so normally, he would have the upper hand in a contest of strength. But the system had awakened Jiang Chen's bejequin talent, bringing his physique to its peak. He was terrifyingly strong now. Jiang Chen tightened his right hand, channeling all his power into it. Li Xiang let out a pig-like squeal. Let go. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Seeing Li Xiang's face contort in pain, Jiang Chen released his grip with satisfaction. Li Xiang, what's wrong? Han Mingyun asked, puzzled by his sudden outburst. Nothing. My hand just cramped, Li Xiang lied, unwilling to lose face before his goddess. Han Mingyun didn't catch on, but the clever Wang Wanshu suppressed a smile, clearly understanding what had happened. Li Xiang looked at Jiang Chen in shock, realizing that despite his leaner build, the latter's strength was many times greater. Li Xiang no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Chen and resolved to find another chance to put him in his place. They walked toward the mall's center, where a crowd had gathered at an arcade called Game Kingdom. Jiang Chen, let's check it out. The nosy Wang Wanshu pulled Jiang Chen into the crowd. A shooting contest was underway with simple rules. Participants used a shooting machine, and the first to score 50 baskets won. The prize was a giant brown bear plushie. Seeing it was her favorite, and even bigger than herself, Wang Wanshu squealed in excitement. Jiang Chen joined the contest. I want that brown bear. Li Xiang's eyes lit up when he saw this competition. After all, he was the captain of the Rongqing No. 4 high school basketball team, renowned for his precise three-pointers. Participating in such a shooting game was for him a complete mismatch in skill level. Xiaosu, let me win that brown bear for you. Don't forget, I'm the captain of our school's basketball team. Li Xiang volunteered to Wang Wanshu. However, Wang Wanshu didn't even glance at him. Instead, she continued to hold Jiang Chen's hand, urging him to join the competition. This infuriated Li Xiang, and he vowed to teach Jiang Chen a lesson today. Do you dare to compete? A real man-to-man match. Li Xiang taunted, looking askance at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen remained silent, as he rarely played basketball, and his skills were mediocre. Moreover, Jiang Chen had no interest in such a contest, and paid no heed to Li Xiang's provocation. A man-to-man match. Huh. It was nothing but a childish game. Seeing that Jiang Chen still ignored him, Li Xiang continued to goad. How about this? The loser calls the winner dad. What do you say? Do you dare? Li Xiang's words finally piqued Jiang Chen's interest. Winning a match to become someone's father? Why not? Although Jiang Chen's basketball skills were average, he had the system. System, are you there? I want to win this shooting match. Help me figure it out. Jiang Chen communicated with the system in his mind. Ding. Detected the host's strong desire. The talent for 100 shooting accuracy has awakened. Hearing the system's response, a smile curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Fine, let's do it. Don't forget your promise to call me dad. Hearing Jiang Chen accept the challenge, Li Xiang revealed a sly, triumphant smile. Li Xiang was indeed skilled at basketball, standing out among all the high schools in Rongqing, so he was very confident in defeating Jiang Chen. Wang Wang's face was full of worry. She knew Li Xiang's basketball prowess well, but had no idea about Jiang Chen's level. She feared Jiang Chen would suffer a loss at Li Xiang's hands. Seeing the concern on Wang Wang's face, Jiang Chen patted her head and said, "Don't worry, I can't lose." Seeing Jiang Chen's determined gaze and composed demeanor, Wang Wanshu felt reassured. There were 10 contestants in total: Jiang Chen, Li Xiang, and 8 others, each standing before a basketball shooting machine. The first to make 50 shots would be the winner. A crowd gathered around the shooting machines. Li Xiang was thrilled, already imagining himself dazzling a crowd of admirers with his high accuracy. Brother Jiang Chen, go for it. Go, go. Beat Li Xiang down. Suddenly, Wang Wang's cheers for Jiang Chen reached his ears, causing a dark line to appear on Li Xiang's face. After all, having the goddess cheer for someone else was disheartening, and not only did she cheer for Jiang Chen, but she also threw a jab at him. But Li Xiang couldn't dwell on that. His priority was to focus and thoroughly defeat Jiang Chen, making Wang Wanshu see who the real strong one was. With the host shout to begin, all the basketballs in the machines slid down from above, and the competition officially started. Li Xiang grabbed a basketball aimed at the hoop, and with a flick of his wrist sent the ball soaring in a precise arc before it landed squarely in the center of the net. Yes! Making the first shot perfectly boosted Li Xiang's confidence immensely. He had found the right angle and force for the shot, so the rest would be much easier. Not daring to slack off since the competition was a race against time, he immediately picked up the second ball and shot it. Another perfect hit. The third and fourth balls also went in flawlessly. Only the fifth ball bounced off the rim due to unstable force, but Li Xiang was still very satisfied with his performance. For out of 5 shots made, he was confident his accuracy was the highest among the 10 contestants. Wow, his accuracy is incredible. No way he made that shot too. Amazing. He's truly a shooting god. Hearing the praise from the crowd, Li Xiang felt elated. He even imagined that by tonight a cool video of his shooting would appear on the school's confession wall, and Wang Wanqiu would fall for him because of it. Brother Jiang Chen is amazing. He's hitting every single shot. But hearing Wang Wanxi's familiar voice, Li Xiang realized something was wrong. These compliments weren't for him. Li Xiang turned to look at Jiang Chen beside him, and saw a sight he would never forget. Jiang Chen, head down, was grabbing 2 basketballs at once, and simply dumping them into the hoop. Yes, you heard that right. Not shooting but dumping. Jiang Chen kept his head down, both hands working in sync, tossing the 2 balls forward into the hoop, one after the other. There was no shooting form, no technique, no wind-up. He just casually tossed the balls, yet both landed perfectly in the net. Clean swishes. Looking at Jiang Chen's scoreboard, 15 points, 100 accuracy, Li Xiang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. How the hell could anyone shoot like that? What kind of monster was this? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Li Xiang would have thought Jiang Chen was using some kind of cheat. Li Xiang couldn't fathom why Jiang Chen, who seemed to have no clue how to shoot, still had a perfect hit rate. Poor Li Xiang would never know that his own talent was nothing compared to Jiang Chen's system. Seeing Jiang Chen about to reach 20 points while he himself had only made 4, Li Xiang's composure completely shattered. He grabbed basketballs randomly and flung them at the hoop, losing all his standard form and precise power, and the balls naturally clanked off the rim. Li Xiang grabbed a few more balls and shot frantically, barely managing one more basket. Looking over at Jiang Chen, who had already scored 40 points, sweat dripped from Li Xiang's back like beans. He tried to steady his nerves and focus on his shots, recovering some accuracy, but winning was already impossible. Li Xiang knew the outcome was sealed. He only hoped not to lose too disgracefully. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had only 1 ball left, but instead of shooting, he picked it up and walked toward the arcade entrance. The crowd grew curious. What was Jiang Chen doing? He could win the match by simply making this last shot, yet he was walking toward the door with the ball. Even the other contestants stopped their actions, wanting to see what Jiang Chen intended to do. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen stopped at the entrance of the arcade and stood with his back to everyone. Baffled, the onlookers had no idea what he intended to do. Slowly, he raised his right hand holding the basketball, then flicked his wrist with force. The ball traced a parabolic arc through the air, hurtling toward the hoop. No way, he's actually going for a shot. Exclamations rippled through the crowd as they snapped out of their shock. Everyone knew Jiang Chen only needed 1 more basket to secure an effortless victory, yet he chose to take the final shot from the farthest possible distance, and with his back, turned, shooting blindly. Such a move could only mean one of 2 things: either this young man was out of his mind, or he was a true master of extraordinary skill. The crowd held their breath, their eyes fixed in unison on the basketball soaring toward the hoop. Swish! The basketball traced a flawless arc before dropping cleanly into the net. Another perfect swish. But this shot was unlike any before it. It had been launched from the arcade's entrance, a straight-line distance of at least 20 meters. In other words, Jiang Chen had practically shot from one end of the basketball court to the other, and the ball had still hit its mark with precision. What was most astounding, however, was that he had done it with his back turned. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the arcade erupted into thunderous applause. Everyone gazed at Jiang Chen with undisguised admiration. Brother Jiang Chen, you're so amazing. Wang Wanqiu trotted over, grabbing his arm and shaking it vigorously, her beautiful eyes brimming with fervent adoration. Li Xiang's heart sank at the sight. This was a scene he had fantasized about countless times in his own mind. The host then announced Jiang Chen's victory, and the other 9 contestants raised no objections. 50 shots, a perfect shooting percentage, capped off with a divine final move. They could only resign themselves to bad luck for having encountered such a monster. Since Jiang Chen, Wang Wanqiu and the others planned to continue shopping, and the brown bear plush toy was far too large, Jiang Chen arranged with the arcade staff to leave it in storage until they were ready to leave the mall. Glancing at the visibly displeased Li Xiang, Jiang Chen smiled. Isn't it time someone honored their promise? After all, a true man's word is his bond. Li Xiang wanted to weasel out of it. No one wanted to embarrass themselves in front of their crush. But Jiang Chen had already cornered him with his words. If he refused to call him dad, he would be branded a liar, which might even cause Wang Wanchu to look down on him. With that thought, Li Xiang gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and shouted, "Dad." Good boy. Jiang Chen was elated. Winning a game, showing off, and gaining a son all at once. What a deal. Wang Wanchu and Han Mingyun doubled over with laughter, while Li Xiang wished he could sink into the ground. The group took the elevator to the second floor of the mall, where Wang Wanchu was immediately drawn to an escape room called White Knight. "Brother Jiang Chen, let's play the escape room. It's thrilling and fun." She tugged his arm toward the entrance. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. After all, she was still just a child at heart. In truth, Wang Wanchu wasn't very brave, the type who loved the thrill but lacked the nerve. She craved excitement, and having Jiang Chen by her side gave her a sense of security. Jiang Chen, a staunch materialist, had no fear of ghosts or monsters, so he decided to accompany her for the fun of it. Han Mingyun's face lit up with excitement, but the burly Li Xiang suddenly grew hesitant. "Xiaoxi, let's do something else. I know there are some claw machines up ahead with really cute plush toys." His suggestion was met with a disdainful glare from Wang Wanchu. "Li Xiang, are you a girl? A grown man playing with claw machines?" "Exactly, even we girls don't play that." "What a sissy." Wang Wanchu and Han Mingyun chimed in unison, and Li Xiang, who had only wanted an excuse to avoid the escape room, found himself branded a coward instead. "If you don't want to come, just go home. Don't ruin our fun." Wang Wanchu issued a dismissal, long tired of his presence. "Don't tell me you're scared. A big man afraid of this." Jiang Chen had seen through Li Xiang's fear and couldn't resist provoking him. Who said I'm scared? It's just an escape room. Bring it on." Jiang Chen's taunt worked like a charm. Unwilling to show weakness in front of his goddess, Li Xiang strode boldly toward the escape room. Jiang Chen paid for everyone and began choosing the escape room theme. The options were varied: an ancient mansion, a school horror, a haunted hospital. After some discussion, they settled on a theme called School Resentment. The staff handed each of them a name tag made based on their names: Xiao Chun Xiao, Su Xiao Yun, and Xiao Xiang. They also distributed blindfolds, explained the rules, and began narrating the story's background. On a misty morning, a janitor cleaning a school restroom stumbled upon the body of the school beauty in a stall. As her close friends from her lifetime, you now sneak into the school to uncover the mystery of her death. Just hearing the staff's explanation made Wang Wanchu look frightened, while Li Xiang trembled, his face pale. Once everything was ready, the four donned their blindfolds and were led by four staff members to different spots within the escape room. As soon as he entered, Jiang Chen felt a chill seep into his clothes, making him shiver. "Brother Jiang Chen, I'm scared," came Wang Wanx's voice, growing fainter. "Don't be afraid. They'll come find you soon." With that, the staff led Jiang Chen to his designated spot. According to the rules, they had to wait for the school bell to ring before removing their blindfolds. Ring, ring, ring. As the clear bell sounded, Jiang Chen slowly took off his blindfold. He found himself in a dimly lit duty room. Aside from a desk and chair, the only light came from a flickering fluorescent bulb. The door was locked, leaving him no way out. Meanwhile, in a storage room on the other side, a trembling Li Xiang had just removed his blindfold when he was greeted by a ghastly white face. "Up!" Li Xiang let out a piercing scream as the ghostly face immediately turned and vanished. It was a classic trick of the escape room NPCs, targeting the most timid person with a jump scare the moment they removed their blindfold. Unfortunately, Li Xiang was the unlucky one. Though the ghastly face from moments ago had vanished, Li Xiang still cowered in the corner, gasping for breath. Now he was filled with regret. Had he not come to the mall to find Wang Wanchu today, he would never have lost the shooting contest and been forced to call Jiang Chen dad in humiliation. Nor would he have entered this terrifying escape room, enduring one fright after another. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was searching the room for clues when he heard Wang Wanx's voice from the adjacent chamber. "Brother Jiang Chen, where are you? I'm so scared." Certain that Wang Wanx's voice came from next door, Jiang Chen tapped the wall and said, "Xiao Su, I'm in the room right beside you. Don't be afraid. We'll find a way out and come for you." "Okay." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's voice, Wang Wanchu immediately felt much more at ease. Jiang Chen paced around the room, his gaze eventually settling on the duty roster on the desk. The roster indicated he had entered the duty room at 6 p.m., but the clock on the wall pointed squarely at midnight. Could the time on the wall clock be wrong? Acting on a hunch, Jiang Chen took down the clock and moved the hour hand to the number 6. Click. Instantly, the duty room door swung open. A faint smile curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He had guessed correctly. Just then, the escape room's intercom crackled with the voice of the stage controller NPC. "Classmate Xiao Chen, you now need to go alone to the teacher's office, find the key to the chemistry lab on the chemistry teacher's desk, and then rescue Xiao Su." So Xiao Su was locked in the chemistry lab. Jiang Chen groped his way out of the duty room door. Outside lay a dim, lengthy corridor. After several twists and turns, Jiang Chen finally located the teacher's office. The moment he stepped inside, he heard faint footsteps echoing in the hallway outside. The steps were so light that most people would have missed them, but when the system awakened Jiang Chen's Bajiquan talent, it had also sharpened all his senses. Thus Jiang Chen could clearly perceive someone creeping stealthily toward the door, undoubtedly an NPC ready to startle him. A mischievous grin spread across Jiang Chen's face. It was always the NPCs scaring the players, but what if a player turned the tables on an NPC? With that thought, Jiang Chen quietly hid behind the door waiting for the hapless NPC to arrive. Before long, a figure dressed in white resembling a female ghost stepped inside. But when she found the office empty, she scratched her head in bewilderment. Boo! At that moment, Jiang Chen let out a sudden eerie yell and appeared behind the female ghost NPC. Oh! Startled out of her wits, the NPC shrieked and bolted away at a speed that could rival a sprint champion. With that kind of nerve, you call yourself an NPC? I'd say you're way too green. Jiang Chen shook his head with a laugh, found the chemistry lab key on the teacher's desk, and successfully freed Wang Wanxiu. Almost simultaneously, the intercom crackled again, with the stage controller's voice a quick reminder for the players: please do not frighten our actor NPCs. Now Xiao Chun and Xiao Su need to head to the school restroom stalls where the key to rescue Xiao Yun and Xiao Xiang is hidden. When you hear the footsteps of the female ghost outside, you must hide in the stalls and avoid being discovered by her. After hearing the broadcast instructions, Jiang Chen took Wang Wanxi's hand and led her toward the school restroom. Brother Jiang Chen, you're amazing. You even scared the NPC instead. Holding Jiang Chen's hand, Wang Wanxiu felt a surge of security, and her admiration for him reached its peak. Entering the school restroom, the two began searching earnestly for the key. But they turned the place upside down without finding any trace of it. Thump thump. Just then an eerie set of footsteps sounded from outside the door. Oh no, the female ghost is here. Jiang Chen quickly pulled Wang Wanxiu into a stall. The cramped space forced Wang Wanxi's small head to press tightly against Jiang Chen's firm chest. Their posture was incredibly intimate, as if Jiang Chen was cradling the petite Wang Wanxiu in his arms. Wang Wanxi's face flushed crimson, her heart pounding wildly. Her nervousness, however, stemmed not from the female ghost outside, but from her close proximity to Jiang Chen. After pacing around the restroom, the ghost dropped 2 keys and left. No wonder they hadn't found the keys earlier. They had to wait for the ghost to deliver them. With the keys in hand, Jiang Chen successfully freed Han Mengyun and Li Xiang. Now that all 4 students are assembled, you must proceed to the classroom together to continue searching for clues. Hearing the stage controller's voice over the intercom, the 4 cautiously made their way toward the classroom. Ideally, Jiang Chen would lead, and Li Xiang would take the rear, shielding the 2 girls in the middle. But Li Xiang, overwhelmed by fear, ungentlemanly demanded to be placed in the center as well. Thus the formation became Jiang Chen at the front, followed by Wang Wanxiu, then Li Xiang, and Han Mengyun. Han Mengyun could only roll her eyes at Li Xiang's discourteous behavior. The 4 walked down the narrow hallway as the fluorescent lights above flickered, heightening their tension. Just as they approached a corner, all the lights went out, plunging the area into utter darkness. Wang Wanxiu, gripped by anxiety, instinctively grasped Jiang Chen's hand. At that moment, a beam of light cut through the blackness, illuminating a ghastly, blood-streaked face. Ghost! Except for Jiang Chen, who remained calm, the other 3 screamed in unison, chaos erupting around them. Xiao Su, run! Panic-stricken, Li Xiang grabbed what he thought was Wang Wanxi's hand and dashed forward. But Jiang Chen and the others stood frozen in shock. Li Xiang had seized not Wang Wanxiu, but the female ghost NPC. Amid the dim lighting and pandemonium, Li Xiang had mistakenly taken the wrong hand, and was now sprinting through the escape room, with the female ghost NPC in tow. The ghost NPC was equally bewildered. Was today simply not her day? First a bold player scared her half to death, and now a timid player was dragging her along at full speed. What kind of nonsense was this? Li Xiang ran with the ghost for a long time, only stopping when he was sure danger had passed. Panting heavily, he said Xiao Su were safe. But when he turned to look at the Wang Wanxiu beside him, he saw a pale, blood-smeared face. This time Li Xiang didn't scream. Instead, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed in a dead faint. What the hell is going on? Hey, handsome, wake up. Are you alright? The female ghost NPC was equally bewildered, thinking to herself how unlucky she was today, either scaring others or being the cause of someone fainting. If she actually caused a player to suffer any serious issues, she would be held accountable. Remembering that she had only taken this part-time job for fun and thrill, the female ghost NPC shook Li Xiang's shoulders vigorously again. Under the violent jolts, Li Xiang finally slowly opened his eyes. You're finally awake. Seeing Li Xiang regain consciousness, the female ghost NPC couldn't help but smile. But as Li Xiang just roused from his faint, opened his eyes, what he saw was a face covered in bloodstains grinning at him with a sinister smile. Li Xiang's eyes rolled back, and he fainted again. Hey, why are you passing out again? I'm speechless. It was then that the female ghost NPC remembered she still wore terrifying makeup. Awkwardly, she said to Jiang Chen and the others, "You guys wake him up. I'm afraid it'll scare him unconscious again." Jiang Chen and Wang Wanchu were already doubled over with laughter. After much effort, they managed to revive Li Xiang. This time, he didn't faint again, but slumped to the ground wailing loudly. "Boo-hoo, Mom, I want to go home." Boo-hoo-hoo. Everyone wore strange expressions, mainly because Li Xiang was a big burly guy. Seeing him sitting on the ground, crying for his mother. You can imagine the scene. But soon they noticed an even bigger highlight: their mouths twitching. The crotch of Li Xiang's pants was already wet. Was he scared shitless? At that moment, Li Xiang wished he could die. If he hadn't chosen to come to the mall tonight, he would be comfortably gaming in his room. But now, in front of his goddess, he had wet himself in public. He probably would never have the courage to pursue Wang Wanchu again. Because of this farce, the group couldn't continue. They had to disband early and go home. Before leaving, Jiang Chen exchanged a glance with the female ghost NPC. He noticed her eyes were deep and bright. She was likely a stunning beauty without the makeup. After picking up the large plush toy he won at the arcade, Jiang Chen took a taxi to send Wang Wanchu home. In the car, drowsiness overcame her, and she rested her little head on Jiang Chen's shoulder, falling asleep. Listening to her even breathing, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. This little girl was truly adorable. "Brother Jiang Chen, you must come play with me often. They'll come find you at Rongqing University too." At her doorstep, Wang Wanchu waved goodbye to Jiang Chen. "I will. Go inside and rest now." After saying this, Jiang Chen turned and left. Wang Wanchu's beautiful eyes filled with reluctance. Back at the Rongqing University dormitory, Qianjin ran over and said, "Chenzi, where have you been? You're always disappearing like a dragon without a tail." "I visited an uncle." "What's up?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. Qianjin's expression suggested something had happened. "Have you heard? Chen Wanyan and his son Shenzheng have been dismissed from their posts. The new counselor will come to teach us tomorrow morning." "Oh." Jiang Chen responded. This was entirely within his expectations. He just wondered who this new counselor would be. "Come on, give me some reaction. You're giving zero emotional value." Qianjin was disappointed by Jiang Chen's calm demeanor. "Fine, I have another explosive piece of news. Want to hear it?" Qianjin leaned in, lowering his voice. "Oh, what is it?" Seeing Qianjin's mysterious look, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be curious. "Have you heard? Recently there's been a haunting by Qinhu Lake at night." "Haunting?" Jiang Chen was incredulous. He was a staunch materialist who never believed in ghosts or gods. Yes, several people have seen a white-clad female ghost sitting in the pavilion in the middle of Qinhu Lake playing the guzheng in the early hours. The music was so mournful and eerie, incredibly terrifying. Qianjin described it vividly, leaving Jiang Chen dumbfounded. But Jiang Chen still didn't believe in ghosts or gods, so he simply took off his clothes to wash up and go to bed. Seeing Jiang Chen's lack of interest, Qianjin went to gossip with Wu Daqiang about the female ghost. Perhaps because he had drunk some alcohol that evening, Jiang Chen woke up thirsty in the middle of the night. Checking the time, it was exactly 2:30 a.m. After downing a glass of cold water, Jiang Chen, who had been parched, felt much better. Suddenly, a plaintive and mournful guzheng melody drifted into his ears like enchanting music telling an indescribable story. The sound came from the direction of Qinhu Lake. Although it was some distance from his dorm, Jiang Chen's keen senses allowed him to hear it clearly. Remembering Qianjin's tale of the midnight haunting at Qinhu Lake before bed, Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine for the first time. Good heavens! Could the haunting at Qinhu Lake be real? Jiang Chen wavered, but he still believed there were no ghosts or gods in this world, so he decided to go downstairs and investigate. The autumn night wind was chilly, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but shiver. As Jiang Chen walked toward Qinhu Lake, the mournful guzheng music grew clearer. Reaching the lake, he saw a girl in white sitting in the pavilion at the center playing the guzheng. The girl had her back to him. He could only see her long hair cascading to her waist and her slender figure. In the darkness, a woman in white with long hair playing a mournful tune by the lake under the full moon. The scene was indeed terrifying. Jiang Chen didn't know if the girl was human or ghost, but even if she were a ghost, he wasn't afraid. So he stepped forward toward the girl in white. The girl in white clearly sensed someone approaching from behind, but she remained unmoved, continuing to play her piece intently. Jiang Chen stopped 2 meters behind her, not wanting to interrupt her performance. Amidst the cold night breeze, Jiang Chen caught the refreshing scent of her hair, a faint floral fragrance that was intoxicating. When the girl in white finished her piece, Jiang Chen finally spoke. Listening to your Guangling melody tonight, the music is filled with the helplessness of life's twists and turns, as if lamenting the sorrows of the world. Do you have something on your mind? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the girl in white paused, clearly surprised that someone could understand the meaning behind her music. She quietly stood up and slowly turned around. As their eyes met, Jiang Chen was completely stunned. At that moment, he understood what it meant to feel an eternity in a single glance. His eyes were filled with astonishment and enchantment, and he murmured involuntarily, "So beautiful." The girl's skin was as white as snow, and beneath her gracefully arched willow leaf eyebrows lay a pair of eyes steeped in sorrow, as if harboring countless untold stories. Her delicate figure seemed as fragile as a willow swaying in the wind, and she appeared utterly exhausted, as though suffering from a severe illness. Yet it was this unconventional morbid beauty that evoked a sense of pity and an irresistible urge to protect her. I didn't mean to disturb you." Jiang Chen broke the silence first. The girl gently shook her head, her crimson lips parting, as she spoke softly, "Since you can understand the meaning in my music, it is no disturbance at all." Her voice was weak, yet carried a trace of tenderness, and an indescribable charm spread through Jiang Chen's heart. Cough, cough, cough. After speaking, she began to cough violently. Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward to gently pat her back, and an intoxicating scent of her body drifted into his nostrils. "Are you ill?" Jiang Chen asked cautiously. He could sense that her body was extremely weak and her ailment was far from minor. The girl did not reply. After calming her cough, she simply turned and left carrying her guqin. Jiang Chen wanted to say something, but didn't know where to begin. From the first moment he saw her, he felt an inexplicable affection for this girl. He didn't know if this feeling was what people called love, but he only wished to stay and talk with her. What's your name?" As the girl began to fade into the distance, Jiang Chen finally mustered the courage to call out to her back. Hearing his voice, she paused for just a moment. She said nothing and chose to continue on her way. Watching her figure completely vanish into the night, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with desolation. He returned to his dormitory bed in a daze, but his mind was entirely consumed by her fragile image. Alas, he didn't even know her name. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh, feeling a deep regret, uncertain if he would ever have the chance to see her again. Suddenly, he sat bolt upright in bed, as if struck by a crucial thought. That's right. Although she hadn't told him her name, he still had the system. With this in mind, Jiang Chen immediately calmed his mind and attempted to communicate with the system. System, quickly pull up that girl's profile panel for me. Host, boss, big brother. Do you have any idea what time it is? Does the system never get off work? Doesn't the system need sleep and rest? Jiang Chen's ears were filled with the system's grumbling voice. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, but this matter is extremely important to me, so I really must trouble you." What's so important? You just want to pick up girls again, don't you? Jiang Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. This system was being unusually talkative today. Despite its displeasure, the system still helped Jiang Chen retrieve the girl's information panel. Name: Guomeitsen. Age: 22. Height: 168 centimeters. Weight: 40 kilograms. Appearance: 98 points. Affection: 2. Charge: 0. Jiang Chen was stunned by the name on the panel. So she was Guomeitsen, one of Rongqing University's 4 campus beauties and the renowned folk music goddess of the GUS Society. Back then, he had joined the GUS Society just to catch a glimpse of Guomeitsen's beauty, yet he had never encountered her at any society event. It wasn't until just now that he had met her in the most unexpected way, and she even had 2 points of affection for him. Was it because he had understood the meaning in her music? Although 2 points of affection weren't much, they were better than nothing. By now, Jiang Chen had come into contact with all 4 campus beauties of Rongqing University: the pure and moving Lu Yinyan, the cute and sweet Shen Kursen, the cold and aloof Shangwan Riyue, and the fragile Guomeitsen. Though Lu Yinyan and Shen Kursen had already become Jiang Chen's girlfriends, he had only met Shangwan Riyue and Guomeitsen once each. Moreover, these 2 women, one domineering and aloof, the other delicate and sickly, were polar opposites in style. And both of them were shrouded in an air of mystery that made Jiang Chen yearn to uncover their secrets. He rubbed his aching temples and closed his eyes, preparing to sleep, but his mind was filled with the image of Guomeitsen playing the guqin. What illness did Guomeitsen have? This question kept plaguing Jiang Chen. The system could only provide basic information about her and knew nothing else. It was unknown how long passed before Jiang Chen finally fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, Jiang Chen saw himself sitting with Guomeitsen in a paradise facing lofty mountains and flowing water, chatting about everything under the sun. Guomeitsen nestled against his broad chest, and Jiang Chen, gazing at her shimmering eyes and small rosy lips, couldn't resist leaning down. "Shenzi, wake the hell up. You're going to be late for the first class. Just as their lips were about to meet, Jiang Chen felt a violent shake in his dream. He snapped his eyes open, and Guo Meitzen's radiant face vanished, replaced by Qian Jin's lecherous visage. It was only a dream. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with disappointment. I say, Chenzi, were you having another sweet dream? Wipe the drool off your chin, Qian Jin said, handing him a tissue with a knowing look. Get lost, just get lost. I was only dreaming about eating roast duck, Jiang Chen snapped irritably. If Qian Jin hadn't woken him up, it would have been a truly wonderful dream. Chenzi, hurry up. The new advisor is holding a class meeting today. Don't be late. After speaking, Qian Jin left the dorm. Only then did Jiang Chen realize the room was empty. Su Chuang and Wu Daqiang were long gone. He pulled out his phone. Good grief. It was already 7:40. He had only 20 minutes left, and since it was the new advisor's first meeting, being late would be bad. Jiang Chen sprang out of bed like a carp, changed into a fresh set of casual clothes, finished washing up in 3 minutes, and sprinted toward the classroom. He ran all the way, arriving at 7:55. He let out a long sigh of relief. He wasn't late. Shangguan Yinyu and Zhou Na sat in the same row with an empty seat between them, clearly reserved for Jiang Chen. But from a distance, Jiang Chen could see the two women glaring at each other with hostility, and a dangerously charged atmosphere had formed between them. Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed the two women were at it again, vying for his attention. He pointed to an empty seat in the back row and said timidly, I'll sit in the back. But Shangguan Yinyu and Zhou Na slammed the table in unison and declared, sit right here. Shangguan Yinyu and Zhou Na's tone, movements, and words were all identical. If not for the heavy animosity between them, everyone would have thought they were close sisters in perfect harmony. Qianjin, Su Chuang, and Wu Daqiang sat in the back row with smug expressions, realizing that being a playboy wasn't easy either. Jiang Chen was sweating profusely, but could only sit cautiously between them. Shangguan Yinyu handed him a multigrain pancake and a cup of soy milk, saying, I knew you'd skip breakfast after waking up late, so I brought this for you. Jiang Chen felt a surge of gratitude, but just as he was about to take it, Zhou Na also handed him a sandwich and coffee. Multigrain pancakes are heavy in oil and salt, not good for your health. My sandwich is more balanced in nutrition. Hurry up and eat. Zhou Na's sarcastic tone intensified the tension between them, and a sense of foreboding crept into Jiang Chen's heart. Our ancestors ate multigrain pancakes for centuries without issue, but after 2 days of foreign food you start putting on airs, Shangguan Yinyu retorted without backing down. You? Zhou Na was momentarily at a loss, her delicate face flushed red with anger. She shoved the sandwich and coffee into Jiang Chen's hands, commanding, eat mine. Shangguan Yinyu also pressed her multigrain pancake into his hands, speaking with equal authority, eat mine. No, eat mine. Zhou Na refused to yield. Eat mine. Shangguan Yinyu wouldn't compromise. Seeing the two women about to clash, a distressed Jiang Chen quickly intervened. Stop, stop, stop. Actually, I am a bit hungry this morning. I'll eat both. Jiang Chen forced a bright smile, though inwardly he was suffering. As he wolfed down the food, the male students in the classroom erupted in cheers. A beautiful woman with long flowing hair and a gentle smile walked in through the door. The woman had delicate features and a warm smile that never faded. Her thick seaweed-like hair draped over her shoulders, exuding an aura of grace and intelligence. Yet her deep, bright eyes seemed familiar to Jiang Chen, though he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. She stepped onto the podium and addressed the students with a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Chenxin. Since the previous counselor Chen Zheng has new career plans, I will be taking over his role. I hope we can have a pleasant time together in the days ahead. Thank you. As soon as Lu Chenxin finished, the classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. Compared to the lecherous Chen Zheng with his glasses, everyone naturally preferred this warm and sunny older sister. The school had handled Chen Zheng's incident discreetly, and Lu Chenxin's words were tactful, so everyone understood without needing to say more. As Lu Chenxin scanned the students, her deep eyes widened slightly when she saw Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's system displayed Lu Chenxin's information panel. Name Lu Chenxin, age 28, height 167 centimeters, weight 42 kilograms, appearance 95, affection 5, charge 0 Ha. What's with the 5 affection? Jiang Chen was baffled. He had never interacted with Lu Chenxin before, had he? Was the system malfunctioning from lack of rest? After discussing some class meeting topics, Lu Chenxin got to know the students briefly, and the bell finally rang. Please stay behind this student. The rest of you may leave. Lu Chenxin pointed a delicate finger at Jiang Chen. Her words left him puzzled. What did she want from him? Jiang Chen was completely confused, while Shangguan Yinyu and Zhou Na developed hostility toward Lu Chenxin. Though they didn't know why she wanted to keep him alone, they already saw her as a potential rival. Shangguan Yinyu and Zhou Na shot Jiang Chen a warning glance before leaving the classroom. Jiang Chen sighed. It was a shame their perfect chemistry hadn't made them best friends. Counselor, is there something you need from me? With all the students gone, Jiang Chen approached Lu Chenxin curiously. Don't you recognize me? She asked, blinking her deep bright eyes. Honestly, those eyes did seem familiar, but he couldn't place where he had seen her. But the system showed an affection of 5. Had he really met her before? After a mental storm, Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Lu Chenxin stepped closer, so near that he could smell her intoxicating fragrance. What was she up to? Was she going to kiss him? Boo. Just as Jiang Chen speculated, Lu Chenxin suddenly stretched out her hands and made a funny face at him. In that instant, Jiang Chen realized who she was and blurted out, "Wait. You're that female ghost NPC." No wonder her eyes seemed familiar and her affection was 5. Last night in the escape room, Lu Chenxin had worn heavy ghost makeup, revealing only her deep bright eyes. That's why Jiang Chen found them familiar. And since he had turned the tables and scared her as the ghost NPC, her negative affection toward him made perfect sense. Realizing this, Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly. Counselor, so you were the ghost NPC last night. Since you're a counselor at Rongqing University, why work as an NPC in an escape room? Lu Chenxin rolled her eyes. I like doing part-time work as an NPC. Scaring people is my unique way of de-stressing. Is that a problem? Then with a dejected look she added, but after you scared me last night, my boss fired me. Yet her face soon lit up with relief and excitement. By chance I ended up as your counselor. I guess it's fate. Now I can torment you slowly. Upon hearing Lu Chenxin's words, Jiang Chen's face involuntarily darkened with a few streaks of black lines. This woman's pettiness was truly excessive. Wasn't it just that he had startled her in the secret chamber? Did it warrant tormenting him to such an extent? Indeed, women were the most terrifying creatures in this world, especially those with striking beauty. By the way, I don't think I know your name yet, Lu Chenxin inquired of Jiang Chen. My name is Jiang Chen, Jiang of the rivers, Chen of the stars. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's reply, a flicker of surprise flashed in Lu Chenxin's eyes. So you're the Jiang Chen who drove away the previous counselor. I don't care about your past grievances, but from now on you must obey my every word. Obey your every word. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched involuntarily. This phrasing sounded more like something between master and servant. Exactly. Obey my every word. From now on you must reply to my messages instantly, and when I call for you on campus you must appear before me within 10 minutes. Lu Chenxin pulled out her WeChat QR code, signaling Jiang Chen to add her. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with 100 reluctances, but he could only resign himself to adding Lu Chenxin on WeChat. All right, come with me now. With that, she walked toward the classroom door. Where are we going? Jiang Chen's mind seethed with displeasure. I just arrived at Rongqing University to report in today. Now you're responsible for moving my luggage to the faculty dormitory. Having said this, Lu Chenxin flashed a sly smile, and leaving no room for refusal, turned and walked away. Jiang Chen wore a look of utter misery. He had known her for less than an hour, and was already being used as cheap labor. He resolved to find an opportunity to put Lu Chenxin in her place. Arriving at the faculty dormitory building, Lu Chenxin pulled out a BMW key, and a rosered BMW X5 not far away chirped in response. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected Lu Chenxin to be a wealthy heiress. After all, Lu Chenxin was not that old, and being able to afford a BMW X5 only indicated that her family background was quite affluent. To be honest, Lu Chenxin indeed carried a certain spoiled air typical of a rich heiress. Lu Chenxin opened the trunk, and when Jiang Chen saw the 2 oversized suitcases inside, he completely lost his composure. Holy crap, suitcases this huge. Unlike the dainty cute luggage most girls used, Lu Chenxin's suitcases were enormous. Jiang Chen felt he could curl up and sleep inside one without feeling cramped. Why else do you think I called you? Now's your chance to show off your masculine charm. Lu Chenxin rolled her eyes, sporting a look of utter entitlement. Jiang Chen hauled the 2 suitcases down only to find that they were not only massive in size, but also packed to the brim. The 2 suitcases together weighed at least over 200 jin. Even with Jiang Chen's excellent physical condition, he found it exceedingly strenuous. Why are you so weak? Can't even move 2 tiny suitcases. Lu Chenxin taunted from the side, a gleeful expression on her face. With that, Lu Chenxin hummed a little tune, and led the way toward the faculty dormitory, a small LV bag slung over her shoulder, looking light and carefree. Behind her, Jiang Chen suffered terribly, lugging a huge suitcase in each hand. The veins on his arms bulged, and every step was agonizingly difficult. What made matters even more despairing was that Lu Chenxin's dormitory was on the 6th floor. Jiang Chen began to suspect that Lu Chenxin had filled the suitcases with bricks just to get back at him. After finally hauling Lu Chenxin's luggage to her dorm, Jiang Chen was utterly exhausted. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily with a look of utter hopelessness. Tisk, 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 little guy, how can you be so weak? You'll never find a girlfriend like this. Lu Chenxin flashed a cunning smile, clearly pleased with Jiang Chen's disheveled state. Jiang Chen, however, had no strength left to retort, silently vowing this grudge in his heart. The faculty dormitory was far superior to the student quad rooms. Each was a single occupancy furnished with a single bed, a desk, a sofa, and a coffee table. The faculty dorm also included a small bathroom, kitchen, and balcony. Standing on the balcony of Lu Chenxin's room, one could overlook much of Rongqing University's scenery. Ignoring the breathless Jiang Chen in the room, Lu Chenxin began unpacking her luggage on her own. When she pulled out two 50-kilogram dumbbells from the suitcase, Jiang Chen completely lost his cool. No wonder it was so heavy. Who the hell puts dumbbells this heavy in a suitcase? You're deliberately messing with me. In response to Jiang Chen's accusation, Lu Chenxin said with an innocent look, I've always had a habit of lifting weights, you know. And I put these dumbbells in the suitcase this morning when I had no idea I'd run into you at Rongqing University. Lu Chenxin's words left Jiang Chen speechless. Indeed, Lu Chenxin had only learned he was a student at Rongqing University during the class meeting, and the dumbbells had been packed before that, so there was no way she had deliberately set him up. Defeated for the moment, Jiang Chen dared not say another word. Lu Chenxin was clearly in a good mood, humming a cheerful tune as she continued to organize her belongings. Suddenly, she felt a wave of discomfort, stopped what she was doing, and rushed into the bathroom. Damn, I forgot my period was due today. In the bathroom, Lu Chenxin embarrassedly realized she had gotten her period, but having left in a hurry that morning, she had no sanitary pads in her luggage. After a great deal of inner struggle and mental conflict, she blushed and called out to Jiang Chen outside the bathroom door. Jiang Chen, could you come here for a moment? Hearing Lu Chenxin's voice, Jiang Chen walked over to the bathroom door. What's wrong? He asked curiously. I've gotten my period. Could you please go to the convenience store downstairs and buy me a pack of sanitary pads? Jiang Chen had never encountered such a situation before. Although he had been thoroughly put out by Lu Chenxin today and wished he could tear her limb from limb, a girl's period was a serious matter, and he knew he had to help her out. But for a man to buy sanitary pads, this was far too embarrassing. After a fierce internal struggle, Jiang Chen decided to swallow his pride and go downstairs to buy the pads for Lu Chenxin. However, when he reached the supermarket entrance downstairs, he was stunned. The convenience store's door was tightly shut with a notice board hanging on it. The owner is out on business. The store is closed for the day. What the hell? How could he be so unlucky? Jiang Chen stared at the tightly shut door of the small convenience store, wishing he could blast it open with a bomb and grab a few packs of sanitary pads from inside. Now he had no choice but to borrow some from a girl, yet this matter was undeniably awkward and could easily get him mistaken for a pervert. Jiang Chen scanned the students walking along the road, searching for someone who seemed easy to talk to. Suddenly, he spotted a chubby girl approaching from not far away. In her left hand was a large chicken leg, in her right a hamburger, and she was devouring both with gusto. Grease stained the corners of her mouth, yet she ate with unabashed joy. In Jiang Chen's eyes, a foodie, so focused on her meal, was likely simple-minded and easy to communicate with. Asking her for a couple of sanitary pads shouldn't be a problem. With this thought, Jiang Chen strode confidently toward the chubby girl. As for the girl, she was indulging in her feast when she saw a tall, sunny, and handsome young man approaching. Her heart began to race. Could it be that the Cupid who had forgotten her for 20 years had finally decided to favor her? Was this handsome boy sent by him to confess his love? Besides food, the chubby girl's other hobby was reading romance novels on the Tomato Fiction app. Seeing a guy who resembled a novel's male lead walking toward her, she couldn't help but start conjuring fantasies. Jiang Chen reached the girl's side, flashed a warm smile, and said, "Excuse me, are you on your period today?" The girl was stunned by his opening line. She had read countless romance novels, but this was the first time she had encountered such a pickup line. Still, she was indeed on her period, so she nodded at Jiang Chen. Seeing her nod, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He leaned close to her ear and said, "Then you must have some sanitary pads on you, right? Could you give me yours? I need them." After saying this, he gave what he thought was a friendly smile and awaited her response. Pervert. Help. But unexpectedly, the girl started screaming frantically, dropping her chicken leg and hamburger to the ground. Her expression was chaotic as she screamed wildly as if she had been assaulted. "Girlfriend, what's wrong? Are you okay? Sister, what happened? Speak up bravely, I'll stand up for you." The girl's loud screams instantly drew the attention of many female students. They gathered around, pointing at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was equally baffled. Was borrowing a sanitary pad really worth such a huge reaction? He actually asked me to give him the pad I'm wearing and said he wanted to use it. The girl's words left all the female students frozen in shock, including Jiang Chen himself. How disgusting! What kind of fetish is that? He looks decent on the outside, but turns out he's a huge pervert. Some perverts like use dirty items from girls. Sisters, expose him. Put him on the school's confession wall. The girls pulled out their phones to take pictures, and Jiang Chen immediately moved to stop them. If this misunderstanding grew, he would never be able to show his face at Rongqing University again. Wait. Everyone, you've got it wrong. With no other choice, Jiang Chen explained the whole story. How he had helped Lin Chenxin carry her luggage, and how she had suddenly gotten her period. After hearing his account, the crowd showed expressions of sudden realization. It was just a misunderstanding. However, disappointment was evident on their faces, as they would have preferred Jiang Chen to be a pervert over a misunderstanding. Everyone loves a good piece of gossip. What? If you'd said that earlier, I wouldn't have misunderstood. The chubby girl grumbled discontentedly, then pulled a few pads from her crossbody bag and shoved them into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen was speechless. He thought he had been clear enough. He really wondered how she had scored on her reading comprehension in the college entrance exam. Despite his inner complaints, Jiang Chen thanked the girl and pulled a prepaid card from his pocket. This is a recharge card for the fried food shop in the school's 4th cafeteria. There's still 1,000 yuan on it. It's for you. The shop's name is Fire Chicken Flavored Guaba. Thank you and goodbye. With that, Jiang Chen ran off, without looking back into the faculty dormitory building. The chubby girl stared at the card in her hand, her eyes sparkling with delight. She loved the fried food from that place. Compared to a handsome guy, this card was far more tempting. Why are you so late? Taking forever just to buy some pads, came Lin Chenxin's dissatisfied voice from the bathroom as soon as Jiang Chen returned to her dorm. The bathroom door cracked open and Jiang Chen shoved the pads inside, while recounting his embarrassing ordeal. Lin Chenxin laughed so hard in the bathroom, she nearly doubled over. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and said, "If I really end up labeled a pervert on the school's confession wall, I'm dragging you to the school broadcast station to clear my name." Just then Lin Chenxin emerged from the bathroom, her cheeks slightly flushed. Hearing his words, she shrugged innocently and said, "You are the pervert. What does that have to do with me?" Jiang Chen gritted his teeth in frustration at her infuriating expression. "Looking at you, I bet you don't have a boyfriend, do you?" Jiang Chen muttered to himself. He couldn't imagine how unlucky any guy would be to date Lin Chenxin. "Sorry, but the line of guys chasing me could reach the school gate. I just haven't agreed to any of them." Jiang Chen curled his lip, clearly not believing her. But in truth, Lin Chenxin hadn't lied. She came from a wealthy family and was beautiful. While her suitors might not literally stretch to the school gate, there were enough to field a football match. "You're not bad looking. If you pursued me, I wouldn't mind a teacher-student, older woman-younger man romance," Lin Chenxin said while applying lipstick. Jiang Chen had just taken a sip of water from a bottle and sprayed it out at her sudden remark. "Forget it. If you were my girlfriend, I'd live at least 10 years less." Jiang Chen looked at Lin Chenxin, noticing she had just touched up her makeup and looked even more stunning. But so what if she was beautiful? He felt he couldn't handle a woman as unpredictable as her. He preferred obedient girlfriends like Lu Yanyan or Shin Kursen. Lin Chenxin, however, remained silent with a smile. She walked over to Jiang Chen, pinched his chin between her slender fingers and, with lightning speed, planted an elegant M-shaped lip print on his cheek. "Damn it, you crazy woman. What exactly do you want?" The unexpected kiss left Jiang Chen utterly bewildered. Had he just been taken advantage of? Coming to his senses, he bombarded Lu Chenxin with questions. Though Lu Chenxin was exceptionally beautiful, and being kissed by her wasn't exactly a loss, he was still flustered. But Jiang Chen had truly grown tired of her unpredictable habits. Lu Chenxin, however, remained completely unruffled, speaking with utter nonchalance. "What's the big deal if I kiss you, because you're handsome? There are plenty of people who'd beg for a kiss from me, and I wouldn't oblige." Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to trade barbs with Lu Chenxin. He only wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Ever since he ran into her this morning, he felt nothing good had happened to him. "I'm going to the cafeteria to eat." But, waving at Lu Chenxin, Jiang Chen prepared to depart. "Hey, wait up." Before his foot could even cross the dormitory threshold, Lu Chenxin's voice rang out from behind. Having rushed to class in the morning, she had skipped breakfast. Now that it was lunchtime, Lu Chenxin's stomach had long been growling. "This is my first time at Rongqing University. You can at least treat me to lunch, right?" She blinked her bright large eyes as she spoke to Jiang Chen. "Me? Treat you? Your student did manual labor for you, and you still want him to buy you a meal. How can you even do that?" Jiang Chen was utterly speechless. This Lu Chenxin had no sense of being a teacher at all. What's wrong with that? A guy treating a girl shows gentlemanly manners. Besides, I just arrived at Rongqing University. I don't even know where the cafeteria is. Lu Chenxin stated it, as if it were only natural, leaving Jiang Chen to resign himself to his bad luck, as he led her toward the fourth cafeteria. It was lunchtime, and the fourth cafeteria was packed with people with long lines snaking before the food counters. Jiang Chen took Lu Chenxin to the back of the line, waiting for it to inch forward slowly. Seriously, you're treating a girl to this? Lu Chenxin's face twisted with disdain, clearly unimpressed by the cafeteria's boxed meals. Sis, this is the cafeteria? As you can see, all they have here are boxed lunches and some snacks. Besides the boxed meal counter, the fourth cafeteria also offered fast food snacks like braised chicken, clay pot rice noodles, and spicy hot pot. No way. I heard there's a fine dining restaurant called Xiang Rugi on the second floor. Let's go there. Hearing Lu Chenxin's words, Jiang Chen's face darkened with exasperation. This woman claimed she couldn't even find the cafeteria, yet she knew all about the fine dining spot on the second floor. Jiang Chen silently vowed never to trust a single word she said again. The second floor of the fourth cafeteria indeed housed a fine dining restaurant named Xiang Rugi. Unlike the fast food options downstairs, Xiang Rugi catered to customers like dormitory gatherings, official banquets, or romantic dates. Of course, compared to the affordable downstairs meals, Xiang Rugi was pricey, even more expensive than some restaurants off campus. Lu Chenxin clearly intended to fleece Jiang Chen, but he didn't mind since his system's cashback feature would multiply any expense he incurred. Stepping into Xiang Rugi on the second floor, he found its decor steeped in an antique classical style. Paintings and calligraphy by renowned artists adorned the walls, while a censer in the corner emitted curling wisps of blue smoke carrying a pure, earthy fragrance. Honestly, after growing used to Western-styled restaurants, entering such a classic setting was refreshingly unique. Jiang Chen and Lu Chenxin found a relatively secluded spot to sit. A pretty waitress in ancient attire promptly handed them a menu. Lu Chenxin took it without ceremony and began ordering freely. They'll have one serving of dompa pork. Steamed hairy crabs for me too. This lotus-wrapped tenderloin looks good, I'll take one. One portion of pipa shrimp. And one guifei chicken. Wait. There are only two of us eating, do we really need to order this much? Jiang Chen's jaw dropped as he saw Lu Chenxin show no sign of stopping, and he quickly intervened. Can I pack the leftovers to take home? You stingy jerk, such a killjoy. Lu Chenxin muttered under her breath, before finally ceasing her ordering. Before long, the exquisite dishes brimming with intoxicating aromas were served. Though Xiang Rugi was a campus restaurant, its cuisine was undeniably a feast for the eyes and palate. Jiang Chen picked up a piece of glossy ruby-red dompa pork. With a gentle bite, the fat melted on his tongue, rich, yet not greasy. The lean meat was firm and tender, bursting with fragrance. Jiang Chen nodded in approval, thoroughly satisfied with Xiang Rugi's offerings. When he glanced at Lu Chenxin across the table, he froze in astonishment. There she was, holding a spoon in her left hand and chopsticks in her right, attacking the food like a starving demon. Her sleeves were rolled up high, one foot planted on the ground, and the other propped on her chair. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Lu Chenxin's personality clashed so starkly with her beautiful appearance. Who would imagine that this woman devouring food like a wild boar was a university professor? Even the nearby waitress stood dumbfounded. Everyone who dined at Xiang Rugi maintained elegance and poise. This whirlwind of a diner, so single-mindedly focused on eating, was a first. The worst part was that watching Lu Chenxin eat with such gusto killed Jiang Chen's own appetite entirely. Because of the morning's jealous squabble between Shangwan Yinyu and Zhou Na, Jiang Chen had been forced to down a savory pancake, a sandwich, plus a glass of soy milk and coffee. An hour later, Lu Chenxin let out a loud, unladylike burp, propped her legs up, and picked her teeth with a toothpick. The dishes on the table had been nearly wiped clean, with only 2 hairy crabs and half a guifei chicken left as lucky survivors. Not one to waste, Lu Chenxin called the waitress to pack them up. Jiang Chen found it strange that Lu Chenxin could eat so much yet maintain such a slender figure. It defied logic. Today, Lu Chenxin wore a pair of tight jeans that accentuated her perfect lower body curves. Her long, slender legs were likely the envy of countless women. Are you wondering how I can eat so much yet stay in such great shape? Lu Chenxin gave a sly smile, clearly reading his thoughts. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a chill. This woman was truly frightening, as if she could see right through him. Let me tell you, sis is born with a divine eating constitution. No matter how much I eat, I never gain weight. With that, she straightened her back, flaunting her perfect figure. The curves of her body, so full and alluring, made Jiang Chen's face flush. This woman was an absolute enchantress. Alright, I've had my fill of food and drink. I'm heading back to the dorm for a nap, Lu Chenxin said, adopting a languid pose. Jiang Chen curled his lips in dissatisfaction, having long caught her implication. Wasn't she just hinting that he, the good-natured sucker, should pick up the tab? Waiter, the bill. Jiang Chen waved over the server, and a pretty waitress in a traditional-style dress approached with the receipt, and a payment QR code. Sir, your total for this meal is 1038 yuan. Well, waive the change, so it's an even 1000 yuan. Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Over 1000 yuan for 2 people on campus. This Lu Chenxin really knew how to bleed him dry. Just as he was about to pull out his phone to pay, Lu Chenxin beat him to it, scanning the code and completing the transaction. What are you doing? Didn't we agree ID treat? Jiang Chen asked, utterly bewildered. Just kidding. How could I actually let you pay? I don't want my students surviving on steamed buns and pickled vegetables for the rest of the month. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. At least this woman had some conscience. Strolling through the campus with Lu Chenxin, the lazy afternoon sun bathed their faces. It was already late autumn and the campus paths were carpeted with golden maple leaves, as if they had stepped into a beautiful oil painting. Though Lu Chenxin was a few years older than Jiang Chen, the two walking together didn't seem out of place. Passing students cast glances their way, for both were exceptionally attractive, worthy of the phrase handsome man and beautiful woman. Do you think they'll assume we're in a student-teacher romance? Lu Chenxin suddenly asked. Probably not, Jiang Chen replied, unsure why she had posed such a question. What about this? With that, Lu Chenxin linked her arm through his and leaned her head against his shoulder. Teacher, this isn't appropriate. What if a classmate sees? Jiang Chen quickly pulled away like a shy maiden had been harassed. Though he wouldn't mind a romance with a beautiful woman if that woman was a madcap like Lu Chenxin, had rather keep his distance. Ha ha ha. Lu Chenxin let out a silvery laugh. I was just teasing you. Look how scared you got. Jiang Chen was speechless. This woman never played by the rules. Before they knew it, they'd reached the faculty dormitory. Lu Chenxin waved at him and went upstairs to rest. Jiang Chen watched Lu Chenxin's graceful retreating figure, suddenly realizing how beautiful she was. If she weren't a teacher, she could easily be considered a campus belle at Rongqing University. Ding. Detected Lu Chenxin's affection 10. Current affection 8. Hearing the system's chime, Jiang Chen smiled to himself. Previously, Lu Chenxin's affection toward him was 2. Now it had finally broken into positive territory, meaning all past grievances had dissipated. Instead of returning to his dorm, Jiang Chen headed toward the music society. His heart was still preoccupied with Guomeitzen. Ever since their parting by Qin Lake that night, her delicate figure had filled his thoughts. He never imagined he'd fall so intensely for a girl. So he decided to try his luck at the music society, hoping to run into Guomeitzen. Even if he didn't see her, he could discreetly ask around for information about her. The music society was housed in a teaching building behind the bamboo garden, a vast bamboo grove. But now in late autumn, the once lush bamboo grove had withered and decayed. Before he even entered the society, he could hear the melodious strains of various instruments. Standing at the entrance, he watched for a while, seeing only the club president Yang Xiao teaching some newcomers how to play the guitar. Jiang Chen scanned the room, but found no trace of Guomeitzen. In the area reserved for traditional Chinese instruments, only a couple of people were practicing the pipa. A wave of disappointment washed over him, for he longed to see her again. Just then Yang Xiao noticed him standing outside, and a flicker of surprise lit up his eyes. Oh my, what a rare guest. Our musical prodigy has finally graced the music society with his presence. Truly an honor. Yang Xiao greeted him warmly, as handsome and sunny as ever. His words made Jiang Chen blush, not only for being called a prodigy, but also because despite joining the society long ago, he had rarely attended. In truth, Yang Xiao genuinely admired Jiang Chen. As someone obsessed with instruments and music, he deeply revered and liked Jiang Chen, who excelled at both guitar and piano with exceptional skill. Some newcomers in the society also gazed at Jiang Chen with admiration, as his piano performance at the welcome party had left a deep impression on everyone. By the way, President, when does Guomeitzen usually come to the society? Jiang Chen cut straight to the chase. Guomeitzen? She rarely comes. Only when the society has an important performance does she show up for rehearsals. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face fell with disappointment. Noticing his expression, Yang Xiao said with a knowing smirk, I get it. You've got a crush on her, and you're here to pump me for info. Jiang Chen nodded sheepishly, not intending to hide it from Yang Xiao. He had always been forthright in love and hate. Besides, Yang Xiao was warm-hearted, and if he pursued Guomeitzen, Yang Xiao could probably lend a hand. Seeing Jiang Chen nod, Yang Xiao's smirk deepened. But then his expression turned worried, and he sighed. Brother, to be honest, winning over anyone else might be easy for you. But if you're after Guomeitzen, your chances are slim to none. Why? Is she a lesbian? Jiang Chen blurted out, leaving Yang Xiao with a face full of black lines. No, it's not that. There are too many years here. Let's talk downstairs. They went down to the bamboo garden, where Yang Xiao offered Jiang Chen a cigarette. Jiang Chen politely declined with a wave. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't smoke, Yang Xiao lit one himself and exhaled a ring of smoke. Then, gazing at the withered bamboo before him, he said softly, Actually, Guamatsen is like this withered bamboo. Huh. Jiang Chen was completely baffled, clearly not grasping Yang Xiao's meaning. Yang Xiao took another deep drag, and then uttered a sentence that shocked Jiang Chen to the core. What I mean is she's gravely ill. Her life, like these bamboos, is about to wither away. What do you mean? What do you mean her life is about to wither away? Are you saying she doesn't have much time left? Jiang Chen stared at Yang Xiao in disbelief, clearly shaken by what Yang Xiao had just said. Yang Xiao let out a heavy sigh, then gave a slight nod. Recalling the melancholic look in Guamatsen's eyes, Jiang Chen felt a pang of anguish in his heart. He could sense that her illness was severe, but he never imagined it would be this grave. She was so beautifully born, yet she had to endure the torment of sickness in the prime of her youth, facing the approach of death itself. What exactly is she suffering from? Is there no cure? Jiang Chen asked Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao gazed ahead and spoke slowly. She has a condition called Alagille syndrome. Alagille? What kind of illness is that? Jiang Chen looked utterly bewildered. He had never heard of such a disease. Yang Xiao shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "When I first heard of it, my reaction was exactly the same as yours. All I know is that it's a very rare condition. But it is life-threatening. Guamatsen's mother passed away from this very disease when she was only 5 years old. Recently, Guamatsen was hospitalized for a long time, but even the doctors were helpless and told her she only had 2 years left to live." Hearing Yang Xiao's words, Jiang Chen's heart ached. No wonder her eyes always held such melancholy, and no wonder he had never seen her on campus before. Knowing the secret hidden within Guamatsen, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a deep sense of pity. He admitted to himself that it was love at first sight with Guamatsen. Even though they had never exchanged a single word before, that one glance that night spoke 1,000 words. Jiang Chen silently resolved in his heart that he would find a way to cure Guamatsen's illness, even if it meant finding the best doctors and spending any amount of money. But his first priority now was to understand exactly what Alagille syndrome was. After hastily bidding farewell to Yang Xiao, Jiang Chen returned to his dormitory to look up information about the syndrome. However, the internet was filled with irrelevant answers, offering little substantial help. Just as Jiang Chen lay on his bed feeling disheartened, a name and a stunningly beautiful face appeared in his mind: Su Qinxue. As a medical professional, Su Qinxue would surely have some knowledge of this rare disease. Moreover, her father was the director of Rongqing First People's Hospital, a pillar of the city's medical community. If he could leverage Su Qingxue's father's resources, he might find a way to treat Guamatsen. With this thought, Jiang Chen sprang up from his bed like a leaping carp and said to Qianjin, who was playing games with a girl, "Cover for me during the 2 afternoon electives. I have to go out." This task put Qianjin in a tough spot. Although the classes were electives, the teacher was anything but lenient. The most tragic thing for a modern college student was having a strict teacher for an easy elective. But Jiang Chen couldn't worry about that. He drove his Koenigsegg straight toward Rongqing First People's Hospital. Half an hour later, he parked the car steadily in the hospital parking lot. The Koenigsegg's flashy, exaggerated design drew a crowd of onlookers. "Don't bother looking. Some things, if you're not born with them, you'll never have them," a young man said with envy in his eyes to his friend beside him. His friend nodded in agreement, fully endorsing his words. That iron law might hold true for most, but it certainly didn't apply to Jiang Chen. Now Jiang Chen arrived at Su Qingxue's department. He searched high and low but couldn't find her anywhere. "Excuse me, is Su Qingxue not in this department?" Jiang Chen asked a nurse at the front desk. The nurse looked up and, seeing the sunny and handsome Jiang Chen, couldn't help but smile. "Xiaoxue was reassigned to help out at the infusion hall on the first floor because it's very busy." "All right, thank you." With that, Jiang Chen flashed a bright smile at the nurse and headed toward the infusion hall on the first floor. The nurse watched his tall, upright figure recede and murmured to herself, "So handsome." Meanwhile, the hospital's infusion hall was packed with people. It was the season of transition from autumn to winter, a time when colds and flu were rampant. The vast hall was filled with patients, with only Su Qingxue and 2 other nurses working frantically. Su Qingxue was dressed in a pristine white nurse's uniform, her hair tied up at the back of her head, revealing her long, fair neck. Though she wore a large white mask, her beautiful eyes alone were enough to hint at her stunning features. Many patients in the hall had already started their 4 drips and were sitting in chairs resting with their eyes closed. But a 5- or 6-year-old boy kept running back and forth in the aisle, occasionally letting out sharp cries. Many patients couldn't help but frown. Those who were ill needed rest, but this brat's noise made it impossible for anyone to relax. Though everyone felt some resentment, they adhered to the principle of avoiding trouble unless necessary, and no one stepped forward to stop the boy. It wasn't until the boy nearly knocked over an elderly man with white hair that Su Qingxue finally intervened. She walked up to him and said, Little friend, maintaining silence in public places is basic manners. So could you please stop shouting? But instead of listening, the boy made a face at her and said, "Ugly freak, mind your own business." The boy's rudeness infuriated Su Qingxue. She pointed at him and said, "Whose child is this? Don't you know that running around and making noise in public places is unacceptable?" As soon as she finished speaking, an elderly woman adorned with gold and jewelry rushed over, clearly the boy's grandmother. She first gave Su Qingxue a dismissive once-over, then shouted at her, "He's just a child. Why are you picking on a kid? You're nothing but a hospital attendant. Don't get above yourself. Let me tell you, my grandson can do whatever he wants. Do you know who his father is? It would scare you to death." The elderly woman's barrage left Su Qingshu's face pale with anger. She couldn't understand why, when the boy was clearly in the wrong, the adult would be so indulgent and aggressive. Just as Su Qingxue was about to retort, the other two nurses grabbed her wrist, signaling her not to act impulsively. Kind-hearted Su Qingxue thought about the many patients still waiting for their 4 drips. A conflict would only delay their treatment. So suppressing her anger, she continued with her work. However, Su Qingxue was intently administering 4 drips to other patients when the old woman rushed behind her and shouted, "Why haven't you started the 4 for my grandson? Can't you see we've been waiting for ages?" Su Qingxue turned around. Despite the irritation and exhaustion etched on her face, she maintained her composure and explained politely, "Ma'am, we follow a strict order for 4 treatments. There are 2 more patients before your grandson. Please be patient." Oomph. The old woman shot Su Qingxue a glare before returning to her seat. Not to mention that hospital IVs were administered strictly on a first-come, first-served basis. The brat only had a mild throat inflammation, evident from his loud antics in the infusion hall, which showed he was full of energy. Meanwhile, many other patients were running high fevers and urgently needed 4 fluids. Su Qingxue noticed the old woman's prominent cheekbones and fierce expression, a clear sign she was not someone to be trifled with. She could only silently pray that nothing would go wrong when she finally had to administer the 4 to her grandson. But as fate would have it, trouble came knocking. When Su Qingxue approached the little boy to start his 4, the brat flailed his arms wildly, refusing to let her insert the needle, and screamed, "I don't want in 4. Get away from me." Seeing the boy's extreme resistance, Su Qingshu's face was filled with exasperation. She said to the old woman, "Ma'am, please calm him down. I simply cannot administer the 4 like this." At that moment, a man sitting beside the old woman, who had been glued to his phone, said to the boy, "Xiao Liang, be good and get the 4. After it's done, Dad will take you to the toy store, and you can pick any toy you want." The man wore sunglasses, slouched in his chair with his legs crossed, exuding a thuggish aura. Clearly this man was the brat's father. The offer proved tempting enough for the boy, who immediately stopped his tantrum and obediently sat in the chair. Su Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the 4 would finally go smoothly. But little did she know a greater disaster awaited her. The moment Su Qingxue applied iodine to the boy's hand and inserted the needle into his vein, the brat, feeling the sting, erupted again. "I don't want it 4. I don't want it 4. As the brat thrashed about, flailing his hand, the sudden outburst caught Su Qingxue off guard, leaving her no time to withdraw the needle. The boy's swinging right hand grazed the needle in Su Qingshu's hand, leaving a long bloody scratch on his arm. Wah! Seeing the gash on his arm, the brat plopped down on the floor, letting out a pig-like squeal. Su Qingxue stood frozen in shock, while 2 other nurses quickly grabbed supplies to bandage the boy. The old woman and the sunglasses man, who had been watching from the side, knew full well that the nurse was not at fault. Yet they chose to play the victim and lash out, pointing at Su Qingxue and cursing, "Can't you even do in 4 properly? Look what you've done to my grandson's hand. My precious grandson is destined for Jingdu University. Can you afford to compensate for this? I get it now. You're retaliating because my grandson was noisy in the hall earlier." The man said nothing but strode over to Su Qingxue, raised his hand, and delivered a heavy slap across her face. A sharp crack echoed through the hall. 5 vivid red finger marks appeared on Su Qingshu's fair, delicate cheek. Clutching her face, she stared at the sunglasses man in disbelief. As the only daughter of a well-to-do medical family, she had been the apple of her parents' eye, showered with love and never subjected to any humiliation. But today in the hospital, she had been slapped in public by a stranger. How could she not feel aggrieved? Crystal tears welled up in her beautiful eyes, and she could no longer hold back her emotions. The tears streamed down her exquisite face like a burst dam. Many in the infusion hall had witnessed the entire incident. Su Qingxue was completely innocent. It was all the brat's own fault. But the old woman clearly was not someone to be trifled with, and the man exuded a thuggish air, a typical street punk. No one dared to stand up for Su Qingxue, fearing they would get into trouble. "Kneel down and apologize to my grandson and compensate us 1,000 yuan," or else I'll make sure this hospital gets famous," the old woman demanded, emboldened by the lack of support for Su Qinxue, and even insisted on a kneeling apology. The old woman had originally been a simple village farmer, and her son was the village's notorious layabout. Their family had been on the brink of poverty. But with the rise of the internet, her son had become a minor internet celebrity with 2 million followers by posting vulgar videos online. The family had moved into a grand villa in the city, and her son had signed with the largest local media company, Starlight Media. Those who once looked down on them in the village now fawned over them, and even the village chief who wielded supreme authority treated them with great respect, constantly praising the son for his success. Thus the old woman and the sunglasses man had grown increasingly arrogant and domineering, strutting around as if they were the best in the world. But they failed to realize that while they might be top dogs in their small village in Rongqing, a city teeming with hidden talents, they were nothing more than nobodies. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen finally managed to rush to the infusion room only to find it in chaos. Su Qinxue stood in the center of the crowd, sobbing into her hands with 5 vivid red finger marks clearly visible on her face. Jiang Chen's gaze turned icy cold. Clenching his fists, he walked towards Su Qinxue. "What happened here?" Hearing the familiar voice, Su Qinxue looked up in disbelief, only to find Jiang Chen standing right before her eyes. At that moment, the emotions Su Qinxue had been suppressing for so long could no longer be contained. She threw her arms around Jiang Chen and burst into unrestrained sobs. Jiang Chen cast a questioning glance at the other 2 nurses, who understood immediately and recounted the entire incident. After hearing the story, Jiang Chen's gaze became even more frigid and his entire aura turned terrifying. He fixed his eyes on the sunglasses man and said, each word dripping with cold menace, "I'll give you one chance. Kneel down, slap yourself 10 times and apologize to her. Otherwise, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in regret." The moment Jiang Chen's words fell, the vast rest hall fell into a dead silence. Then the old woman and the sunglasses man burst into piercing laughter, as if they had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. They had initially harbored some reservations about whether the young nurse had any backing, but seeing Jiang Chen, who looked like a student, step forward to defend her, and even utter threats, their eyes were filled with nothing but mockery. "Little boy, you haven't even grown your fuzz yet, and you're already trying to act tough for someone else. Do you know the price of playing the big shot?" The sunglasses man walked up to Jiang Chen, looking down at him with an air of superiority. "You have 1 minute left. Don't say I didn't give you a chance later." Facing the sunglasses man's provocation, Jiang Chen remained composed and spoke calmly. "I told you to act tough." Enraged that Jiang Chen showed him no respect, the sunglasses man raised his hand in a fury, intending to slap Jiang Chen across the face, just as he had done before. Yet his raised hand froze midair, unable to move an inch. Jiang Chen's left hand had clamped down on his wrist like a vice. The sunglasses man strained with all his might to pull his hand free, but his wrist felt as if it were locked in a steel clamp, utterly immobile. Just as the sunglasses man was marveling at Jiang Chen's incredible strength, Jiang Chen flashed him a smile, then raised his right hand and brought it down hard on the sunglasses man's face. A crisp, resounding slap landed with tremendous force squarely on the sunglasses man's cheek. Jiang Chen had put almost all his strength into that slap. The sunglasses man staggered back several steps, dazed and disoriented, before collapsing onto a chair. The handprint on his face was even more pronounced than the one on Su Qinxue's. Blood even began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. "He'll fight you." Seeing her son knocked senseless by a single slap, the old woman lunged at Jiang Chen with claws bared. But Jiang Chen simply extended his foot, and she tripped, falling flat on her face with a clumsy thud. "Help! Someone's attacking. My leg hurts so much." The old woman lay on the ground immediately, trying to frame Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer. This old woman and her spoiled brat of a grandson truly were 2 of a kind. The sunglasses man sat stunned in his chair after the slap, only snapping out of it when he heard his mother's wails. He walked over to Jiang Chen, fixing him with an icy glare. "Do you know who I am?" "I'm a sign streamer for Star Media, a social media influencer with 2 million followers, sunglasses bro. I'm going live right now and show you what it feels like to be cyberbullied." Hearing this, a playful smile spread across Jiang Chen's face. So this man was from Star Media. Things were getting interesting. Jiang Chen had initially planned to teach him a lesson through sheer brute force, but now he had a much better idea. The man pulled out his phone and opened the live streaming platform. This wasn't the first time he had used his own influence to manipulate public opinion. Previously, he had tried to dine and dash at a restaurant, but the owner refused. He then went live twisting the story, and the restaurant was eventually forced to shut down due to the online backlash. This time the sunglasses man intended to use the same trick, unaware that the student-like man standing before him was the mysterious tycoon who had recently acquired Star Media. As soon as the sunglasses man started his live stream, hundreds of viewers flooded in. He immediately pointed his phone at his mother, who was crouching on the ground, his son with a bandaged hand and his own swollen cheek. Family, who can understand this? Today sunglasses bro brought his son to Rongqing First People's Hospital for drip. Just because the kid spoke a little too loudly in public, the nurse got upset and deliberately cut my child's hand while inserting the needle. His grandma and I went to argue, but the nurse called over some thugs who beat us up. The sunglasses man lied without a hint of shame, even managing to squeeze out a couple of crystal tears. As the live stream audience heard his story, the chat exploded. Viewers furiously typed away, dispensing justice from behind their screens. In a law-based society, how dare someone be so arrogant? Sunglasses bro point the camera at the attacker and let him taste fame. Satisfied to see the audience so outraged, the sunglasses man nodded approvingly, then flipped the camera to reveal Jiang Chen's face. The sunglasses man was already smug with delight. As long as he could steer public opinion, his opponent would become cannon fodder for the online mob. Su Qinxue felt a deep sense of helplessness. Although the sunglasses man was completely twisting the truth, the viewers believed him without question, leaving her with no way to refute him. At that moment, Su Qinxue felt lost and overwhelmed. What saddened her even more was that she had dragged innocent Jiang Chen into this mess. But just as her mind was swirling with anxious thoughts, a strong, powerful hand grasped hers. Jiang Chen gave her a firm, reassuring look, filling her with confidence. Staring at the sunglasses man, who was blatantly distorting the truth and trying to cyberbully him, Jiang Chen said calmly, "You've been given a chance, and you've wasted it. They'll take away everything you have in 2 minutes." The moment Jiang Chen spoke, the scene fell into a deathly hush once more, but the comments in the sunglasses man's live stream exploded. Has this kid been reading too many male-oriented web novels? He's just spouting nonsense. Come on, let's see him get proven wrong in 2 minutes. This is way more entertaining than those female streamers doing borderline stuff. More and more people were joining the stream. Unknowingly, the viewership had reached 20,000, all waiting to see Jiang Chen humiliated. The sunglasses man was overjoyed. This move not only allowed him to cyberbully his opponent, but also brought unprecedented popularity to his stream. Jiang Chen slowly pulled out his phone and made a call. On the other end was Chunyang, the vice president of Star Media. "Young Master Jiang, what are your orders?" Chunyang's speech was always brief and to the point, just like his efficient and direct work style. "There's a streamer at Star Media called Sunglasses Bro. Do you know him?" "Sunglasses Bro? Let me think." Chunyang, on the other end, clearly didn't recall who that was at first. After 5 or 6 seconds, it dawned on him. "Ah, yes. He's just a minor influencer with 2 million followers, so he didn't come to mind immediately." Jiang Chen nodded slightly, then spoke, each word deliberately stunning everyone present and causing an uproar in the live stream. "This man distorts the truth and slanders others at will. Fire him immediately and revoke his account." The moment Jiang Chen finished speaking, the live stream's comment section erupted into a frenzy. The man in sunglasses wore a mocking grin, utterly unconvinced that Jiang Chen's words held any truth. After all, aside from Chunyang, the deputy general manager of Star Media, who else had the authority to casually dismiss someone? Moreover, the young man before him looked every bit the part of a student. How could he possibly have the power to fire him? The man in sunglasses refused to believe it. "Kid'll give you an out. Kneel down with this nurse and apologize to me, and he'll let it slide." A malicious grin curled on the man's lips as he envisioned Jiang Chen's inevitable embarrassment. Just then another phone in his pocket rang. He pulled it out and saw the caller ID, Lee, the HR manager of Star Media. A twitch at the corner of his eye signaled a foreboding unease rising within him. As a senior executive, the HR manager rarely had any dealings with a low-tier internet celebrity like himself. Why would he be calling now? Could it be? The man in sunglasses turned to face Jiang Chen, only to find him wearing an amused smirk. An indescribable dread crept into his heart, but he quickly dismissed the thought as absurd. How could someone with such a student-like demeanor possibly be connected to Star Media's top brass? It had to be a coincidence. Perhaps his live stream's explosive performance today had caught the HR manager's attention, and he was about to receive a reward. Buoyed by this thought, the man's face lit up with delight as he eagerly answered the call, even adjusting the camera to focus on himself. However, the first words from the other end of the line froze him in place. "Chunyang, we are officially informing you that you have been terminated. Your 2 million follower account will be reclaimed by the company. Due to your baseless slander of others and manipulation of public opinion using your platform, you have violated the terms of your contract. As a result, you are required to pay the company 8 million in liquidated damages." The words left the man utterly stunned, cold sweat drenching his back in an instant. Recalling Jiang Chen's earlier threat to strip him of everything, he now looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of terror. Since the man's live-streaming phone was close to him, the audience had overheard the entire conversation clearly. What's going on? Who is this guy? We thought he'd be humiliated, but it turns out we're the ones humiliated. The viewers in the live stream buzzed with heated discussion, and the tide of public opinion subtly shifted. The man's account was suddenly logged in from another location, and his live stream was forcefully taken offline. Only then did the man realize he was truly finished. Yet unwilling to accept his fate, he pleaded into the phone, "Mr. Lee, please help me. When I first signed the contract, I slipped you a red envelope of 20,000 yuan. But a deep sigh came from the other end, followed by, you've crossed someone you shouldn't have. Do you know who that is? He's the big boss who recently acquired our company. Someone even Deputy General Manager Chen Yang has to treat with the utmost respect. He'll return the 20,000 to you. Don't contact me again." With that, Mr. Lee hung up hastily, as if afraid of being embroiled in the mess. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the dial tone, the man felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, every hair on his body tingling with a bone-chilling cold. The person he had offended today was the mysterious tycoon who had just acquired Star Media. Even Deputy General Manager Chen Yang was a figure he could only look up to, let alone the financier behind him. Yet he had managed to provoke this very person. The other party had promised to strip him of everything in 2 minutes, and it took just one phone call to accomplish it. Losing his 2 million follower account meant losing his livelihood. Remembering the villa he had just purchased, still saddled with a 2 million loan and the 8 million liquidated damages owed to Star Media, the man's vision darkened and he nearly fainted on the spot. His hands trembling, he took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of rat-like eyes filled with terror. He staggered over to Jiang Chen and fell to his knees with a thud. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and spare me." With that, he raised both hands and slapped his cheeks with all his might, begging for Jiang Chen's forgiveness. "I gave you a chance, but you wasted it." Jiang Chen left only these cold words behind before turning and walking away with Su Qingshuo. A complex, indescribable emotion flickered in Su Qingshuo's beautiful eyes. She found it increasingly difficult to understand the man before her at times, even feeling he was a stranger. The old woman, still bewildered by the turn of events, grabbed the man's arm and said, "Xiao Yong, why are you kneeling to him? Hurry up and think of a way to get revenge for me and my precious grandson." But the man, who had been cowering moments ago, now erupted with fury. He shoved the old woman to the ground and roared, "Precious grandson, you've spoiled that brat rotten. Do you have any idea what disaster you two have caused?" "Well, what's wrong?" the old woman stammered, startled by her son's outburst. Hadn't they just offended someone who looked like a student? Why was he reacting so violently? "What's wrong? The person you offended is my big boss. Not only have I been fired, but my account has also been taken back. And I have to pay 8 million in liquidated damages. Even selling the villa won't cover it." Upon hearing her son's words, the old woman collapsed to the ground. She hadn't expected today's events to cost her son everything. But what she feared even more was the prospect of returning to the village and facing the ridicule of others after losing everything. A vicious glint flashed in her eyes as she grabbed the bratty child and began to beat him. "You little troublemaker, you and your bad manners. He'll teach you a lesson today." Seeing his mother, who had always doted on the child, now hitting him, the man not only refrained from stopping her, but rolled up his sleeves and joined in. A fierce parental beating ensued. Just as Jiang Chen and Su Qingshuo stepped out of the infusion hall, the child's blood-curdling screams echoed behind them. They exchanged a knowing smile, held hands, and walked away slowly.